we're gonna be asking and answering the question of, is cinema kill? Or rather, we're gonna be looking at someone else asking and answering it. When he was
Yelling at me.
becoming a filmmaker, he realized
When he was
very
becoming a
quickly
man.
he didn't want to be a stinky, gross YouTuber for much longer. And so
That's why he looks so not like one of those.
not like a YouTuber. This was 2 years ago.
I want you to be able to make this and finance this, and trust me, those are the types of things I would love to make videos about. As far as movie reviews, I'm still going to talk about movies. What I'm not going to do anymore is trash filmmakers. And I know that for some
Trash
people that's
filmmakers?
Yeah, well, we'll let him continue because you need more context for it, I think.
That's strange.
But it is strange. It's all very. Wait a minute. Fucking...
But Remy the Rat told me that, and Gusto told me that a trash film can come from anywhere.
True. It's all in the concept of, because some people are familiar with this already. He basically says he doesn't like being mean to filmmakers anymore, or really films, because the whole thing is he's becoming a filmmaker and that he appreciates the craft and that we can't, as this is what he said on Twitter, I think, we can't as critics who take a half hour out of our day to like shit something online compare like our workload and our ability to like shit on things compared to the people who sacrifice like a whole year or more to create a film. Like, it's fucked up.
What has that got to do with any? The amount of time you put into something doesn't stop the fact that you made trash, and therefore there is something to be said about you because you made it.
Well, but consider that they spent a long time and they really cared.
I suppose the more interesting part is his assumption that it takes half an hour.
So that was the part that we took issue with. Like,
yeah,
I'd say as much as like 3 years ago. I can't remember when we covered this because I think it was a tweet. But I was obviously not very happy considering the whole. In the time it takes me to make like one video, he may have made like fucking 10,000 or some shit, and he'll be like, "That's what we do." And it's like, like,
no.
And you know, I'm not just speaking for myself here. This is plenty of people on this cast right now know what it's like to make videos that take a hell of a lot longer than to sit down after you've seen the film and hit record and go, "Yeah, I liked it."
Yeah, but
Patreon.
Or didn't.
The time that you put into something doesn't affect the quality of it anyway. Like, essentially, he's saying just because they put in more time, it means that it should be valued as such. It's like, no, it's the end product that matters.
It's
no
what
one
matters most.
The angle he was trying to highlight, and this is where, like, I think he should have just focused his time there, was just, he just feels bad. He feels bad making fun of people who work really hard to make stuff. But, he moved into, we as critics don't spend very long compared to them, and so we have no right to like shit all over their work, which obviously is...
Yeah, it's got to be a broader moral argument rather than more of just a pretty straightforward self-preservation argument, which is that you don't want to be the guy who...
That, I was going to say, that became what everyone thought he was saying it for, is he's becoming a filmmaker, and so now he's like, you know, making fun of filmmakers isn't cool, guys. And it's like, Interesting.
It's just that there's a taboo against publicly voicing negative criticism if you work in the industry itself. So now that he wants to be in the industry, he can't do that anymore. That's really what it is.
For those who don't know, as far as I'm concerned, like, we entertain the hypothetical sometimes, but the idea that I or Frangy or Rags or anyone here will get anywhere near Disney in a controlling way, like for products being created, is never going to fucking happen. If there was a blacklist, we would be on the blacklists. Like, it's
absolutely, yeah.
The amount of shit we've
said.
said.
To us?
Yeah,
no way.
And that's the deal you make when you say what you say about this. Like, and to an extent, as a company, you don't really want to hire someone who's just blasted you for years. Like, that's not really the smartest thing to do. There's a couple.
Is that true? Because like periodically in my comment section, I'll get people who very confidently tell me that if I was really as good as I seem to think that I am, then I'd be in charge of Disney.
Well, here's the real trick, Little Tune. It's not about hating Disney. The best way to get hired by Disney for, so let's say, Star Wars is to hate Star Wars. So if you do, they'll be like, ooh, you're perfect for the job.
If you hate the intellectual property, for some reason, many companies think it's a good idea to hire you.
There you go.
It's a really hard thing to break into, though, because like, I can't waste $100 million on a series that bombs and get promoted if I don't have the $100 million to waste in the first place. So how am I ever supposed to break into this racket?
It's definitely something to think about.
I have heard there were some tweets that were like, it's so unfair that the Marvels is like crashing and burning all because of these like hateful people making these hateful videos, and they'll show like Drinker, Disparu, whoever else. And it's kind of like, Man, you guys had the power to just bring down Disney. They should just hire you at this point. You got the power to bring them back up probably as well, right? If you just say, "Hey,"
I can't even get people to press the like button, let alone anything else.
Yes, but you see, the Marvels was gonna soar in the box office if it weren't for you. So,
For the pesky actors strike.
so that keep it all that in mind. We'll just continue here, see what else he says.
It's going to be a disappointment, and I also know that that will probably cost me some views. But I just don't enjoy it anymore. I don't enjoy talking negatively about film.
So, I don't like to do this that often, especially when someone talks about their own feelings, but I don't believe you. I don't think I believe anybody who says they don't enjoy talking negatively about film. That seems like a pretty broad point of view. Like, so you're not going to enjoy making fun of The Room ever again, really?
I was about to say, if you went for Birdemic or The Room or any one of those sort of classic bad movies, he'd probably be like, "Well, no, those are different."
He would say those different.
They're not real movies.
Right.
What do you do when you just talk casually to someone and you just saw a horrible movie and everybody agrees it's horrible? You just go like, "Yeah, but they worked really hard.
They worked so
Well,
hard."
and
Over.
I have to imagine that as part of his creative process, he would surely look at some movies that he's invariably going to watch and come away with a not great opinion about them and spend some amount of time thinking about why that is. You can use harsher words and say that that's trashing a movie in your brain, I guess. But at the end of the day, like, that's probably going to happen. And that's not a bad thing, right?
If that were his take, if he said, "I'm just not going to do it in video form because I don't like what it spreads," that'd be one thing. But he just said, "I don't enjoy talking negatively about film." It's like, not at all, really.
Anymore, because he used to.
Yeah, he did used to. He has
something
series
changed. He's a
called,
new man. He's evolved as a critic.
He has hilariosity reviews where he trashes bad movies. He's not making them anymore.
It was hard to make amateur films as a kid, and I knew that. But it's very difficult to make them professionally as an adult as well. And meeting filmmakers, talking to them at festivals, going onto their sets, really seeing how much work goes into even your average, not so great movie.
I don't know why you didn't know that already.
Yeah.
That's
especially
a strange thing to say, yeah.
You wouldn't need to go on to the sets. As opposed to watching behind-the-scenes stuff, you'll be able to see all the incredible work that gets done.
You don't need to go on a tour of a game development studio to know that game development is a difficult process.
Well, how many times have we watched a film where they've shown you something, you go, "Fuck, that would have taken ages."
Yeah, like, you don't need to see the behind-the-scenes for Children of Men to know that one take took an immense amount of planning and work.
Or A Bridge Too Far, the amount of shit we saw in that film, we were like, God, they did all that for real?
All pyrotechnics, all of the equipment, getting all of the people organized and getting them moving.
We gotta borrow the army for this movie, guys.
And
I thought everybody knew that creative endeavors were difficult.
Well, and one of the most regretful things you'll find about watching any of the assembled documentaries is like, wow, look at all these talented people working so hard to make the shit that the writers squash into nothing in MCU projects.
The Loki one.
Yeah.
And, you see all of the work that went into the sets and the costumes and everything. And then when they start talking about the scripts.
Dude, it's fucking crazy when they start talking about the characters. They're going through such incredible journeys. And they're never specific. They'll just be like, that's just, they're doing things and this and that.
You sure did. Boy, don't we all know.
They talked about Renslayer for maybe 30 seconds. And the purpose of this little 30-second point was to say she's not a straightforward villain. She's complicated. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. There's also the Jonathan Majors section. They, I think, use his actual name once. The rest is Kang, and it's only for it was like 40 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
And it was mainly how he relates to the plot. Everyone else got a big section, but his was cut down completely. He is so getting, erased from MCU history. Yeah. He's out as... In any case, as people, you don't even need to be a hyper film fanatic to have seen behind-the-scenes shit and to go, whoa, that looks incredible. So it feels really inauthentic for him to say, I visited a film set and now I don't feel like making fun of films. Which is also funny.
I started... Do you think it was I started making connections and I started talking to people and I started, getting in with, now I was like, oh, these are people I can talk to. These are bridges that I can build. These are ways for me to access the industry.
Yeah.
That's how I took it. It was, I'm fine with bad mouthing these people, but now I've met them and now they're actually people in my head, and I don't like. I feel bad.
That's the takeaway a lot of people got from this because they didn't believe the reasoning he's providing because it just doesn't sound right, does it? It sounds fucking weird.
Well, it doesn't make any sense saying like you don't want to judge something because they put time into it. Like it takes more effort to burn a steak than to cook it properly. Like there are many things that you can put a lot of effort in and you still destroy it. Like effort in it doesn't. The quality of something isn't affected by the amount of effort that goes into it.
You know what's funny as fuck with all this? His biggest inspirations all shit on shit movies. Like that's something they all do.
That is definitely a thing that does happen. I mean, look, look at he's in the thumbnail. Look at him. He's shit on other people's movies. That's okay.
But they're allowed to because they're on top of the world. They could get away with saying a lot of stuff. He can't
the legend bonus. It's like, oh, okay.
The idea that he will never come across a movie that has a scene that's so goofy he'll laugh and make fun of it with his friends. It's just like, you want me to believe now that you'll sit there going, guys, come on.
They worked hard on that scene.
Yeah. You have no idea how hard this is.
It comes across as pity. Like, if that's the only defense you've got, everyone's going, this is awful. It's like, yeah, but they put a lot of time into it, so I feel sorry for them, is essentially the way it comes across, that statement.
I mean, I would say that that's probably a big part of it, but I imagine another part of it as well is just not wanting to burn bridges.
Yeah.
Which, if he said that, I think everybody would just be like, oh, yeah, of course. But instead, it needs to be presented as some like moral.
Yeah, we'd all understand it, but if at the same time, I feel like everyone would be called him a cuck if he said, "I can't speak negatively about people's films anymore." Okay, I need to have a chance in this industry, guys.
Goes into even your average, not so great movie. I just don't feel like doing that anymore. I don't want to talk negatively about filmmakers. I don't want to trash filmmakers. It would be strange for me to be making movies and also shitting on other filmmakers. Also,
see, that's a different argument, and it's not true. It wouldn't be strange.
Yeah, that's strange.
There are
here's a hypothetical. What if someone makes a movie that's like a super mega Nazi and wants to kill all the Jews for real and makes a movie? You're still not gonna.
Yeah, I feel like you could shit on that filmmaker. But does this apply to YouTubers? Are you allowed to shit on fellow YouTubers, or is that weird because you're a YouTuber too?
Because he makes YouTube videos. I mean, it's
media. There are a lot of authors who were literary critics. Like, I don't know why it's treated as this harsh divide where it's like there are the creators and then there are critics who are not creators, even if they're doing it through some creative medium of some kind.
Well, yeah.
What's really interesting about him, like, how many times do we hear, you can't make fun of it, you don't do it yourself? This is the opposite. You can't make fun of it, you do it yourself.
You do it yourself. Which, again, I don't think it's any surprise that the kind of people who feel compelled to create may also be the kind of people who feel compelled to speak about the about the industry that they're a part of or the art form that they love. Like, it's not really surprising at all because you're passionate about it.
And so, yeah, I was going to say as well, like, if you think about this from multiple parameters, some people have mentioned in chat already, it's like, so what does he have to say about someone like Drinker, who's trying to make film, trying to talk about where film should go, and also criticizing films as they come out? Does he just see him as, like, an enigma? He's like, why would you do any of that? You crazy, man.
Or does he see that as like an impossibility? Like it's like a married bachelor. It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Which is again, and also a critic.
It just doesn't. This feels bullshit. It's just like, what do you? This doesn't. Because as well, because you're talking about critics and the difference, the line that's drawn. Who would you say is the biggest critic of any director's film? Probably the director.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because
that may have been true now.
Certainly for the creatives that are like, super invested, every single shot is scrutinized, right? They're like obsessed.
Because it's part of the process. It's just a part of the process, and then it just comes down to sometimes people don't just do the one thing. Sometimes people do more than the one thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes people aren't just a director. Sometimes people aren't just an author. Like a lot of authors are journalists, or again, literary critics. Like, that's not uncommon.
There's plenty of that on this platform already.
There's so many arguments he's making that are so strange. It's like, there's plenty of praise on this fucking platform too, so does that mean you'd stop doing it? No.
Count. Yeah.
So many channels dedicated to talking about bad films and negativity about movies. There's no shortage of that.
I'm a positive guy. I'm a positive guy.
What's the point in being positive for the sake of being positive? That's not genuine at all.
Yeah.
That's when you become cinema wins.
There's a lot of people
Oh,
that
no.
do that. There's a lot of Twitch streamers that are like, this is a positive stream. I will be positive all the time. They
Ugh.
also tend to be the ones that burn out because it's fake. Nobody's positive all the time. So if
Yeah.
you try and do it, you will inevitably burn out faster than someone who's just, you see the good and the bad of everything, and that's just how they are. And there's definitely YouTube channels that do the same. They will never criticize anything. So even his argument about there's so many negative channels, yeah, there's also a lot of fake positive ones.
Dude,
There's an implicit criticism in all of the I'm going to deliberately be positive and only talk about good films though as well. And the implicit criticism is that you're not then going to talk about something, and by omission you're effectively saying that that thing is kind of shit and not worth my time, or I'm deliberately ignoring it to avoid seeming negative, which is itself a negative impression. All those people who say, well, I'm going to go and talk about this art house thing because, I'm just above Marvel. Well, what are you saying really principally there? Is it that you really, really like this particular art house thing? Or is it that you think Marvel is just really, really crap, but too many people are saying it? And so you're going to just pretend like you're better than to criticize it.
I mean, a lot of people want to be different. A lot of people want to be the one. Well, actually, I said this before it was cool. I'm the one who pioneered the trend. That was me.
Me, baby, me.
There is a strange amount of people where it's like, I can't like this thing because it's popular. It's like they have to find the edgy thing that nobody else, even if it's awful, they'd rather say that they like the awful thing just to stand out and be different.
I think, no offense to him, but if Theo was here, he'd say he has a bit of that. Like if ever something gets popular, he's suddenly not as fond of it anymore. It used to be the cool, small, known thing. Now everyone likes. I mean, it's been known to kill franchises, right? Like a lot of people would cite that Rick and Morty was destroyed by becoming so popular.
Yeah.
To an extent, some people think like Dark Souls or From as a franchise creator, like they become more homogenized over time to appeal to larger audiences, but. It's so you can point to things more than just the fact that it is getting more popular, but there are people who feel that way, yeah.
On this platform already, there are so many channels dedicated to talking about bad films and negativity about movies. There's no shortage of that. When you see a bad film sometimes, if you're a film critic, and I can tell you this from experience, you get kind of excited because you realize, I could really make a good review of this, and I could really talk about all the problems with this and just really let them know how shitty they did.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's so funny to see
basically
him talk
my
about
channel.
The motive. It's like, yeah, that's a fine motive because you're talking about trying to create something entertaining, right? But shouldn't he then realize oh wait, if I'm to praise anything, then naturally there has to be good examples create bad examples as a scale, right? So they would. Why couldn't you always make it? Because I hate the whole positive negative thing. It's like if there's a problem with how someone made a movie, let's say a dead pixel. How crazy would it be if someone made a fucking movie with a dead pixel in it? That would be nuts. No one would ever do that. But let's say someone I don't know, Zack Snyder did that. That'd be nuts. That'd be crazy. Never. He'd never do that. But if he did that, you could point that out and be like, you need to be careful about this sort of stuff. Luckily, it can be sorted out in post, especially if it's streaming. Where if you just fill in the fucking dead pixel every time it shows up with one, it's easy to solve, but you don't have to make that some kind of horrible, negative, angry thing. That can be positive. You can be like, look at this example of an experienced director making a very small and obvious mistake that you wouldn't expect, and it's and the solution there's several, and that this has happened before in history, and you can talk about cameras and pixels and stuff. You know what I mean? He's broadened out negative as just being something that you can't do anymore.
I find no joy in that anymore. I just don't. A few years back, I stopped doing my worst of the year videos for that same reason. And ever since then, I've had a tough time enjoying negativity about film because I love film so much and I want to be a champion for film. So
I don't see how you wouldn't be a champion for film by also recognizing where film is failing.
Yeah, I'd say we're a champion. We're champions for films.
Push up what's good.
We talk a lot about this shit.
Suppress what's bad, or not even suppress. Highlight what's bad, right? That's how you would put it. You want to
general improvement as well, because an awful lot of the mistakes that are being made in a lot of modern films are really basic things, but unless you're really looking for them, I certainly feel you're starting out as a writer and you're not necessarily putting into words everything you feel about what you're watching, and so your influences are influencing you without you really understanding completely why. It can actually be really helpful. It's like when I was watching you guys before I was on YouTube and I was sort of writing on the side and things, it did get me thinking, hang on a minute, yeah, no, does this character action actually pay off anything later on? Am I making him do this because the plot needs him to? Or is it the thing the character would do in the action, given that the character is who I've written him to be? And like that stuff, it sounds really simple when you just lay it out like that. But speaking for myself, and I think quite a lot of other people, it's not always at the forefront of your mind. So criticizing these things is in aid of a general improvement, not just in the film you're criticizing, but also other people who might be inspired by that film or by what you're saying to go and write something better. It's ultimately it's an aspirational, optimistic thing, not a I hate this thing and I'm just going to shit on it for laughs.
And if you can't break down why something is bad specifically and explain it, then you'd find it very difficult to make something that was good.
And you might not actually know. If you can't explain it, then you might not know it.
I think, yeah, like, and it generates the scale. I don't see how you can have praise without criticism, you know, as a whole. I mean, you can create like an environment where you don't ever speak of criticism, but it's always implicit in everything that you say is praiseworthy.
It devalues the praise as well, because there's only really two options. Either you just don't talk about the bad movies, or you lie and you say they're good, or you point out what you liked about them and ignore what you didn't like.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do if someone's like, what do you think of the characters? And you just go, yeah, you know.
No, they worked really hard at the acting.
Somebody, you know, if you receive praise from somebody who is willing to criticize you, that praise is meaningful. But if it's somebody who just says, yeah, good, yeah, nice, well done, good job, all the time, what are you meant to do with that? I guess you just have to assume that you've been getting it right all the time and that there's no need to improve or change or grow.
I guess so.
And you have to keep yourself sharp. You have, as a person, you can't fall out of. I mean, we've seen it time and time again with directors. I mean, look at Ridley Scott and James Cameron, where you're just like, what the fuck happened? What happened? How did you lose your edge? Did you stop caring? Did you change into a negative way? Like, what is it? You need to be able to keep yourself honed and sharp.
If he had like a friend who was a filmmaker, would he actually give them no tips? Because that would be negative. The implication being that they're failing.
I would imagine that. I got to imagine that's not the case.
Exactly, right? It would have to not be the case.
Oh, no, among friends or with myself, I'll be critical. But then at that point, you would have to extrapolate out and say, well, if you can accept that there is value in criticizing yourself or receiving criticism from your friends, do you also believe that there is some value from criticism being levied publicly, or from other people who are completely unrelated, or from you to other things that are completely unrelated to you? Is there any benefit in public criticism of creative endeavors?
I think that's exactly the case. I think that's how Hollywood is now. Because many times you go through these movies and you're like, at no point did any of you think that this was awful. Did nobody tell you it was awful?
No one said anything.
Did nobody point out anything?
Sure.
Yeah.
And it's just everyone on the sets are yes men.
The only
because
things
if they're not, they'll get fired.
Come to mind was Iman Vellani, right? Like, she had a thing of talking about continuity, which was like wild to hear. It was just like, what? Someone in Marvel is talking about something making sense? That's weird.
Well, you saw how is it Jenna Ortega was treated when she was like,
difficult to work with.
You had Henry Cavill on The Witcher. Every single time anyone goes, I don't like this, I think this needs to be changed, they're always treated as a problem. They always headbutt other people. And Jenna Ortega, if it hadn't been the massive hit it was, probably would have faced a similar thing that Henry Cavill did.
Yeah, which is absurd. Like, they seem to be very much unique highlights of actors who are invested in the characters behaving as they should, so to speak. But they've like beaten that out of everybody in the MCU and Star Wars at this point. They'll just do everything.
It's so strange, though, isn't it? Because when you watch the old Bungie vidocs, one of the things that they consistently say is that they are in an environment where everybody feels comfortable just very, like, brashly criticizing each other's work. Just not trying to couch it in pleasant terms, but just saying, this sucks, you need to do it again, or you need to fix it, this isn't working. And then they highlight that as a positive because it means that everybody's on the same page, everybody's pushing each other.
Everyone gets their turn, everyone's open for it. Yeah, exactly. No one's above it, and no one's beneath it.
Ultimately, the point is to make a great game, and of course, Bungie used to make great games.
Yes, they did. Used to make great games.
It did work. That process of being very openly critical of each other.
So you
need to bring it's this culture. You need to build up a culture around you where you can do these things, and a particular culture will, at least as long as you can maintain that culture, it will sort of keep you on the right track. It will set you on a good path forward.
Yeah, like I'm in a writer's room pretty much every day at the moment, and was brought in pretty much with the explicit instruction, tell us if we're being shit. And so I get yeah, it's like I get to sit there. It's like, does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense. And everyone takes it nicely. And then occasionally I'll have to write something and someone will say exactly the same thing. And it can be a really horrifying process because you've sat down for hours and you've penned something and you think, actually, I'm pretty proud of that. And then it sits down in the writer's room and someone says, hang on, that bit right at the beginning just makes no sense and the rest of it falls apart. And it's not nice when you're told that. But actually, it's absolutely necessary. And it pretty much happens evenly and equally as well. And so the finished product will be so much better because you have, as you say, this culture of people being perfectly honest with each other in terms of their creative decisions. And the hope is that at the end of that, something comes out which is at least coherent, but ideally very, very good. But it wouldn't be if nobody was sitting around in that writer's room saying, yeah, that thing you did was a bit shit.
And the point being, if there is a benefit to doing that in these sort of circumstances, is there a benefit from public criticism? I don't see how the answer could possibly be, no, there is no benefit at all whatsoever.
Remember, it comes back to how he feels. He doesn't enjoy it anymore. Doesn't like the experience.
If that's the reason, then okay.
Well, that's the thing. I don't buy it. I think that if a friend said, where can I improve? And if he said, I can't tell you because it makes me feel awful. You're like, what? Like this,
I don't know. I guess I'd almost be tempted to. Well, then, can you do that and help me still?
Can you deal with the pain just for me as a favor?
Yeah, like as a friend, very cool.
And he's like, I'll try. And he says,
that's right.
You need better lighting, bro.
You're saying the film's too dark. Why do you
I want to be a champion for film. So I am going to distance myself from film criticism and embrace
That's
film
crazy. That's your channel.
Well, so
but again, criticism isn't strictly negative.
Well, it goes both ways. He said he's going to embrace
have
film appreciation. What is it to appreciate if you don't recognize where it falls and where it succeeds?
What is it to appreciate without some form of critical process of analyzing what is good and bad?
Watching all the terrible movies these last X years during EFAP has certainly given me great appreciation, not even just for the really good movies, but even for the fine movies, the movies that are okay. I'm like, oh, okay, I can appreciate this movie that's an okay film.
That's to give you a context for something he intended to do at that point. To make sure you understand his position on that. And then he made a video called The Future of Film, which is the main event, all right? It's just worth keeping this in mind while we go on to his opinions of what's happened to film. Whoa.
Movies!
It's very filmish.
Oh,
what's going on, everybody? Hope you're having a great...
I hate that intro so much.
I really don't like that at all. I think that's awful.
I think I prefer his old one, honestly.
His old one, it was a little bit more earnest and fun. This one is just
it was quick to the punch as well. It was pretty short.
Great day. So this is not going to be a typical movie review. It's going to be more of a discussion video based off of a few different topics that relate to Marvel and movie theaters. Martin Scorsese and his opinions. I've never really talked about that.
At this point, Martin may as well just be cinema. That's how it works now for discussion. He was sent by God as a film reel. He turned into a person.
Movie gods.
Before about how he
save
said
us
that
all.
Isn't cinema, and those movies are more of roller coaster rides. I want to talk about movie theaters.
What does that
and
mean?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We can't even do anything with that. We had
this
conversation, I think, on one of the previous anniversary. I can't remember now, but it was like, please, whenever you say a movie is like a roller coaster, tell me what you mean by that and whether or not it's a good thing. And if you're being critical, well, wait, he said he wouldn't be critical anymore, so I guess it's not critical.
Oh, dang
going to them and who's supporting them. And I want to talk about the current state of the MCU. So let's cover these things, and I hope it's going to be fun.
All right, let's shit on the Marvels, Chris. Let's do it.
The Marvels. Yeah, there's a lot of people talking about this movie right now. I'm not really going to talk about it in depth.
Not really.
That's part of the problem.
That's part of the problem.
It seems that no one really gives a shit, actually, Chris.
That it's a short movie. It's a fairly breezy watch. I liked Iman Vellani quite a bit as Miss Marvel. I thought she was
the
fantastic.
most boring takes.
Yeah,
all of the most boring.
You like her quite a lot. She seems nice, but
that's part of his take. It's a short movie.
Yeah. It's
a short movie. Because these are the common takes. Wow, it's short for a Marvel movie. It's also a very light movie. It's not very weighty or dramatic, and Iman Vellani is entertaining. Like, those are the most common perspectives that get given out when people don't want to be more specific about anything that they like or dislike about the film.
Also, if we're going to write notes that you're going to read while you're on camera, like stick it near your camera at least. He's looking about 2 foot over.
Also,
the
how can
camera.
you? I'm sorry. You just made me realize. How is he needing bullet points to remember the film was short and I liked Iman Vellani?
Hey, look, right, I'm not going to hold it against him that he's, like, got notes, okay?
That's not the point. It's that you can't remember your basic take on the
You shouldn't need
film.
notes for this. You shouldn't need notes for this. There are some things you need notes for. This isn't one of them. This is
okay. He's just using his notes. It's fine.
I'm not criticizing for having notes. I'm criticizing for having to go to his notes to remember what he thought about the Marvels. Isn't that indicative of the fact that he has no idea what he thinks of the Marvels?
Isn't that an interesting thing? It's kind of odd. You know, it makes you think. There's so much subtext in this frame of him having to read his notes to remember what he thinks about this movie.
Although I don't really know what the movie's about.
They already go.
Okay.
I guess I don't
It was
really
about
blame you
teamwork.
for not knowing what it's
That's
about.
fair. I think the first time I spoke with Fringy after seeing it, I said I don't know what the film's about. It was only after thinking about it for a while that it was like, I guess teamwork is the way to make the dream work. I don't know.
Yeah, teamwork is good.
Yeah, girls get it done.
Yeah, that's pretty negative, Chris. Like,
Whoa.
you better be careful there.
I don't know what the film's about.
Bridges
That's
burned.
what I'll say. What I really want to talk about is
Okay, so what if Nia DaCosta was like, hey, you know, Chris, that really hurt.
That
my
really hurt.
feelings.
Yeah, and I'm a
Would you
filmmaker. You
just
probably
do
don't know until you come onto my
Yeah.
set how much we
That's
work
right.
real hard.
Would you take it back?
Take down your video, edit it.
don't really
Family.
consider a debate anymore. It's really just a discussion point that I'm seeing a lot, and it was jump started when Martin Scorsese said
wrong?
that Marvel movies and superhero films weren't really cinema, and
Which
that they were
well, wait, I don't think he said weren't really cinema. I think he said,
He said they weren't cinema.
Okay.
This,
Don't have these little weasel words.
Don't, yeah,
we
don't
said-
say your patron saint's words.
like I said, I think it was in 200 or 150, I don't know, but we had a big discussion about how much this is an annoying discussion. When you say a film isn't cinema, that means something different for every single fucking person on this planet. It's so
Whereas
complicated.
It's far easier to just say, well, they're all films.
Just say it's
that the
bad.
Marvel ones are
Just
bad
say
and
they're
tacky and
bad.
plot.
Yeah.
Just say they're bad.
They're bad films. I mean, a lot of them are. That's the thing. When you be like, I don't know, fucking Iron Man, that ain't cinema. It's like, is it not? And you're like, no, because
You wouldn't say that about Raimi's Spider-Man films.
Oh, fuck no.
surely. Or Superman, the original.
Well, the fact is,
Superman,
Frankie,
or Tim Burton's Batman
even if he
films.
thought that was true, he wouldn't say it because he knows he's not
No,
allowed.
of course not. That's right. That is an unacceptable take.
more theme park rides, and you go.
Mahler, you can't say that they're bad because that's negative. Just say that they aren't art.
Okay, that gets away.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
you
That's
just reminded me.
That's just a category, yeah.
That's like the whole, everyone's allowed any interpretation of anything, but you have bad media comprehension. You have bad media literacy.
Ugh.
Like, oh, didn't you just say the thing you said you wouldn't say? And it's like, no. Okay.
Marvel movies and superhero films weren't really cinema, and that they were more theme park rides, and you go to those movies to have fun, and that's great. He wasn't really saying that that's wrong. He was just saying that it has its place and that
Well,
it
no,
shouldn't
I
be.
mean,
Oh, when you're saying you're-
it
it was insulting.
It is lesser. It is lesser art.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
It might not even be art at all.
He was just saying that it has its place and that it shouldn't
As being
be
not cinema.
the entirety of why we.
Do you see how it's walking around minds
People-
because they know
People
what the
do so much
implication is?
fucking work for
Well,
him.
the thing is, all right, Martin Scorsese is like, you can tweak it and then get to a much more reasonable position that is like, yeah, they're just slop, they're crap movies, and they're bad for the industry, rather than, well, they're not even cinema.
Well,
Let's
yeah,
be
you
real,
can
they're
soften what he said by completely changing it into something that he didn't say.
Yeah, you could do that.
the point,
Like, guys, you don't have to
run.
you don't have to carry all this water for your patron fucking saint. Martin Scorsese said something that was dumb and wrong, and that's okay because he's human, and we all do that except me.
You're not human.
Yeah, your dog.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
right.
Guess you
And I
made a
put-
mistake just now. You fool.
That's right.
No, not me.
So that's a paradox, Rags. You need to
Dogs are people.
disintegrate You need to implode
Dogs are better
into a
people than people.
singularity. No, that was a paradox. You need to disintegrate.
Oh no.
Disintegrate.
Rex goes.
I gotta go
What
fight the
happens
fart
when you
cloud
say
monster.
paradox? If you're a robot, you explode. If you're organic, you turn into a black
Oh
hole.
my god, it's
Just-
already happening in chat. Martin is right. The MCU is entertainment. It's not art. Fucking hell.
Okay, well,
Jesus.
the problem is
Okay, I don't
wanna,
find it
like,
entertaining though because it's a piece of shit.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to retable. Like, I don't want to have to keep having this conversation about like the definitions of art. Like every single time it comes up, all right. You just have to accept.
Dude, imagine
that the EFAP stance is that Marvel movies are art. They're bad. We just think they're bad.
Imagine saying there's no art in the MCU. No art. It's only
What does it
entertainment.
mean? Yeah, what does it
Fucking
mean
hell.
for the artistry in
This
like
is the
costume
damage that gets
design
done. The
or-
discourse
yeah.
is fucked.
Well, it just becomes way more confusing because once we start like arbitrarily drawing all of these lines for these terms, it just starts to get really confusing. When I think it's just way
Do you
easier
think-
to say they're all movies. They are categorically definition. They're movies. It's just like how we feel about them, whether we think they're good or bad.
Do you think when Ebert said video games are not art, that he had loads of fans that were like, he is right though. Video game, like it's to do with video games. You interact with it, which isn't art. That's more of a
Well,
like.
the problem is that-
That's a.
I imagine that people are like, oh yeah, Mario jumping around. Oh yeah, that's not art. Which again, that's already an insane perspective because there is artistry in the animation and the art in the backgrounds and the music. And then of course the artistry of game design. But then once you have your like art games, once you start to get those examples, then it begins to completely deteriorate. But you shouldn't even need like BioShock to understand that Super Mario World is art. It's obviously art. It is
Well,
comprised
see, so was it
of
like,
many...
I don't care if they're considered art or not. I enjoy playing them. I care because it's to do with legitimacy and like
Yeah,
respecting the industry and the fucking art form. It's fucked up to be like, video games are those cute little things babies play with. It's like, what the
as
fuck?
opposed to, like a real legitimate art form. It's
And it's
lame.
so funny too because film went through that. Film wasn't taken
Yep.
seriously for
Pretty much
ages.
everything goes through it at some point when it's the new thing, and it takes a while for people to essentially accept it as a form of artistic expression.
The entirety of why we go to the movie theaters, and I very much so agree with him. There's a really
As if you
You
could tell me
agree with the
what a movie
different-
theater.
Well,
Well, it's
again,
like
you-
people say the
you agree
purpose
with
of art or why we watch art and things of that nature, but they say it in this very. They don't say it in a broad way. They mean it in a very specific kind of way. I don't like it when people speak for the reasons why I do things, especially when the reason I go to one movie is completely different, oftentimes the exact opposite of why I go to see a different movie.
really good video on some of these topics I'm about to get into from Patrick Willems. It's on his channel. It's, it's like who's
my boy Patrick.
killing
Why
cinema
plot
or
holes
who killed
don't matter.
cinema. I'm going to link that in the description below. He makes really great videos. It's like 90 minutes long. It's a feature film.
What does it mean if you
It's
say
amazing.
That well, actually, now I'm curious about this. What does it mean to say that Patrick Willems makes really great videos that include critiques of specific films?
Oh,
when you
geez.
say
Yeah.
that you don't have you're not going to say anything negative about any given film. I'm not going to say anything negative about any given film, but I do like this guy's videos, which include videos that are critical of very specific works. You get what I mean? Like how many steps removed are you from
Well,
his
yeah,
true
remember-
opinion on any given thing?
Shout out J.J. Abrams.
He really
All-
did.
you know,
He
and
went
also
hard on
Yeah,
him. He was
exactly.
pissed.
So,
I don't
And
get
that-
it. How
it's-
Patrick
it's-
Willems makes
hey.
such shit videos, but it seems
Chris
like so
Stuckman.
many people will just be like promoting him. Yeah, he's just so good. He's just so insightful and smart. And it's like, have you listened to him speak?
Hey.
Fuck, he's a moron.
Yeah.
You've seen all of his worst videos, though. You haven't seen any. Like, how many have you watched,
Oh,
Drags? Over more than
How-
two?
I've
I'd be-
watched 1, 2. Let's say that I watched those two. Still, those were so bad.
I know those are
Jeez.
bad, but you know, if he has a video
That
of like
doesn't matter.
discussing
And all the stuff
the
that was contained in
directorial
that.
styles of Bad Boys versus John Wick, there's probably nothing wrong with that video, you know?
I don't know.
But when he's talking about like how plot holes don't matter and that writing is just fuckery, it's like, well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of problems with that.
It's a great video that can educate you on a lot of these topics I'm going to discuss if you don't know anything about them. As far as movies in the MCU after Endgame, I've enjoyed Shang-Chi quite a bit. I liked Spider-Man No Way
boring.
Home quite a bit. I liked Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Boring.
Black Panther 2 was fine.
Ooh, there you go. That's a
Oh.
slight bit of spice.
Fine.
That is a bit
Black Panther was
spicy.
fine.
That's what I
Because they
see.
can't be bad. They can't
Well,
be
no,
bad.
no, right.
They can't be
Well,
shit.
He said he's
Well,
not
no,
going to
but
be
the
ones he's
negative.
skipping over.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, it's like it's fine. I can't say it bad because I'm not.
Well, it's just interesting because the first 3 ones are the boring choices that everybody picks for the decent Phase 4 movies. Which, I mean, you know, let's be real, all right? How many people even remember what happened in Shang-Chi? Okay. But the fact that you would say that Wakanda Forever is fine, that is actually interesting.
But honestly, it's
Listen to that
been
long sigh.
downhill. I have completely
Oh my
fallen
god!
off.
Wait a minute, Chris. Stop. You gotta be
Uh-oh.
careful.
What are you doing?
Downhill.
Downhill
Yeah,
implies
mental
a drop
health
in
stuff.
quality.
Oh no!
Off the train of watching the shows. I haven't seen Secret Invasion. I didn't see Loki season 2. I didn't see Miss Marvel. And I really do think the major issue, at least for me, is the Disney Plus stuff. I just couldn't keep up.
Oh,
with
that's
it.
boring. That's
Yeah.
boring.
Couldn't keep up with it. Yeah, I don't know.
So we've
I
had-
feel like
We've had a few episodes before we cover like all the crazy reasons for why it's not working that everyone resists saying it's badly executed. Like
Yeah.
everyone has to find a new it's like oversaturation, the failure to connect things, taking too long to have a focused villain. There's no hero team that's been made yet. There's not enough development. There's not enough clashing. It's like they just come up with all kinds of different things and it's like it's just bad, man.
Yeah,
never
because
because
it's
it's low
all
quality.
trash.
It's never because of the writing. It's never
If
because
all
of
of
the
the shows were great,
characters.
if they were great, you would carve out the time in your day to make sure that you were watching all of these shows. You would,
Yeah.
if it was great.
Especially considering that your job is this.
Well, and it's funny too because it's
just
like
crazy to me to think I want to talk about this topic. It's like, oh, I've fallen off because it's too much to figure out and this and that, without talking about like, yeah, no, it's all piss though. Like it's all shit.
it's funny too because it's like I got to do all this homework, and it's like watching Secret Invasion makes the Marvels so much worse. Like it makes no fucking sense at all.
Oh yeah, like the fucking kept Fury in there. It's like another person from Secret Invasion.
Yeah, he's a
Like, what's
different
happening?
person, but he's still not Fury.
He's still not Fury,
having
but
Fury.
he's a different wrong Fury. It's weird as shit.
It was
But
like you have.
it has an interesting side effect because a lot of people have said, well, because I've not watched all this stuff, I never watched the movie because I can't catch up on all these things. But if you actually watch them, you realize you don't need to see these to watch the movies. They change nothing, and actually, it's worse. But if you haven't seen them, you still have that impression. So they've kind of shot themselves in the face both ways. It doesn't work. I don't know what that saying was, but
It's the worst of both worlds. It's the worst of both worlds with the MCU continuity because the whole point of the MCU as a selling point isn't it really cool that we can essentially tell a long form story in big budget cinematic form and you have your continuity, you're building up a world that you couldn't build up in one movie. Isn't that cool? But it's the worst of that where the films are often disconnected, but the ways in which they connect is contradictory. They deal damage to the subsequent stories. So it's kind of fascinating how like they've lost the benefit of the MCU while retaining all of the detriments, which is it's way harder to maintain continuity.
Yeah.
And they don't. They just don't.
No.
Have to know all of this. And for a minute, they were sort of like making it so you didn't have to watch the shows to get into the movies. But The Marvels is the first big MCU film where you kind of did.
No.
I'm gonna give him
at the start.
I'm gonna give him a bit of a break on this in the sense that it sounds like he's talking from a sense of as far as he's aware, which I think any normal person, if you were told a couple of true things, such as Carol, actually no, she's the only one that I guess would be irrelevant. She's not in Secret Invasion when she should be. But Nick Fury is like, Secret Invasion is all about the Skrulls, and there's a peace and reconciliation tour in this film about the Skrulls with the the state of them. So it's like it would make sense that Secret Invasion would connect to this. Then you got Miss Marvel. It's like the introduction of Miss Marvel. So of course it would make sense that you'd need to see that to see why she's here, what she's doing. And then of course Monica. It's like where does she come from? She comes from WandaVision. And so I could see anyone being like, well, yeah, this is the first one where I felt that I needed to see other stuff. And it's like, if only you did, so you'd know how much you didn't need to see them at all.
Well, they sit in that weird in-between stage where you can't ignore them, but there is not enough in any of them to be worth watching. So you do need a little bit of foreknowledge from, say, Ms. Marvel, because The Marvels does not introduce her character across 8 episodes worth of time. And there are things you miss, like the links between the magic bangles and the Nord dimension, which is also somehow the quantum whatever the fuck. And then with Monica Rambeau as well, if you haven't seen WandaVision, you have no idea who this person is, except that you still don't really have any idea who she is because she's not really a character. but you do kind of have to be aware of the shows, even if you don't have to watch the shows. And that's kind of the worst of both worlds at that point.
Well, and that's why someone said, like, so you're saying he's still wrong. It's like, yes, I am saying he's wrong, but I can understand how he got here. It would be intuitive, I think, to think, oh, this film would have been better had I seen Ms. Marvel and Secret Invasion. It's like, no, it wouldn't, but...
Yeah.
Like, if you didn't see WandaVision, you might be curious about things that are happening with Monica Rambeau. And if you didn't see Ms. Marvel, you need some catching
You'd
up
be confused.
about
Who
her.
the fuck is this?
Well, the funny thing is, we all were, like, we missed a whole fucking movie with Monica. That was it. It's just like that she seeing her in space and she's mastered her powers to the point where she can even fly. You're like, when the fuck did any of that happen? What the hell? You're like, oh well, I don't know. Shit, it's that's what's happening now.
The film tries its best to do that, and if you didn't see Secret Invasion, apparently that actually will help you.
No.
No,
it will make it worse.
Yeah, it makes it worse. There's more writing problems. There's more to criticize, unfortunately. Chris.
I mean, you know, to be fast about it, it would be an under-exaggeration to say that the Marvels, like, annihilates what sense Secret Invasion had left. Like, the whole point of Secret Invasion rests on a failure on Nick Fury and Captain Marvel's part of putting the Skrulls in a place where they could live, and then this film immediately just drops them in New Asgard. It's so funny.
Yeah,
like, you
that's
can't,
right.
You can't just do that. Like, that completely undermines all of Secret Invasion. It's like, yeah, but we didn't know that because we had no idea what Secret Invasion even was. You're like, yeah, okay, fine.
Because I didn't, and I watched and read some other reviews of people saying that the Nick Fury in this movie is nothing like the one that was just in Secret Invasion, and it's almost insulting.
Depends on what you mean. I guess some people like
a
Nick
dumb
Fury in
idiot,
Secret Invasion.
sure.
I don't know. He was in.
I liked him in the Avengers.
I mean, I even liked him in Winter Soldier. Like, I'm historically critical of that film, but to portray him as, like, reacting to enemies trying to kill him with technology and abilities that you might assume he has with his role, compared to having him cower so that the teenage girl can save him. You know what I mean? I have a preference for one of those, even if...
Yeah, it's weird seeing him, even though there's a lot of issues with the scene, but the scene of him in the truck, like, defending himself against, the Winter Soldier, was like, oh, this is clearly a different person from the useless clown loser who's in the Marvels. This is clearly completely different character. He's regressed substantially.
Right.
Well,
It seems like he became a clown loser in Captain Marvel, but the benefit of the doubt you could give to it is, yeah, but this was a while ago, which even then, whatever. But it's like they've carried that over, even though there was an interim period where he was a totally different person. It's kind of fascinating.
I was going to say, though, the way that he just said that was, it sounds like there are fans of Secret Invasion that were upset with Fury's portrayal in the Marvels.
Were there fans of Secret Invasion, though?
3?
Probably
maybe
2.
2 or 3.
Maybe.
And so I guess their argument would be that Secret Invasion, and forgive me for saying this, Secret Invasion took Fury seriously, and it brought him down, it made everything very serious, and he had to go through a lot, having anxiety attacks, and struggling to be the man he once was, and, the season is about him reclaiming the role of Nick Fury and get him back up there, and then in this movie, it's barely even addressed. It's ridiculous. I think that's what their argument would maybe be, I don't know.
I didn't have that experience because I didn't watch that show, so maybe that actually makes the movie better. I don't know. The point is,
What's the point?
stopped caring about this continuity because there was just too much of it. It had to, like, become my entire life if I wanted to keep up with this fucking...
That's not true. You just don't like it.
Did people ever say this about Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon? Just saying, it seems weird. It seems like they...
Oh, is it maybe
they
because
wouldn't
they
make
have
this argument?
better quality?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm just guessing.
If it was good, you wouldn't consider it homework or a chore. You would just be excited to watch it.
Yep.
Too much.
Seems
of it.
very
It had to, like,
earnest and
become my
real.
entire life if I wanted to keep up with this fucking story that's happening in these movies.
Oh my god.
Why would you put it that way unless it were bad? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would...
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, if it were all awesome, you did it back in the day. Was Phase 3, like, easy and not time-consuming to get through everything, I guess? It was just so good, I wonder. I don't know.
We're talking about 1 hour a week. I mean, come on.
This is what I mean. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, I can't spare my entire life to keep up with the MCU when it's like you can blast it all out pretty quick. It's just that no one wants to watch this shit. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
I think you could probably make an argument that there are too many threads. It's still a poor execution argument, but you can make the argument that there are too many dangling threads on at the same time. And the amount of cost you have to sink in to catch up on something you might have missed is now so much greater, which prohibits you or makes it less likely that you will actually bother to catch up on it, which then has a detrimental impact on everything that follows. If you compare the average number of releases a year from even Phase 3 to now, it's gone from something like an average of 8 every year to 15 a year if you're including all of the Disney Plus shows as well. Or 15 across 2 years. I can't remember. I did the maths at one point. But the point being that there are a huge number of various different stories going on. They are all crap, but if you do want to be on top of absolutely everything, you are going to have to sink more time into doing it. Obviously, if it were good, you would be motivated to do that. That's the principal criticism, but there is still more to do.
We kind of do it already. It was supposed to be a revolutionary new idea of you watch your TV and your films and you play your games and you read your books and somewhat. You know, everyone's doing it, listen to music. But it's like, what if several of those things were actually, you know, all parts of the similar story that all lead somewhere, and that some of them you can check out and it'll make something better, but if you missed it, that thing it would have made better is still really good. That was the dream. It came crashing down because it wasn't just a couple parts that went bad, it was basically the entire thing. The MCU was supposed to be, and I'm sure they envisioned this back in fucking 2018, they were like, we're going to expand to TV shows on Disney Plus. They're going to be amazing, and they're going to filter back into the films, and it's going to be the most profitable thing in the history of everything. This is going to be the first time anyone's ever done something like this. Like, every movie and TV show are going to feed into each other back and forth, and it's going to make all the money. And it might have been able to do that if they were really good.
Yeah.
Maybe it could have done that if they were okay. Like, but they weren't.
They were not okay.
I'd give leniency to a lot of people, but if this is your job and it's something you intend to talk about, then it's 1 hour a week, and he would have kept up with them as they were coming out. But he's the one that decided, no, I'm going to skip this. And the real question is, why did he decide to skip it at the time?
Yeah. Yeah, like, Miss Marvel's about to come out, and he's like, I can't fucking spare my life to watch that. Yeah. Like, whoa, it's Chris, what's going on? Like, why'd you...
Sounds pretty negative, Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah. Watch it. Better watch it. Someone might be listening.
Enjoy watching comic book movies. In fact, I love watching great ones. Obviously, I've had
great
watching great ones.
Oh, that's interesting. Great ones.
What do
you mean, Chris?
You have to do so much dancing around to prevent being blacklisted from Hollywood. It's not great. And he looks over to the side, and you could hear some guy be like,
You say that into the microphone?
Watching great ones. Obviously, I've had Daredevil behind me for like every video for a couple years now. I love good comic book movies.
Are these cinema? Do they count?
Are they cinema?
I've always been very inspired by them. Sam Raimi's first 2 Spider-Man movies are...
Oh, not the third one.
Yeah, it's interesting. But it's a shame those aren't
That's what
cinema.
I mean. It's the thing. I'm not going to be negative. I love 1 and 2. It's like, what about 3? I love 1 and 2.
Boy, 1 and 2 are so great.
Sure, 1 and 2 are good movies, man.
It's like a black hole. You have to detect it by what's around it.
Influential movies I've ever seen. And Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy is fucking amazing. I'm sitting here wearing a Dragon Ball shirt. That's a manga, also known as a comic book. I mean, I don't have to...
as a comic.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
I don't know what that was.
You know that comic book doesn't mean superhero, man.
But shut up.
That just felt really stilted. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I guess it was just matching for a bunch of different things. I was like, well, I like Dragon Ball. Wait, Dragon Ball's not like superhero technically. Well, it's a manga, and that's you know.
So it can still be cinema. It can still be cinema, okay? It can still be cinema.
Do you think that was a counter to people saying the comic book industry is dead, but manga isn't? He's like, no, actually, they're the same thing.
I don't know.
I think it might just be as simple as what I first thought, which is that he erroneously conflates comic books with superheroes when it's not the case. It's not the case at all. It's a medium.
Oh, he's just trying to establish his nerd credentials. It's an appeal to his own authority, effectively. So, look, I love all of this stuff. I love it when it's good. I just don't like it when it's not when it's not good. I just don't like it when it's not the thing that is good.
Sit here and pretend like I'm above any of this. I get excited about all of these.
Okay. No,
Wait, so is
it's
he trying to
okay,
counter the
that's
idea
all
that
right.
like I'm not saying that the Marvel films
I'm
have
not
gotten
a
so bad
snob.
that they're not interesting enough to me anymore. I'm interested in all kinds of crap like manga.
I think the super charitable one is I'm not a snob. I'm not some pretentious guy who thinks that these comic book, superhero movies. I like superheroes. I like anime. I like all that stuff. All right.
But I also get excited about watching a 3.5-hour Martin Scorsese film in theaters too.
Why do you say that? Like that's not. He's pretty mainstream. Like Scorsese films.
I guess it's kind of funny that there's almost the implication of it would be weird if somebody liked Dragon Ball Z and Martin Scorsese movies.
Yeah, that's kind of where I take issue with this. It would be like if I said like, oh yeah, I like my Iron Man blasting stuff around, but I also watch Tarantino. You're like, yeah,
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
It's
to
not
have
like
different
Scorsese's
interests.
explicitly made films that no one sees, and they're all in like film festivals or something.
That's
No,
right. Like, the idea that you know who Martin Scorsese is. His films are generally successful.
it's like yes, I do throw on a Mission Impossible every once in a while, but I also check out Oppenheimer.
Whoa, you crazy
Like a
son
lot
of
of people
bitch.
watched Oppenheimer. Okay, like you're all right.
A lot of people aren't like that. I bumped into a guy the other day at a restaurant who was wearing a Halloween 1978 hoodie, and I was like, "Oh man, did you know that tonight they're showing that movie in a theater nearby?" And he was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Leave me alone, you weirdo.
I don't really go to movie theaters anymore. And I was like, "Why?"
This movie
And he-
sucks.
There's so many reasons why someone might not go to a movie theater. There's countless. I think
It's expensive, man.
RLM talk about it regularly. They fucking hate going to theaters because of the people. They like,
Yeah, that's my attitude.
Expensive. People are on their phones or they're talking.
oh
during the
god,
movie.
people
inability
talking in
to stop
theaters
racing for
needs
2
to be
hours.
outlawed.
Like,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. This isn't a social experience. It is, but it's not.
Yeah,
Shut up.
you're ruining it. It's the hip.
He said, "Because I can just, watch it all at home."
Yeah, you can watch it in your own home theater if you have it set up. You can black out all
Yeah.
the lights. You can have your own snacks. You can pause to go to the toilet whenever you want. It's kind
It's
of
amazing.
Right.
There's a
It's
couple of reasons why
awesome.
people like it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
way
stop
easier to
thinking
get away
about
with masturbating.
Let me think about the direction he's going to take this, because I imagine he'll be talking about that he doesn't want to lose the value of seeing these works on a big screen with the big sound. That there is something sacred
Sound
about
that
that
I can
experience
feel.
that needs to be. That's right. Yes, and that needs to be preserved, and it might die, and that's going to make me real sad because I grew up watching movies in the theater, and that was a really formative experience for me.
I grew
and
up
want to
surrounded by
retain
water.
that. I want to retain the cinema. I want to retain the theater. That would be my guess as to the direction that he's taken this. Which I gotta say, I'm already like I feel like that's a less interesting conversation than like the nature of the industry itself in terms of the movies that are being made. And whether or not they're successful or not anymore, and what trends are going to emerge because of it.
Wouldn't it also
Oh,
be a pretty
you're
strange argument to follow on from someone who presumably agrees with Martin Scorsese that Marvel films are more like, I don't know, entertaining experiences than they are works of art? If the reason you want to go to the cinema is for the entertaining experience of going to the cinema more than the work of art that you're going to watch.
And the thing is, you gotta. If I was being super duper charitable to him, it would be like, well, the experience of watching some amazing film, I could watch it at home, sure, but it's not the same experience
Yeah.
as watching it on the big screen with the big sound.
Oh, theaters when there's like no hindering effects can be fucking amazing. There's no denying it.
Yeah.
Well,
It's,
yeah, Oppenheimer in the theater was really great when nobody was talking, which they
When
weren't,
nobody was
unfortunately.
Well,
That was nice.
and to be fair, there are some films that benefit from the audience getting a bit noisy at certain points, right? We probably all agree that
Mhm.
Yeah.
when Cap picks up that hammer, you kind of want to hear some people celebrating and clapping and stuff.
That's the first time in a German cinema that I heard people go like, "Ooh!" It was like because they're fucking silent here in Germany because there's no sounds. But
suppose-
that one, it's like, oh, that was an experience.
Yeah, what's being highlighted is just that there are plenty of valid reasons that one would not want to go to the theater. That's all.
Oh, absolutely.
And that is the mentality of a lot of people, is that it's just easier to watch things at home, and it's why movie theaters are struggling. It's why physical media is struggling. I could do a whole video on how.
Well, wait.
That's-
Physical media.
No,
struggling
you can't
has
put those
nothing-
next
Yeah,
to
that's
each
a
other.
pivoted,
That's
like-
stupid.
That's a different conversation because physical media is a home experience fundamentally. So it's
You need
actually
just-
completely
Yeah,
irrelevant.
now you want to
That's a
go for
different conversation.
streaming, presumably, but even then,
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot of arguments to be made about. I mean, certainly in our circles, right? Like streaming, we're all very aware, and it needs to be spread further that streaming does not mean fucking anything in terms of keeping the content. So
No.
fickle.
Clearly not. Yeah.
How Best Buy is not going to be offering physical media anymore after this holiday season. In fact, I might.
So that sucks, but if they're given like a reason, because if it literally is just nobody's buying it, it's like, well,
Well, yeah,
like,
the same thing.
What are they meant to do about that?
yeah, you can't
believe-
blame them for that at that point. That's just a market that's gone at that point.
No.
Well, wasn't it always considered like a loss leader? They got you into the store via that section, but then you bought other things. Because I know that going way back, Woolworths used to do that with music CDs.
Right.
They specifically lost money, but it got people in.
It's well, because the thing is as well, a lot of the physical copies of stuff I'm buying are not typically in stores. They're more so like on Amazon warehouses of like, you know,
Right.
because they're classic movies that I want in 4K. They're not. I'm not looking to buy Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning on 4K. I'm just not.
If I sound elitist in any way by saying you got to go to the theater, you got to support theater, I understand that, because when I was a kid, I could only see like 1 or 2 movies in theaters a month, and I would always go on the $5 discount day and take advantage of any coupons I ever had. This isn't just about going to a theater to support a theater. It's really about the kinds of movies that are being made. 1,000 people have talked about this forever, and I'm not the first person to say this, but the thing is, it's like we often complain that movies aren't the same as they used to be. Why don't they make them like they used to? That doesn't look like a real movie, blah, blah, blah. We hear those complaints all the time, and then we go home and we pirate movies, or we don't buy the Blu-ray, or we don't go to the theater.
Okay, speak for yourself, bud. I buy all the ones that I fucking love, all right? It's important to do that. And
I
think
support
that's
many
fair.
artists with my money.
Yeah.
Theater, and we wonder why Hollywood isn't hearing us, and it's because the only way they do is if we spend money. You can
Oh, they've heard
Or don't spend money.
the box office, at least the pain of, you know what I mean, like, because raising up good movies and bringing down bad movies is going to be that's like the ultimate process. And even if there was no criticism of the Marvels online, like, the public have spoken somewhat, haven't they?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you know, if he said like, yeah, but the problem is there'll be films that come out, for example, Killers of the Flower Moon, that doesn't get enough people watching it compared to how much it should. Isn't that fascinating? That opens up the question, doesn't it? Because they never want to frame it as good films versus bad films. They want to frame it as cinema versus entertainment.
Right.
Or content versus art, maybe. But it's just like, I feel like if you just take that step forward and say these films are poorly made versus the ones that are very well made and meaningful and creative and integrity, blah, 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 like, I feel like it gets easier to defend these points. Because the definitions get all muddy when you say, like, we should be propping up cinema more. And it's like, why?
As opposed to just saying we should prop up good films that
Yeah,
we
because good
enjoy,
films is just like, oh,
that are
fuck yeah, I'm
inspiring.
behind that. We should
Yeah.
prop up better things in the craft. But if you say we should prop up cinema versus entertainment, you'd be like, okay, why? And it's like, well, because they're different and interesting and special and unique and blah, blah, blah. And you just be like, sure, but, like, shouldn't we just go with whatever people are enjoying? Isn't that, like, the better metric, which happens naturally at that point? Like, I feel like it's a much more compelling argument to just say, well, no, this is better, and we should support better.
Well, I mean, it would be hard to convince someone, well, you need to watch a bunch of these films that may or may not interest you, that you may or may not like, that they're kind of auteur films, but you should watch all of them, you know, to support the idea that there should be more films that are created by auteurs or something. It's like, well, maybe it would be easier as a sell to just get people to, you know, watch the movies that they like and support the movies that they like, and then, you know, and then see what comes of that.
bet your ass we're going to get more Five Nights at Freddy's movies, because that
Wait. Is that, I guess we're all agreed it's not cinema. Boom.
Boom.
Need the Vine
Dang.
boom sound, right?
Sorry,
the way he
Freddy.
The way he said it's like,
Why
Five
not?
Nights at Freddy's, look at them over there, right? We get more of that.
That's what I mean.
like,
It's
yeah.
like, can you come out of your shell? Just be honest. It's like, we don't want more shit.
Yeah.
And Five Nights at Freddy's, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't want that to be the peak of what's coming out. I get it.
No.
But at the same time, Five Nights at Freddy's sweep. It's just gonna win all the Oscars.
Hollywood isn't hearing us, and it's because the only way they do is if we spend money. You can bet your ass we're going to get more Five Nights at Freddy's movies, because that film did incredibly well, even though it was day and date on Peacock. They hear those things.
But
Yeah,
so
why
what is that as a
that?
data point? Is that bad that that's
Yeah.
happened? Or is he
Well, yeah,
just
that's
using
what I-
that as an example of what needs to happen for
Of
quote-unquote
what needs to
cinema?
happen, maybe. Yeah. But then I guess you should probably be really happy then, because Marvel films are now failing spectacularly.
this-
In fact, like, DC and Marvel films are both.
This means the really difficult problem to solve. When it's like, you see, Five Nights at Freddy's got its support, and they're going to hear that, and they're going to make more. It's like, that will be very satisfying for the Five Nights at Freddy's fan base, especially those who enjoyed the movie and want more of it. So, that means things are working as intended, right? You know what I mean? Like, if there is a selection of people that really liked, for example, Killers of the Flower Moon, but it's not enough to fund the next Killers of the Flower Moon, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that that's not going to be artificial.
Cost has got to factor into it as well, because Killers of the Flower Moon cost, I want to say, something like $200 million. Five Nights at Freddy
It's 250, I think.
Oh
Right.
my god.
Yeah.
God
Yeah,
damn.
whereas Five Nights at Freddy costs $200 million. Well, something that's been talked about. I thought that's what he was going to talk about, was the thing that Matt Damon talked about on the thing where he eats the chicken wings, that there is less of a market nowadays for middle budget films that cost, $50 to $100 million. Like Air, which, I think that was because he was talking about that because that was when it was coming out. There's way less of a space for films that exist in the middle. Which
seems weird, because so many of these movies that have that budget, you wouldn't like. What's the point of making a movie that's $250 million if you're like baffled as to why it costs that much?
Well,
it's 200. I actually misspoke, but yes,
that's immensely expensive, and you would need to believe that there is demand enough,
right,
for a movie like that costs $200 million compared to if it costs less than.
We're almost going to fold back on the whole, like, we love it when they experiment and they spend like $200 million on a goofy, wacky film, or $50 million on a really, really wacky and specific idea that you never would have thought they'd fund. It's like, cool, yes, agreed, especially if it brings you something incredible you've never seen before. But there are people behind giving those money that those money needs people to be. You know where I'm going with it, right? It's like, imagine it were you, and you're like, hey, I want to make R-rated biography of a person who no one knows existed. It's going to be 5 hours long. Can I have 300 million? You'd be like, no,
no. It's need to sell it a bit better, but
you gotta just remember it happens. I think gamers, not to throw my brothers and sisters under the bus here, but sometimes, this happens a lot with gamers, it's really easy to criticize the things that a publisher might do when it isn't your massive amount of money that's being spent on an investment that you're hoping to get back. Like, it sucks we don't get a Titanfall 3. I get it. Titanfall 2 didn't sell very well at all. It sold very poorly. So, you gotta understand, it isn't your money going to fund these things. It isn't your millions of dollars. So, it's just kind of remembering the same thing for movies. A lot of movies would be really cool to have, but I mean, it takes these things don't just come out of the ether. It takes money.
To
lots of it.
Back in, it would be that I agree with good old Matt Damon there that there needs to be more of a space for films that exist in the middle, so that you don't have these instances of these films that cost $200 million that need to make like $600-700 million to break even, and invariably don't anymore, I guess.
I don't think it makes sense, because nobody wants mid-budget movies. The audience in general has no idea what things cost, nor do they care. They only want a movie at the end of it.
I think the logic that he had was that people were more hesitant to go watch those kinds of films in theaters, because there was some expectation of everyone going to the theater on a big screen. I kind of want a spectacle, right, as a motivation. And so if you're going to watch something like Air on a big screen, maybe that's harder to justify.
Because it was an awful movie idea.
Well, it's so funny.
You
I was
can
about to
make
say
a spectacle on a mid-budget thing. It doesn't have to be about shoes.
Well, Matt Damon talking about mid-budget films like needing more space, downsizing, which I saw recently.
Yeah, Air was pretty good.
I wasn't. Anyone see Downsizing that wasn't me in
people
rags, which I forced him through half of it, but it was awful.
That movie sucked,
and it was definitely it was like 70 million budget, so it's like mid to high, right?
Because once you start to get, I feel, into that $40-50 million range, there might be one of those like you just can't tell. Especially depending on what the setting of that movie is.
Well, Oppenheimer, right? Nobody predicted the money that was going to make, and they did for good reason. Like there was lots of good reason behind predicting that would not make the money it did. And so, what does that mean? It's like, well, I guess it's a matter of filmmakers trying to take advantage of markets while also satisfying expectations at the same time, which is very difficult, but that might be the only real strategy you have. Because I have a feeling what we're heading to in the coverage of this, as we do with a lot of people, is like, we got to encourage people to get back in the theaters. It's like, that's not going to do shit.
No, because you can't artificially encourage people to get back into the theaters if when they go and see the movie, they're like, damn, man, that wasn't worth it. Like, I didn't enjoy that at all. And
Yeah, if they go see Downsizing, they're going to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
They recognize those things. My concern with the MCU going downhill is that a lot of people are only going to the movie theaters to watch these giant movies. And if the MCU is going downhill and less people go to the movie theater to watch the MCU movies because A, they're just waiting for Disney Plus, or B, they're not as good anymore, what's going to be the next big...
But like...
You can't say that.
It's like we're sort of writing it over and using as little points. It's like they're not as good anymore. It's like, that's seriously a huge deal, though.
That's probably the biggest deal.
And
They're
one
just
might say
trash, and
the
people are
difference
catching up.
between content and cinema is how good they are.
Yeah, this is what's been frustrating, because I've seen this video already. Like, this has been so frustrating to see tiptoe around the facts. Like, yeah, the movies are fucking ass. Just say
People
it.
never want to say it. It sucks.
Just say
it's weird.
it's ass.
No one wants to say it. They
That's
suck.
the big point. It's like,
Well, it's-
oh, it's going downhill.
We got
People
say it
different-
after the
don't go
fact.
anymore.
Don't say
Different
it
reasons,
afterwards.
different reasons for different people, right? Because we're talking about a mix of people at the time of film's release saying like, "Oh, I actually loved it, hype, yeah, woo," and then later on saying like, "Oh, it was bad." People like Chris who apparently have sworn off being negative, but then there are the people who are legit like, it's not the writing quality, it's the fact that there's no binding villain. You're like, what? No.
Oh yeah, like that guy that we watched a few weeks ago with all of his observations about how the MCU was doomed, but also that it was straight fire and cooking.
Right now, it seems to be that Chris is worried that if people stop going to see Marvel movies because they suck, they won't go see movies in theaters. But this year, we've had like Super Mario Brothers, we've had Barbie, we've had Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
They've all done really, really well. So I just don't think that fear is founded at all.
Yeah, people are not going to not want to see movies anymore.
And the ones that are
That's a
successful,
desire that's not going to disappear.
it like it's often word of mouth. Like it just keeps going for a longer period of time because people they tell their friends about it. Whereas Marvel relies on this is a big spectacle, you need to go and see this, and then nobody goes in the second weekend. Like Top Gun, that went on for
Yeah.
ridiculous amount of time
Yeah.
because people kept telling everybody else about how amazing it was, and eventually people, as it broke, it was like, oh well, I need to go and see this because everyone's saying it's great.
And then you got
I mean,
closer to
It's an
home would be
understandable
Guardians,
fear
right?
for
The
a
legs.
couple of years ago, I would guess, because there was a period of about 2 to 3 years where was it like 70 to 80% of the entire cinema box office was MCU Phase 4, Avatar: The Way of Water, Jurassic World Dominion, and there was one other really big performer, and all of those were absolute dog shit.
Yes.
And so if you look at the decline of the MCU, and then you can start worrying about the future of cinema, because this is pretty much a quarter of the entire box office, just to pull a number out of my ass there. But it's a huge share of the box office, and if that disappears, what happens to cinema? I don't know how I mean, I guess because Avatar has only had a couple of opportunities to be a terrible film, whereas MCU's had lots, and so maybe people aren't tired of it yet. But as has been pointed out, it's not as though nothing will arise to replace the garbage stuff. It's just that it might take a little bit of time for that to happen. But, Mario was popular, as has been mentioned. There's a couple of others which have done reasonably well. It's not necessarily going to kill cinema if the MCU goes the way of the dodo.
Well, as much as I feel like this is reflective of the spheres that we sort of speak on this stuff with, but like as much as we will make the claim that cinema is, or film, whatever, is at a low point that seems unprecedented, at the same time, I feel like the prescription we have is it's inevitably going to get better because capitalism is totally going to kick in, as it already is. They can't keep making these mistakes. They can't keep not making money. And eventually they're going to have to, like an Oppenheimer, which I don't know how everyone feels here about it, but I thought it was pretty fucking good. So it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
cool.
really
And it
liked
also made loads of money. Cool. It's like,
Awesome.
And that's the thing. It's like, oh, shit, should we be taking more of a risk on films that aren't superheroes? Because and then like video game adaptations and live action anime that's not complete cringe, it's some option. You know what I mean? Like there's little poking out of these industries, and you're like, as soon as the giant that is all the money going into superheroes fucks off, that money's gonna have to go somewhere else. It's like, where is it gonna go?
We still have the thing going on that all the cinemas, I don't know, signed all these contracts for all the big Marvel movies already, so they, I don't know, stink up all the theater rooms, so they have to put in like
Right.
4 or 5 screenings a day or
That
10 or
stink them
however
up.
big they are. Like that's not going to happen in the future with all those turnarounds.
Yeah, they might be really careful about what
They're going to be
they,
like,
you
oh,
know,
you're not
sign
going to
up
get
for.
you're not going to get 20 screenings a day. You get 10, you know, and then we can get these other movies in and give them more space to breathe. I guess I don't know.
I don't think the risk argument works when you look at it from like what they could be doing with, because obviously, what's it called? Where you spend money on one thing and so you can't spend it on something else. I forgot the term.
Opportunity loss.
Opportunity cost. Yeah, like they could be taking 3 of those 250, 270 plus $1 million movies and make 3 medium budget movies for the same time. And so out of 12 movies for
Right.
those, mid budget, one of them's got to be big. Like you could be
Well,
building
so-
up new franchises and new series. And so the risk, I think it's way more risk to do a big budget movie than it would be many.
Oh yeah, I think
medium
it's
ones.
become a huge risk to
actually
invest in the
would.
MCU at this point. Like, what
I
crazy
get that.
fucking person is going to do that right now?
What's going to be the next big thing that gets people to go to the movie theaters? And I can tell you that this year I did feel a lot of hope with Barbie and Oppenheimer doing as well as they did. But a lot of that is
Why not
because we
Mario?
kind of
Why not Mario?
Yeah, I don't know.
made it.
Not
I
a
don't
real
know if
movie.
Barbie gives me
We
hope.
like told
but-
people they had to go watch
Um,
both, and people.
Like, there is an element of it's kind of cool that like a film that is that like a lot of the aspects of its production and stuff are really cool and like
Yeah.
interesting, and that exists and can.
I think we all
succeed, but then
admitted
it's
that
also
we were
in
curious
Barbie.
about Barbie. It's
Oh
like,
yeah,
what is this
I
going
was
to be?
curious.
beforehand,
Yeah, I was,
kind of, I was kind of honestly looking forward to it. But oh well.
I was hoping it was going to be fun. Oh well.
People were like, well, I'm not cool unless I go watch both. I better watch both. And it was definitely bolstered by that. But also, they're both really good movies. In fact,
Why
Well,
do you
one of them's
keep?
really good.
But like,
Both
he's just
really good.
hello, like Chris,
fuck
come
off.
on.
But also, what's the implication?
Yeah,
of it
what's
when
the
you said
implication?
both
It's that we
really good?
need better film in general. That's the
Right,
big problem.
Yes.
fact, Tom Cruise himself was a major supporter of the double feature, even campaigning for it.
I don't know what that would mean, if anything. Like
He
Tom
watches
I
Cruise
every
supported
movie
them.
and says they're all great.
I guess because
Call to authority, maybe?
I think it is just accepted that both of the films benefited from.
Is he gonna talk
from
about
the
Dead
whole
Reckoning?
Oppenheimer thing. Well, yeah, that's right.
Because if he's
because,
saying like
that
they're
was-
so good, even Tom Cruise supported and promoted them, it'd be like, yeah.
and then yes, Tom Cruise's $300 million film
Yeah.
did not succeed.
Crash
does
and burn to the
mention
point
that.
where they'll be renaming the sequel. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's really bad. I would say. I think that's very telling.
Publicly,
It'll probably be like Oppenheimer first and then Barbie, I think. I think it's like you want like Oppenheimer's going to be on a Friday. Do you know what I mean? And then you can go. I'll probably see it in the afternoon. You want that packed audience, and then I want to see Barbie right afterwards with a packed audience. So Friday is like, you know, I used to plan my days where you start out early in the morning.
I don't know if this has anything to do with anything really.
Oh, is that
No.
the picture of them at the top going to see good old Indiana Jones? Huh?
Talk
no.
about that, Chris. Talk about Dial of Destiny.
Oh God, remember Indiana Jones? Dude, every Disney movie that's come out this year except Barbie gets
All ass.
This is what I mean. If
It's
someone said
all-
like, "Oh, Dial of Destiny suffered at the box office because people aren't going to theaters," like, no, it was shit. It was seriously
It was
super
fucking
shit.
awful, and everyone
Ooh,
who went to go, everyone went to go see it said it was shit.
It was a
Nobody
horrible
liked
movie.
it.
And you go to movies all day, and I like doing that. You know, and I'd go from one cinema to the next, and I'm going to do that. So I'm going to see them both opening day.
and in an unfortunate twist of fate, his excellent Mission Impossible
Yeah.
film suffered.
Well, here we go. Here's the hot take. If people aren't aware, that's because the film's bad. It's a bad
bad.
Mission Impossible.
Unfortunately, it's quite bad.
One cinema to the next, and I'm going to do that. So I'm going to see them both opening day.
And in an unfortunate twist of fate, his excellent Mission Impossible film suffered from the Barbenheimer smackdown at the box office.
Is that the narrative we're gonna go with?
From the Barbenheimer.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of this idea that no, it was obvious that Mission Impossible should have moved out of the way when Fallout made like $800 million. It was so obvious that it should have moved out of the way. I think that's absurd. I think they had every reason to think they were going to make a lot of money. Yeah, it's busy, but July's always busy. Like, yes, obviously that phenomenon had an impact, but I think the fact that Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning wasn't very good probably also played a big role.
People
in
talking
the
about it
film.
didn't last very long. It just didn't.
Nope, because it
Nope.
was just kind of like,
And-
oh yeah, no, a really cool action movie, whereas Fallout could again evoke more interesting conversations about that film because it
Yeah,
has
and, well,
something
not only
to
that, we had a
say.
direct comparison to Top Gun. It's like that's a Tom Cruise-led hyper action movie, big budget. Macquarie's directing as well, right? There's loads of
No,
similarities.
he was producing
Oh, okay.
and
Well,
screenwriting.
those two as like a team, I guess you could put it that way.
Sure.
They're involved, and like, yeah, it's like why did one do so much better? And you can talk about IPs and stuff, but it's like Mission Impossible Fallout was very successful. This is the sequel. You know what I mean? Like it's in the public consciousness. Everyone was pretty excited, but like it comes out, and I remember a lot of people saying, "Yeah, it was really good," and then a lot of people after a week were like, "Anyway."
But I do feel a genuine craving from audiences for outside the box filmmaking, and I don't think it's
Just say they want good movies.
Well, but
Fucking say it.
he feels a craving from the audience for outside the box filmmaking. Would that not be represented then in, box office somewhat?
Yeah, it should be.
Or is he
but
saying that there's a?
If I think back on the what was it called, The Northman? Is that what was like 2 years ago? Which was kind of fun to. Sorry.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think a
because
couple of
that
years
was, I think I watched that in the cinema. I was like, I think it was okay. I don't even remember it that well, but it was like a little bit different. But yeah, that didn't do very well. That's not going to be another one of those, because I don't think they want necessarily something different. They want something good and entertaining and something that doesn't waste their time.
Like Top Gun 2 wouldn't exactly be called, I don't think, outside of the box film.
No,
It's
absolutely
a
not.
sequel to a long-established thing, and it plays on lots of quite safe and familiar beats, but it gives character payoffs, and people kind of liked it.
I suppose would we concede Barbie as outside of the box filmmaking?
Up to a point, I'd say Barbie, yeah.
I'd say relatively,
Reasonably, yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, what does the audience want? It's like, well, it's really fucking hard. And if everyone knew the easy answers to that, then obviously we'd be releasing nothing but, billion-dollar films and stuff. But that's not what's happening.
Inside my small filmmakers, film lover community that we're all kind of a part of, where we want to see everything and we're excited about film and we talk about movies and it means a lot to us. I know that not everybody's like that. I have tons of friends who watch like 2 movies in theaters a year. But I am actually a little concerned for movie theaters, for physical media, for some of these things that I do
I don't know why we
feel-
keep talking about physical media when, that's a different conversation to movie theaters. It has to be.
Yeah.
I just want him to move it along to, like, ultimate. Like, what? So let's say physical media dies outright. Chris, tell me, like, your insights. What do you think? How does things suffer moving forward with that? Like, tell me what you think, and don't just repeat things you've heard from other people. But I don't even know if we're going to get that far because we're halfway through now. I don't feel like we've gotten a lot from him so far.
Yeah.
are staples of our industry, of what we love, because everything is changing right now and it's very scary. Just
see what I mean?
Very scary.
Everything's changing and it's scary. It's like that's
What is changing? What's scary?
I feel like
Okay, so
Please.
now we're moving on to a different conversation. We're talking about
Yeah,
the Warner Brothers shelving films. That feels like it's very much disconnected from the
Yeah, but we're going to talk about it now, Fringy.
because we could talk for ages about the nature of, like, why is physical media selling less and what happens if it stops entirely, and negative, positive, and then we could talk about theaters, pros and cons of going, and then pros and cons of it going forever, and then we could talk about the nature of films being completed and shelved permanently, the pros and cons, or why that happened. It's just like, Chris, I feel like you're just highlighting these things and you're not quite explaining why, but let's see if he does it for this one, other than saying this is art that's been made and now people can't see it, and that's bad.
the
Which
other day,
I guess this is now aged pretty badly, right? Because they're shipping it around now.
Well, no, he
I think.
that might be in the video.
Yeah,
Okay.
he points it out now.
Warner Brothers once again canceled a finished movie with the Coyote versus Acme film that apparently was completely done and had really strong test scores at screenings. Now, recent reports do seem to indicate that Warner might allow the film to be sold elsewhere. But keep in mind that was only after being absolutely eviscerated in the press and social media by every single entertainment outlet, as well as a 100% united public and fandom. If we had remained silent, this potential option might not have shown itself. Do you have any idea how terrifying that is?
Isn't that a
Especially
good
as a
thing, though?
filmmaker. You work so hard.
This is what I mean. I'm waiting for him to sort of crystallize
I'm waiting for
a
the
point.
yeah.
Give me
Well,
something
because
to
now
work
he's
with,
going to
Chris.
say a point that I consider again unrelated, which is, doesn't it suck to work on something only to, by the time it's done, they're like, nah, and then nobody gets to see it? Yeah, sure. What's that got to do with the what's that got to do with like Marvel films not making money and the death of movie theaters?
But
So
I
we
mean, I
also-
think part of the earlier argument is that movie theaters are dying because not enough people are going to go and see films because, and that's worrying and that's changing and that's terrifying. And yet here's a really good example of fans clamoring to see a thing and the studio realizing that they made a mistake and correcting it.
Yeah, if
Well,
anything,
yeah,
you could say
and
this
the
is
opposite
evidence of to have hope.
I guess so. But now he's about to do the thing of talking about
doom.
how it would be scary if he made a film and then they decide, no, we're not going to release it. Which, yeah, but why? Like, that's a different conversation. But
you have
also, I mean, the reason why Warner Brothers is doing this shit is because they're in a lot of fucking debt. That's why they're doing
Yeah.
it.
This is what I mean. I wasn't going to be the first to bring it up. I was waiting for it. It was just like, should we talk about why this shit happens? Do you know why it happens, Chris? You're very savvy with the industry
Of
now.
course, I would say this is a terrible long-term strategy because if you're like a director, you want to go to the studio that has a track record for shelving completed projects. Probably
I might go
not.
somewhere else.
You probably want to work with a different studio. So like short term, Warner Brothers might make some money, but this seems like a disastrous long-term move.
Yeah.
Even putting to one side the whole not
You can
releasing things
subvert that
people
or circumvent that. You could make it so that you're only going to sign if you guarantee release upon completion or whatever. Like you can have directors that can get their safeties put in.
Well, sure, but like, I guess that would have to be a thing you'd need now compared to before, where there was just an expectation that when the film has been shot, gonna come out.
And there are a lot of directors that might actually like, do you really think that Peyton Reed is going to be like, no, you're not releasing my movie? No.
I was
I
just
don't know,
reading the other day.
I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm being too mean.
I was just reading the other day that Snowpiercer season 4 that was finished and wasn't being released on TNT. So I looked up when he said Warner, but yeah, it's Warner Brothers Discovery. So they've done it with an entire season.
It makes them look. I got to imagine there are a lot of people who'd be like, dude, I don't even want to work with Warner Brothers. Like, why would I work with a studio that has a way greater chance than any other major film studio of just shelving something that's already done? I think long term, it's a really bad idea.
And it pisses off the viewers as well. Like, that's the final season, and no one will know what happened.
Completely brand new as a process. This has happened before in history with film as well, being shelved for amounts of time.
The thing is that having multiple films pretty close to each other, you know what I mean? Like when you've got like 3 or 4 movies within the span of a year that were already done and ready to go, and then you're like, it's just.
I mean, I understand your argument. I just don't think Warner Brothers are gonna have trouble finding directors. I don't buy that as a thing that's gonna happen.
I could imagine that it would be a bit more of a struggle.
I mean, there's so many that they'll have the pick of, and then there's plenty of people who will just take the job to have the job, even with the worry of the film not coming out.
Well, sure, but what about? I mean, what about like the notion of losing the big names that will never come back? Like, I don't think Christopher Nolan's ever going to work with Warner Brothers again. Like, he's now with Universal. I think James Wan isn't with Warner Brothers anymore either. He's going over to Universal. Like, there is definitely an element of just losing key talent that will never, ever, ever come back. Which is probably not good, having the doors closed permanently for certain creators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, they're going to need to focus on the ones that are willing to work with them, or luck out with brand new talent that eventually becomes someone like a Nolan.
And then, of course, you have to deal with the general... Like, Warner Brothers as a studio kind of has a bit of a clown reputation now. They're kind of viewed as like a bit of a clown studio, it seems. Of like, that they've had films that keep consistently failing and that they're shelving these projects.
Any idea how terrifying that is? Especially as a filmmaker. You work so hard to get that ever elusive green light. And someone gives you that green light. And you're like, all right, I'm in.
Yeah, and you're right, Fring. I don't know what this... Does this support anything else? Or is he just saying the state of the film industry as a whole?
Just another state of the movie industry, I think.
I guess the thing is, he would have to accept that this is downstream of films are failing, studios are losing money.
Yeah, and that this...
Like, Warner Brothers and Disney have a massive amount of debt.
You know, if the Snyderverse were fucking 10 out of 10... This maybe is, everything would be okay for Warner Brothers in a lot of other ways. Like,
maybe, yeah, maybe.
You wonder, like, because those films could have made shit tons of money, and then some of them made okay amounts of money. So it's just like the amount of knock on that would have had in the industry in lots of ways.
I guess the thing is now they probably would like some okay money compared to
yes.
Like
yeah, they can't even make okay money in a lot of these. Well, it's crazy. Fucking The Suicide Squad flopped, right?
Yes, it did. But I
Mm.
guess the thing is that was during.
times.
Well, no, because now the problem is again, Five Nights at Freddy was released simultaneously on streaming, and it still made money. So
I mean, the assumption for back then was that it was worse because like Black Widow, Wonder Woman 84.
Wonder Woman 84, yeah, a lot of movies.
Yeah.
But now I'm not so sure. The fact that Five Nights at Freddy made
Yeah.
a bunch of money while
Well,
also being on theater.
we highlighted at the time
think-
with Black Adam that we were like that suffered probably because I guess The Rock isn't as big a draw. I guess that Black Adam's a character isn't that interesting. It's like now looking back, it's like, oh, I think it was just that like things are just fucking downtrending, hardcore.
Now they wish they could make Black Adam money.
Yeah.
Black Adam was
Black Adam money.
Oh, that Black Adam
man,
money.
I'm making the
Oh,
Black
remember
Adam money.
Black Adam?
Let's go.
But now I better really focus because I got to make this thing. All right, I made it. Holy shit!
Yeah,
we got
see,
through it.
I don't
All
know
right.
what he's doing here. Like, this is the big impassioned speech of, look, I'm a creator. I can relate to the struggle of creating something and then it getting shelved and nobody ever seeing it. Like, you don't need to do that. Everybody
Well, but there's-
understands that's not a good thing.
I'm motivated to be like, well, I mean, there's other stories happening at the same time. There's all kinds of like business decisions that are being made that will be beyond the creative aspect. That's just the nature of all of this. The creation, the fact that you even had a chance to make it in the first place is a result of loads of very cold business decisions. So the fact that there's repercussions for those decisions is something you should be prepared for in some way, shape, or form.
If you're working for a big studio, you have to understand that this is going to be part of the equation. If you're working with some in the same way, if you're working for EA, you know the deal. Like if you're working at an EA studio, you understand the deal. Okay, you got to make a lot of
And
money.
on that note, you know, why don't you make a speech about how horrible it is to have your script fucked with, or to have your scenes fucked with at editing, or have your scenes fucked with at the time with some studio head being like, I'm secondary director now. Woohoo! Look at me. This goes there.
I guess
This
it's
goes
interesting.
I was watching Random Film Talk made videos on The Hobbit, which are very good. I highly fucking recommend them. The Hobbit trilogy of movies. And one of the things that he discovered was that Thranduil, who was the Elven King character that you don't remember, he was actually one of the best characters in the movies. They had an entire segment or an entire element of his character that was essentially his whole motivation for why he's involved in the story, essentially, for the most part, and it was just removed. They had it, and the scene where, like, when Thorin dies at the end and they have one of the dwarves there, and he just, like, they shot a whole scene where the dwarf is reacting to his death, and he's like, oh my god, and he's acting his ass off, and he's got his face and everything, and they just cut these sorts of things out. And it gets your mind back on that track of like, holy shit, they make all these things and they just don't have it in. These are just creative decisions that someone makes to be like, nah, we don't need to see, you know, this very prominent dwarf who's been Thorin's most like allied, you know, guy that's been with him through thick and thin through the whole thing, who's the most duty bound. We don't need to see him reacting to his death, even though we like shot the fucking scene. And there it is. You could see the scene that they shot on the green screen that they just didn't have in the movie. And you're like, what? Who makes these decisions? The Ryan Johnson thing about we don't need to see Luke Morn. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why?
Oh my gosh.
I don't understand. Like, why you guys make these? You spend all this money and this time and effort, and one of you fuckers was just like, nah.
Who was it? Put
don't
your
have
hand
it.
up. Who the fuck
Don't
was
have
it?
it in the movie. Don't do it. No, we don't need that.
We did all of post, all of the CG, all of the animation. We've got the score. It's edited. It's being tested. Holy shit. Like, we're here. And then some guy just checks a few boxes on a form and says, fuck you.
Yeah, but like, this is what I mean. I fucking hate to try and add more context to his statement, but it's like, it is a little bit more complicated than he checks a few boxes. It's like, you know, there's a huge process going on. There's loads of fiduciary responsibilities. It's like, just boring to present this as, you know, someone made a thing and it was beautiful and it was crushed by the foot of the suit.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Because that guy who made that thing is probably like, oh, the turnaround for this one is probably not going to be good enough. It's going to be just more, quote unquote, profitable to just shelve it and get the tax backs for that or whatever.
Yeah, like,
works.
There's
like, it's
loads
like a
of-
whole machine behind this, obviously.
Loads of lame business suit decision things that everyone hates. It's just that, like, you could at least try to... Though, because this is what I try to bring up whenever someone talks about studio interference. It's like, yeah, but nobody ever talks about the times it worked. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
because nobody fucking wants to.
Sometimes directors have stupid fucking decisions that are awful.
True. What do we
That's the
say
thing,
about that?
These not showing it to people might be when it worked. Like we never saw, what was it, Batwoman or
That
Batgirl?
girl, yeah.
Bad
Yeah,
girl,
that- if that was just genuinely so bad that they watched it, like no one's watching this, then that was it working. He made the right decision, and you can make the argument, oh well, they spent a lot of time on it, yeah, but what they made was trash, and so
Yeah.
somebody else made the call that you couldn't because they were
Yeah,
more
you can
talented.
spend a
than
lot
you
of
were.
time gambling, and you still have to know to walk away from the table.
Yeah, it's their money, not yours. That's the
Tax
thing.
Yeah, but he made a thing. It was beautiful. Look at it. Look at it wiggle.
It was
Right.
about
Want
you to look at
That's the world we're living in right now. And no one's taking this seriously. People are pissed
That's
about
not. I
No
mean,
one's
co-
taking
That's
this
bad.
seriously.
No one's taking it
Well,
seriously.
I mean, it's
You
just
just
something
said
that-
that there was
well,
a
it's
big
just-
throwback.
Didn't you just
because
hear? Yeah,
it
just what he
happened.
said. He said nobody's taking it seriously. People were pissed. These are two This is what's
Yeah.
known as a contradiction. People do care. People are mad about it.
It's also
Maybe-
it's like ridiculously particular as well, because fair enough, if all you're looking at when you're doing this analysis is Warner and Disney, then yes, you might get the sense that film is completely and irrevocably fucked for all time. But notably, there are, other studios, and also we've just come off the back of a long period where streaming services were handing out unlimited amounts of money to people with no track record to do pretty much whatever they wanted. There was a period where
That's
Netflix would
true.
greenlight pretty much any pitch that was ever
Yeah,
given to
even
them.
South Park
Well, I
joked
mean,
about it.
who wrote Rings of Power? Some guys.
Yeah.
It was
With the
some guys
uncredited
wrote
role on the
Rings of
Star
That's
Power.
Trek
actually a
film, I
point
think it
we
was, yeah.
don't talk about enough.
Mm.
Yeah, the amount of fucking talent that's given carte blanche to do fucking anything crazy that they want without any histories is absolutely nuts. And it's actually
That
right
era-
in fit in with the whole experimentation outside of the box filmmaking. Why don't we give it to the guy who's been mopping the floors? Fuck it, what's he got to say about Ant-Man? It's like, oh,
Now,
That era
unironically,
is,
we want them to do that, but for different reasons. We're just like anyone. Just get anyone
Yeah,
else in
anyone.
those- in those
That
rooms.
era is very much over after the writers and actors strike. I remember reading a whole bunch of articles talking about how now they're going to be spending less money. There are going to be less scripted shows. There's going to be probably consolidation of streaming services. They can't all. I don't see how Peacock. That's not long for this world. I don't see how that can be long for this world at all.
Well, remember,
Yeah, that era is definitely over.
was it Phase 1 was, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Paramount.
No. Joe Johnston was Captain America, right? Then you got Kenneth Branagh was Thor, Iron Man, Jon Favreau.
Yeah.
Incredible Hulk, who made that?
I can't remember.
Well, in any case, those are pretty well-known names. Then you get Joss Whedon for the big, collection one. James Gunn coming in to do Guardians. What I mean, look, creators with histories that are very well recognized, and you actually have a reason to choose them. Like,
Compared
Joss Whedon has
to-
made several TV shows with team-ups of several, heroes, and he's obsessed with the comics. And he's got experience, working on projects like this. I guess that makes some sense.
Michael Waldron. Oh, no. It was Jeff Loveness. Oh, it's my first screenplay for a film, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. How? I don't understand. How is that possible?
Exactly, yeah. And the writers that, you check their histories, and it's like, they did one episode of Flim Flam from 1973.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Why?
I love Flim Flams.
Absolutely
Flim Flam was
unreal.
pretty
And so,
good,
yeah, you'll be like, Chris, I guess you consider that pretty cool, right? Like, giving all these people a chance when they've got no histories or experience, and it's crashed and burned the whole fucking industry for Disney. What do we think
Well,
about
I
that?
hope you guys. Yeah, I hope you're satisfied with how that experiment played out.
But I'm telling you, these are all really bad omens. David Zaz.
Don't
not
give me
omens. That's
that.
just the
Give me
thing happening.
actual arguments. Talk about what it's going to do as a cause and effect. Don't say bad omens.
Yeah, the bad omen is when the eagle flies on the left side of your army before the battle.
I hate when it
it's
happens.
not the bad omen. Isn't you getting fucking destroyed in the battle? That's just the
you being
thing
stabbed in the
occurring.
face. You're like, this is a bad
It's
omen.
like, that's a bad omen. This is-
My eye.
yeah, this might not go so well, guys. This is an ill portent. Yes.
Zaslav takes over an entire movie studio who doesn't care about film, obviously, who will literally cancel and completely just delete from existence a movie that James Gunn has a screen story credit on.
That doesn't mean...
it doesn't mean
Okay, so
anything.
implicit in what you just said is there are creators who are worth just less than other creators, and
That's
thus...
actually so
That's a
fascinating.
good
that
point,
he just
yeah.
said that. The implication here is, oh, well, a James Gunn film is less worthy of being deleted from existence
that guy's one, yeah.
than some other guy.
I'm
Well,
so
what's
glad
funny
I
is
can
that
just
we
have
might
opinion
argue
and it's
that.
fine.
We might
Yeah,
argue...
I'd be like, yeah, some creators are probably just
He's
flat
not
out
allowed
worth.
to argue that.
Yeah,
He's not allowed to
we
argue
would say it's a better
He's not
bet.
allowed to.
Like, if you're going to get a screenplay from James Gunn versus Michael Waldron, we'd be like, oh yeah, James Gunn. But like, Chris isn't in the position. He's made the whole fucking thing about not being negative, not trashing anybody. But at the same time, he's like, yeah, but yours is worthy of being destroyed compared to James Gunn.
Or maybe the absolute...
We're not saying it's worse. It's just not
reading of
cinema.
Hmm.
Maybe
just
his
not-
reading
it's
would
not
be
art.
the fact that they would look at a James Gunn thing, James Gunn, a guy who's made money, that they would even look at his thing and decide, nah, maybe that's
Well,
what he was
then-
saying.
Shouldn't you then extend the logic to, wow, imagine how fucking bad it was that even a James Gunn connection couldn't save it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he can't. He's not going to trash any filmmakers, though.
Not
That's not
directly, at
trashing.
least.
That's
Don't you
an
remember?
assumption of what they thought, not what he thinks.
he's not. No, it's okay. You know what? You raise an interesting point.
Definitely something to think about, Frankie.
And Gunn is
Yeah.
working quite a lot with Warner Brothers right now, isn't he? That's where we're at. Entire filmmakers, movies, and TV shows are disappearing from
Entire filmmakers.
They just get
That's a
eaten by
weird-
the
it's a
system.
weird-
Filmmakers
sentence.
entire, maybe?
streaming
know, all-
services. For example,
Those writers and stuff are the reason why they're disappearing. It's because they were having to pay them to keep them on the service, and nobody was watching the stuff.
It's
It's like, well, if you want to give up your residuals, they'll keep them forever.
I consider all the
Yeah,
things
man.
he's highlighting as symptomatic of a core problem, which is that film is on an unfortunate decline in the highest of
Yeah.
budgets area, especially superheroes, and it's been so thoroughly acknowledged at this point that like everyone's making fun of it. Even technically you, Chris, the thumbnail has the Marvels in it. What do you think you're trying to say?
TV shows are disappearing from streaming services. For example, did you know that Mike Flanagan's great
Did you
movie
know?
Hush is no longer on Netflix?
Yeah, that's bullshit. But there's a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of these
lame.
examples that are really bad, like films that are just gone forever. Like
Mhm.
Willow, the precious Willow.
No.
That's right. Willow, less than 6 months after the last episode wrapped up. No, it's less than 6 months after the first episode launched. The entire thing was gone from Disney Plus. You had you did not have much of a window to watch that show. The only way to watch that show right now is a non-legal mean.
It's so nuts. I just
It's insane. That whole an entire series of TV,
well,
and like that quick, it's gone.
that might be the fate for Hush right now, unless it gets. So I know that
Oh,
Flanagan's done with Netflix in like a negative way. I'm pretty sure he had like pissed off with them.
Oh yeah, and I was going over to Prime.
Yeah, because and it might be to
So-
do with something to do with like how the content is sort of saved slash. Because I know that you have to like fight for physical releases, which I have of Hill House and Bly. I don't know if there is one for
Ooh,
Midnight
nice.
Mass, nor do I think there will be one for Usher.
That was a Netflix movie. It's nowhere. You can't watch Hush anywhere right now
Yeah, that's
legally.
shit.
It just doesn't exist. There was never a Blu-ray. It's erased until somebody picks it up at some point, and maybe that'll happen, maybe it won't. This is why people are concerned. I don't think this is just that Simpsons meme of the old man yelling at a cloud.
Yeah,
I
nobody
You're
was
not-
comparing it to Old Man Yells at a Cloud. It's nothing to do with being old.
What it?
Yeah, nobody's saying that. Why has he spent
Yeah,
11
this isn't
minutes
out of touch old people. Yeah.
declaring things that are happening that people find uncomfortable slash wrong? It's like, can you make a point though? What's your point, Chris? What do we need to do? What happens next?
really do think that there are really bad signs here. If the big
Stop. Like,
Stop saying bad signs. Start saying ill portents.
oh yeah.
big franchise that's been keeping theaters afloat over the years is going downhill and less people are attending them.
Okay, here's a question. Do you
He's
guys
not
think?
blaming the audience in this, is he?
Do you think there's a reasonable timeline from where we are now, where all theaters shut down?
No,
No, don't think
No.
so.
I don't think so either.
nope. I don't.
Do you
think?
think-
So. I think
There's a reasonable
Oh.
timeline in which theaters start to open up more.
Not in the near
Mm,
future.
No.
I don't know. I think they're just sort of playing it by ear right now. I think
Well,
it's
that
it's
I-
hard to say.
I think that highlights kind of where I was going with that, which is I feel like we all agree it's more likely that theaters will become healthier than stop entirely?
I mean, it might be. Maybe the conclusion to be drawn from the destruction of Marvel is maybe this is a good thing. Maybe well, I mean, obviously, I don't like these movies, and I would like for them to be less of them, or for them to be better. But
Right.
that rather, the idea that the industry has been kept afloat by these shit movies was always
Dude, it's the nostalgia
untenable.
critic argument.
Yeah,
it's gross. It's horrible.
I think it's just maybe that's the conclusion: is this was always untenable, this was inevitable, and we need to get to a place where films, the industry is thriving on like a healthy mix of movies rather than just one set of really, really, really bad movies that was never going to last if the quality was going to deteriorate. Like, I don't know that there's necessarily any reason to believe that everything's fucked because of this downward trend,
I'm
especially
hoping-
when, as has been pointed out, unexpected films like a 3-hour-long biopic about R-rated biopic about Oppenheimer was one of the most successful films of the year.
Well, so that's the thing. I'm hoping, instead of dooming about this and being like, this could spell the end for theaters, I'd rather see it as this is spelling the end of Marvel's stranglehold on theaters to the point where other films like an R-rated biopic or an adaptation of a video game or a fucking Barbie, all of these can make $1 billion. And it's like, oh.
As has been pointed out before, when like Doctor Strange was coming out, you pull up like any theater, there was like 20 screenings, 30 screenings, 40 screenings, and then if you want to see any other film, it's like, oh, well, you can go see it at like 1 p.m. on a Wednesday. Like there was an element of they were taking up so much space that other films didn't even have like the capacity to meaningfully compete. Maybe it'll become a more balanced playing field. Maybe part of the reason why some of these other middle market films have been failing is because there wasn't enough space for them physically at the theater.
Yeah.
And maybe that'll change.
But also, theatres respond to market conditions that have nothing to do with even the quality of the films. In my hometown, before TV was a thing, had about 6 cinemas in it. TV comes along and there's a huge contraction in the number of independent cinemas, largely because more people were finding it easier and cheaper and more enjoyable to stay home. There's still a big theatre-going audience, but it's not going to be as big because people aren't locked into that as the main means of consuming the product. And so there will inevitably be a change because of the rise of streaming, for example, and because of the proliferation of new big budget TV shows, which are as good as movies, or the fact that movies move to TV so much more quickly. I don't think we'll have the same number of cinemas in 10 years as we do now. I think that number will decrease and fewer but bigger chains will own them all. My town has 2 cinemas. There's no point in it having 2 cinemas. It will never fill 2 cinemas on any given day. Eventually, they will probably go back to being 1. But that's because there's only really the demand for 1. But it's never going to go away. It's just going to be maybe a smaller share of the overall viewing demographic.
And that raises the question of how many theaters should there be?
As many as there need to be.
That's pretty much the only answer.
As many as there, as many as there is probably going to be about that number because it sort of corrects for itself.
That's really bad for movie theaters. If subscriber numbers for streaming services are also going down, and every streaming service...
Man, subscribers for streaming services going down, viewership and engagement with theaters going down, physical media going down, could it be that we need better shit coming out?
No.
I don't know.
It's all effort, so it's all good-ish.
I mean, it's just, doesn't it sound reasonable that, like, the engagement with media will at least be somewhat correlative with the average quality of the media?
That's crazy talk.
There is that, but there's also just the natural fact, certainly with streaming service numbers, of the emergence of competition. Just on the list there, let's assume it's like an even $10 a month. And that's Apple TV, ESPN Plus, Paramount Plus, Peacock, Disney Plus, Netflix, and Max. No one has that much money to spend on every single one of those. The more of those that appear during this growth phase in streaming, because it's kind of like the end of the growth phase in streaming, but you've had this proliferation of streaming services, and people are now going to start making decisions about which one offers the most amount of content for the amount of money I am willing to spend. And that will probably mean at some point they will start leaving the other subscription services. Combined with the general cost of living, which means people have less money to spend generally on this kind of thing, you will see a contraction in the overall number of people. That will lead to a consolidation in a streaming service, which could theoretically see that graph tick up for 2 of those, and then the others will cease to exist again. But that's not necessarily bad or good either way for film. That's just the economics of streaming, and we haven't really seen yet exactly how that will pan out.
And it's worse than just normal competition, because each one negatively impacts the others by taking away content that could have been on those. And so you might end up in a position where none of them are enough value for money for the customer, so they don't go for any of them. It's like if Spotify didn't have all music and just had half, no one would bother.
Yeah.
Chris keeps upping their prices and adding ad plans and all kinds of things that make less people want to watch. And movies are being dumped on these streaming services that you never knew existed, that had no publicity, and as already discussed.
I will say, as much as I agree that that is true, like, we've never been at a point where everyone was aware of all the films that come out, and a lot of them do, like, come out and you're just like, what the fuck? I've never even heard of this. There was one, I was on Fringy's stream, and it said we've got to check it out at some point, but we were looking at I think it was like a top 20 Anthony Hopkins list, and I was curious how many of them I'd seen, and at like number 17 or something, correct me if I'm wrong, but the summary was Anthony Hopkins is a puppeteer, and his puppet comes alive and prevents him from dating people. It's better, like the puppet keeps getting in the way of his dates. And I was just like, I need to see this film.
Nice.
Like, I had no idea this film existed, but I need to see it.
That one probably didn't get a $200 million budget.
No, and it probably didn't get him the Oscar, unfortunately. Yeah, see, some people in chat like, yeah, I know that one, Magic, 1978. It's like, what?
Well, I certainly didn't know about it.
Apparently it's a great film. Yeah, I gotta see it, you know?
Discuss the exact opposite, where movies and TV shows are just...
But you guys said that Andor was great, and yet no one watched it. How is quality going to make things popular? We also said that you need more than one hit. You can't just have one. That's not going to do it.
I remember Andor suffered from following things.
Yeah, if Andor had come out after Rogue One, it would have been fine. Absolutely fine.
Just deleted from the streaming services and no longer exist, and some stores are choosing not to sell physical media anymore. What exactly is happening to this art form that we all know and love so much? Is it truly just becoming a bunch of numbers somewhere?
Technically, it was
always numbers, making money.
Do you see what I mean?
You can't talk about it's. I fucking hate this so much because he keeps talking about, oh, what's the cause? Like, the movies are bad. You can't talk about this without talking about the writing of the movie and how shit they are, and the people don't care anymore to go and watch the movies.
Well, I got a big sense there that he's like, you even brought back the point about physical media again, and it's like, yeah. So where are we going? What's the point? And then he says, like, is our fate this? You know, Chris, make a point. Like, can you focus? Like, I really don't know how he's trying to draw this together. What is he trying to say? Give me something.
I'm very passionate about this, and normally I would laugh right now.
You don't come across that way. No offense.
You don't come across as passionate about anything.
Now and say
like he'd normally laugh.
Self-deprecating, but I don't think that I should. I really do think this is a big problem. And the only
all of those things, or like what those things mean, or where it's going, what
way that I can foresee it being fixed is if we do for a lot of movies what we did for Barbie and Oppenheimer. And obviously
that was not something you can't. That's natural. It doesn't happen because everyone told each other to do it.
Because the whole thing with Barbenheimer was, we have this crazy fun pink movie that's funny, and this Oppenheimer serious kind of things. Like, wouldn't it be hilarious if we just combine them into a thing?
Then it becomes this big movement. Already do what he's talking about. It's called marketing.
Yes.
There's a huge budget for it. The fact that he's like, you know what made Barbenheimer work was everyone saying Barbenheimer. Go watch Barbenheimer. It's like, what do you think marketing budgets are for? They find out what makes people watch films outside of just the films existing, and then they make those things happen. The Marvel's marketing budget included, look at cats. You like cats? Cats are in the film. You like cats? Go watch them because of cats. Everyone talk about cats.
Having already tried that innovative approach in the final trailer when like the first half of the trailer featured characters not appearing in the film. That was pretty good. I like that for the Marvels.
I remember people bringing up that Paw Patrol and Soul coming out at the same time and that we should start a thing called Soul Patrol. It didn't go anywhere, no one cared. And it's just like, Chris, is that what you want? Like, we just start trying to make up dumb things and just hope that they artificially catch on?
Put the onus of marketing on the consumer instead of the companies that are going to profit from the output of that marketing. You know what I mean? Like, making it like a moral imperative that people have to just go out and gamble their money to watch any number of movies to ensure that these massive multi-billion-dollar corporations survive.
Well, yeah, the big question is,
they fucking die.
Should we have done this for the Marvels, Chris? Should we have been like, yeah, the Marvels, Heimer,
should it have been a moral imperative to save cinemas that everybody has to go and see the Marvels and spend their money and buy popcorn and buy drinks because that's where they make a lot more money than on the films themselves. It's just that's never going to work. You can't pitch that to the world that it is a moral imperative to like go out of your way to make sure that you support these massive multi-billion-dollar corporations. the much easier, straightforward, simple way that generally, this world works is that when you make something that people like, they'll buy it. So then it's like, well, how do we fix that problem? Well, just make more good movies and people will go and watch them.
Yeah, because he's
People
obviously
will-
going to concede there are certain movies you shouldn't do this for, and you'd be like, which ones are those, Chris? And he'd be like,
How do you
well,
figure out which ones they are?
non-cinema ones. You'd be like,
Well, there is
non-cinema.
no substitute for good word of mouth, and the only way to get good word of mouth is to make good movies that people like and tell their friends about. You
Yeah.
can't
Exactly.
you can't fake it. You can't buy
Yeah.
it. That's that's how you get Top Gun
Oh.
Maverick, and that's how you get Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
And also Barbie, I'd say Barbie's another probably quite a good example because the Barbenheimer thing was an incredibly great marketing meme that happened.
Yes.
But Barbie wouldn't have
Hell
got to
yeah.
$1 billion, I don't think, if it hadn't also given its target audience pretty much what they wanted from it to keep them going
Apparently,
back.
that's what they
Word of
wanted.
mouth
Sure,
spread.
I'll give you that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't pretend to understand Barbie's target
Yeah.
audience, but I understand they exist.
Someone said fucking Wishpolian.
Wishpolian,
Uh,
Napoleonish. It's like, I don't know. Fucking-
That's not to just reward every movie that comes out
Oh,
of
okay.
theaters
So
by
which
going,
ones?
but I do think that a retooling of our approach to seeing movies
Yeah.
needs to happen.
What do
Well,
you
sure,
mean?
but that
Tell me
means-
what
wait,
you
wait,
mean.
wait,
Tell
wait,
me.
wait.
No.
To
Why
retool.
are you putting this on me?
Yeah, it's not my
that's
fucking
really-
fault
Not
to make
my
shitty
fault.
fucking
It's not
movies.
my fucking
I gotta
Don't
say
you
as
blame
well,
this on me, mister.
When you're saying, well, we don't need to support every movie, but like, wouldn't that invariably happen if you encourage an approach of just like going to more movies, even
Yeah,
ones that you kind of anticipate that you're not going to like, to get confirmed that you don't like it
I
as
just
well?
wanted to be
Like, that's-
honest. He doesn't want us to support shit movies.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, how does the market come to understand what kind of movies people want to see if just movies in general, people are just going to movies in general and then spending their money on it? Wouldn't it just lead to like a problem where nobody understands what anybody wants and people are just engaging in an activity that is yielding not consistently great results for them as a viewer?
Yeah, but when he says retooling, does he mean like embrace his attitude of just imagine everything is good and don't dislike
Oh,
anything?
Fuck that.
Maybe the thing he'd say is that people should go more and take more chances, but again, it costs money.
Yeah, why should
Not
they
every-
have to do that?
on behalf of these studios
Instead,
that have
what-
delivered.
The better system is the one that we actually have, where people look to a lot of people like critics to recommendations. Someone like a Drinker, for example, and then they go, "Should I see the new Marvel movie?" And Drinker says, "Fuck no." And you go, "What about the next one?" "Fuck no." Next one, "Fuck no." You're like, "Damn, what should I see?" And he goes, "Go see Extraction 2." And it's like, "Where is that?" And it's like, "Netflix." You're like, "Oh."
Oh,
Well, I guess I'm going to watch that on
that.
Netflix. And you'd be like, "Oh, that's so horrible. The theaters are suffering." It's like, why are you making fucking good movies?
Exactly. It's funny how it just always comes back to just make fucking good movies. It's just-
That is the
Just make
ultimate
good
solution.
movies.
It's the
good
boring
movies, and they
fucking
want to tell their
solution.
friends about good movies.
yeah.
I know that not everybody can always go to a movie. I know that not everybody can buy.
Nobody wants to go to a movie or watch a shit movie in theaters.
Yeah.
By the way, that's
yeah,
the other
like,
aspect. If you watch a shit movie on Netflix, you can just be like, "Oh, fuck this, I'm out."
Also, by the
Yeah,
way,
that-
how is it a fucking chore to keep up with the Marvels and everything, but I should go watch every fucking random movie out there? Isn't that also a chore? That's also very expensive.
That would absolutely be a chore.
It's
That you have
even
to just
worse.
see everything and hope that it's
Well,
good.
yeah, it's as was pointed out,
Couldn't
as
drag
well,
myself
it's not
there to watch movies I don't
it's
want
not
to
just
watch.
money. That time, that's gone forever. That time it's evaporated, and you could have spent it doing something else. You could have spent it playing video games. You could have spent it going out to dinner or something. You could have spent it, saved it up for going on a holiday. These are all these trades that people need to make. And
It's a lot more difficult to go to a theater and do that because you got the travel time, the preparation, and getting ready and presentable.
if you
Hopefully,
have
then the
family,
more
you-
expensive.
We
So,
talked
like,
about this on that
like-
other stream. A lot
Yeah.
of people, they carve out a small amount of time for film and they rely on recommendations. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of recommendations for a lot of films coming out that are high budget right now.
Mhm.
This is Chris Stuckman's protein and urine image, I think.
Protein
Oh,
and urine.
protein in your the chat.
That's the EFAP payment.
Protein.
I've seen so
Yes.
many memes about protein and urine.
It's hilarious.
His face is perfect.
That and XYZ is my only joy in life.
That's-
Those are my
Of
two
Dude,
great
when the
fucking memes.
stream-
That's
memes.
here.
When the boogie stream ended, I like it went unlisted for just like half an hour. Someone had already done the meme of like watching EFAP is the only joy of my life, and someone put a comment underneath it being like, "That's sad, man." Like,
Someone who watched
No,
the
it's-
EFAP
yeah, they
No,
didn't know
it's
the
not.
meme, so they just saw
Not
that. And
sad.
were like, "Oh, jeez, you should find some more joys in your life, I guess."
Buy a Blu-ray for everything that comes out. I'm well aware. I don't even buy as many Blu-rays as I used to, but I don't.
Why?
Why not?
Tell us
are you
why,
not
Chris.
Why? Why is it not your? So you're part of the problem?
Well, I'm already edging toward the fact that it's like, is it because there's less good things for you to buy every day that are coming up? Maybe you don't want to get the Blu-ray for all of the MCU where you may have before.
Man, it is just worth thinking about that, you know, for the amount that it would cost you to like go watch the Marvels, you could get like, you know, there's a Steam sale going on right now. It's like you can buy something on Steam that's going to give you more than 1.5 hours of entertainment potentially, and like there's so many
Get
different
Game
things.
Pass.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Game
Game
Pass
Pass,
costs
that's
as
right.
much as a movie, and that's like however many games that you want, pretty much.
More than you
They're
can play.
They're not just competing against movies. Movies are competing against games, TV shows, books. They're competing, and of course, they're competing against groceries. They're competing against electricity.
You could argue
Yeah.
theaters compete as a hobby or a pastime, and the further in time we go on, the more there are things to do in the world. And so, you know, we were talking about it earlier, but what is the number it settles at? What is the correct number it sells at? Where is it artificially going down or up? And it's like, oh, isn't it just, don't we just leave it be what it is? What is?
I mean, I guess it depends on whether or not you think that there should be like massive market intervention or something into keeping.
That's kind
like,
of the
movie
problem, isn't it?
theaters
If there were, that would all be
We need
artificial.
state-owned theaters.
Well, it's just, would you? How could you justify that compared
throwing
to
people
spending
in.
money on other things? You know,
And I don't know. I feel very hollow about, like, you know, we need to save them because not enough people are invested in doing the thing. And it's like, but if they're not invested in doing it, you know, dot.
I mean, you could use the same argument against like the horse and cart. Like, we need to force people onto a horse and cart because think of all those stable owners that are going out of business because people don't want to use a horse and cart anymore.
It becomes niche of niche. You know, like, it's like it still exists. If you want to get a horse and cart and drive it around, there's probably some places on Earth you can still do that. And it's not like theaters are going to become so sparse that there's one per country or something ridiculous. But it may like, you know, it's a sad thing to note that it reduced in size for people who love going to theaters. But at the same time, it's like maybe they were artificially higher than they should have been, or maybe they were higher because we were having a higher film, and they'll go back up when we have another higher film. It's just
I've got
hard
this
to
image in my mind
say.
of like North Korea, where once a week the entire population of my town is being frog marched into the local cinema to support the film.
This is what I mean. I worry about.
You've been this month.
Doesn't it feel that way though? Like his solutions are like, you know, we need to have some more Barbenheimers. But I'm not saying support films that are shit, not supporting all films, not buying Blu-rays for all films. It's like, what are you saying? What do you want us to do?
Who knows?
Space for it anymore. Now that I have twin boys,
What do you mean you
and
don't
I
have
also
space?
know
Look behind
that you can't always make it to a movie. As I said, I have twin boys. If I go to a theater, it's usually like the 10:30 p.m. showing after they go to bed. That's when I can find time for that. Right now, as I film this, it's like 11 o'clock.
Does it at all feel like he
Yeah.
made a statement and then he's made about 7 concessions after it as to why the statement probably isn't very fair?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, so what's the new statement,
and then of
Chris?
course, with all of this stuff of just life obligations, and on top that they're just not that interested in movies.
Yeah.
Like they're not that interested. They're not that passionate about movies. They're more interested in other
Yeah.
stuff.
You said it. Someone probably said it earlier already. Not everybody watches a lot of movies. They go like to some movies, or just they
I
watch
think-
something on the television, or watch some YouTube, or I don't know what they do. Browse Facebook or whatever. I don't know.
I think this can happen with us in this sort of sector of YouTube as well, but we can get caught up in the idea that like most people have our level or a little bit lower of investment in film, which is like, that's just not true. Not even close. Like,
Well, I
Yeah.
barely
I mean,
watch
I have some
movies.
friends
I'm
that-
more of a TV guy, always have been.
well, even with TV, even with games, even with, you know, like there are people out there who like all of those forms of media, but spend a lot of their time maybe with sport, for example. That might be. What
Yeah, they
takes
have a
up
lot
all
of
their time.
interests, or their investment is, you know,
Or it's a very
passing,
narrow
casual,
focus.
or
Like,
it's
they
chill.
play a lot of
you
video
know.
Yeah.
games.
Yeah,
That's
Like,
funny, but
all
there's
of it
also
before
a section in my friend circle. They go to all the big movies like almost every month, like multiple times a month, more than I do. And it's like, oh. And then when they all enjoy them, but when we talk about them, as you know, there's like, oh, that was good. And it's like, no, it wasn't. It's like the thing where the one guy in the group is like, no, they were all trash. I think last time they were around, they talked about some movies, and it's like, oh, that was trash. Oh, what about this? Oh, it's also trash. Oh, but Mandalorian's like, no.
And someone even just
So-
suggested nature. Some people go outside, like it's this whole
Ew.
other area.
Hey,
of
yeah,
life.
that's true.
Weird.
Yeah, you could spend days outside.
I've heard that some people have done that. Yeah.
Some people have. Some people really enjoy it.
yeah.
Some of us really miss it. Yeah.
Clock at night because my kids went to bed and I now have time to do it. So I don't want to sit here and look like I'm someone who's trying to encourage people to change their lives around to support film, but I do think that we need to change the way we view it because at the
No,
end
we
of the
don't.
day,
I don't.
We need to
this
change
is
the
like
way
the,
we view it.
No, just because something is, it's almost like, how do you want to tackle this attitude? It's like completely backwards. Like we have a responsibility to an industry when it's the other way around.
Yeah,
if
they need
wanna
to be
make
making good
money.
films. That's what solves everything.
Yeah.
You're trying to sell me something. You're trying to earn my money and my attention and my respect. It's not just given to them, you know? It's
Yeah.
not just something that they're owed. Like, oh, you make and by the way, this is like this is the idea of an industry. It's not like a specific person, a specific company, a specific anything. It's just filmmakers, those who make films and contribute to the making of films. You need to go and give them money because if you don't, then they won't exist or whatever. And I'm like, well, I mean, if they suck, then maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we need a shakeup. Maybe Disney or whoever these companies are, maybe a big old needs to happen so that we can, the phoenix can rise from the ashes.
I think there is one thing that all of us can agree on.
Oh,
Not everyone's going to agree with Martin Scorsese in his comments. Not
Because
everyone's
they're
going to agree that the MCU movies and shows are going downhill. A lot of people like what they're seeing, and not everyone.
Okay.
even he was like, a lot of people like what they see.
It's like, all right, be careful now.
It just reminds me of like I remember it was in Kitchen Nightmares where it's just like, you know, oh, a lot of people like our food. Then Gordon Ramsay's just like, well, where are they then? You know?
Where are they?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Where are they then? It's
Everyone
so fitting.
cares
Yeah.
about
Well,
going to a movie.
it's just, yeah, like the point that he would make is that he knows that he's doing something right because his reservation book is full.
Yeah.
Conversely, as much as you can say, well, customers tell me they really like it. It's like, yeah, cool story, bro. Where are they? Like, if they're not here, that's way more telling.
Where are they?
A lot of
Who
people
am
like what
I?
they're seeing, and not everyone cares about going to a movie theater. There's really annoying people sometimes with cell phones, and people are
Oh my god, you've made
Oh
like
my-
15 concessions now of just like these reasons why the world is the way that it is. However, like,
loud, and it's not always the best experience. And some people can't go to a movie theater. Maybe they physically cannot get out of their house to go to a movie theater.
Yeah,
Everyone
Boogie.
has
Well, Boogie can do it. They can do it.
Yeah.
a different
Oh, I thought
life.
he was going to point to that if you live in like a rural area, you might actually have to drive like 30, 40 kilometers to get to a movie theater.
maybe.
Mhm.
But
I
I
mean,
do
that is the case. Like in rural areas, it'll be like you have to go to a regional city to go to a movie theater.
Yeah.
If you're just in like your little town, maybe it has a theater, maybe, but a lot of them don't.
He's like, you fat people are killing theaters by being.
I think the one
Go to
thing
the
we can
gym to support theater.
all agree on is that as film lovers, as people who appreciate movies, who want to either make them or just love watching them, we would like to watch good ones.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my
He
god.
did it! Oh,
He's done it. But
Oh my
I
god!
feel like
He did it.
like I don't know what all of that was for. If it was just say that.
But now
Right?
you get the question of as opposed to what? Because he said that he can't be negative anymore.
Well,
So-
yeah, you'll never. He's not allowed to say. That's the thing. But I guess this feels like a breakthrough moment. But I'm not sure what he's going to say next.
Ones,
Hmm.
right? We want to see good movies.
Yes.
We want to be transported to another world. We want to feel like we've just experienced something that changes us in some way, or that hit us in the emotions, made us feel something,
Hit us in
or
the
that was just a great time. We want to be scared. We want to laugh. We want to cry. All that stuff. We want to watch.
Those
good
are
movies.
emotions.
And we want to have variety. We want to be able to watch a superhero movie, but also watch a courtroom drama or a character study about someone who's dealing with some psychological issue. And that's how it used to be. You used to get all of that. I do think that in general, streaming is to blame. And this year with the strikes,
In general, streaming is to blame. No, it's the
Well,
no.
this
Well,
one's
wait a minute.
Well,
more
maybe if
complicated.
it's
Like the
just about going to the
variety of the
theater.
films being made.
Well, it depends what we're talking about. I mean, can it really be said that there isn't like a variety of films that have been made on like Netflix, for instance? You know, as a streaming service, that there's a lack of variety in terms of the kinds of films that they're making. They produce psychological thrillers.
Yeah, we
animated
were
films,
talking
like
about
family comedies.
We went through an era of just everything being okayed and then flushed onto these sites. And he's saying, like, that was part of the problem he was highlighting. It's
talking
like,
about the
yeah, but
problem-
a lot of those
Yeah,
films
'cause
will be these kinds of options, you know, like
Well,
there
I
was
mean, The
a
Killer, it's a Netflix movie, and that's like a psychological
yeah,
thriller.
there was a Netflix horror movie that I caught by chance. I think I described it to you for you when I checked it out, but I think it's called The Deep or something. And it's two divers go down to a house to try and get you know, money basically, just to loot it because it's deep underwater. And then like the basement's locked, and so they're there with their tanks and stuff. They have, I think, enough for like a day. And there's just weird things happening, like, you know, shadows, things moving and stuff. And they get down to the basement, they find like a satanic sort of like sacrifice that was done down there. And then, you know, the windows gradually start developing bars and the doors start locking and stuff. And it's just like, that's
neat.
fucking... Where was the last time I watched a movie like that? It's like, yeah, that's just on Netflix. That's there. Someone paid to have that made. So, you know.
And that is the argument for streaming, is that streaming has a permanent collection, or a permanently shifting collection with way more variety than you can get from any other single investment in content. So that's kind of the point. So if the problem is simultaneously that we need to change how we view films, but also we need to be given more variety of films, and we're not because streaming. Is that the argument we've had so far?
Maybe his argument is that the films that formerly would be in theaters now only exist on streaming. But he didn't say that, so I feel like I'm just inventing that argument for him.
Yeah, but those films wouldn't exist because it's the streamers that pay for those movies to be made in the first place.
Yeah, this is why it's confused. Like, there needs to be more clarity on the point here. I think what he said is something that people intuitively agree with. Like, films used to be better, more variety, but it's not just... It's more successful forms of variety, which, to be fair, we've got, like I said, Barbieheimer is like a, you know...
Barbieheimer.
I think he's just
variety between those two,
superhero
that's for
movies.
sure.
There's some
but
big
that's not
variety
down to
there.
streaming.
Well, and by the way, I just wanted to clarify. Some people were like, "Oh, what's that movie called? I want to check it out." It's like I was using it as an example. I didn't think it was good. I'm sorry.
You got me excited there. Actually.
No, it's
Damn.
I was not happy with the writing in that, but the idea, you know, the genre, the variety of the concept.
Fucking debated us.
Well, I mean, of course, you know, like, has there ever really been the kind of shows that Flanagan makes before he was making those shows on Netflix? You know,
Yeah,
of,
one
like,
could
these
argue Netflix is the
big drama
reason
horror shows.
that we got many things that and Chris adores Flanagan's work. So
Yeah, in fact, yeah, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, wait a minute, hasn't, like, I mean, big budget, like, television as a thing has been, in large part, a consequence of streaming, other than HBO. Sorry, I'm sneezing.
okay,
Yeah, and the moment
we forgive
you take like television off streaming, like Netflix has loads of Korean shows which are awesome, which we never would have got over here without streaming.
No, that's
So-
right. And there was never a market on, like, NBC for the One Piece, live action anime adaptation that's on Netflix. That would never have been created on, like, Fox or ABC or NBC or CBS. Like, that's, you know what I mean? So if anything, you could say streaming has essentially changed, in some sense, the kind of stuff that's being made and the kind of stuff that is viable. In part because it's a worldwide audience compared to local, audience, and then via syndication and whatnot. I am utterly confused at his point. I gotta
There's
tell
too
you.
many, there's too many data points here that like run in all different directions. This is what I mean. I wish he focused his point of view, but this feels more rambly.
I do think that in general, streaming is to blame. And this year with the strikes, this is the first time actors and writers have ever said, hey, we gave you guys a decade of this weird shit where you didn't report your numbers and nobody knows how many people watched our movies and shows, and we're done with that shit. You guys have
That's a whole other thing. Like, this is what I mean. Like, you just, where are we going now? Because yeah, that's a whole other set of issues that have a whole other different level of repercussions. There's obviously histories for strikes. There's results of the strikes now that are going to be seen going forward for the next few years, of course. That's a whole other set of things, Chris.
have to pay us.
Well,
And
it
you
is
have to be-
interesting, though, that if the creators don't have the numbers of who's watching their shows, how will they know if what they made was good or bad? How can they improve?
The age-old question: how do you improve when you don't want to be mean?
more transparent. Because if you look back to like the real popularity of streaming post 2010, you start to see a push towards certain kinds of movies. Rom-coms are almost exclusively on streaming. Gigantic
Okay,
tentpole
so he
movies
is now going to that. And
only in theaters. Smaller films are thriving at the art house. This is why A24 is so respected. They really are taking chances on strange mid-budget.
But now A24 is now transitioning into franchising, right?
Yeah, he
Isn't
mentioned that in a
isn't that
second.
thing? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Projects that do reach an audience. And I think and I hope that that could potentially be the next big thing. Because I think a lot of us are craving originality, weird shit.
I don't know.
I don't believe you. I don't think that's right.
I'm not sure about that.
What are do the audience crave weird shit, or do they just crave good shit?
Let's crave for good shit.
I think good with a bit of weird.
I feel like it's worth bringing up because it's often forgotten about, but like NCIS is still one of the most popular shows on television, and it's like a pretty straightforward procedural.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's something we never, because it seems like in a lot of these like online discussions about media, we don't talk about like network television, which is still relevant. And I don't know, man, like, I mean, it's kind of been pointed out before, right? What was the formula for television for a long time, which is, you know, there is conflict, but the conflict gets resolved in that episode. Overarching narrative arcs are pretty thin. People kind of know what they're getting when they go into an episode of a lot of these shows. And that still exists. There is still a place for that, and that's still fairly popular. It's just that we don't think about it a lot in terms of these online discussions, probably because the average age of people who are watching NCIS is probably pretty old. But I mean, they're still participants in the marketplace. They're still participating in.
That's another element, is
driving
reliability. To know that you're going to be getting a baseline amount of, you know, quality every time. That's not easy to
kind of
you know, guarantee.
Futurama, right? The single female lawyer thing.
Yeah.
Fry's saying people don't want to be surprised. People want to feel safe going into it. And you know, it varies, right? People obviously have different expectations and different desires, and some people have like no interest in that kind of format of storytelling. But like, I don't know about making this broad statement that people are interested in things that are highly original and strange, because if that was the case, why doesn't it reflect really in like the kinds of things that are really, really, really successful fairly consistently throughout all of, you know, the last like 30 or 40 years?
Yeah,
I feel like the weird
longest running
movies
and
are the
most
kinds of
successful.
things-
Sorry, Rex, after you.
I think like the weird movies are the ones that people like every once in a while as a little thing on the side, or as something they like to check out intermittently, but it's not like their typical diet. It's their, you know, it's something it's nice to have it around, but it's not enough to be the primary thing.
Yeah, so you look at the longest running and most successful things, certainly on like British terrestrial television, it's not brand new pushing boundaries type television, it's soap operas. The EastEnders has been going for about 60 years. Coronation Street's been going for around the same time. What people like is the familiar, but with the occasional refresh. But they don't generally flock to like revolution for its own sake. Because you could argue from the weird point of view, you could say the multiverse arc in Marvel is trying to do something which is weird and, I guess, original. It's just that it's shit. Because being weird and original is actually not fathomable to most of the audience because they haven't actually taken the time to make the thing work. Whereas if they'd refreshed the MCU rather than said, we're going to blow it up with an incomprehensible multiverse, I don't think we'd be currently sitting here lamenting its decline.
MOM and Loki season 1 and 2 and a couple of other things like absolutely would qualify as weird shit, but they're all terrible.
Yeah, you could have made it weird shit with
Wake
cool,
2 is pretty
with
weird,
good.
huh?
Alan Wake 2 is weird.
Alan Wake 2 is pretty weird.
Oh, stop!
You know what's
stop
not
reminding me of
weird?
that piece of shit game.
RoboCop, Rogue City. It's not a weird game. If you've watched RoboCop, it's just a
Well,
direct adaptation, pretty
no,
much.
You know what's not weird? Fucking FIFA. Like, that's
Yep,
pretty
FIFA's
normal.
not weird.
It's incredibly.
And that makes
Call of
money
Duty is
every
pretty normal
year.
as well.
Fucking all the MOBAs and like, you know, running for as long as even like Dead by Daylight, right? Like these.
Maybe they'd make the argument that like League of Legends is a little bit, but even that'd be like, I mean, it's not.
It's
that,
been going for
like,
way too long to be considered weird now.
Mm.
Well, I guess the point being that again, it's worth. I don't know that there's any reason to believe that the sort of preference for originality versus familiarity is remarkably drastically different across mediums. Maybe it is a little bit because like video games have the benefit of being highly iterative. There's way more of there's way more of a reason to make a sequel to a video game than a movie, for instance. Because like it could just be I want to expand the mechanics rather than we need a context to continue a story that ended.
You know, like Extraction. It's like everyone's seen that before, quote unquote. But
yeah,
boy, was it a good one of those. You know what I mean? Like
it's a complicated game of seeing things that are familiar, that have familiar storytelling vocabulary, but have tweaks and twists and interesting turns and things that are unexpected and surprising. It's complicated. I don't know that there's. Basically, the point I'm making is I don't know that I can agree with like a wholesale statement that people want originality. It's a little bit more complicated than that, I would say.
Yeah.
Everybody is. I've been to a ton of screenings in Cleveland, packed with audiences for like weird movies, and I've heard the way people talk about.
But that's already a selection bias.
That's a great anecdote, but like when we look at the actual box office,
but they don't go to
selection
see
bias.
them.
The people who went to see that are people who want to go see that. You know what I mean? Like it's why would we count that? It's like, yeah, but those people want to see the weird shit. It's like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, Neil Breen movies can fill cinemas, but
yeah, the way the fucking world is going after, yeah, it's complicated for general audiences.
About them when they leave, but it's what these movies do with those expectations.
Didn't Beau is Afraid flop miserably?
I think it did, and I also heard that it wasn't very good either.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything to do with that. I've only seen like that. That was a big old risk, that one.
When I saw Beau is Afraid, for instance, I thought that movie was so weird, and I respected the hell out of it. It was so well made.
Boring.
Tell me
Chris,
how you.
Come on.
Tell me, give me a thought. Try to be a human for 5 fucking seconds.
It was just so, you know, it was such a movie, you know.
Boy, it definitely was a film that it sure do. Yep, You
like
bet.
he had notes for this video, and I
He
still
did.
don't know what the point of this video is. Like,
well, it's in the title, The Future of Film. Why I'm Worried. There you go.
I feel like his therapist.
Yeah, a little bit.
Did I get it? Not really. Did I need to understand?
Oh, why didn't you watch it 5 times like Blade Runner to get it?
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
So that you could understand it. Yeah, so that you would have the right opinion on it.
Yeah, you should have checked on IMDb, see what everyone's saying.
Spaghetti go.
All of it? No. Did that scare me? No, it fucking enthralled me.
Scare me.
Who's asking these questions? Did you get scared because you didn't understand?
Oh yeah, I remember when I watched a movie once, got out of the cinema and was just terrified. I didn't understand it. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do now. Oh shit.
And yet, tons of people skipped out on that movie because they were like, I don't want to do the work of figuring that out.
What?
Holy moly!
How do you know that?
Well, maybe
Where
because
did
the
this
movie
thought
was shit.
originate?
I don't know that I take that much issue with someone saying, I don't want to watch a wacky artsy film. I want to watch the guy shoot a bunch of bad guys and save someone.
Waller, I'll save you time. It's an allegory for depression. There you go. Now you don't have to watch the movie.
Oh, cool.
I don't blame anybody.
That point doesn't hold for like Inception, for example, which did incredibly well despite, you know, being not the easiest thing in the world to untangle, and yet that didn't really seem to put off a large number of people. Not that everybody did put in the effort to work it out, but
every once in a while, when we want to watch a movie, we will be like in a state of not looking for something heavy. I prefer to watch something that's a little more straightforward, you know, and that's totally normal and fine. The idea that someone said, I don't want to see Beau is Afraid, because as far as I know, it's a wacky, abstract movie about things that don't really line up or make sense, with a lot of interpretation, and it's like really long. I'm really not looking for that, and I really do. So I could picture someone saying that, and that's totally fine. The idea that he's like disdainful of I feel like he forgets his claimed principles regularly.
They were like, I don't want to do the work of figuring that out. And that really bothers me. Because a lot of us do this. What I'm
What?
doing right now, we sit in
Okay.
front of our cameras.
Why
and
does
make a
it bother
YouTube
you if
video.
somebody else doesn't want to watch a movie?
That's
like,
a
what,
bit- I
does that
can't believe you're
impact
saying
your
this.
world at all?
I feel like I'm supposed to be more picky than he is, but if someone says to me, like, I don't want to watch The Prestige more, like, that's going to be a super complicated film. I've hit a friend, there's, like, loads of subtext, rewatching it, there's 3 different timelines, like, I'm just not... I don't want to watch a movie like that. I'd be like, all right, fine.
You
All
can't
right.
blame them. Sometimes it's just like, yeah. Sometimes I just want to listen to a nice chill. Sometimes this happens with games all the time. Maybe not all
Also,
the time
wait.
do I want to sit down and play a super intense, in-depth thing. I just want to have a chill experience.
Someone just pointed it out.
and-
He didn't do it for the Marvels. He said
Yeah.
he didn't know what the Marvels was about, and he was just like, oh, fuck it.
Damn.
Man, that really bothers me actually.
I guess the up he has on the other guys that he still went and saw the Marvels, even though he didn't get it.
It
What
must
a
have to be
trooper.
like his friend though, because his friend comes around and says, "So I'm feeling really kind of down and depressed and miserable, and I just want to be cheered up." And he says, "Well, I'm going to judge you if you don't want to watch Schindler's List with me right now.
Oh God,
So let's watch Schindler's List, and you will enjoy it. Otherwise, you're not my friend anymore."
is it
No,
not?
I'm just maybe not in the mood.
I will say, this is the most interesting he's ever been to me. The fact that he's like, someone said they didn't want to watch Beau is Afraid, and I fucking hate that shit. It's just like, oh shit, okay, more of this, more of your character,
An
please.
emotion, a bit of humanity
Yeah.
shining
We
through.
sit in front of our cameras, we make a YouTube video, or we write articles, or we blog, or we write for a paper, whatever.
Why are you showing Marvel's clips?
Are you
now?
showing? Yeah, I was
I don't
about to
know.
say why.
Chris.
Why are you
I feel like that's just the current movie, and that's why he has the footage, took the footage from it. I don't know. It's weird.
It's just it's what you do. It's like the AI generated.
Like to wake
stuff
people up
you
if they're
just
falling
do in the
asleep?
movie.
They're like,
Yeah.
oh, Marvels, woo!
And we ask Hollywood to not do what the MCU is currently doing. We say, please stop doing that. Please, like,
Okay.
be
Doing
better.
what?
Make more
We
original.
stop
Making
doing
shit?
Making shit.
I don't know what did he phrase it as. Sorry, I missed
Did
that.
he say
He's
be
like-
better?
Be better. Make more
Yes!
original shit. And then
Yeah.
when they
Do
do,
better.
You gotta
We're like-
do better, Senator.
You gotta
Yes.
do better, Disney.
You gotta do better, Stuckman.
hold on. I don't
So
understand
what?
any of that.
Okay, wait, I'm rolling
No.
it back. I'm lost.
What?
No, they didn't just want something original and new. They wanted something good. It can't just be different. It has to be good as well.
Like,
Yeah.
hold on. I don't understand any of that. That was weird. Why'd you make me watch that? Why was there a big old penis in the attic? Beau is Afraid is a big example for me. It did not do well at the box office, as I predicted in my review.
As everybody would have predicted. If you found out
Yes.
what this film was and how much it fucking costs, it's obvious it was not going to be able to make the money back.
And just recently, A24 announced that they would try to start making some slightly more mainstream stuff, along with some of their more groundbreaking.
Wow, they're just
mainstream?
numbers now. Crazy.
No.
Oh yeah.
That's an interesting development that they would acknowledge that they need to make slightly
Money?
more crowd-friendly
Money,
movies.
exactly.
Oh
Be
no,
able to afford
okay.
to make movies like Beau is
Oh,
Afraid.
you mean like how it's always worked?
That's how it's
Yeah.
So
always
it turns
worked.
out you
It-
need money to make things that cost money.
Just if you want
Like,
to make
he doesn't
things that niche audiences
Why is he-
enjoy, you have to make stuff that bigger
Why is he
audiences enjoy
saying it
first.
like this? Every major film studio basically has some art house wing. It's Searchlight, to Fox. Where it's like, yeah, we'll make the big movies, and then we got the small movies that we can help finance with the money we make from the big movies. It's just normal. It's been happening for decades.
Right, because we didn't pay for it. You got Martin Scorsese
Yeah, we
sitting there with
didn't pay
Ari
for it.
Aster,
How dare
encouraging
we.
people to watch this movie. This fucking legend of
Yeah.
filmmaking, sitting with a guy.
Make a
He
point, I
said-
beg you, please. You keep
No,
talking
it's,
about
ju-
what
it's
is.
just gonna be. Scorsese said you go watch it, and you didn't.
nobody
You
did.
fuckers.
Yeah, you didn't
Yep.
trust cinema in the form of a man.
Yeah,
Look
cinema
at
is
you.
kill. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Guy who's made 3 movies. And you got Joaquin Phoenix coming off of his Academy Award win for the Joker, which is one of the most iconic characters ever. It just seems like it should
Thank
work.
you for telling me
Yeah,
that
that
the
doesn't mean
Joker's
that
really
to do with
iconic.
anything.
It's
Like,
Doesn't mean
I thought
this
you were gonna
next
say
movie's
something
gonna be a banger
insightful.
automatically.
oh my god.
This is the world we live in, man. People are afraid to
This
be
is-
challenged.
It's not
Okay,
that. It's
here.
not afraid to be
Wait,
challenged. What the fuck?
I thought you said people wanted original things.
Yeah, but they're afraid to be challenged.
Okay.
That is so not the problem at all. Not even close. Afraid to be challenged. Boo.
That really
Boo,
pissed you off, didn't it?
It's such a stupid conclusion. Why would you even come to that? Like,
Well,
He's-
see
because
movies,
it's a
you
good-
idiots,
well,
is what
it's
this
a good
video
way of
is.
projecting. People are afraid to be challenged, unlike me, who isn't
Yeah,
afraid.
it's a
I am a
pretentious
filmman.
rant.
I take
If only you
challenge
could
by
live
the
up to
bum.
my level, then cinema wouldn't be dying, and you'd all realize how amazing these movies actually were.
Yeah, it's just film Bo was afraid that I admitted I didn't even understand.
He didn't understand
But
the
he
Marvels
wasn't
either.
afraid, though. At least he wasn't afraid.
He wasn't
at the
afraid,
end.
yeah, Frankie. That's the important
Yeah.
part. He wasn't afraid. He took it chin up and he just went for it. And that's the problem with you,
it chin
chat.
up.
You're all afraid to be challenged.
Yeah, Chad. What
That's
the fuck,
right.
Chad? You're because
You gotta do
cinema-
better,
You
pussies.
killed
Yeah.
cinema.
You're the reason that
You
cinemas
killed
kill.
You killed him. You killed him.
He's on the
goddammit.
floor, he's
dead.
bleeding.
He's coughing up
It
blood.
bothers me.
Or cinema.
And people are afraid to be challenged. We want easy.
Stop.
We want
want-
simple. We
Oh my
No, we want good.
Dude,
I want
how
good.
Good.
Hey,
God
this is
damn
his
it.
Do you like how he
He's
just
looking at
randomly
his
pulls
notes
out
when he's saying this?
some of the most insulting shit, just random? Like, you
While
know what your
talking about
problem
how he's
is?
such an enlightened,
audience?
kind filmman. He's such
Yeah.
a good filmman who would never
I won't
shit
shit on
anybody.
filmmakers anymore,
All
but I'll
of
happily
you-
shit on the
all
audience.
Of you plebs, you fools. You don't want to be challenged. You
Fools,
want to clap
yeah.
like seals.
You want it
Peanut
simple.
gallery.
You want it. I love the
Anyone
idea
pledge
with
to my Patreon.
this
They
is like
want
a fucking
simple, they
movie
want
where
good.
a guy is like, "I love family," and then it starts raining, and he's like, "I need umbrella," and then gets it. It's the credits, and we're like, "Man, that was a great movie." I really related with Og. He needed to protect that family.
I didn't understand
I
that.
just-
I'm afraid.
And then
I just
Chris
like
is
that
like
Raven-
shouting, he's like, "You won't be challenged. Look at you."
You made a whole video about how to save cinema, and it turns out his tactic is shame. That's what
Yeah.
he thinks will save cinema.
This is a
Shaming
vital
people
part
into
of
The
his
films we don't watch
graduation.
are already trying to shame us. We don't we've been inoculated against this, Chris.
Oh yeah, someone just highlighted like Everything Ever All at Once. No one's gonna call that a fucking simple movie.
No.
Nope. I mean, that would be what you would point to in terms of like a kind of surprise success of being a very complex, weird kind of movie.
I guess
that
people got
managed
over
to-
their fear of challenge with that one.
We want simple. We want to be able to look up the movie and have
Why did he like? It feels like he said what we said earlier, but in a way worse way. We were talking about like reliability, consistency, storylines that cover a lot of the same drama that you've seen before, but at least in ways that have a bit of spice to it, or a mix-up, or a subversion here and there. And then his version is like, "You want simple. You won't be
Yeah.
challenged. You're afraid." It's like
He's
what the
monologuing
fuck?
like an art-related villain.
Yeah.
And that's why I destroyed all the directors in the world. That's why I killed them all, because they wouldn't challenge you.
Dude, this is actually reminding me. It's a character in Sly 2. He's like one of the first guys you encounter who, like, he's a scorned artist who then decides to become an art-based supervillain.
El Cinemero. He's
I
gonna
can't
get
remember what
us.
his name. Well, he was French, the guy, but I can't remember his name. Someone in chat might remember. It's
Cinema
the first
Roberto?
guy in Sly 2. Oh, what was his
They could
name?
team up.
Oh, Dimitri. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
have it explained to us instantly.
Dimitri the
I
French.
used to make explained
Man, the Sly Cooper
videos.
games are so fucking
I stopped. There didn't used to be 1,000.
Wait, what? You used to make explained videos and you stopped.
That's why
But
no one can
why?
understand it.
What does that even
You
mean?
stop.
I don't know.
Is
Also,
he
I
gonna stop
fucking hate
watching
explained
them,
videos.
or-
Not because of in concept. I love the idea of them. They can be helpful. But man, the amount of explained videos I've watched that take the first 99% of the video to just recap events, that drives me nuts.
This is what happened, but they don't explain anything. They just describe the events of
Oh my
the
god,
film.
it's the absolute worst. It's like, where was the insight? You just told me that you just maybe watched the and then
Yes,
you
I was
realize
there.
like, oh,
I saw the thing.
that's
I
the
did
actual
see it.
industry for that on YouTube. It is that it replaces the film for a lot of people. They just watch the summaries of the plot events and then that's that. That's like a whole thing. I don't know if you guys have seen
Upskilling
channels where the title will be the sort of horror premise or the drama premise of the film, and then the video is just with clips, just doing the. It's like the
No, yeah, that's a thing that's prevalent for some reason.
I hate it. Like, but then,
It bothers me.
it does bother me.
And to have it explained to us instantly. I used to make explained videos. I stopped.
Because
There didn't used to be 1,000 explained videos on the
You
internet.
pioneered the format, did you?
what is he? But why did he
Dang.
stop? Tell me why.
Like, at all. I was one of the few people who did it back.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
So when you were one of the few people that did it, it was successful. But then other people came along, did it better than you, and you stopped because
Everyone's just a cheap imitation of Stuckman.
It's so true. To be fair, he's a cheap imitation of a nostalgia critic. That's the real king.
That's true.
Oh
And
my
I have way more
God.
respect for Nostalgia Critic than Chris Stuckman.
But I think this is
Unironically.
dangerously translating into us just being afraid to watch anything.
Dangerously.
Please stop saying we're afraid, please. I
We-
beg you.
all
I'm
these
afraid I'm
terms-
gonna throw up here in a second.
It's like he's standing there going, "Give me money." You're like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, you coward. If you were
Coward.
smart, you'd give me money.
You're
You
afraid.
coward."
You don't want to be challenged by fucking Darth Ben. That's what
What,
it
are you
is.
scared you can't afford your groceries anymore?
Ugh.
Coward.
Into us just being afraid to watch anything that might
This is just a
make us
Findom video.
uncomfortable, that we're not instantly aware of, that we have to really think about a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's what it is.
I hope
Yeah,
that we can
definitely.
find a
I think the
place for
next
this
time a
stuff.
friend's gonna ask me to go to a
How-
movie, I'm just gonna like, nah, I'm scared. I don't wanna.
How can you
I'm not-
possibly reconcile
Don't
this?
challenge me.
I'm
I don't
afraid
gotta
it's gonna
challenge
challenge
you,
me.
How can he possibly reconcile this alongside the fall of the MCU? Like, is he actually arguing that the reason the MCU is dying is because it's too experimental?
No, the problem is that he's got it's has been pointed out many times. There is no coherency to this script. This is just a bunch of disparate thoughts about the state of the industry that fundamentally are contradictory in certain ways that haven't been reconciled. It's just here's a thought, here's a thought, here's a thought, here's a thought, latching onto each of them with no clear idea of where he's heading. Because yeah, how do you square away that Marvel movies are failing? Is the notion that those films are not challenging for the most part, anyway. Like this runs contrary to what he's saying here, but he doesn't seem to realize that, probably because again it's like, yeah, I'm just latching onto these thoughts. They're all over the place. Yep, okay, video done. Cool, ship it. Yep, all good. My work here is done.
And he
Mhm.
makes it sound like if only they would watch them, right? Like, if only they would watch. And it's like, well, people did check out Beau is Afraid, and it fucking died because nobody recommended it.
Meanwhile,
so-
people did check out Everything Ever All at Once,
And did
then it got
recommend
incredible word of mouth,
Yeah,
and then it
really
became
good.
a massive success.
But I guess Last Wish is just not challenging, and that's why.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a good example to point to for an animated film that's designed for families. Designed
Yeah.
knowing that kids are going to watch it. That's a
That movie
fairly
was so
challenging
fucking good.
film. Yes,
So
it
it's
is.
so fucking
It's an
good.
excellent movie.
Mhm.
One of my
I
favorites.
mean, it's that mortality in a film that's going to be watched by kids.
Oh,
That's-
what a
that's
great movie.
fairly challenging. Yeah.
Of stuff, and no, I do not think it's just dumping them on streaming. But I am very
You were the one that
Dumping them on
you brought that
stream,
up.
Dumping them.
That was you. You
Wasn't
said
he the one that said that was part of the problem? Whatever.
Yeah.
curious to hear your guys' thoughts on all of this.
Don't
You're
you?
not
Your,
gonna-
give me your
No, you're not. You
thoughts.
don't give a
if I-
shit.
You don't care. You don't. Come on.
I do really love this art form, and I love.
Yes, you
going
need
to
to
the movie.
keep.
You
have
said
to
that so
keep
many
saying
times.
it. He has to keep.
I
saying
trust
it.
you. I trust you, sort of.
movies. I try
Well,
to
it's
see
not-
everything. There are so many movies I
You try to see everything, but you can't because there's too much Marvel content now. It's filled up the whole world. Damn it!
see
They
that
release
I
one
never
episode a week.
talk
It's
about.
too
I
much.
just saw Ghost in the Shell this week. It was re-released in theaters, and I got to see that in a theater. Which
Why
was
don't you?
great.
Why don't you talk
I
about
saw-
it then? Did he? It sounded like he said that.
He
I
hasn't
don't
got
get
the
to
time,
talk about
Frank.
why.
He's too busy talking about how cinema is kill.
Wait. What is he reviewing though? What are the movies that he's typically reviewing at the moment? Because I'm gonna go ahead and guess that they're all like recent releases for the most part. Oh no, there's a couple old ones, E.T. and Silence of the Lambs. Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, but how long are those? Like, how much are they
Oh,
gonna
well,
do
they're
to
like-
actually
well,
convince me to go watch them?
The E.T. one is 17 minutes, but Silence of the
Oh.
Man, talking about Silence of the Lambs in only 7 minutes and
I don't
33
fucking get
seconds.
it. His Hill House review was 5 minutes.
That's true.
It's a season.
His killer review was only 7 minutes. You could talk about a movie.
5 minutes. I thought he loves those those Flanagan's things as
Yeah,
well.
but he hasn't got much to say about him though.
Meg Ryan's directorial movie with David Duchovny, What Happens Later. I went and saw that anime film, The Tunnel
Everything
to
that
Summer,
happens
The
is
Exit
later,
of Goodbyes. I went and saw Anatomy of a Fall.
What does this have
Make
to do with
videos on
like
this.
anything? Yeah, like yeah, but like what is
He's
he having to do with the broad point though?
Mutually, he's doing his part. He's doing
I-
his part.
well,
Yeah, he's
I
setting an
guess the thing
example to all of us to follow. He goes
Yeah,
to see
he's
all
not
of the
afraid.
things
But that hasn't
because
addressed
he
all the
changed
points-
his way of living.
That doesn't
No,
address
but
all the
I
points that
watch it
he
so
brought
you don't
up.
have to.
Mola, this is good for building credibility because look, I watched some animes. I watched a film you haven't heard of.
Oh god, rated R too. But what I'm trying to highlight
Ooh.
here is that he brought up loads of reasons for why people aren't doing this, and then he's like, "But I'm doing it." Like that doesn't
Mhm.
change anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is your life. This is your job, and
Yeah,
your
that's the
main
other problem
passion
with
in life.
this. Is that like he's a very unique individual, uniquely poised to do this, uniquely invested, has all the he's developing connections, he has all the awareness, he knows who to look to for recommendations, for information about releases. Like, no, you're a very
Meanwhile,
minor fraction of a minor fraction of a minor fraction of a people that can even do this with ease. It would be like the equivalent of someone being like, why do people not get into like fine dining? Like it's easy. You just need to get a couple of books, tools, and kitchen stuff, and just whatever. Just like,
why don't people just get into white water rafting? Just get out there.
It's like an hour per day if you get it right. Like it's just like what but like
why aren't people into running a marathon every weekend? It's
really easy. You only need you
around the place. Yeah,
I saw Next Goal Wins. I saw The Marsh King's
Good for you,
Daughter.
man.
Nobody else did.
Oh, what does that mean? Are they afraid again?
Probably.
Are they afraid like boas?
Are they too afraid to see Boas afraid? Oh my god.
Oh.
I guess at the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure that I said something about all this.
You didn't say anything, except that the audience is too scared, which is a really weird takeaway.
Things.
Because I really have a bad feeling. And
It's a bad omen, don't you get it?
I gotta tell you,
it's so ironic because we come away more hopeful with the box
I'm
office
way
stuff.
more
right?
hopeful that the Marvels is failing. That's
We're like,
and
good,
all these
let it
superhero
die.
films. Let him burn.
Let it burn to the
and then
ground and
something
let
new.
something rise
Maybe
from the
something new will.
ashes.
Yeah, exactly. Like a
Yeah.
phoenix. But not Dark Phoenix. Like a better movie than that. Something. Anything.
The glorious phoenix rising from the ashes.
Of this art form that I love. I've just finally made my first movie, and it is a real goal of mine to make original movies. There's just so many topics that all relate to one central thing, which is a fear of the future for the
Rags, I wouldn't know because I'd be too afraid to watch his movie.
Afraid to be
knows
challenged.
what will
You don't want to be challenged. I understand.
No.
Is that what all this is? It's just a
Stuckman, the
preemptive
challenger.
blaming of the audience for the fact that no one will go and see his film. But at least now he's established that it's our fault for not going to see his film and not his.
I guarantee you the comment section is filled with just everybody's own takes and then that they agree with Chris. You know what I mean? Like nobody's...
Because he threw out so many disparate arguments that you got to latch onto one of them, right? There'll be one of them that you probably agree with.
Well, the crazy thing is,
extrapolate that to the whole video.
I heard about this video thanks to it trending. You got onto trending with this, and I was like, what the fuck do people take away from this? And you're like, oh, it's one of those videos where you take away whatever you want.
He's gonna ramble on and say some words, and then everyone does the work in their own heads, and then they walk away and say, yeah, the thing that I thought about is definitely the thing that I watched.
art form. And I'm worried about movie theaters. I'm worried about physical media. I'm concerned about movies and TV shows disappearing off of streaming platforms.
Yeah, you said all of that. You didn't really sew it into some kind of point, though. You just sort of said bad omens, and that's it, because you've got no insight, nothing.
Well, this just seems like virtue signaling. He's like, oh, all these people are going to lose their jobs. I'm so worried for everybody. If only we could get together and save them. It's like, well, it's like a charity, not a business.
And taking a very, very one-sided and narrow view of every event that he's gone through, it's like, there's art that's been taken away from people to be able to see, like, oh, bad. There's physical media that used to be there and it's no longer there. Yeah, bad. There's theaters that used to be there and are no longer there. Yeah, that's bad. These are bad omens. You're like, do you want to go into depth on any of these things? Do you want to see if they connect at all? Do you think there's a common causal solution? Are they symptoms or are they core problems? Are they anything? And he's just like, bad. Bad omens.
Studios, gratefully, just one studio, WB, that is just straight up erasing movies before they're even released, and they're done already, and everyone worked on them, and it's...
Do you see how he describes all of it like there's no reason to do it? Talk about it. Talk about it, Chris. Make a video about it.
Well, he can't, because the way he's pitching it is, isn't it horrible because all these people worked on it? And he doesn't want to say that all those people worked on it and it's trash and it's their fault. So he's trying to blame it on someone else. But there's no way he can physically badmouth the people that made the movie, because he just thinks effort equals good.
Just insane. It's the most insane
You already did this
thing I've ever seen in this business outside of Harvey Weinstein. And I just can't...
Why'd you laugh?
I don't know.
I'm also just struggling with the analogy there. Like Harvey Weinstein, two people don't watch bad films?
Well, it does feel weird. The number one worst thing in the industry is a man who uses power to, like, you know, do all the things that he did. Second worst is when they delete films that are created. It's like that.
Oh, yes.
That's a really
Nothing
weird
else
fucking list you got there, man.
Between
What if
those
they're
two
deleting his
positions?
films?
Can't believe that anybody would want to sign a contract with somebody like that, knowing that you could do all that work for years of your life and just have some guy be like,
Your work is shit.
Anyway, guys, I would love to hear your thoughts on the state of the industry. the
Okay.
I'm sure you would.
He already
Yeah.
said that
Yeah.
before. He kind
You
of
know,
repeated it.
you would
That's
love to
right.
hear them so you
Comment
can
below,
see which
let me
ones he
know.
wants to keep
Yeah.
for himself.
Martin Scorsese, movie theaters, all of it. I'm very fascinated by this topic, physical media. I am.
You don't have any
Fascinated by
opinions.
this topic.
I don't know. You could
The
have
only
fooled
opinion
me.
he really truly had was that the audience are too afraid to watch films, which is a bizarre and stupid take that must have been his own.
Well,
I
I
can't
mean,
imagine
it's
it
just
from
not
anyone
a. It's not a great long term. It's just you need to make money. What are you gonna do about it? You know, like that's like what it comes down to at the end of the day. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Is your strategy long term to be like, you fuckers, you're too much cowards to watch my movie? Is that your winning strategy to get them to watch? Like, you gotta make money. You gotta make money, and you have to deal with the landscape that you're in. Or if you're comfortable losing money, that's totally fun as well. Like if you got money to burn,
Chad.
but well, yeah, I mean a little bit, right? If you decided to
Chad
finance a
Burnett,
film and
yeah.
you didn't care, well, you know,
This is the movie
imagine
I
you-
wanna
you
make,
finance
damn
your
it.
film. Exactly, I want to make it. I'm going to spend all my money. Don't care how much money it makes. It's like, oh, that's pretty cool. When you're using someone else's money, they might have an opinion on
Yeah, they
how that
might.
money is
They
spent.
might.
Yeah, yeah. If
Well, that's
it's
the other
not your
thing,
money,
The studio meddling where that guy comes in and says, I want an explosion in this scene. That's what people are. And it's like, oh, you're ruining it. It's like, but why do you think that even happens? It's that guy's money. He was the one that paid
it's
for all of it.
You know, because people often say like, oh yeah, appeasing the shareholders. It's like, yeah, that's their job. It's their obligation.
Yeah.
They have to. That's their job. Like these companies are owned by people who want to get a return on investment, and these people need to make decisions that they think are going to make money. And hopefully,
you-
in an ideal world, the art can thrive while the commerce can thrive. But obviously,
If-
there's going to be
I can't
friction.
even
yeah,
begin.
because if you don't want to be beholden to shareholders, then don't become a publicly traded
Yeah, stay
company.
private.
And don't take their money if you don't want to be beholden to them. If you take their money, then you will be.
Imagine the average fucking person looking at the listings and being like, new Marvel movie, ugh, they've been so bad. What else we got? And it's like, The Meg 4, you're like, maybe, yeah, this shark movie will be dumb. What else we got? Extraction 7, you're like, well, I've enjoyed something. And then you're like, you know what? I think I'll just stay home this time. And then Chris Stuckman bursts in the room and he's like, you coward! You coward! You won't go to the cinema to challenge him! You're scared!
up
You're
at your
scared of the
window.
Meg 7! Anyway, why would I delay? We're going to check out the best movies of 2023. How suitable for our year look back stream, I guess. Is everyone ready?
Hit us with it. Hit us with it, Chris. Hit us with your personality.
Whoa!
I mean,
Give
I
a
can't- I
smack
literally
from me,
can't
Daddy.
stop you.
You
Oh,
could have
God.
tried.
I'm getting Stuckmanized right now. Holy God.
I'm just checking. Wait, is
got
everyone
this-
I
here?
don't like this intro.
I gotta tell you, I like the old one better.
We had that
Yeah, this
conversation
one is
before.
We have.
How does one become Stuckmanized?
Oh,
What does it?
Oh,
what does it
that's
entail?
long
Oh,
and
drinker.
complicated
Oh, if the way
process.
was made clear, it would not be the way.
It's like a
I
spirit
see.
quest. You know, you got to go on a pilgrimage through the mountains. You got to speak to the local shaman up on the hill and
Local
go on a big
shaman.
old journey. And then when you come back, it'll be so obvious that you're Stuckmanized that it will just radiate from you like you're glowing.
It's more a state of being rather than
Yes, that's
like, a
right. It's a state of
specific
mind.
40
process.
nights of fasting.
It's not a destination; it's a journey.
Ah, okay.
I want to read this book, but we can't until.
He wrote
Okay.
a book? Chris Stuckman
Yeah.
can read?
Where were you 10 minutes ago,
Yeah,
Rags?
I'm sorry, I was
Not
thinking
listening?
about
Yeah, I
Chris
can
Stuckman.
tell.
Thinking about getting Stuckmanized. Is that the thing that happens in Quake?
I think you
You're
get.
on the conveyor belt?
Is
Like
it-
getting Stuckmanized?
Is it like the
It
neuralizer where it makes you forget the video you saw, or is that just something that happens
Ooh,
when you watch
yeah,
the videos
like Men in
anyway?
Black.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It seems like almost like the sort of thing you would see on Pornhub, like hot girl
Stuckman?
gets Stuckmanized.
You get
real
stuck
hard.
She
All
gets
right.
stuck by a man, that's true.
But aggressive.
Well, guys,
intro.
we
And
have
it
reached
lacked
the end.
impact at the end, doesn't it?
I'm
Meow,
just here to
meow.
make films. All right, good luck.
Hmm.
Why don't you work on the videos first, and then
The
we can
blandest
move
I mean,
to films.
You're literally here in this video to talk about films, not
Yeah.
to make them.
I'm just here to also talk about films. I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
the
This
first.
is like
next
it's
one.
like someone who goes golfing with I'm just here to play baseball t-shirt.
Does
Similar.
he make films? I thought he just did YouTube
Yes,
videos.
he's made short films, and he's currently, I believe, completing production upon his first feature film, Shelby Oaks.
I can't wait.
We'll be very excited to check it out.
I
Are
think
we?
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'm stoked.
that's what we've been paid to say.
I've been paid? That never happened before.
Shut up! Don't
Just to
tell
refresh
anybody.
my memory, at no point in this video is he ever allowed to say anything negative about
Yes.
That's normally
anything
how
he's
it goes.
covering, right?
Well,
Okay.
so
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is the best of, and I believe one of the top comments on this video is, "I like when you made the worst of," and I think the top comment response is he's not going to shit on creators anymore.
Isn't it really interesting how when he got into making
No,
his own
nothing
films,
about him is interesting.
well, not about him necessarily, but his outlook on this. Like once he got into making his
Yes.
own movies, suddenly
Oh,
became
yeah.
super
Yeah, the
positive
only
about
thing-
everything.
Yeah,
Right.
the only thing interesting about Chris Stuckman is purely meta. It's very much.
Well,
that.
it's mysterious almost, right? It's like, we shouldn't be shitting on creators. Now, I'm becoming a filmmaker, and I would like the YouTube people to be chill about it, okay? When I think that you should embrace the reverse, you should be like, I'm becoming a filmmaker, you guys better not go easy on me just because I'm making the film, right? And,
Yeah.
go the opposite
Yeah,
direction
yeah.
of like a lot of, honestly, like AVGN, RLM, where they end up making something that even they are ashamed of. It's like, try and make something you're proud of, and then accept the criticism of it. Which, to be fair, I don't want to imply that Red Letter Media or AVGN haven't accepted criticism. I think it's
Space Cop is great. If you've seen Space Cop, it's one of the best crappy movies I've seen in a long time.
I
Anyway,
wanted to love it.
they've-
I wanted to love it.
I think
Oh, it's
perhaps there's gags in it that probably seemed better like on the script than in reality.
One of the gags I won't forget was when Chris Evans' Space Cop. No, not Chris Evans.
I didn't know they had that kind of money.
Rich
Rich Evans'
After-
Space Cop.
But the post MCU world for him is.
When he's activated his like screen visor, high tech helmet, but then loads of porn ads come up on it and he can't see. I thought that was funny.
Yet another year talking about film on this platform. This is crazy. I've been doing this for
This
like
is
14
crazy.
Isn't it
Oh my God,
remarkable how he
I'm
manages
so
to not
excited.
raise or lower the voice? He
Also,
doesn't
like,
even speak a little bit different all the time. He just does
Call me-
all the
call me young-
same.
Call me unconventional as well, but when you've been doing literally the same thing for 10 years, it ceases to be crazy and just becomes reality.
Isn't
Wow,
it
I showed up
crazy
again
that
for work today? How crazy! This is incredible.
Yeah. I can't believe another year
Can't
passed.
believe it.
you just want to be
Is it
like
more-
you want to like
is it
click
more-
your
is
finger
it
in front of
more
him like Chris, wake up, Chris.
The camera's
Good
rolling.
job.
It's like,
So good to be here. I'm so crazy.
Is it possibly his attitude is more like, I can't believe I'm not a successful Hollywood director yet. It's crazy that I'm still having to make fucking YouTube videos.
What was
I don't know.
Freen, was it that we felt like he was a wannabe? We said like, it wasn't quite a wannabe Spielberg, it's almost a wannabe J.J. Abrams. Like it's almost
Ooh,
worse.
Ooh, if you're gonna be a second-rate version of someone else,
It's,
don't pick him.
I don't know if interesting is the right word. An observation is that it feels to me like Chris Stuckman is obsessed with the idea of being seen as like a filmmaker more so than he's interested in the actual making of films. It's kind of strange.
I don't know, man. Like when you watch his reviews, about 50% of them are just production information about who's
This
directing
is who
it,
directed it.
who did the
Well, sure, but
cinematography, who did the sound
thing is that
editing.
Where's the insight other than just like
The poster
listing,
is a
you know,
16
people who were
and a half
involved,
by
but not really
29.
Oh, we'll
diving
get
into
to
why
insight.
or like how they
We
do
can
things.
Read his book. Plenty of
Wanna-
insight in the book. Okay. On the video, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Years
I'm
now.
ready to be surprised. I
Ready to
wanna
be
believe.
Stuckmanized.
Yeah, I am.
or
Give it to
something.
me
I don't even
harder.
know what's going on in this.
he really captures
Well,
that essence of whoa, dude.
Yeah, I am utterly convinced by this perplexion. I gotta say.
So
This
much
is-
has happened. Over the
This
past-
is
there
the
we
sort
go.
of thing you would say if your channel had just blown up. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh my god, I can't believe suddenly I've got like 100,000 subscribers. Like,
Well, at this
time
point-
last month I had nothing.
This filmmaker needs a filmmaker, maybe a director, to be like, hey, bud, your motivation right now is that you're elated and ecstatic that you've reached this level. You need to convince the audience that that's how you feel instead of saying it because you feel like you probably should.
And it's time once again to talk about the best films of the year. And as usual, I want to start with some honorable mentions. You guys know these are my picks. These are films that meant something to me. These are
Sweet.
films that impacted me in a specific way.
But they don't count?
that
They're
hit
not
me
good
at the-
enough to be.
Why not
Yeah,
just,
the honorable mention implies that they didn't make like the grade for the list, but there's something about them that
But I really
Like,
wanted
it's still
to,
worthy of mention.
yeah, and I
you
really
know?
wanted to limit myself to 12 because numbers.
Because you're like, Chris, why don't
Oh,
you just
yeah,
do 14? He's like, I don't know, man.
Seems a bit much. That seems.
That sounds a little
stressful.
exciting.
It kind of ruins it, doesn't it?
Don't want to
Like,
go too crazy on those numbers.
You meant to do 10. That's what you meant to do, is 10.
Well, if you're gonna breach the 10, you may as well just keep all the ones you love the most, you know?
Well, that was the Nostalgia Critic thing, right?
Top 11.
11.
Yeah.
The right time, or that were just really phenomenal movies. And those honorable mentions are The Boy and the Heron.
Are you going to
Maestro.
talk about it?
No.
No.
This is a list. No, he
It's
said
literally
this would be
just
a list.
mentioning them.
So
Honorable mentions, yeah, it's literally honorable mentions. Yes,
they get mentioned.
it's just mention.
just
that
reading the
Moving on.
titles.
All right, moving on.
So what's funny about that, I guess, is like in a normal top 10 list, it'd be like the honorable mention, they name them, and then they're just like a film that was blah, blah, maybe like a line. But his version, it makes sense. It would just be reading out the title.
The Exit
Yeah,
of the
Maybe
Dark.
he'll say they're all great at the end.
Eyes, Bottoms, Still, a Michael J. Fox movie. Are You There,
Oh, okay.
God? It's Me, Margaret. When Evil
Margaret
Lurks.
movie?
Bo is Afraid.
Oh, wow, this is a lot of
and
mentions.
Cease.
Man, why not just make a top 20 list?
Why not just
Yeah.
talk about it? This is your end of the year video. You only have to
I'm
make
like-
these once a year, and it's
Yeah,
14 minutes long.
Because here's the thing, like, just saying, like, oh yeah, these are my honorable mentions, I like them, and then here's the list. That doesn't help anybody.
Just have them
Like,
be part
I
of the list, you fool.
Well, it's just,
Can
I
you
guess, you're
tell me which
counting on
genre it
people-
has? Like, is it like a
Well, yeah,
horror
because
or
now
a
I
Oh,
don't
action
come on. He
movie?
doesn't know that.
Oh, sorry. I thought he
The
watched
Boy
them.
and the Heron is in the bird genre. Of film.
Ah.
Mm.
Also, I'm as we stream, I am actively balancing everyone's audios. So chat, keep complaining, and I mean that genuinely, so I can tell if we're there or not.
Yes, do not quit.
We will.
Okay.
production.
Yeah. All right.
Sue. Loved all of those
sure.
movies, enjoyed all of them in their own way. They're all very
Enjoyed them all in their own way.
God, it's so
Never
fucking
mind.
useless.
And
Holy
really,
shit.
Chris, if they were special, then you would have
All
made
in
them
their
part of
own
the
way.
list.
special
Well,
movies.
Yeah,
they're
why-
a
why
separate
are-
list. If anything, this is the better list because it's before the other lists.
Well, and also look at the time. It's only 14-minute long video, which means each of these films are going to get about a minute.
Damn, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh
not
no,
a
it's
lot
gonna
of
be
time.
less
Yeah.
than that.
Which is, by
I
the
can't
way,
wait to get-
someone
I
might be
can't wait
like,
to get to the main list.
it's like that's unscripted as well. It's like he couldn't, lay out. I assume this is a script. I assume he's got more than just
I
a list in
figure-
front of him.
I got to imagine. Surely he has a problem of, like if he has limits that he poses on himself in terms of time, he goes over that when he writes his scripts and then has to cut it down, right?
I'd
I
assume
can't
so, yeah.
imagine making a script for a 14-minute video that's mostly just descriptive and then saying, nah, this is too long. I gotta cut this down.
Gary.
Gotta trim the fat. Speaking of trimming the fat, hey.
Sorry, Gary, but Sisu did not make it into the top 12.
What?
He gave it an honorable mention, literally mentioning its name.
Yep.
This was a film which I watched.
It
which
was
I
a film.
enjoyed.
I
This
enjoyed
is
it
a
in my own
film.
way.
Of images displayed in sequence at high speed.
Yes.
I think in his
Brought
defense, he
me
did say that
great
it was a film that
elation.
meant something to him. It's just
Oh,
that we'll
there you
never
go.
find out
We'll never know
what
what it was.
precisely
We don't
that
know what it
means.
meant.
Maybe he got diarrhea after one of them. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that could mean.
Yeah.
That has meaning.
Felt nauseous.
Honestly, I'm surprised we got that much out of him on anything. So, does he mention more on other films other than he saw them?
Oh, well,
And maybe
I
had some
think
pop-
We're gonna
we're all
find out,
actually,
Gary.
yeah, we're all very
Strap
excited.
yourself in, boy, because you're about to get Stuckmanized.
I'm ready.
but they didn't quite make the list, which we're going to get into in just a second. But first, I want to give a big
They
thank
would
you
have
to
if
the
they were
sponsor for
better.
this video.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
damn,
Factor makes
it
meeting
actually
your
is
subscription-
like
Oh.
that.
It looks like Groot.
That looks
What the
great.
hell?
No, they always look gross when they're cold, and then they look
No, but
gross
wait,
when
that's-
you're done with them. But
That looks like it's been
Wait, wait, wait.
shaken.
Yeah.
Like,
This is
Hey.
like a disposal system, so if you've thrown up, like they'll come along, put it in one of these shrimp bags,
If you
take
want
it
to
away.
eat like Oliver Twist, go to.
And it looks like they took out an organ on the other side from a dead body,
do that for
probably.
free.
God,
Hey,
it almost
Gord.
looks like no
It
piercer.
almost looks like a face pressed up against the plastic.
Oh yeah, this,
Yeah.
yeah, this is Edward Munch's lunch, is what this is.
well, and the
I
size
like a-
proportions change size based on. So, like, if you poop more or if you vomit more, they'll give you bigger passes, based on
Hey,
your references.
Stuckman has nice nails, though. That
Wait, that means that this is the fact of people that did this, right? Provided the footage. Like, why would you make
Yeah,
it look
oh,
nicer? You know how, like, in McDonald's ads, they'll do I don't know if you've seen the behind the scenes, but the way they do that shit is amazing. They have, like, all these kinds of machines and absolutely a lie. And then they make it look really good. Then you buy it. It's like a crushed up into the corner burger that's you poke it deflates.
Well, it could also be his wife, right? Like he has
Oh, that could be his wife.
Yeah.
In the packaging?
In the packaging.
What's his name?
Astronaut
Soylent Greenest
rations look better
people.
than that.
Fact
Goals
is
easier
people.
than ever by
Factor.
delivering.
Oh, it's just were they stored upside down?
Don't show the part where it's nasty and frozen. Show the
Yeah.
part where it's finished and you've dressed
We'll get
it up
there.
and, you know.
I guess this is honest. This is what
I
you
guess.
get.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't blame
Never
it. I'll be.
frozen
They never
dietitian
look good
approved
beforehand.
meals
It has
right to
color.
your doorstep. Their team of gourmet chefs create each meal using only ingredients with integrity to help you feel your
Integrity.
Integrity
So like what? All the peas are still in the what?
No, all
integrity.
all those
there's
vegetables
one thing
that have
I
good
can't
character.
stand. It's duplicitous.
The chicken wasn't a
ingredients in my
liar.
food.
Is that what you mean?
This was made from upstanding citizens.
Have you ever tasted a lying chicken? It's like stringy
Oh,
and
gross.
No
Ugh.
dishonest ingredients in this food.
Got some integrity.
Made with 100% grade A integrity.
best all day long. This bustling holiday season, you might be looking for nutritious, flavorful meals to
Hell
fuel
yeah.
you
But this
on
came out after the
jam-packed
holidays.
days. Factor, America's #1
Mango,
Mango
that looks normal.
smoothie?
Mango
That looks
smoothie.
like
That looks okay.
that looks like eggnog. Just to be clear, that does not look like a mango
State-sponsored
smoothie.
drink.
It could still be
That
poop
doesn't look
juice.
like-
You don't know.
Factor has made meal prepping a lot easier this year for my family. Time is of the essence. We're always
You almost want to zap him with a
course
little
he freezes to
taser
his
while he's
fucking
talking, just to
family.
make him go.
Times of
Like,
the essence.
He doesn't strike me either as a guy who's like super busy and like high energy and like, "Oh, I've got so much to do."
Maybe that's it.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
he's
doesn't
made
strike me, but his wife
loads-
strikes him.
He's made the equivalent of Lord of the Rings in the past few years, and so that's why he's so low energy, because he's packed it all into these wonderful movies that are going to come out.
When it comes to film in 2023, a lot
There
of
we go.
That
big
was rough.
mainstream movies didn't quite deliver in the ways that I hoped they would.
Whoa, being
What does that
critical, I
mean?
see.
Okay,
Whoa.
What does that mean?
Easy there, you.
Welcome
fucking
to the
edgelord.
alt-right.
Pretty toxic. I don't
I
know.
feel like 100 filmmakers just went, oh, ow, ow, my
Oh.
feelings, damn, okay.
I worked so hard on this. My God.
And that led to some disappointment. It led to a feeling of detachment from film this year. But when
How are you doing? You said you're not allowed to say that.
How is this allowed? Yeah, how is this allowed? Is it because he's not swearing that
Chris,
like that
please.
means that this isn't negative?
You're shitting on creators right now, Chris. I don't like that.
That's right.
Damn it.
I
They
really
work
sat
really
down
hard.
and
All right,
looked at
I
all
can't
the
find out
movies
why
I
they're
saw
called
in
Factor
2023.
75. I'm looking around for the About Us page at the bottom of the, on the website, and I'm looking for like, oh, we're Factor 75 because we think that
Check their
75
wiki page. Maybe
nutritious
that has
is
it.
the- Ooh, maybe you're right. Yeah,
If they have one. I assume
Factors.
they do.
To a feeling of detachment from film this year. But when I really
Yeah, it
sat
goes to
down and looked at
HelloFresh.
all of the movies I saw in 2023, I realized there were a lot of gems. And
Yeah, that doesn't change the original statement you made, but
Yeah.
okay.
All right, all right.
because of that,
But-
I've decided to make this a top 15 list. Because
Why did you make it?
Wait, what?
What?
That means each of them
Oh,
are getting
boy.
less than a minute for sure
Yep.
now.
15
Well,
and
we're almost
yeah, 'cause
3
of the
minutes in, and he
ad.
hasn't actually listed anything yet. So.
No,
Yeah,
it's been a
Okay.
fucking ad.
So it's an average of what, 40 seconds per movie?
That
More than
much?
his- it's more than his
Well,
usual
remember
reviews.
the outro as well. How long is
Oh, the outro. He's got to Stuckmanize us. Damn.
Yeah.
The fucking ad is going to get more screen time than any of the movies.
Guys,
Yes.
he's just here to make films, okay? Film. I'm still waiting for him to make film.
Making
but,
film and
films-
slather him some gollum
I thought
chicken.
it was 12.
That's
I don't
right.
know why I thought it was 12.
Maybe it was originally 12, but then he loved so many, he put 15. And
Oh,
then he
I don't
left,
follow him, so I could
he left
never
a
know
bunch
that.
of the ones that he thought were good, but not good enough in the honorable mentions. The
I
pit.
can't wait to see this.
I have got
Because
to hear his top list now. Let's do it.
Well, you've
Let's
only
do it.
got 20 minutes before you'll have to go, right?
Oh
you
my God.
have to
we
leave
get through
us.
at least. We get
every
through at least half
time
of
I
them by
whittled
then.
it down to 10, there were like 5 other movies that
Oh,
I
please
couldn't
waste more
believe
time.
were not
What?
on the list.
So what you're saying is 10 add 5.
So you
makes
couldn't fit in
15.
40 seconds each for your honorable mentions anymore?
Nope.
Was
nope,
that too
nope.
much hassle?
Imagine making a video that was longer than 15 minutes. That would
Oh,
be nuts.
Cringe.
And I find it interesting too that he's describing this like it was a crazy adventure. Like I was coming up with my top 10, and lo and behold, I had 15 entries.
What?
Wow.
I've seen 2 of them, and they don't belong in there.
Now I know truly what it is like to be human.
Well,
And I'm gonna
Thought it was going
pad
to be
the
10.
video.
Wham!
He hits you
by
with the
talking
15.
about my really intensive process really slowly, and then I just give each one a half a sentence. That's good.
So here we go.
Here we go.
15.
Number
Here
15.
we go.
Ah, Jesus Christ, fucking hell.
Play it, Johnny.
Well, so this will be fun. Who's seen Suzume?
I have.
Suzume.
Nobody's seen it. Oh well, Chris, tell us about it.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
Maybe he'll convince me.
Oh.
I've seen Suzume.
What was it like, Chris? Was it good?
It's okay. It didn't make any of my lists. I don't know.
Not even your top 15?
No.
First up is another
Dude, those fucking intro
gorgeously
tiles are
animated-
like 7 seconds. So
How many minutes are we at? We're 3 minutes and 14 minutes into a 14-minute video, and he's just starting his list.
We're
It's
getting to
about
the
to
first
give
of
us- yeah.
15. That's right.
It's star-crossed romance from Makoto
Tell me what star-cross
Who
means, Chris.
Shinkai. Filled with dazzling sequences and state-of-the-art animation, Suzume evoked
Oh,
emotions
so it looks
I
worse
didn't
than the
know
old
could
ones?
be
Okay.
stirred
Oh my
within
god,
me,
it's like an
especially with-
AI of Chris Stuckman reading.
it made him feel. It made him feel emotions.
Oh, what kind of emotions?
Maybe we'll get that. Hang on.
Human ones.
Don't want to go too deep.
Human emotions. That's human. What emotions? Human.
You can
Human.
say
So
prime
state-of-the-art
primary, late
animation
primary-
just means a mixture of like CGI.
Well, that's the thing,
graphics.
isn't it? It's like
Yeah,
that
right.
state of the art is just replacing really good. It sounds better than that.
in me,
Yeah.
especially when you consider that the primary relationship involves a chair.
What? Is it?
Whoa, stop everything. I have to see that movie. He talked me into it. Damn, that was convincing.
This is the
That's
problem is
all
right. The problem is the people that watch him for whatever reason. Like he's got no incentive to put any effort into his videos because
was
people
funny.
just keep watching them.
This was fucking worthless.
I hear somebody read a fucking list.
What are we supposed
Like
to do with this?
verbatim.
The
I mean, no
condensed summary,
opinions.
but it's not the condensed summary. But that review was, this is a film by so and so that involves a chair. Moving on.
That was it. Army thing that
If he
was
was
just
my
a reference
favorite
to
creator,
Arby.
and I would see this like, okay, now what? Should I watch it?
Yeah, at this point, I
State-of-the-art
guess you have to go on
animation
faith.
involves
You're
a
like,
chair.
I guess I'll just check it out. Yeah, okay. All right, I assume nobody here thinks this should be on anyone's top list.
I
But
haven't
that's
even
okay.
seen it.
No.
I am
You thought
genuinely not surprised that this is on Chris Stuckman's
I'll be honest with you, I'm not
best of
surprised
list.
either.
I'm surprised it's not higher.
Surprised it's number one. But, you know,
It's a nice, safe, corporate approved opinion to have there, Chris.
Come on, let's get a 10-second
Hasbro
summary of
approved.
Barbie. Here we go.
I can't believe these tiles.
Pretty bad.
This fucking long ass tiles. Why
Yeah.
are we doing this?
Yeah.
You could have doubled the review size. You
Barbie's a movie about a doll who comes to life and goes into the real world.
No, that's
Number
way too
13.
long
could-
detail.
Whoa, whoa, Gary, calm down. He
A
doesn't
doll
usually go
was brought
that
to
deep
life
dive.
and is
okay?
now a part of the real world.
This is the video version of padding an essay to make a word count.
Yes,
You're told in the
exactly.
class, you got to write 1,000 words. This is all he's doing. It's just padding.
I get
Yeah.
accused of
He
that
has
all the time.
Chris
Increasing
Stuckman
the font
never
size to
used college
72.
rule on his essays, that's for sure.
Highest
buying
grossing
a
movie of
t-shirt.
the year was technically based
Hold up, I just realized it's 2024 almost now. I need to explain the reference. All right, so
What is
notebook
happening?
paper typically comes in two sizes, which is wide ruled and college ruled. All right, college ruled, the line,
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah.
more lines on the page with college ruled. So that means if you have to write a bunch of stuff for pages, you want to use wide ruled because there are less lines. Back in the olden days when we used to have to, Gary will
Yeah.
will understand the reference of paper.
Oh, well,
But
Gore,
we
he's
used to
older
have
than
to
me.
write things on paper at school.
I remember.
We did.
I remember.
Some of us still
That's-
use it.
An old timey reference to paper. Oh,
Now tell us
Also,
about the
But
onion you tied to your
but
belt.
Greta Gerwig's charming film did everything it possibly could to differentiate itself from the doll's origins to create something genuinely original. I've been saying this since
everything it possibly could. They couldn't have possibly done anything different to differentiate it.
To differentiate it from the brand of Barbie, that's not an
I thought-
observation.
which
that
is
I
not
would
at
make.
all
I was going to
true,
say,
by
I'm
the
not even
way.
sure I
I
buy
thought the
that.
whole,
Look at
I
this-
thought the
look
whole
at-
pull
look at
of the
this house.
aesthetic of this movie was that it was heavily based
Yeah.
around
If you're going to have a Barbie
Everything
film,
Barbie.
this is kind of what you come close to envisioning. In fact, this is part of the reason why I was like, oh, look at that. They did that. That's kind of cool.
Mhm.
See how far they take it. And I was like, oh.
Wait,
Yeah.
maybe he's gonna shed more light on this.
Maybe.
Let's hear.
Can,
Well, we're
can
halfway
you
through
do
the
a
review now,
genuinely
right?
original movie on
Yeah.
a pre-existing
I
property?
think we're 3/4 of the way through the review. Actually,
Fuck me.
it's almost over. Running out of time.
July. Let Ryan Gosling perform at the Oscars. Hell, give him one
What?
while you're at it.
Oh,
Okay. All right. Well, that was that. They couldn't have done
Damn.
anything better. Give
Dude, that was like-
Ryan
was that-
Gosling an Oscar.
Was that
Give him
20
an Oscar.
seconds?
no,
him
it couldn't have been that
perform.
much.
At the Oscars.
That's
I feel like the intro thing
I am
was
so
like half
excited.
the length of that.
I actually think he's timed it so that he can use just one continuous piece of trailer footage and not get a copyright claim. It's
Yeah,
that
yeah.
short.
Oh my God.
I am overwhelmed with joy.
He did this on purpose. There's no way. So, who here has seen Dream Scenario?
I didn't
have
even know it
no.
existed.
I haven't seen it
Very
yet.
good.
I want to
It's
see
very
it. though.
good.
I want to see
It's
it.
very-
The trailer looked interesting. Isn't everyone's having a dream when Nicolas Cage is in it, basically?
Nicolas Cage infects everyone's dreams around the world without explanation, and it's very fun.
Well, that's not
It's
a
the
movie.
best
That's
Nick
just
is-
reality, though.
That's true, but it's the best Nick Cage movie this year because he releases like 15 of them.
Well, second best.
They should do top 15 Nick Cage movies. That would be more exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, I could get like
I
7
wanna
minutes
get
out of
back to
that.
the
You should have been
t-shirt.
in Bobby.
This dumb
they should've.
T-shirt. Either if his mom bought him the T-shirt, I forgive him for wearing it. If he bought that T-shirt for himself, he's an asshole. So,
Wait, Nicolas Cage or Chris Stuckman?
oh, I'm talking about Chris.
I'm going to lean towards he's an asshole.
Nicolas Cage has had an eclectic career that can't be characterized.
Define
No
eclectic.
way.
Chris, you
That
can't
is
spend
correct,
a third
Chris.
of the review saying that
Hey.
Nicolas Cage has had a career. Come on. We gotta go.
We know that because when you say Nicolas Cage, we know who
Everyone
you're
knows
referring
who
to.
Nicolas Cage is.
And Dream Scenario will go down as one of his best roles. We live in an age where everyone has something to say about so-called
Except you.
cancel culture. But I've never seen a
Whoa,
film
what? This is an
tackle
AI
the
generated
subject
script.
so succinctly and hilariously.
That's it.
Oh
that's
my
actually-
God.
I had a feeling.
Nothing
Well,
about the performances. Nothing about the
it's
characters.
God.
It's like,
You know what
this
I
is
have to
good.
do?
Next.
I am
I've been
sold.
doing it
I am
all wrong.
sold.
It's almost a meme. Like, this is what you'd do to make fun of him, but you wouldn't change anything.
I don't like what I'm seeing on the screen right now, Mio Play.
I gotta say,
Well, this could be the
Don't know.
controversial
John
one.
Wick.
If Stuckman
Or-
likes it, then it's good.
I have
and
a
it's worth
feeling
seeing.
we might be split directly, like half and half, for people who dislike this movie, people who like it. So it's all good, all right?
I like it.
Nothing is good right
This
now.
sucks.
I mean, I thought it sucked too. John Wick 1,
I don't care what you think.
forever.
I liked it because I thought it was good. There, I've just done. stuff
Whoa,
review
calm
for him.
down there.
Features Keanu Reeves.
Oh my goodness.
That is my review.
He didn't even say it's good. It's just implied because it's on the list.
What do
Yeah.
we think he's going to say in 2 sentences?
He's going to say the
about,
act. He's got to mention the
Keanu
action
Reeves is an
and Keanu
actor
Reeves,
who
I guess?
starred in The
And then
Matrix.
Keanu Reeves, yeah, and
there was
and
choreographed
he'll find
action.
a way to. Oh, he didn't mention the director of the last film actually, so maybe he won't mention the
Damn.
director for John
Well,
Wick
he
4.
forgot.
He couldn't. There was like a 7 seconds take up by the title screen. You know, you got to.
Which I gotta
Well,
say,
we still
like,
got
I
another
don't know what
second
it
here
is,
to
but
go.
there was like some weird dissonance between like this stock hype music and just like a still image that he pulled from Google, just like sitting stationary on the screen.
Very
There's like a
hype.
weird clash there.
Yeah, like
does a
he's like,
very-
get
he does a very
fucking hype,
slight, like,
bros.
zoom out, you know, so you get
Oh,
a
it
real
doesn't do a
movement there.
slight zoom out because I could barely tell. I was looking
think-
at the last one. I was like, is this zooming a little bit just to get a little bit of movement in there?
I think the Barbie one moved slightly.
Let's see how big the muzzle, like the flash. What's that? The muzzle flash, yeah, there
Muzzle
on the
flash.
gun. Let's see how big.
Which
that
is odd
gets.
that he has a suppressor and it's still showing muzzle flash, but that's right.
Well, hey, look, all right, Rags, it's cinematic.
Rags, John
okay?
Wick has always been hyper accurate for weapons.
And it's also really
the
weird that the
destruction they
slide
deliver.
isn't being pushed back by the bullet being fired and there's
Hey.
no casing flying through the air. But you know what? That's fine.
Cinematic.
It's only a movie about guns, so whatever.
Gun Fu
Gun Carter. I think you'll have you find.
and bulletproof suit.
But yeah, so the bet is
Oh,
he's
yeah.
going to mention John Wick in the action. I don't
Nobody
think
shoots him
and the
in the head.
director.
I mean,
You mean he's gonna mention Keanu Reeves in the
100%.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves
what I meant by the
plays
actor.
Altair.
Oh yeah, I'm not very good with everything.
So is
thought
there
you
anyone else?
said
I guess.
John Wick.
Oh, he might mention blind dude Donnie Yen, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
Donnie Yen might be lucky enough to get a mention.
Candy and Donnie are actors in this movie.
Oh, it's zooming out a
Okay,
little
so
bit.
there was a
Still going.
zoom.
It's still
Okay,
going.
okay.
We're almost there, folks.
There
Get
you
ready.
go, right. The dissonance is dissipating.
Keanu Reeves may
first
have
word.
closed
Yeah,
out
there
his
you go.
tenure
Right,
as the God Mode hitman, responsible for some of the
Well,
gnarliest
not really. He's just
kills
really
ever
lucky
put
that
to
no one ever
screen.
hits him,
A
but-
masterwork
Yeah.
of blood and
Ugh.
bullets, John Wick 4 somehow bested
Sucks.
each film that came before.
Don't
it.
you
I don't know
fucking
about
take
that.
that back.
It
Take that
made
back.
more money?
Okay.
Maybe he means it made more money.
Maybe.
Maybe it means
No,
something.
No.
I think he means it's better than all of them.
No.
No.
I think that's what he
Oh.
means.
First.
John Wick 1 supremacy.
Yeah.
Top-down sequence, as well as a treacherous trek up a staircase.
Oh fuck!
No,
off.
don't mention the
treacherous
staircase.
trek
That's
up
the
a
fucking
staircase.
clown
Kinda
scene
funny.
of the clown movie.
the clown case.
Like, I know that he's barely said anything, but he's already said more about this than all the other films.
I was
and
gonna
the
say,
honorable
yeah.
mention.
It still has only been Keanu Reeves or action. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
Say you want
Well,
some
he
Donnie
has
Yen,
specific
mention
Specific
Donnie Yen.
details though about
Action scenes,
specific
though.
scenes.
That's
something.
actually a fair
This is
point.
an intense breakdown right
Not
now.
only that,
right. Mentioned
he
the
got the
scene.
visuals from the trailer to match what he said.
Well, he didn't really
Mhm.
with the top down bit, but you know, okay.
Well, that's a lot
Nobody-
of work to
nobody's-
ask now. Come
it's-
on.
Yeah, you
It's
have to go
maybe
and search
because-
for that specifically.
It's maybe because he actually watched this movie. I'm not sure he watched
Oh my
everything on this list.
God.
Who's awake for this one?
Okay,
Someone
and
in
back-
chat just said John Wick dates the
There were too
chair.
many gunshots for him to fall asleep.
Yeah, Chris, has this one got a chair in it?
Yeah.
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 down
It's a
it
chair.
will be
It's a
remembered
chair.
as all-timers for the genre.
He didn't mention Donnie Yen. Oh, I feel bad.
Really?
Yeah.
And he didn't mention the director.
But it's an
What's going
all-timer.
on, Chris?
Yeah, no director.
This was
mentioned.
one of the movies of all time.
Also,
So
this
this
is pretty
one-
funny. This is pretty funny.
So
to
what's
me.
what's very funny is Dead Reckoning is like in my probably would be in my worst set of the films
Yeah.
for the year, but probably still sits at like number 20 of worst. But I really didn't like this. As a huge fan of Fallout, okay,
That was
It's
biggest
just
fan of
crazy how
Fallout.
much worse how like Fallout is so much better. It's so much
Well,
better.
Dead Reckoning was when we came out of watching it, we were like, and then when we finished our 7-hour look through, we were like, good God, it's like
Yeah.
there's so much.
Yeah, it just became worse
Oh,
and
but,
worse.
but he knows Christopher McQuarrie. He will mention that.
Yes, he'll mention
He'll
it.
talk about Tom Cruise
Yeah.
doing stunts.
The motorcycle stuff. Yeah.
He'll say like that it was like cinematic and epic. That would be like if I had to guess. Those would be three
This
things.
movie
I would say.
was directed by
Breathtaking
Christopher
stunts.
McQuarrie. Oh wow, Christopher, that's my name. That's very
Starring
interesting.
Tom Cruise, probably the biggest movie star in Hollywood, and he did a motorcycle stunt. It was
Proving
neat.
that
Not if you
action
sort them by
movies-
height, though.
It'll be funny if he says like it's still rock solid and beloved or something when it's like had a really poor performance in the box office compared to what they wanted. I wonder if he'll
Oh, yeah.
incorporate that or not.
Well, it's the point that they've changed
like
the
it.
name of the second one, right? They're not going to call it Dead Reckoning Part 2.
The final chapter.
Oh right.
That's so
Dead Reckoning
awkward.
Part 2, the
They're
final
gonna have
chapter.
surely
Dead-
you can't
Dead
have
or
part
Reckoning.
1 in your cycle and
And
then
then
no
no-
part 2.
I know, I know. But it's like a marketing thing. If the first
Yeah.
one didn't do so well, then Part 2 is probably going to
Just-
struggle, isn't it?
They're just trying to
Die
scrub out the
Reckoninger.
part 1 from all past
They're trying
like
to
streaming and
pretend it's
everything.
like you don't need to watch the last one. You don't need to watch it. You'll be fine. But how can they remove it? It's in the film, like Part 1, the text in the title screen.
Yeah.
It's like the inverse issue of like, George, did you mean to make this Star Wars movie Episode 4? Is that a typo there? They're like, no.
Tom Cruise continues to
There
push
you
it
go.
to the limit with his
Yes.
signature franchise. And while this
Gotta mention
wait,
Christopher
he didn't say
McQuarrie.
stump
Come
yet.
on.
Push it to
This entry
Come on.
was not
Come
the
on,
near
mention the director.
perfection of Fallout. This series is just so phenomenal that even a relatively good entry can still be ranked alongside the best action films ever made. The entirety of the
Relatively
train-
good.
So
Was
there
it
is an acknowledgement
relatively
there
good?
that it's not quite
It's
up to
not as good
snuff.
as
Huh?
Fallout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the way he frames it now because it can't be critical.
finale is classic white-knuckled grip your armrest
Bare
tension.
knuckle?
White
This is the
knuckle. Everybody fucking says that.
Yeah, that's
White
when you're like
knuckle?
gripping so
Yeah.
hard.
I've never
knuckles
said
go
that
numb.
in my
It's,
life.
Why's it gotta be white
commentary
knuckle?
From Chris
boring,
Why is it gotta
nice
be white
boring
knuckle? What the hell, dude?
observation.
Kind of
Yeah.
movie people think of when they say they don't make them like they used to. As it turns
Good?
out, sometimes they still do.
Oh wow, he didn't mention Christopher
Sometimes.
McQuarrie.
No
There you go.
director.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
Director this
mainly
time.
just action, and I
Okay,
assume
so
that's
that-
what he's talking about when he says all that.
That's 3 movies. Maybe the trend is not naming the director.
I think it's only whenever he has just 2 things to say. Oh no, 1 thing to say. that's-
Oh, what? That like it's a sign of immense desperation when he names the director. Because
Yeah, like, when he's
that
like, all I
means
have to
that
say
he
is it's
really has
good.
Nothing to say.
Wait a minute, who directed it? Oh, there we go. I'll say that.
Ah, that's
But you-
interesting.
You got to name the DP. That's how you really convey that you're in the film.
Yeah,
dude.
that's right.
Right, right.
Have you guys heard of cinematographers? I have. I'm a film
Wait,
guy.
DP
I'm a
is director of
filmmaker.
photography.
Director of photography.
That's right,
So
yeah.
the cinematographer.
So shouldn't it be DF for photography?
Well, no, because
You would
that's
think.
not how.
It's something to think about. It's something to think about. I'll just leave
I
that
don't
there
think
and let
it
everyone
is.
think about it. Yeah,
I think so.
something to
Those
think
Americans,
about. That's
Fringy,
for
they
sure.
spell everything fucked up, so we're just gonna deal with
Mm.
it. Also, Zone of Interest. Chris, have you seen this one?
Yes, I have.
What do you think?
It's I mean, it's dark. It's really dark.
Hmm.
So
Well, Chris
I mean,
will
it's
say
about
that
it's
then,
about
right?
yeah. Well, it's basically about a German commandant who lives with his family outside of Auschwitz.
Ah,
That's a fucked up premise for a comedy, but all right.
It feels more like an experimental film because you just see this family doing mundane, boring things, almost documentary like, and then the sound in the background is all of the sound of people being murdered inside Auschwitz, but the family is so immune to it they just don't hear it.
oh.
So I don't know
Based
how
on the
Chris
Martin Amis
Stuckman
novel,
is
isn't
gonna-
it? Which is itself kind of experimental because you've got 3 narrators, multiple time skips, and it's Martin Amis who writes like voice novels anyway, so like it's a tricky one to adapt, I'd guess. But since in the start of this review, though, I think I'll just say that the book was good and it made me feel stuff.
Yeah, it's notable for its sound design. The film, I don't know. I'm surprised Chris Stuckman is even mentioning this film. It seems beyond his capacity to understand.
Well, considering
Zone of Interest is the that what would Chris Stuckman? He'd be the zone of boredom,
Yeah.
the zone
Oh
of
my, wow, that's what
Disinterest.
we're-
nice.
Yeah, I
Good
was
one.
about to
Wow,
say,
anyway.
zone of disinterest, right?
The zone of disinterest would probably be the one to go for. But I was just going to say that
the same.
knowing that within his scope of assessment, you get maybe a mention of something that happens, maybe a mention of something that is in there, like a character, who directed it, and who is acting in it. Which of those 4 will be mentioned here? Probably. It is. Is it? What kind of film? Like, there's no action in it. So he's probably just going to mention it's harrowing, maybe, or has a lot to say. He'll say it has a lot to say.
Yeah, what's the key word?
And he'd be like, "What does it have to say, Chris?" He's like, "A lot."
Jesus.
So sick of it already.
The
Jonathan
white bar
Glazer-
at the bottom.
It's
is kinda
the
weird.
it's the nostalgia critic thing we had on that
Yeah.
Halloween when he took 10 years for each fucking title screen.
Returns to directing 10 years
All right, director mention.
after Under the Skin to deliver
Ooh.
a searing and ultimately terrifying portrait of complicity. His voyeuristic camera captures a family that lives directly outside the walls of a concentration camp and watches from afar, never in close-up, as they go about their lives, hearing the horrific sounds of death just mere feet away. It's the best sound design of the year, and a film filled with shocking moments that will churn your stomach.
Well, you said
That's
some
the
sound
most
design.
That was the
been-
most that he had to say on any film so far.
Yeah.
Most
He's
of it,
approaching he's approaching bare minimum.
I mean, yeah, like
Because,
it's still not much at all.
I almost
but it's
said,
more than what he said for the other ones.
like, what about the sound? And I was like, no. Come on. He mentioned the sound design. That's enough. So, I should start saying Chris Gore instead. The Artifice Girl. Have you seen this?
I actually have not seen that, but
All
also
right.
I object to just using the name Chris. It's giving Chris's a bad name. Chris's are
Yeah.
Can you just say Stuckman?
I can.
I get.
I will try.
I think you're.
How
I
many
think you're calling
artificial girl movies have we had this year?
I don't know.
Seems
Name
like
them.
a lot.
How many have we had?
Poor Things.
I don't know.
Creator.
Was Mithrigan
this,
out this year, or was that last year?
Mithrigan. Yeah. The year of artificial girls. Sounds like Hollywood just wants to
Mithrigan,
make
is that the prequel
dolls.
to Expendables?
Oh no, that's on no one's
I
list.
was about to say, I'm starting to wonder if we were the only people on planet Earth that saw Expendables.
Well, we talked about it kinda.
Expendables was magical.
Yeah, everyone should watch our
Sylvester Stallone
review
sat
of
down,
Expendables, and we
guns-
don't talk about the movie
Yeah.
basically at all.
Newcomer Franklin Rich
New what?
made the
Director.
Director,
Ultimate.
got it,
You know, it's
yeah.
getting, it is weird if he doesn't mention the director. It's like, why didn't you?
Yeah, because
Yeah, do you
now
hate him or something?
it's gone back around to the trend being naming the directors.
indie movie. One that, like Clerks, El Mariachi, Primer, and even the Blair Witch Project should inspire countless filmmakers to realize that it can, in fact, be done. His low-budget film is one of the best scripts of the year, and although I find this word extremely
It's
overused...
number 9?
Why do you need a why? He's done the what?
Oh, yes, that's right. It is the best. One of the best scripts of the year.
And it'll inspire
You don't
many.
need to know why.
I think
Yeah,
he
that's
said the filmmaker was a friend of his.
Oh.
I think he said that in the past.
Okay.
Oh, well, moving on then.
Who was that, Lance Henriksen?
It is also timely.
Oh, all right, there you go.
Oh, it's cool. It's timely.
I was half expecting him to say some more, but yeah, okay.
Well, he's definitely mentioning Martin
Well, yeah,
Scorsese.
how could this not get on the
And then
list?
he would say that this is like one of Leonardo DiCaprio's best performances or something like that as well.
And
I imagine.
it shows us that cinema isn't dead, and the
Oh, and
blah blah
he'll
blah.
will he mention Robert De Niro?
Maybe
Maybe.
alongside
Maybe.
DiCaprio, maybe yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Scorsese has done it again.
All right, honestly though, I
believe
think
it?
we've covered everything he's going to say, but let's find out.
I have to hear the sound.
Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro
Ding.
re-team with
Oh,
Martin
yes.
Scorsese
Ding.
to tell the
Yes.
often overlooked story of the Osage Nation and the murders that took place in the 1920s.
It was an animated
Lily
the Osage.
Gladstone, despite being surrounded by legends, gives an Oscar-worthy performance.
Yes.
And
Mentioned
Scorsese
it too.
once
Good.
again
Best
directs like
performances.
he's in his 20s.
He
Oh,
said
dude,
he
what does
basically
that even
Scorsese
mean?
does it again.
All right.
Uh,
Wow,
He didn't,
that was really
He
accurate.
didn't mention anything in broad meta even. We had to go. We just had to go. We had no time.
Amazing animation and art.
Miles Morales'
What a
story
sort of-
is incredible. Like, it's an amazing Spider-Man arc. What else
Yeah.
would you say?
Dazzling special effects, cutting
Um,
edge
Is he
technology.
going to mention that it's Phil Lord? Oh wait, they didn't direct it. They were producers. No.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll go
I
as
wonder if
far
I'm-
as to say it shows that animation can make it in the bowl? Or do you think that's too much
yeah,
right
would you
now?
say something- Well, yeah, that one's complicated because on the one hand, that could be something that he could say that would be silly.
Yeah.
Like just telling him of like where he's at when it comes to animation. It's like, oh wow, it took you this long. But
What's funny is I thought Killers of the Flower Moon was going to get more time, but now I'm like,
Yeah.
because we're coming
we're about
down,
halfway through, we're
Yeah.
running out of time. But I guess it means that it is
In
going
a
to get
way-
more lopsided, right? The
I was
films
going to say, in a
will
way,
get
we're getting more time because he's going through them so fast.
He's racing through them so fast that now we're halfway. So I think it was about 3 minutes that he started actually listing. It was like 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So that means in 3 minutes he's covered 7 films, right?
He had a
15
top
minutes
14. You're right. Yeah.
films.
So yeah, the rest of the films are getting more time now.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, well.
Unless the
I guess
outro
that
is
makes
really
sense.
long.
Yeah.
No, the sponsor out.
Don't forget Factor 75.
It's gotten the most info of anything else. And he got paid for it, so
The best superhero movie of the year by far.
I mean, what is the competition this
Yeah,
year?
the competition is not great.
the
Guardians-
Marvels, Quantum
Guardians
Mania, Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Blue Beetle.
I mean, it's like
Blue
all the
Beetle.
DC movies.
I guess it is.
I'm trying to think like what would have been in it. Chat, help me out. The Flash? No, come on.
Fuck no.
Oh, that goes without saying, but I mean, apart from that,
Aquaman 2? No. Black Adam wasn't this year.
No,
it's
that
all a
was last
blur.
year.
I don't blame y'all. It's all a blur.
Yeah.
Superhero movies sometimes.
Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon, yeah.
That's fucking
It basically is
crazy
a
of a
superhero
picture.
movie.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I can agree with that.
Spider-Verse took everything great about the first film and cranked
And it
the
made it
dial
worse.
to 11.
It made it
Oh,
worse.
yes,
Where the
cranked it up to
term
11. Yeah,
superhero
you're right.
fatigue
Yes.
could not be escaped. The team behind the Spider-Verse movies proved that there's still plenty of life left in superhero movies.
I'm surprised you went that direction instead of
he's not-
animation.
Yeah.
But
He's not talking
Yeah,
about
that
Superhero
seems to be
movies
the
aren't
obvious
dead.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
superhero
gonna say,
movies aren't dead
this
because one
year,
did well with 20 that flopped.
all of them are
Yeah, I think
drowning
it's
in their
great.
own fucking piss, and then there's
Yeah.
this one that's like, okay, he's like, see?
The one that has his head above the piss barely. Can just breathe.
You just have to make a damn good one.
Oh,
wow. He didn't
whoa!
talk about the animation.
That's
oh my God.
critical. He's just said all the other ones are shit.
That's true.
Chris, no.
Chris, what are you doing?
Worked
You can't
hard
do
I
on
should
that.
say
this thing,
Stuckman, no,
Chris.
sorry.
Yes,
Stuckman,
please
that's
don't use
right.
the word
Alright.
Chris.
Stop it.
Can't Stuckmanize them all at
It's not
once.
good.
Jeez.
Damn
Maybe
it.
the
He
rest
didn't
were
even
good,
say-
but this
he
was
didn't even say
damn
why
good.
it was good though.
This
He didn't
one
fucking say
definitely
why. He
establishes
said
that
it
Miles
was.
Morales is Miles Morales.
He just said it was. Like he, like he didn't actually explain why he thought it was good.
He's the next sentence has to be about how good the animation is. No way he doesn't
No,
mention
it's over. It's over.
It's the
done.
easiest
Didn't you
take.
hear the music?
Oh my
Yes,
god!
Okay.
What?
That's insane.
Did he not mention the animation? Am I
He
crazy?
didn't miss the animation. No, he
He
didn't. He
kind
didn't
of like
mention
he
it.
kind of said something about the.
I
Nothing.
Are you
thought he
sure?
I thought he said.
I
He
think
said
he
the
did, like
team.
he said like animation maybe.
I could have
think-
sworn
no,
all he had to
no,
say
no,
about it
no.
was the fact that it was a superhero movie that did well.
Yeah.
He said that it was dialed
Okay.
up to 11, and
Let-
that
let-
would be an umbrella term
You
that
gotta
might
rewind
include
it.
Yeah,
animation.
let
He
me
didn't
roll
say
back
it.
10 seconds so we can watch the whole review again.
Okay.
Oh, it's a little bit longer than that. Oh, where are we? Yeah, this is right, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
The best superhero movie of the year
Right.
by far.
Okay.
Spider-Verse took everything great about the first film and cranked the dial to 11. In a
Yeah,
year where the
see?
term superhero fatigue could not be escaped, the team behind the Spider-Verse movies proved that there's still plenty of life left in superhero movies. You just have to make a
He
damn
didn't
good
mention
one.
it.
No animation.
Oh my
mentioned.
God.
Damn.
Yeah, I
You
really
just have to throw 300 Spider-Men in with a Miles Morales movie, and you got yourself a winner.
I'm pretty sure that like the animation for it is like culturally super impactful. You can see it like affecting other sort of films. I can't believe he would mention that. That's like the easy. When we're like almost insulting that was predictive what he's going to say, what we're referring to are the like easy accepted takes.
Yeah.
So when he forgets to put them in, it's like, what are you doing, man? Are you crazy?
like-
Why doesn't he just read the titles and just read off his titles? That's all he can.
I still can't get over how fucking long these are.
If
Jesus.
a movie has ever been a warm hug, Alexander Payne's The Holdovers
Oh,
is
there you
that
go,
movie.
director.
Paul Giamatti plays the most
The actor?
lovable curmudgeon this side of Hugh Grant and Harrison Ford. And when I'd reached the end of the film, I could have watched these characters for another 30 minutes just go about their lives.
You know, when people make those sorts of statements, they don't usually say for 30 minutes.
I know, that's really odd.
I could have.
And
30 minutes
also-
is the limit.
I love
could
the
have watched
40
40
minutes
so
is
much.
pushing it.
I want to see
37
more
more
of them,
minutes.
but only 30
Dylan,
minutes.
this is the end. I think this is the end. I think as soon as we hit play, is it gonna?
Well,
is the music? Gonna...
Before that, though, I was just going to say, like,
Yes.
you know, The Avengers, Age of Ultron, a lot of people say, like, the best part of that movie is when they're just hanging out having drinks in Dark Tower.
Mhm.
And a lot of people would say, like, yeah, if you have the dialogue strong enough, we could just watch them do that for a whole movie. You don't usually go, like, I could watch that for 30 minutes. You're like, okay.
I could go like 5 more minutes with these people. You know, I loved them so much.
35 minutes would be pushing it though.
Yeah, come on
that'd be
now.
too much.
Winter vibes along
Okay, he
with
still
the
had more to
heartfelt
say. There you go.
conversations brought tears to my eyes.
Ah, there it is. All right, yeah.
Bye.
There you go. All right, we're
What
done.
is that?
This is a film that I actually want to see. I've heard a couple people recommend
Yeah.
it so far. Is someone here is going to be better? Well, Chris Gore, you can go ahead and summarize what this film's about, right? Because you've seen it, I think.
Oh, I have not seen The Holdovers. Is one of the few.
No,
films
American
this year-
Fiction.
Oh, American Fiction. Oh, yes. Okay, sorry about that. I have seen American Fiction. It's awesome. It's in limited release. It's only playing in theater. I don't know when it opens. Why? But it's very good. It's basically totally rips on white progressives. So
Well, like
and
just
how they
plot
want-
synopsis, right?
how
Is
they-
he writes a book as a joke, and then it turns out to be really successful.
that's correct. Yeah. So he just sort of leans into, well, I guess this is what white liberals want, so I'm just gonna like do what they want and he just does it, to sort of F with them, and then it becomes a huge hit. And so sort of stuck with this persona that becomes huge, but it's not what he really wants to write.
Yeah, I was
He
gonna
doesn't
say
want to
that
be put in a box.
the trailer sold me. I want to see it.
Yeah, no, it's very good. It's very good.
These aren't even necessary. You
I'm
could
gonna
just
hear
say
this song
number
in my
5
dreams.
is, and then say it, and then start explaining it. You don't need this.
Well, I'm getting tired of hearing the same like 7
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah,
of
dude.
like lame stock
I've been
music just
tired of
over
that
and
like
over and
at
over again.
9.
This guy wants to make films, huh?
First time
He's an expert in pacing, Gary.
director Cord
yes.
Jefferson teamed with
Director,
Jeffrey Wright
actor.
to bring us an eye-opening but also hilarious look at how Hollywood loves to put artists in boxes and keep them there. In this case, how the establishment is profiting from black artists and even silencing them under the guise of lifting them up. One scene where a group of writers are judging the quality of books for a contest gave me my biggest laugh of the year.
Why?
Oh, what?
Oh,
I
Jesus
guess that's it.
Christ.
He like sacrificed
it.
all the time to be just to tell us there's a scene that made him laugh a lot.
Yeah.
God.
All right, well.
I mean,
moving
All
on.
right, anyway, moving on.
well, I feel like our casual thoughts about like I've only seen the trailer and I feel like we talked more about what the movie is.
Well, it's just, I don't know, like, if it's the thing that you're really passionate about, like, it's the thing that is your central interest in life, you think you'd just be, like, overflowing with observations. You just, you know, someone would have to stop you, right? They'd have to pull the microphone away and make you stop, or, you know.
You would think that, but doesn't he have like Mike Flanagan reviews that are like 7 minutes long? It's like, it's my favorite thing ever. It's like,
yeah, I think
is it?
the wasn't like the Haunting of Hill House one, like, which one was it? It was,
I don't
one
know.
that was, like,
I
4.5
want to say
minutes.
this. You can go and confirm it, but I'm pretty sure his review of the TV show at 10 episodes that are
10
near
hours,
an hour
always.
each per episode
Yeah,
is
hold on.
4.5 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a look.
How?
Yeah, it was 4.5 minutes exactly. 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
How is that
How can you
possible?
talk about 10 episodes of television in any way that's meaningful in like 4.5 minutes?
Well, the thing is, honestly, like if we
thing
challenge
is
Drinker
that-
to review the Lord of the Rings extended trilogy in 5 minutes, I feel like he would be like, "Okay, I'm going to be speaking
Well,
fast,"
you
and then he
gotta-
would like
you gotta
shoot
write.
out so much shit.
Yeah.
But obviously, Chris, like the first minute will be intros, Stuckmanize, and
Yeah,
fucking all this
time.
shit. And then, like the second minute will be who made it, what he's made
Don't
before.
talk particularly fast either, because like if you like race and just try to jam it with as much stuff as possible, maybe. But even then,
Yeah.
probably not ideal.
I know, right? Like I keep pausing.
What is she looking at? What's up there?
Number
Maybe
four,
it's a
number
bird.
four.
Rex, that's the
You're
nature
really
of the
interested.
marketing. You've got to buy and watch the film to find out what she's staring at.
You're talking
Oh,
about
I'm not that
Emma Stone.
interested.
Definitely Emma Stone. I don't know. Probably a director as well. He's gone back.
Oh,
to the
definitely,
director
yes. You'll say it's a wacky take. It's a really inventive and creative film. It's going to challenge people's perceptions of stuff. Maybe I've gone too far with that. I don't think he's going to. Maybe he won't say that.
It'll
But,
make you think about
yeah, but the thing is, surely now these should start getting longer, but they've not really increased in size. Maybe
I
we'll
actually
save it all
wanted
for
him
number
to
one.
That's what she
I wanted
said.
him to keep going a bit more with his American fiction review. I feel like there's a little bit of relative depth there. Like he had a point about like writers being put in a box, and you just, executives just want the same thing over
to
and
be
over from
fair,
a
surely he
successful
could-
person. I thought that was interesting. But
Well, you could go on about every one of these films, just a little bit more.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm
little
just saying
bit.
that one in particular stood out to me. It's like, oh, you got something there. Oh, we're on the next one. I
Oh,
guess
we're done?
there's
Oh.
nothing.
By the way,
Yeah.
I feel so fucking cruel saying Chris Gore as opposed to just Chris. I'm just gonna say Chris. I'm gonna do it. You know who I'm talking to, Chris. I assume you were interested in seeing this more so to see what his selection was, but at this point, the selection's not very interesting because of the fact that his like approach to it, describing why any of these films are meaningful is kind of just like, you know what I mean?
He
It's-
literally he has no insight whatsoever. That book that you purchased, which I'm shocked, but that book has made the rounds at the Film Threat White Elephant gift exchange for years. I got stuck with it. I just mailed it to Az because I do not want that book.
Well,
in
see,
Here,
my
you
country.
throw this away.
when I'm done with it, I can mail it to fucking Gary.
Yes, please do.
No.
It's just it's a joke
This
amongst
is
us.
book piracy. I will
All right,
not
I
stand
gave you
for
my
it.
address.
Are there any shocking selections in that book when you flip through and see
Well,
what he picked? It's the most basic.
We're doing that next because me and Fringy know what the list is. I
Oh.
assume you do as well, but the world doesn't know yet. So,
Oh, I don't have the book anymore. It's
I
sent
have
to
it.
Az.
We'll be fine. I'll take care of you.
Oh my
The
goodness.
chapters are so short. I mean, the chapters in that stupid book are so short.
They're longer than
like
this
the-
video's chapters. though.
Well, that's exactly it's weird. Weird.
weird.
I never thought I'd see Emma Stone as a variation of Frankenstein, so I'd like to thank Yorgos Lanthimos for giving that to me. She will likely secure a second Oscar win for this, but it's honestly Mark Ruffalo who impressed me the most here. He's staggeringly funny and...
Didn't he say something, Mark Ruffalo say something like he's finally can act, doing things again because he's been stuck in the MCU for so long, and you sort of sit there, it's like, you chose to do that. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, you could have left at any time. You took the money. You signed the contract,
also,
my dude.
how were you stuck? They never made a Hulk movie again, so...
Yeah, he comes in for like a day, goes and then just leaves.
I was stuck working two days a year to do a scene for She-Hulk where they destroyed my character. Oh man!
I mean, they gave me this big check, and I just said yes and did it.
You know, couldn't go.
Crazy. If only there was something else I could have done.
Completely different from anything we've ever seen from him before. And the film is absurdly gorgeous looking, with wonderful costume design and sets.
Oh.
I don't know what's about it yet, though.
Sometimes I'm always like surprised
25
that's
seconds.
it. Yeah, well.
I timed it 25 seconds. He talked about that.
Wow.
Here's the big one, folks.
Pretty long by
Everyone
his
loves this
standards.
movie, so let's see if he impresses you with his assessment of this film. It's gonna start any minute now. Here it comes.
Without a doubt, the biggest surprise of the year for me. A stunning, emotionally powerful, and downright thrilling film, Godzilla -1 proved that not only is there still life left in our favorite kaiju franchise, but after all these years, they could make what just might be the best one yet. When that
Can you
Godzilla
deliver
theme...
that any more well?
Right?
The best one.
After all these
listen,
years,
okay.
we finally have the kaiju.
It's my favoriteest one. We don't even know if it is his
really
favorite one.
good.
All he said is it might be the best one. You're like, can you maybe...
It's like he's watching a timer and he's like, I'm talking too fast. I need to slow down.
I'm convinced he went to Chat GPT and was like, "Give me the list of
Yes.
all the good movies this
Do you ever
year,"
think-
and then just like he gave him a list. And he was just like,
Here's the thing, though. I think only a human is capable of this level of boring. Like, I think ChatGPT would have generated a more interesting fucking script than this.
Yeah, ChatGPT would be like, well, obviously humans want to have expression and emotion so that they do not get bored and unplug me. So
I mean, just
I need
just
to...
the things that read out stuff that you put in, they're like pretty expressive these days already. So.
But yeah, we should have done our predictions because, of course, he said like it's stunning, it's emotional, it is a good movie, and it's shown that Godzilla ain't done. It's like, I mean, well, they're cranking along with their huge MonsterVerse stuff, so I guess we didn't think it was over anyway.
I assume that because they made a lot of money and everyone knows Godzilla, they would keep making them.
Isn't there also the implication there, like of that he thinks that the Western ones are kind of like not that good?
That's new Stuckman. He doesn't say things are bad. He just doesn't say they're good, and it also implies they're bad. That's
the key to a good reviewer is trying to interpret what they mean by what they don't say. That's what I like in a reviewer.
Kicked in, I felt
this
like
movie is not only adjective 1, but also adjective
it is also
2.
And also maybe adjective 3.
Whoa!
Well, let's not go that far.
Let's not get crazy.
Stuckman, Mad
Dude, you just
Libs.
want to get him drunk. Just see what he might say. You'd be like, come on,
Now
Chris,
you
give me an
just sound
opinion.
silly.
Give me a fucking opinion. Come
What
on.
do you think about making YouTube videos?
I fucking hate it. I would love it if he said, you know what? Blade Runner? It's bad. He'd be like, oh! Let's go, Chris!
Overrated.
Say that into the microphone.
How many times did he need to watch it before he said he liked it?
I
Wasn't
believe
like
it was
4 times?
5.
Why? How
Was
does
it
that
5?
happen?
I don't know.
I do find that really funny.
It's exceedingly funny.
I mean, I can understand, like, after the first watch
staggeringly
through,
funny. He said staggeringly funny.
like, after the first watch, I was like, oh, maybe I didn't get it properly. I give it another shot. After the second one, I'd be like, okay, no, I still don't like it. It's fine. Like, what was your thought process here? Okay, I'll give it another go. And another one.
You're supposed to like it. That's what motivated him to do it. It's a film you're supposed to like, so he had to keep watching it until it's like, yeah, yeah.
I get it.
Yeah,
you know what?
understand it now.
The funniest thing would be if, like, I kind of always got it. I just couldn't put it into words.
Yeah, I always did, but I wasn't there yet. And that's just a testament to Ridley Scott's excellent direction. And Harrison
Whereas
Ford
the Chat Rags watches Blade Runner and he's like, Yeah, I'm kind of mixed on it.
Did he watch the same version, or did he watch like
well,
all
I
the
can't
different
remember which
versions?
version he watched.
I can't remember which versions he watched because it can make a difference. Also, Rags, we can talk about that at some point.
Please, let's do. I
chat about,
rewatched it.
Blade
I think
Runner.
a week or so ago, and I came out with kind of mixed feelings. I liked it, but it's kind of mixed on it.
We can. I'm always
Something
happy
to
watch it
discuss.
again. Always happy to watch Blade Runner again.
But hey, I way prefer that than I watched it. I have opinions, but I'm not going to tell anyone.
I saw a funny scene.
Yeah, coward.
It was funny.
Just own it. Like if you didn't like it, that's again,
Yeah.
it's more interesting. It's interesting
That's
if
what
you
I
didn't
mean.
like it. It is.
There are people out there who can be like what you consider obnoxious and terrible opinion, but I'll always consider them more interesting than the people who have every approved opinion you could ever imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
And then like you find out they do actually have controversial and very specific opinions, but they just don't want to tell anyone about it. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, like, memes aside, the fucking brass ones on Cinematic Venom to make a video talking about
yeah.
how shit the Lord of the Rings is. Like, geez, I unironically, like, wow, my dude. Like, you go. What a jeez. Just Chad yes it and say their shit.
Yeah, Theo just said he's talking about me.
Real cinema with a giant monster.
Wait, sorry, did he say real cinema? Go back. I want to hear that.
I want to hear that.
Real
I
cinema.
love how he said giant monster and then it just ended.
You have to mention a giant lizard. Come on.
Like I was watching.
Speaking of giant
real...
lizard, Chris Stuckman, everyone.
No, everyone's talking over it. You gotta go back
I'm
again.
sorry, I couldn't stop them. Freedom of speech.
Zilla theme kicked in. I felt like I was watching real cinema.
I don't know. I feel like. So that's really funny, but I mean, again, isn't the implication there that like the
most everything else is not real cinema?
Yeah,
Not real kino.
By the way,
which by the way, with the Western Godzilla films, like these new ones, they're not good. Like I don't like them at all.
No.
But
you know, by the way,
he's not allowed to do that.
If we had him here right now and we said define real in cinema, he knows in his head he'd be like, I can't do that because I'm going to eventually get to the point of saying that other things aren't those.
Exactly.
I might say something that verges on committal.
Yeah, well, yeah. If he said like, yeah, other films are shit and this one was fun, you're like, Chris,
how dare you?
I mean, Stuckman.
I mean, I'd be saying Chris and then clapping. It's like, okay, at least you expressed how you actually.
Oh,
felt.
dude, it would be it would make the channel so much more interesting if he was willing to say these things. But no, he said no. He's even more boring than he was just years ago because of the new format of like I can't be critical. Who wants to watch a channel that has zero insight and zero original ideas?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
But at
about
least
this
he's a
review.
coward.
If you get rid of the lines about the kaiju, then all you're left with is it's stunning, it's emotionally impactful, it proves that films can be good if you do them right. And you can just apply that to every single thing he's covered so far,
Well, I mean,
and you
he
wouldn't
did
have to
that-
change anything.
Well, I mean, you can. That was what he did for Spider-Man. He didn't even mention the thing that was expected to be mentioned of
The
it, like the good
animation.
animation. He just said
That's
it was
insane.
good because it was good, and it proves that good movies can be good. Anyway, moving on.
Anyway, yeah. Well, we've got how much left? Like
We
a
got
third
two
of the
movies
video.
left.
We got 2 left.
Yeah.
A third of the video for
So,
two of them. I guess he's going to give a
let's see
long
if,
review.
No, it's
Let's
probably
see
going
if
to
he
be
says.
gonna be a little outro. It's going to be the
He's going to
sponsor
talk about
again,
the state of cinema,
Patreon.
maybe.
Well, so because with Oppenheimer,
Oppenheimer's next.
So Christopher
Probably.
Nolan, Cillian Murphy's best performance.
Yes.
Practical effects.
Big boss.
Creation of the
yes.
atomic bomb.
Yeah, practical effects maybe.
That it shows. He's going to say it has to show something about the matter of cinema.
Yes,
He could pick from a couple of
Oppenheimer,
things.
you have to talk
Who would
about
have
him.
thought that an R-rated biopic would
Almost make $1 billion.
You know what? What you captured there
Because
as well,
of that,
Rags,
I
is
say
like
that a lot.
you could have a normal person would be like, "Who'd have thought?" Like that kind of energy, but he'd be like, "Who would have thought?" It's
Who would
like
have thought
straight
that
sort
a
of,
thing would have occurred in such a way?
I cannot believe it.
I am
Giant
blown away.
monster.
Giant monster.
Stop it! It's only this one and another one, and we're free.
Stop.
Just 2 more, Mel. We can do it.
Christopher Nolan wrote and
Yes.
directed a 3-hour biographical
Yes.
film.
Yes,
rated
we
R.
did it.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
I need
And
to
with
end.
no CGI shots.
Oh,
and managed
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my god.
to pull in almost $1 billion.
We can write these. We can do it, guys.
did it!
Oh,
ding, ding, ding,
God.
ding, 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 ding.
Remarkable.
Parents to write
Murphy.
your videos.
God, Cillian Murphy, do it.
Chris, we are Chat GPT for you now. We've done it.
In our day and age of franchise-dominated
Yep.
moneymakers.
Yes,
Cillian Murphy
meta.
should get the Oscars
Yes.
for his intense
Okay.
portrayal of
Wow.
It's his
Oppenheimer.
best.
And with any luck, Nolan will walk away with a statue or two.
Well, if
as
he's saying he should get an Oscar, then surely he's
I think
basically
that's
saying
that's
his
very
best
close to the same statement.
Or
Yeah.
close
When it comes to
it.
my number one pick of the
Not sure if
year,
it'll
I-
qualify.
that's it.
Wow, that's it. That's it. We got everything that he said.
Nailed it. Nice.
Yep.
All right. It depends on what his wait. What would his number one be now with everything?
I have no
Triangle?
No, it's probably
Well, I
something that
mean-
makes him look good.
It's certainly not the killer. That won't be his. That won't be his number one.
clue. The Marvels.
The Flash. Some people saying Bobby. He's done Bobby.
Bobby was like
Done Barbie
tag-
already.
The creator. Oh, the killer. Maybe. I don't think he'd
The
pick
Killer
that.
would be based.
Well, no, because his review is not that like. Even by his standards,
Rebel
level of
Moon.
passion there was not very high.
Rebel Moon?
Rebel Moon.
Rebel
Yeah.
Moon.
Is it going to
Yeah.
be like some indie film that no one's ever heard
It
of?
can't
to
be
prove that it's
Mario,
actually cinematography?
Someone
No.
saying Boy and the Heron
No.
or Hero.
No, that was in his honorable
I
mentions.
think,
Oh yeah,
I
that's
think
right.
we're done. I think we're done with
Her on
mainstream
this dick.
films.
I think
We're
it's
definitely done
Iron
with mainstream. I think
Five
it'll be
Nights
like
at
seven,
Okay,
eight,
I
four,
think the
film.
those suggest. So I think the most likely Iron Claw could be very. It can't be like as was mentioned. It can't be a movie that did really well and is really well known. It can't be franchise. That can't be number one.
No,
So-
no way.
The Killer could be
I
it,
like-
and it could be Iron Claw as well. That's true. Extraction 2? No, I don't think he would pick
No
that.
way. No
Napoleon?
way. No
I don't
way.
think he'd pick
Well, that should
Napoleon.
have been on the
No,
list instead of
no
Mission
way.
Impossible.
Don't think so. Not for the best movie.
Extraction
of
2 was
his.
good. I liked it.
Extraction
I
was awesome.
suspect the
Yeah,
killer.
Extraction was
Yeah.
great.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not
let's-
expecting the killer. I'm expecting it to not be that.
I don't. I
Um,
genuinely. I don't know what it's gonna be because
Yeah, no idea.
It could be anything, kind of.
Because
Let's find out.
if you would have asked me in the beginning, I would have probably said Oppenheimer or something around those lines.
If you'd asked me in the
Once
beginning, I
you-
would have said Killers of the
Right.
Flower Moon. I would have thought you'd put as number one.
Once
I
we
thought
get past-
Oppenheimer was number one because I'm just like here for the memes, so I wouldn't pay any attention to the numbers. So-
Expendables, let's do
I really
it.
didn't know what it
Let's
was
do it.
until
That
about
would be
a week
hilarious.
Oh, it was a week ago that he
Oh.
discovered, so it wouldn't be the
Iron
Killer. It would be
Claw.
Iron Claw, yeah.
I had no clear pick in my mind like I did last year or the year before it. I just didn't.
Do you understand,
Okay.
Stuckman?
Hey,
This
that's,
is fact.
Nobody
You
cares
can
about
cut
this
all of
shit.
this. Yeah, you could just
No, I
cut
need
this.
to hit that 12 minutes or
I don't.
whatever.
Wait. So is the film that he's picking came out recently?
Yeah, which
Yeah,
would be
a week
Iron Claw.
ago.
That would make sense. Iron Claw is not
what-
mainstream in
Yeah.
the same way, and it's not
I
franchise.
still need to see that one.
Okay, but
I really
like,
went
what's-
back and
what
forth
is-
in my head to see what movie would make me look coolest.
Wait, but why would he need to be going back and forth? Wouldn't it just be that Oppenheimer was his number one until a
Yeah.
movie came
Yeah,
along that
appar-
impressed him
I-
more, and then that would be
You
number
have to
one? That's
understand,
how it
Freddie,
works
It has
for
to
me.
be.
He
Oh,
was probably
color
trying to be
purple,
like,
man.
I need to pick a number one that looks awesome, but like Oppenheimer, it's too mainstream. Everyone knows Oppenheimer. I can't pick Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Gotta be something else.
Oh,
No.
okay.
The year had a lot of movies I loved, but none that really stood out to me until I really started to
Yeah,
think.
you're right.
Oh,
This doesn't
wow,
make
that's
sense
an-
at all. He's mentioned how they've
That's a
all stood
really
out to him.
funny-
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
This
all
is
stood out,
longer
but
than
none
any
of
of
them
his
have stood
reviews.
out. This is pretty. That is pretty funny to say like, oh yeah, I liked a bunch of them, but none of them stood out. It's like you understand that's negative, right?
No.
You understand
in
this
a
is your
way.
top 15 list, so all of these stood out to you. They're on your top
Negativity
stood
is
out.
just
They're so
positivity turned
notable.
upside down. So
They're so notable that you mentioned them, and you mentioned honorable mentions. That's how
I
notable they
I
all
agree with
were.
Chad. How fucking funny would it be if it was Aquaman 2?
That'd be pretty funny. Yeah, you know,
Aquaman
I was just
2
waiting for that
really
movie.
captures
James
the
Wan
nature
It
of
really
could
elevated
be
the
an-
bar for
It
superhero
could be
films.
Anatomy of a Fall.
Environmentalism.
It goes to show us that superhero films, when done
Can-
right,
Climate
Same
change
as,
with their brother.
Spider-Verse.
Think
Alright.
about it. And I realized that without a doubt, my number one pick was the movie that did everything I want a movie to do.
Okay.
what?
The first slam dunk.
Hey,
I've never
but
heard of
shouldn't
this.
Hey, but that's a surprise, isn't it? Nobody guessed that.
That's the
Yeah,
most
I've never
interesting
heard of
one
this.
so far.
Wait, Chris, have you seen this?
I have not seen it, but it
Oh my
did
God.
open theatrically. I did open theatrically briefly because we'll get anime at one of the theaters I go to. You know what? A friend of mine saw it. He said it was fine, but he wasn't super pumped about it.
So you know what the problem
Hey,
is?
how does this change your world, everybody?
I haven't even heard of this film.
The problem is it's not going to change shit because it's going to tell me 20 seconds, so and then outro. That's what's going to happen.
We've got so much video. What is he going to do if he doesn't review
Nothing
this?
of interest.
Yeah,
Can we do something else?
Yes, we got this book is coming.
It's got 3
Actor
minutes to talk
75
about this
Stuckman.
movie that nobody guessed.
I haven't even heard of this film. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, never heard of it.
So this
Let's
goes
hear
to
it.
show Chris is much more of a filmaholic than I am.
Like this actually says,
True.
okay, tell me why you would like, why would I
I
watch
bow
this?
to my king,
my
movie king,
my captain, my king.
My captain.
oh, captain, my captain.
Oh, God.
He should have played the extended special version for number 1.
This guy wants to be a director. This guy really wants to be a director.
Yes.
Goes on for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he could have made it really thematic with it being an anime and had a long ass fucking intro that needs to end already.
Yes.
Jesus
And it has,
Christ!
It has
But I
Stuckman
get
with
it.
a katana, like sliding across the different directions and stuff, cutting up the screen. That'll be so
I
cool.
can't say that this film was a surprise because
can't.
I had
We're certainly
zero
surprised,
expectations for it. The anime and manga have a passionate fan base, but
Okay.
it never reached the popularity of juggernauts like Demon Slayer or Dragon Ball Z. I went to see the
Okay.
film because I try to see anime
Those are
in
animes,
theaters
though, right?
whenever I get the chance. I truly did not expect to experience such an emotionally evocative film. I didn't expect to cry. I didn't expect to feel my adrenaline skyrocket, and I
Yeah.
certainly didn't expect for it to be my favorite film of the year.
What
but
do you
after
think it
seeing
looks like when his adrenaline skyrockets?
I wouldn't
Whoa.
like to see that.
I don't know.
Right,
Maybe he
right.
uses like a contraction or something.
He does that thing where he doesn't get up, but he lifts up his arms slightly and looks around and is like, is everyone else feeling that?
And you
Wow.
feel
Maybe his eyebrows move.
Oh, calm down.
I had
Chill
a
out there, come
human
on.
feeling.
Something
I
his
was
heart
imagining
pumps once.
Bill
It goes,
Bailey in Black Books
boom.
where his shirt's off, he's jumping on top of a car.
Oh, dude, Simpsons reference. It's like when Mr. Burns' heart beeps, but
Hot burps.
Heart burps. That's what Boogie's heart does. His heart burps.
Oh, there's another Mountain Dew burp.
The only reason his heart keeps pumping is because it thinks it's eating blood.
Get
Is this like
multiple times.
rotoscope?
That's what I was thinking. It looks
yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
It
Yeah.
looks like it's like 3D animated, and then they have like
They
2D
filmed
over it or
people.
something.
Yeah,
I
No,
can
that's
truly
definitely
say
rotoscope for sure.
yeah, it is rotoscope.
that no other film this year gave me the laughs, tears, and thrills that this film did.
Repeating
it's an
yourself.
underdog
You're
story.
already
Yeah, you already
repeating
told us it was
yourself.
like the best emotional
He said
experience.
it made him cry and that it made his adrenaline go high, and then he said like that what did he just say? Thrills and
Laughs.
like sadness,
Thrills
laughs and
spills
yeah.
like
Now we just
Scooby-Doo.
need
So he's-
horror. That's all we got left.
Can you just tell me
That's
why,
right.
though?
No. That's for you to discover.
I'm so
when you see
angry.
the movie yourself.
Yeah, because like
Guys,
in terms of pitching the film to me, all I know is that it's like an anime film about basketball, but I don't
The thing is,
know like the premise of the story.
imagine you see him for the very first time. You watch his thingy there. It's like, it made me feel this and this and this. Like, okay, but why? Like, I don't know you. Is that good or bad? Like, it's your number one, but what does
I
it
guess
matter
that's
to
what
me?
he's counting on. Like that's what he's counting on. The fact that he said that he liked it means that should matter to you because if you like
Yes.
what he typically likes, even if you don't necessarily share the same reasons, that's enough.
Yeah, but I'm saying if
Because-
you're like a
because
completely
he
new
understands
viewer to his
cinema.
channel, that doesn't mean
well,
shit
if you're
to
a new
you.
viewer to the channel, then yeah, you're totally out of luck.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
this
what I was
doesn't
going
have
Out
to-
of luck. Also, Thea's choosing to highlight the arms of the creature in the bottom right. I find that amusing as a comparison.
I mean, it sounds exactly like on like the Hollywood Reporter articles. If you have somebody read the voice read the article to you, it sounds just like that. Yes, I use that all the
A
time.
coming of age story and a tragedy all in one. I'm
Whoa,
sure
whoa, coming of
Whoa.
age, right? So
Okay.
coming of age,
And a
that's one thing.
tragedy.
Then they have the tragedy aspect in another thing, and there's those two things, but in one
I'm
thing.
gonna throw up.
Yeah, so
I
you
find
can't
it
you can't
funny.
handle the quality.
Oh, now you can make a factor 75 meal.
like really in less dramatic terms. slightly less dramatic terms anyway, he's just pitching what a lot of movies go for, which is to make you laugh and cry. Like, that's pretty common, right? Of trying to get the balance of comedy and drama, entertainment and, you know, sadness in the mix.
Movie made me
Too many
feel
words.
emotions.
I mean, half of this just comes across as though it is a review of any film. Like, just
I mean,
throw
you
it
can
in.
do this.
He's just
It's
telling
pretty
you what they're
boring.
about. You know, doing the Cliff Notes version of what would be back on the, of the Blu-ray. That's pretty much what he did.
I saw these two background characters just looking exactly the same.
Shoot, I'm putting in way too much
Yeah,
work
they
into my
do.
video.
Different hair. There you go. We
Oh,
did it.
okay.
Slightly different.
Many of you missed
I don't
it.
really care for the animation of this. I'm just gonna be honest.
I'm
mean,
not sure. I need to see
yeah,
more of it in its natural habitat.
Yeah, maybe
than chopped up, because I don't know what it. You know what I mean?
So when you get the chance, check this one out.
But why? Tell me why.
Ow!
Sorry.
Metal. He told you why, because it
No,
made
he
him
didn't.
laugh and
He
it made
didn't
him
tell me
cry.
shit.
He
It
just
made
made
him
us
feel
check it
human
out.
emotions.
His heart
Check
pumped
it out, Metal.
faster.
I want to kick
He
a
was
baby
very
across the room.
exhilarated.
We all want to kick
Don't do
babies.
that.
That's not special.
No,
Don't worry, we
do
don't have
that.
one here.
No, don't do it.
I can get a
Watch
baby.
this
Chris
movie
laughed,
instead.
he cried, he shit in his pants, he pissed himself, he came.
He's
You
shitting
need
in
to
his
watch
pants.
this
Stop
movie.
laughing. It's so funny.
Can
And
you
also
fucking believe it
tragic.
though, chat? You can see where we are. That's the end.
Yeah.
Sometimes my number one pick of the year is a movie that I feel like I have to show people. Top Gun Maverick was that way for me.
Oh, then maybe
I
make a
wanted
full video
everyone
on
that I
it.
loved to see that
Probably
movie
has.
and to appreciate it.
I don't think he would have
The
said
first
more about
slam
it, though.
dunk I feel very similarly about. I want everyone that I love to have fun with that movie because I really do think
I want
I don't have to love them
everyone
to,
that I love. Come on, man. Sound like again, I was saying the cattle prod idea. If he sets that up in the back on automatic, it'll
Just
remind
wake
him.
up once in a while.
Yeah. When you talk about the people you love, you want to be a little bit more energized.
Do you mean like a cattle prod, like that just swings back and forth and zaps him, or like a cattle prod that he needs to duck out of the way every time
It's
it
on,
comes
like,
down, so it just keeps him on like high alert the whole
like
time.
a system of gears that just eventually just pushes it forward, brings it back.
You got to
pushes it
randomize
forward.
it. You can't expect.
Oh
it coming.
yeah.
Have
And he needs to
Metal
play
and
that
Mala
music.
formed into one being.
Yes.
The Rube, what's it? The Rube Goldberg machine.
Yeah, something like that.
He needs something like that, but for what, a cattle prod to wake him up every now and then. Just give him a little bit of energy.
Chris, tell us. Sorry, Stuckman,
Looks
tell
like
us
he's got-
about
Looks
Dial
like
of
he's had
Destiny.
plenty of it.
He did a review Dial of Destiny, didn't he? He must have.
Yeah, I'm sure he did, right?
I'm
How does
sure
he
he was
say
very
that while
like.
staying positive?
He was probably like Harrison Ford hasn't skipped a beat
Harrison Ford.
since as much as decades ago.
it leaves you in a great place of joy and it
so good.
thrills you
Yeah,
at
there
the
it
same
is.
time, and it's very
Thrills.
very
There
funny.
it is. Thrills.
What's it about?
Time.
At
Thrills.
basketball?
There we go. It's funny
All
again.
of the
Yeah, you
funny.
mentioned that already. Yeah.
There was a scene I
it
laughed
has
at.
emotions. It has plot and characters
Did you see
and
that?
emotions.
The newest super chat. Grandpa, I want you to watch this Japanese anime about basketball.
Extremely underrated despite having an immaculate Rotten Tomato score.
Oh,
a
that
great
doesn't
letter-
fucking matter.
Yes, an immaculate Rotten Tomato
Fucking
score.
Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh my god, the
You
Rotten
fool.
Tomatoes score,
Every
guys.
time-
It's so high.
Every time that gets brought
Wait,
up,
it said,
I'll
wait,
remind-
2022? Hold on.
Wait, it's a 2022 movie.
Oh,
Wait, hold
whoa,
on.
what? You fuck!
Or was it released?
You lied!
Or
Unless it-
to be
was it
fair,
released-
Was it released in America in 2023?
That could be it, yeah.
Maybe.
Still a 2022, right? That would that count?
Well, at that point, that's dealer's
depends.
choice, kinda.
Complicated, Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, well, so apparently it came out on the 3rd of December, 2022.
But
That's a 2022 movie.
Yep.
yeah, that
But
would
yeah,
be
it's,
2022.
Last time I checked.
Well,
And
yeah.
you
Third of
didn't call
December
it my best movies of
2022 is
2023, just the best
in
movies of
2022.
2023.
People
Well,
saying
shit.
the other anime that
Lord of
we
the
talked
Rings.
about was the
Wings
same thing.
again. 20th
That
year in a
came
row
out.
for me.
That other one came out in 2022. The Suzume. Yeah, it says 2022 on Wikipedia as well.
I mean, I would be
November
inclined to
11th,
believe that it got
2022.
re-released in the area that he's in or something, because that's a really
That'd be
weird
my
mistake
guess.
for him to make.
Yeah.
Well, because I remember people kept telling me Puss in Boots is 2023. It's like, well, wait, I thought it came out. It came out
Yeah,
like
no
December
way.
2022. So yeah, okay. Well, hey,
That's why it was
right.
the movie of the year last
And
year.
on the
not
note
this year.
of Rotten Tomatoes, I remember Black Panther had a perfect rating until a guy gave it just under fresh because he didn't like the action in it and everyone wanted to kill him.
That's normal.
It's so funny. Like, taking any stock. I will say, right, I'm of two minds. No stock in the meaning of Rotten Tomatoes. But I do always want to know it, just out of curiosity, because it'd be like, what does it mean for a movie you're anticipating that gets 100 or 50 or 0? And it's like, nothing? But at the same time, I just want to know what's the number out of curiosity.
When Rebel Moon hits 0 with top critics, that's pretty funny. I mean, like you can use that.
Box score, a great IMDb score. Everybody who sees this movie loves this movie. It just
you
kind of
everybody. All right,
man. You could have told us why it was good instead of saying everybody who I know likes it.
It looks like he's about to say
My grandpa liked it.
According to good old Wikipedia, this is the 5th highest grossing Japanese film of all time.
Why could you could have said that? Yeah.
got
Well,
buried by
Yeah, see, he's about to say nobody watched it, but it sounds like a lot of people watched it actually.
the fact that it's an anime.
That is why he's chosen it. That is like the only reason he's chosen it.
Right, but I guess he didn't
make
really
it look
like
cool?
Boy and the Heron then, because that one was getting more attention in the West.
Yeah.
Because it's Miyazaki.
Movie.
What about
that
the other one
nobody-
though? Suzume, that was pretty. Because I'm seeing here that says it's number 4 in terms of most successful.
I honestly
These
think
films
that
made,
as long as he puts this as
money
number
distributed
1,
way.
he can mix and matches the rest.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
Really knew
Number
about,
1 is
and-
reserved for something super obscure in the West, so people will think like, "Oh wow, this guy."
This
really
Chris
knows
guy,
his
he
stuff."
knows what's up. I mean, Stuckman. The Stuckman.
Could be some North Korean indie movie.
Also, it came out around the height of Barbenheimer, and a lot of movies got buried by that. And I feel like
Not this one
this
because
is-
it grows a lot.
I'm not fully convinced by that as a phenomenon. Like,
No, I'm getting tired of people saying that. Like, people keep saying Mission Impossible should have moved. It's like, dude, Fallout made $800 million. It is an established franchise that made a lot of money and was consistently making more money as time went on. They had every reason to believe that they were the ones who were going to succeed, not the other way around.
I don't
At least
remember anyone
as well.
saying, "Man, I was gonna see Mission Impossible, but once I mean, can I really fit that in? I've got to see Barbenheimer." Like, I don't think that's a thing.
Dead Reckoning was so amazing that everybody was like talking about how amazing it was and sharing
Yeah.
it with everybody, and they wanted to go see it again. It would have succeeded more than it did.
And it did
It
have
had a huge
okay
opening
word of
weekend.
mouth. People did talk
had a-
about it. It just didn't last
Remember, it had
that
the biggest
long.
opening weekend of the
didn't do as
series.
well.
It started out incredibly strong. It's not like it was a film that got buried in terms of like initial exposure.
It's one of those gems of the year that throughout the years, especially anime fans, are going to look back on and be like, yeah, that one was special. Guys, it has
What if they
been an
don't like
amazing year.
basketball?
Really a crazy year. A lot of stuff has happened.
You said that
it's-
already.
Wow.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
said
man.
it ages
happened
ago,
in a year?
Mel. It was
What?
like 10 minutes ago that he said that.
It was even longer for us, but I still remember.
It's been fun to be able to share these moments with you and to talk about movies with you, as always, for so
And
many years.
That's
didn't
that word
share.
talking is doing a lot of heavy lifting, I gotta say.
I mean, like I said, we could have created this video. I could have done my stupid little Stuckman voice. You guys could help me out with a script, and then we could have just taken
where it would
stock
be
footage
like-
from trailers.
You know, David Fincher has done it again. The Killer, directed by David Fincher, starring Michael Fassbender, is a
Fassbender.
fascinating
Directed by
look
David
into the
Fincher.
world
Presents
of an
David
assassin.
Fincher's The Killer by David
Yeah.
Fincher.
You know,
This is
Yeah.
literally a junior high book report. This is
Yes.
the level of
That's generous.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
is generous because you would be expected to
You
say
you
things
have
about
to say
the
more
story
than what
with
he said.
references.
Because some people say he's like a wannabe Roger Ebert, but like Roger Ebert had controversial opinions.
Yeah. What? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a long way
You
from
know-
Roger Ebert.
To another year of doing that. My film should be coming out next year.
Woo!
It's submitted to various
yeah.
festivals, and we've been able to finally.
Chris, Stuckman, get it to me early, and we'll check it out and we'll review it. Honestly,
Give us a review
Just
copy.
like
yeah.
this.
Hell yes.
Playing at a
complete our-
Make sure to
festival,
send a
look
lot of Factor
early.
75 with it.
I think Mel was making some of that earlier.
What kind of a film is he making?
that's what I wanna
horror.
ask.
Horror movie, right?
Horror, I think, yeah.
Ugh.
He's got,
Which is
that's
just up
even-
my alley. I love horror when it's
Yeah,
good.
I mean, he might be a serial killer.
The biopic, actually.
our ADR, which is great. And so we are just about done with it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
there's just like
Yay.
random little color corrections and things that we might adjust here and there, but it's like
Corrections of color, please.
99.9% done with it. It's like a movie. It's real. And I can't wait to share it with you guys and what that journey will be like. And as always,
I mean,
I'll be
it
here.
is clever, isn't it? Right? Like if you stop doing the being critical in any way, shape, or form, you kind of like priming people. Because I mean, if you are critical, then people will be like, "Well, it better be fucking good then, huh?" You know. Whereas if it's just like, I like movies, all right. I love movies. And I love them. So much
I
that you're, like, priming
believe,
people to be nicer to you.
I believe, and I could be completely wrong, that he's going to do better than the AVGN or RLM movies. You'll certainly do better than the Channel Awesome movies.
I would say so.
So when you say better, what do you mean there?
That's a bold
what
statement.
metric are you talking about?
I better in the set. That's a good question.
Do you think that people, what I'm getting at is, do you think people will say like, yeah, it's good, but then they're not going to talk about it like really much at all? Like it's not going to make a huge
his fans
impact,
will
or...
absolutely be comprised of 50% that was amazing and 50% I did love it, Chris. But I feel like you could have, and then just generic statement like the characterization was slightly off, or I feel like it could have been paced a little bit better. Just literally 1 second of it being cut out would have been better. That's all I want to say. But then there'll be people like us who will probably find it to be like, oh, that shot was neat, or that joke was kind of funny, or oh, that character did that thing that was kind of okay. But the most of it, we're going to be like, oof.
Sharing that journey. So thank you once again for watching, and I hope you guys check out these movies on this list, and they bring a lot of joy and entertainment to you. I'll see you
always
guys
bring
in
us joy,
2020.
Chris
You didn't
Stuckman.
sell it, motherfucker. No.
Or, as always, thank you so much for
Stuckmanize us. Do it.
watching, and if you like this, you can click right here and get Stuckmanized.
Yes!
Yeah, that's his term. I
Nice, man.
thought that was
Yes,
like a
he said
meme
the line.
other people made up.
No,
Wait,
it's real. It's
Don't you
really real.
feel better now? He's Stuckmanized you.
Listen, this was like the most emotion he put in the whole video. Like he was looking
Isn't it
forward to this the
beautiful?
whole video. It's like, oh, I can't wait to
I-
say the words.
I think we're going to get Stuckmanized again. Let's go again.
Thank you so
God.
much for watching, and
That was-
if you like this, you can click right here
Where?
and get Stuckmanized.
Yes!
He said
Yes.
it again.
Stuckmanize me, Captain.
He made a book called, he wrote one, called The Film Buff's Bucket List. The
made a
Film
book.
Buff's Bucket List. National
By the way, let me just say
bestseller.
about his book. His book is
Yes.
like a pamphlet. You're holding it, right? Like
Yes, I'm holding it right now.
Right here, can see it.
average.
You literally have it.
Yes, I do.
Not to get too technical. I've written a
How
couple
many
books.
pages?
Okay,
many
did they
pages?
get
It's
numbers?
thin.
I don't. Yeah. Okay, it is 170.
Okay.
That's
Average book
not many.
sell in the marketplace needs to be 50 to 60,000 words. I guarantee
Well, I
it's
was
less
gonna-
than half that.
You got to keep in mind, he's got 50 movies he talks about, and it takes, I think, 3 pages per, because he has a page with just some artwork that looks like clip art to represent the film, and then a page, sometimes a page and a half to represent like his review, which we're going to read some today because it'll be very fun.
Yay.
So it's titled "The 50 Movies of the 2000s to See Before You Die." So Fringy read this list out to me, and I think I was missing 2. I'm going to go ahead and guess, Chris Gore, you've seen all of these. I would be curious to know which of these has not been seen by any of the cast today, but I shall start reading them. Now, the thing about Chris Stuckman, especially with a title like this, I'm expecting to have heard of every one of these films. I did not expect to have seen, I think, 48 of them. I was very surprised. But here we go.
Jeez.
Well enough,
Can you imagine
Fringy.
giving that book? Hey, can you imagine giving that book to someone on their deathbed? Saying you're about to die. Here's this book.
We better
You'd be-
start right now.
They'd be like, you gotta see this before you die. Like, okay, I've seen all of them. Like, okay, well, okay.
You're good to die.
You're good
All
to
right,
go.
well, you're good.
All right, here we go. So, from the top, American Psycho. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Memento. Good old Nolan.
Sure.
Unbreakable. The best of Shyamalan, I think most would agree. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, of course. Spirited Away. That's yeah, there you go. Donnie Darko. Ocean's 11. Minority Report. Signs. Which when I saw that, I was like, I've got to read his thing for Signs. Why is that on this list? And we will. X-Men 2. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, The Last Samurai, Old Boy, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, no Fellowship, no Two Towers.
Boo! Fuck you!
I'm sorry.
Are you insane?
I'm so sorry.
Chris?
Just only Return of the
Not
King.
you, you're
He
just
could have
reading
just
it,
put
but-
Lord of the Rings trilogy, but
Yeah.
maybe that's, I don't know. Spider-Man
That's
2.
wild.
Collateral, The Incredibles, Shaun of the Dead, A History of Violence, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. And then we reached one, funnily enough, I think when you described this to me, Fringy, you said Hidden Cash, or Hidden Cash. I said to you at the time I hadn't seen it because I didn't recognize that name at all. But on the book it says Cache and then in brackets Hidden. Me and Rags watched Cache.
We
actually.
did, and boy, I did not enjoy it.
I was not hugely fond of it, no. But I have seen that one. So I was like, holy shit.
Would not recommend.
Casino
So
Royale.
is it cash or hidden cash? Sorry.
So it's cash, I think Cache or Cash, and then in brackets Hidden. I think that means that's the English translation. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Casino Royale, The Departed, The Bourne Ultimatum, Zodiac, There Will Be Blood, No Country for Old Men, Trick or Treat, I guess.
Trick or treat?
Yes, that is
Yeah, it's like apostrophe R, yeah.
an anthology Halloween movie. I like it. I think it's neat. The Dark
I
Knight,
like it too.
Coraline, 500 Days of Summer, Inglourious Bastards, Inception, Toy Story 3, Drive, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. When was this book written? Because I'd be curious how many Mission Impossibles fought over that spot, you know?
Well, and also 2000s I thought meant 2000 to 2010, but this list includes films that came out like after 2010.
Oh yeah,
So-
dude, if we actually got a list of all the films that didn't make it to this list, I think we'd all die. The Avengers, Snowpiercer, Prisoners, The Winter Soldier, Enemy, Under the Skin, which I'm kind of shocked is here, to be honest.
Yeah, see, there's what I mean. A lot of these films are from the 2010s,
Yeah.
not the 2000s in the general sense that people think of it. But...
Edge of Tomorrow, The Babadook, Birdman, Whiplash, When Marnie Was There, which I don't actually... That's the only one I don't recognize.
Yeah.
Mad Max Fury Road, Creed, and the best one saved for last, of course. Star Wars, The Force Awakens.
No.
Make sure you see that before you die, okay?
Corporate approved list.
I mean, in a sense, you kind of
but-
want to see it before you die, just to see what they did with Star Wars.
No. Protect those old
more
people
relevant
from seeing
part
it.
is, like,
Why
Man,
die
that is
happy?
the thing about that list is it's just like those are like a lot of really predictable, safe choices.
Yeah.
There's not many like, oh, huh, you know, there's not
You know, like-
wow, except for like, wow, The Force Awakens, holy shit, okay.
Yeah. I'd like to read a quote that is celebrated
Okay.
on the back of the book from author of Sheroes, Vala Ventura. She says of Chris Stuckman, Chris Stuckman is the Roger Ebert of YouTube, and this book is awesome.
That's like,
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the
line.
quote.
Oh, and this book is awesome. Okay. Thank you for that.
I
Well,
guess,
so I
look,
can read the
those
back of the book
quotes
if
are
you
always
want.
really short, but I do find that pretty. What, like the description of the purpose?
Yeah, but they don't
of
have
the
to
book?
feel so
Yes.
short. You
Yes,
know?
please do. Please,
All right.
please do.
Millions of movie fans rely upon pop culture tastemaker Chris Stuckman's film reviews before they buy a ticket. Why?
Tastemaker.
I don't
Because
know.
Stuckman delivers
Don't
the
ever
goods.
call me tastemaker.
Oh god, you're not ready for this. I hadn't even read
I
this
guess
before.
Call me
Before the
fucking
era of
asshole
word.
before you call me tastemaker.
I guess this is before the era of influencer as a
Influencer.
term.
Yeah.
He's a tastemaker, which is decidedly more awkward.
So
Yeah.
it continues. Because Stuckman delivers the goods with deeply informed and thoughtful reviews that help us sort out the must-sees from the don't waste your time schlockfests.
Schlockfest sounds like an endorsement. I'll
was gonna
absolutely
say, why
watch a
not check that out?
Schlockfest.
And that also sounds pretty negative, Chris.
Yeah, well, this was written before his change.
This was the
sorry.
old Chris.
Yeah,
This was before
sorry.
his rebirth. This was before the
Okay.
Stuckman Renaissance.
He must
I
take the
see.
book
Okay.
down because it's mean. We can't have meanness. His honest take as a cinephile is something you can always depend upon.
Oh, he wants to fuck movies? Oh my god.
This is what sets him apart from the pack and makes his bucket list selection an excellent guide to movies you just gotta see before you start pushing up daisies. I'm sorry, but who
Man,
loves
I thought we
film
could be-
needs this list, you know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
it's like
told
a self-help guide for people who already know how to do the thing.
I'm told day in day out that I have like the worst mainstream taste levels ever, right? But the taste maker himself has provided a list in which I only don't recognize one and haven't seen two. Like, come on, man.
The taste maker.
I can just die according to him. But I'm not exactly looking to. All right, this continues. Since the turn of the century, movie lovers have been enjoying a second golden age. But which films are the best of the best? What are the top movies since 2000 to see before you die? In the Film Buff's bucket list, Chris Stuckman, one of YouTube's most popular film reviewers, not so much anymore, gives us his best of the best. These are films you must see before you die. As Stuckman says, my love of movies turned into the art of film. What?
What?
My love of movies turned into the art of... He's not a very good writer.
My love of movies turned into the art of film.
That is the
That is what it
sentence, right?
says, right?
I'm misreading
I don't
it.
know. I can only see the microphone.
Oh.
But you're there.
Well,
you
he's-
can read it yourself.
Yeah,
He's referring
love
to
of
his
movies
own
turned into
transition
the
into
art
like
of
a filmmaker. Like he wasn't a filmmaker before,
Okay.
and now he is, right? I assume that's
My
what
love
he's
of...
talking about.
Oh, he's trying to... That's not great grammar, but that's okay.
No, that still doesn't make any sense. Because my love of what? No, love what?
I mean, I'm just trying to guess what the fuck he might.
No,
be
I think you're
referring
right. I
to.
think what he wanted to say was my love of movies turned me into a person that makes movies.
I always love when you
Yeah.
when I read something, say, "Oh, it's probably a language barrier," and then you guys are like, "I don't know what that means." Like, "Oh, okay, I'm
It's the
fine."
Stuckman
Listen.
barrier.
Americans have trouble with language barrier. A good movie is like a bomb. It can soothe, enthrall, entice, inspire, discover
bomb?
movies.
What? A bomb can entice?
I don't
Wait,
fucking know,
wait,
man. That is right.
wait,
What do you want me to
Is
do?
that what he meant? BALM? A
Yes,
bomb?
a bomb.
Okay.
Remember, I'm British, so I say
Oh,
bomb.
okay.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Discover movies you and your family will love with this book. What? Start the popcorn.
Start the popcorn.
Start the popcorn.
I mean,
I guess-
hang on, I'm just gonna turn on the
Popcorn
popcorn
has
real quick.
begun.
Well, you
Start
can, they
it.
do you can
What,
but
like,
nobody
you
says
get the
start the
popcorn.
I've heard that
popcorn.
before.
You
get
say
the
grab the popcorn.
Grab the popcorn. I'm gonna prepare
Start
the
it. No.
popcorn. I'm gonna make some popcorn.
Second language.
You put
Start
the
the
key in the
popcorn.
ignition of popcorn,
Of
and
the
you get it
popcorn.
going.
I'm hitting play, guys. Get the popcorn started, and then we have to
Yeah,
wait
start
for
it
it
up.
and
Come
pause
on.
it 5 minutes in.
We have another quote
Press the
from
button.
Alicia Malone, film
Oh.
reporter and author of Backwards and in Heels. She says,
Okay.
Chris Stuckman's intelligent take on film has seen his popularity on YouTube skyrocket, and his passion is easy to see in this book.
I don't
The
believe
Film
you.
Buff's bucket list has a fantastic selection of movies, both big and small, that all film lovers can enjoy. This is a wonderful reference guide for the times where you don't know what to choose, and will enhance the knowledge of all movie geeks.
I mean, if you say
I just
so.
don't buy that movie geeks have seen these. Most of
Well, yeah,
these,
'cause
if not all
again,
of
these
them.
are a
movie geeks
lot
have
of,
seen most of these.
If we were to make a book here on EFAP with all of our very good friends, if we were to put our collective brains together and we were going to introduce people into, I guess, this sphere of the hobby, then we would pick a bunch of movies that would incorporate different elements of the filmmaking process. So we'd make sure that the movies would have like really good cinematography or like the use of color, some really good characters. We'd pick some long movies and we'd pick some really short ones too to be able to show the difference between them. But it'd be a varied list that covers all the bases, along with the explanations as to why this is something that you should maybe appreciate, and here's what it did well. And you can contrast that with these movies that are done really poorly, so that it's really easy to, I guess, to see and to learn this stuff. It wouldn't just be see all these good movies.
Recommending bad
Right.
films, to be honest. I'd
Well, so putting
I-
Return of the King and Spider-Man 2, it's like, bro, come on.
Well, I mean, if you're going to include like a sequel, surely you're going to have to include the earlier one as well. If the story is
There's only 50 entries. For
really,
Yeah, you can't
we gotta
well,
clean
yeah, I
this
guess
up.
there's that.
You can't
And
possibly write
obviously,
more.
there's probably no point in talking about all the. I mean, obviously, good films will be omitted no matter what if you limit yourself to
Yes.
50. But it is again, it's just like, man, they're all like very normal choices, there's not many surprising ones.
What's very cool about
like,
this
oh wow, really?
is that the way it's written here is that you can cross them off your bucket list and you can rate them from 5 or out of 5 stars. So that's pretty cool.
Because that's what you do if you're a movie reviewer. You rate things out of 5 stars.
Hell yeah. Or
Yep,
4
I
if you're
use
Roger
10.
Ebert, right? I always found 4 to be weird.
Oh yeah, he did 4. Yeah, 4
Now,
is weird.
4 is
I'm
shit.
going to read his Signs review, but then all of you, I expect all of you to target one of the ones I mentioned, and then I will read the review of that particular chosen one. I will happily read the list again to you if you require that, but I assume something stood out to you. At least I hope so.
Well, I've already heard that once. I'm gonna grab more alcohol.
Wow. He's right, you know. I
I
read it to
need
him.
alcohol after that. I actually got to dip out, guys, but this has been a pleasure.
Well, yeah. What's your assessment of Chris Stuckman? Give us your unadulterated thoughts upon the man himself.
This is so basic. It's
Try
all
not to be
mainstream
biased.
Hollywood. It's all mainstream Hollywood stuff. Nothing interesting. No radical choices. No independent films. No foreign films. No whatever. I mean, it's just like it's like a list of movies that came out. That is what he compiled and then decided to spew thoughts on paper, right? Which is, I don't know. Like I feel like I learned nothing. So, and you were pointing out
He told you when to start the popcorn.
Yeah, he did. He gave you
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true.
Set the ignition for the popcorn. But like Jeremy Johns, you were talking about earlier, I like him. I like his takes. They're short, sweet. He gets in, gets out. He has something interesting to say. He's not afraid to critique things when they deserve it. So I quite enjoy him. But I do think it's interesting to like pay attention to someone like a John Campea, Stuckman, just to know like, oh, is this a normal person thinks?
Is this what the normal people are saying? I guess
original thoughts.
Right.
You know, like, but Stuckman, I don't know, like, so I don't pay attention to him. Has his subscriber count gone down or views of his videos gone down, or like what's the deal?
His engagement has lowered ever since he decided he wouldn't be critical. But I think it was trending down anyway, because the fact is, like, anyone who watches almost exclusively him, the second you watch another sort of film reviewer that has much more passion, I don't see why you would continue watching him. You'd be like, oh yeah, I can't wait to hear him say the exact same thing again about another movie. I can read you his Signs review now if you'd like. Signs, 2002, drama, sci-fi, thriller. We've all seen Signs, a classic, starring Mel Gibson, Joaquin Phoenix, Rory Culkin, directed by M. Night Shyamalan. Beautiful. Studio Touchstone Pictures. All right, here we go. Here comes the way he does this is you'll be like, this is the movie, and now here's the reasoning. So get ready. If you read the introduction to this book, then you already know how important this film is to me. It literally changed the way I view movies. The only reason I'm writing these words now is because my mum took me to the theater in 2002, changing my life. That night, I sat in my room a new kid. Signs affected me so much that I even attempted to recreate the film in a shoddy and pointless shot-for-shot remake. Our resulting film was embarrassingly bad, but it undoubtedly communicated my love for filmmaking at that age. Almost all the negativity I see directed at Signs are from complaints that universally miss the point.
Idiots.
People tend to pile hate on Shyamalan
Toxic.
because they watch his films from a very straightforward, wooden perspective, with most of his movies, and especially with Signs. This is not the right approach. On paper, Signs is about a grieving family dealing with an alien invasion occurring around the world. Mel Gibson gives a harrowing performance as a former priest trying to protect his family from this otherworldly threat. Simply follow this plot and Signs still works as a marvelously suspenseful, surprisingly funny thriller.
Hilarious.
That's it.
Oh,
Is that everything he has to say
no,
about
that
the
was
movie?
just him whining that people don't like Shyamalan on.
Oh, you know what? I'm
That
wrong.
was
There was
just
another
whining.
page. There's 2 more paragraphs. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Here we go.
Oh, wow.
We haven't even seen this before.
Pronounced
This is new.
Shyamalama Ding Dong.
I mean, I was counting on you to reading me all of it.
Here we go, man. There's
Oh my
more.
god, I'm so excited.
But where Signs truly shines
I don't know.
is its brilliant subtext. The film is riddled with hidden meanings that few audiences pick up on.
Very secret.
The loss of faith, denial of a higher power, heaven, hell, demons, angels, prophecies.
Wow, it's like a Zack
Shyamalan's-
Snyder film.
Shyamalan's script and subtle art direction build a truly touching story, and one that many have overlooked. You can watch Signs as enjoyable escapism, and it still works. But if you're willing to dig a little deeper, I'm positive you'll discover a thematically rich and powerful work of art. It still hasn't stopped inspiring me, and it never will.
Even the movie
You
ended.
don't have
And
to
that's
dig
it,
into
right?
Signs at all to find loss of faith. That's like the character talks about it overtly. That's not like subtext.
Signs is a bad movie. I like it, but it's not good. Signs is
maybe
actually
we weren't so wooden.
Signs is the movie, along with The Village, that turns Shyamalan from being a good director into a bad one. That's and then Lady in the Water's after this, right? Signs.
Yeah, but problem is that you're Pinocchio, Mauler. You have a wooden perspective. That's you.
Oh man, damn it!
I think your nose got
So,
vodka too.
You
As,
and your filthy lies.
As Lil Platoon just pointed out, nobody missed what Signs was about. We got it.
But aliens that don't know how to open doors.
We'll go from left to right from my Discord. So Fringy is the first. What review would you like to hear from the selection?
Well, let's go with The Incredibles.
Yeah, okay, we'll do Metal first with The Incredibles.
Like
Gather
Incredibles.
around, everyone, for the review
Get
of
some
Incredibles.
marshmallows.
Animation action adventure. Director
a good
Brad
one.
Bird, starring Craig T. Nelson, Jason Lee, Holly Hunter, and studio Walt Disney Pictures.
Oh, there was basically a full review of the movie right there.
I was going to say, we've mostly covered Chris's video on this
All
now.
right. We just need
Dude.
the 7. You open up the book and it somehow plays the 7-second long sound.
He's
of
labeled
it.
those quick facts. It's like, that's
Those
your
are-
review
those-
usually.
Those are quick facts, yeah.
The first time I saw Toy Story, I couldn't imagine anything topping it.
Oh no, Incredibles. I wanted Incredibles.
Bulge.
He did say Incredibles.
In fact, it took nearly 10 years for Pixar to make a film I viewed as an improvement. And here it is.
Ooh, good save, Mahler. Good save.
The Incredibles centers around a family of superheroes forced to lead normal lives when a lawsuit outlaws all superheroes. Oh, that's a sentence. This is a brilliant idea.
It's not a great sentence.
Imagine
really
the
bad.
Hulk sitting behind a desk at an insurance agency.
That sounds hilarious.
Eventually, trouble inevitably brews, and our heroes have to come out of retirement. Brad Bird has become a
What
household
heroes?
name. No, he hasn't. That's. I
What,
wish that were
he
true.
meant he said our heroes, but he hasn't listed them yet.
Yeah.
Or mentioned who they are.
No, just imagine the
He's
Hulk.
just like in
It'll
the
be fine.
Yeah,
just
he
like
said it was
later
someone
he
like the
just
Hulk.
says,
That's good enough.
Yeah.
Imagine the Hulk behind a desk, and then
Yeah,
our
'cause he
heroes
has- he
have to.
hasn't- He hasn't concisely presented the premise, which is that it's a
You know why,
superhero family.
Friggy? You know why? Because he's saying this as though you've seen it.
Well, yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, he writes like you've already completely bought into it and you've seen it.
What's the point of this
That's
fucking
pretty
bucket
funny.
list? Like, when you-
That's pretty funny,
You've seen
honestly,
Incredibles,
now
right?
that I
You've
think
seen
about it,
Incredibles.
yeah.
But yeah, he said Brad Bird has become a household name. If we're talking like
No.
Spielberg, it's like it's not that level. Is he even Nolan level? It's like probably not.
I would say that he's probably one of the more well-known directors of animated films.
I'd agree with that. yes.
Yeah.
but that's still like niche. I would imagine that many people have seen his films, but I would be surprised if you could find any just normal sort of moviegoer who could name one Pixar director. That would surprise me.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah, I feel like Pixar is the household name, and Brad Bird
Yes.
was,
Yeah,
got famous
exactly. In the
working
same
for
way that a
Pixar.
lot of
Yeah.
when it comes to video games, the development studio is what people often think about. It's the team, not necessarily any individual, guy at the top, creative director or whatnot.
But with Incredibles, he was still proving himself. Bird's The Iron Giant received critical praise upon its release in 1999, yet it was a financial bomb. The Incredibles helped put Bird on the map. Like The Iron Giant, The Incredibles, is a loving tribute to old-fashioned filmmaking, heightened by a jazzy score from Michael Giacchino. The film's vibrant visuals explode off the screen, no 3D required, even better than animation, though I'm sorry, what the fuck? Even better than animation, though, are the character. He's saying the characters are better than the animation.
Okay.
That's a weird thing to say.
That is a weird thing to say.
I don't even know how to.
Well, imagine
Yeah,
I
like-
said like the
Only at
characters
the
in Lord of the
extre-
Rings are better than the practical effects. You'd be like,
Yeah, I feel like that only works when you're talking about the extremes on either end. But apart from that, it's a really strange thing to say.
My guess would be that it's like, well, when people think of animated films, they're often thinking of the animation. So, see, this is how I established to them that the characters are so great, by saying that it's better than the animation, which is really bizarre when the animation is part of the storytelling and imbuing the characters with life.
Well, yeah, I feel like
art
if you-
direction for each of the given characters, the way that they move through the world and how it changes. Like, you know, Mr. Incredible, right? When you take, like, the way that he looks cramped in his office to eventually going on his big training montage to where it becomes, like, in shape again, superhero. That's all storytelling that's coming from the animation that's in the character. So why... It's just a weird point to make.
You could probably say something like you will be more impressed by the characters than by the animation, but
Why would you? Why would you make them
not...
compete? Why would you do
Yeah,
that? Now you have me
exactly.
compete.
Why
Now
make
you
them
have me in my
compete?
brain making those two
yeah,
great
the
things
sentence would be
compete
like,
against each other.
perhaps as impressive as the incredible animation is the character writing or something like that. But
Yeah,
instead,
well,
he's like,
equally impressive.
Yeah.
You know, equally impressive or something. Don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
it's
say
just a
it's
weird
hard
way
to
of saying
it's
it.
hard to say which is better, the
Oh, Rags.
characters or the animation.
you're gonna be so pissed. The next sentence. Here it
Ugh.
goes. You ready?
Oh boy, do
So
they
he
start
says
with a
that-
do they end with a preposition?
He says, so on about the characters, right? That's the context of the next sentence. They,
Okay.
the family, sorry, they quite literally leap from the screen.
Oh fuck
That
off!
will, they don't quite literally leap from the screen, buddy.
Quite. I like
They
how he
quite
says it's not enough to
figuratively
say
do.
literally. Literally isn't strong enough of a word. He has to say
They quite
literally.
They quite leap from the
Yeah.
screen.
They quite literally leaped from the screen and strangled me and slapped me in the face.
The family
Characters
dynamic
emerged
is a
from the
huge
screen.
part of the film's emotional heft and makes their eventual team up all the more enthralling. The Incredibles is tons of fun for everyone, but it's also an extremely smart film that still entertains today.
I mean, yeah.
Bird's energetic world is populated with superheroes that feel more human than the actual human stars of many lesser films.
Oh my
That's
god.
that seems like it's a clumsily written.
Well, it
They
seems
seem more
unnecessary
human
to
than the
review
actual
of
human
Incredibles.
stars of the real life. Yeah, that's.
Shaun of the
And plus,
Dead.
you're comparing.
Supposed to be.
Yeah, that's weird.
Wait, so
That's a
was
weird
there
one.
any other Pixar film on that list?
I don't think there was.
Old boy.
Old boy.
Oh, Toy Story was
Toy Story 3, yeah, that was it.
Oh, right.
Which, damn, okay. Obviously, yeah. Look, I have Pixar favoritism and bias, especially for that era. I don't know that there's any studio that consistently delivered that many excellent films.
Back then, yes.
You know, because, like, yeah, if you asked me to make this list, there'd be more, and there wouldn't be Toy Story 3. There'd be Finding Nemo, Ratatouille, Wall-E, and Monsters Inc. I think I'd put all of those ones on there. And it's like, what about Up? It's like, yeah, maybe I'd put Up on there too. Maybe, but definitely those 5. But
right.
that's okay.
Who's next?
That's okay. Go for
Well,
it.
I'm looking at the list from IMDb, and I saw number 1, and I had to stop there. Let's go with his number 1 pick: Star Wars Episode 5, 6, 7, The Force Awakens.
Oh god damn it, that was going to be my pick. I think
You have to find another one. The Force Awakens, 2015, action-adventure fantasy. Director J.J. Abrams, starring Daisy
You called
Ridley,
it
John
fantasy and
Boyega,
not
Oscar
sci-fi.
Isaac, Studio Lucasfilm Limited. Getting the
Would
quick
you,
facts out of the way.
I think I would probably go with science fiction before fantasy if I was.
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
weird
Star
that it
Wars.
listed as a fantasy and
Personally.
not science
At the
fiction.
very least, you'd call it science fantasy before fantasy. but,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
It's okay,
I'm
I'll
fine
allow it.
normalizing science
No big
fantasy as
deal.
a thing, but like if you're gonna choose, that's not the one I'd go with.
Well, yeah,
Because
Right,
you've-
it's
you've
like
got Return of the King on the
95%
list, haven't
science
you?
fiction and 5% fantasy.
Perhaps
You've got
no
actual fantasy
film
on the
in
list.
history was more anticipated than Star Wars The Force Awakens. In fact, that anticipation has led many to unrealistic expectations. The original
here we
trilogy
go.
is often highly regarded in the minds of fans as untouchable, near-perfect entertainments. I don't like that line at all.
I don't like that either.
While I do love those films, I also recognize that no film is perfect. Boring. In today's day and age, a highly anticipated film that perhaps isn't a work of utter perfection can be lambasted as awful. It's a strange and unwelcome development, but nonetheless, The Force Awakens receives a lot of unwarranted hate. What a way to start your fucking review of The Force Awakens. Everyone hates it. By the way, we're nearly halfway
you're
through.
priming me against it.
Did he use entertainment in the plural?
Wait.
Did he put an S at the end of that?
The sentence in full.
It's just not always. Yeah.
The sentence in full is the original trilogy is often highly regarded in the minds of fans as untouchable, nearly perfect entertainments.
That sounds weird to me, but okay, if that's a thing, then
I wouldn't use it there because if you use entertainments, you normally are trying to group a bunch of different forms of entertainment. Like if you go to the fair would be a place of entertainments, many different kinds of entertainment. But we're talking about a bunch of movies, a collection of movies. So
also, if we're picking apart the grammar, highly regarded as untouchable is redundant. If it's untouchable, then obviously yes, it's highly regarded.
It'd be regarded as untouchable.
Yes.
I mean, we can all agree it's an entertainment.
Very true. I'm starting to think
it is one entertainment.
Very good writer.
I will take one entertainment, please. All right.
That will be $1.
I loved this film, and I honestly feel that in years to come, and especially with future releases, it will garner great respect. Oh no!
Nostradamus over here.
Oh, Christopher, no!
You fool!
Was this written in 2015? That could.
I think it's 2006, like early 2016. At least Google tells me it
No,
was
really.
February
It's
2016.
very similar to that Kramer clip of saying, "Don't take your money out of Bear Stearns." It's like, whoops.
So the opposite came true with horrible releases. The TFA is lost an incredible amount of respect. It's now considered dirt, basically.
Pretty much.
And then he goes on to say,
JJ hasn't made many movies since.
No, well, Rise of Skywalker retired him. So, like,
kind of.
Well, I would think it's considered the least dirt out of the new 3 ones, because like that's like the safe retread of A New Hope, right?
So what's happened with a lot of people is that they see it as the reason everything went to shit. Like it started it. So it depends on who you're talking to. But I think you're right. I think if everyone was settled into choose the worst, the TFA would come out on top. I think. Because people have a very personal hatred for TLJ, and then most just film lovers think that Rise of Skywalker was an insult to film in general.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So he goes on. Hell, The Empire Strikes Back received a surprisingly lukewarm response. No, it did not. Lukewarm response.
Everyone
I don't know what's going on.
Like, came out.
My parents
don't like this
care
rewriting of
that
history.
much about Star Wars, but even my mum knows about Star Wars because of that. She was alive when this was going on. She was like, yes, everyone fucking was obsessed with Star Wars. It's like, why are you pretending like you could just say, yeah, most people didn't really care about Empire, you know? Like, this is kind of a meh movie. It came out, you know. Such bullshit. Received a surprisingly lukewarm response upon its initial release back in 1980.
You always wonder, like, what exactly is the point that someone's trying to make? See, a film got a lukewarm response, so maybe in the future everybody will consider it good. It's like, yeah, but what about all the films that get a lukewarm response and permanently have a lukewarm response forever? It never changes.
Yes, it's the thing we heard since, like, from the beginning, and I believe once we hit the 10 years, everyone could admit they were wrong. We're at what?
Oh, Metal's here.
Yes,
we're getting close.
Hi, Metal.
Hello, Metal.
8 years.
Hi.
8 years removed from The Force Awakens. If you have to wheel out that argument straight away instead of like making more, I guess maybe that'll be what he's about to do. What are all of these comprehensive defenses that are going to be like wheeled out?
YouTube is a graveyard of attempted TLJ defenses.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Which is funny. It's kind
they
of
all
like
tried.
different.
Everyone tried, and it didn't stick. None of it stuck.
He says, the practical creatures, animatronics, and use of real locations and sets make the world feel lived in and realistic, adding to the grounded and tortured new characters. Kylo Ren in particular is captivating, enhanced by an impressive performance by Adam Driver. John Boyega is endlessly charismatic as Finn, but the real discovery is Daisy Ridley, who plays one of the best film heroes in recent memory.
Wow.
God damn, really? He said that?
He said that.
Wow, all right.
I wonder if he would say that today. You know
Probably
what?
not.
I think he wouldn't, because I
Nope.
get the impression this is, as we've said before, this is all very much just he licks the finger, puts it up in the air, and says, "Force Awakens is great."
Oh yeah.
Then a few
He
years
goes
later, he's like,
through
"Force
and
Awakens is
blows.
good," and if he put his finger up now, he'd be like, "Force Awakens is a mixed bag."
Oh,
Oh
no.
my! Wait, who
Good
left?
luck.
The reason I was going to
Hates
pick them on
mixed
because I
bag.
want to know what, like, about
John.
The Force Awakens,
John,
even if you
no.
like that film, what is the pressing need to watch The Force Awakens before you die, as opposed to the other Star Wars films that came out in the 2000s?
Because why
Like,
die happy?
well, that's true, but they, on an artistic
To
level,
be
like, or
fair-
adding to the galaxy, whatever it's like, why wouldn't you pick? I don't know, even with all its flaws, something like Revenge of the Sith
So
is a more like Star Wars
he
Star Wars film.
is a direct product of RLM, and in the sense that he is 100% in line with them on the prequels. He would never express a different opinion. I don't mean that to be critical of either of them necessarily. What I'm trying to explain is you never see the prequels on this list. He considers it part of his identity to be that he can hate on it. I think we should probably cover his prequel reviews at some point, because that could be pretty funny. But
There we go.
he,
Oh yeah, I could.
you know, like all of us, I assume here agree that all three prequels beat out The Force Awakens. In
Yep.
fact, they all beat out the sequels,
Mhm.
just in general.
They beat out the sequel
Yes.
trilogy.
Mhm.
They're,
So-
they're bad movies, but they
Yeah.
definitely beat out the sequel
Well, the sequels are
trilogy.
impressive in how they were written. In any case,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he actually makes vague reference to what you're talking about. If I continue here, he's going to come up. He says, Ridley, as in Daisy Ridley's work here, is so real that I'm itching to see what else she can do. Another great addition was Oscar Isaac as Poe, a cunning pilot and a very fun character.
Cunning.
I just find that funny. He's a very fun
Is he
character.
cunning?
Not
Very
really.
fun character.
I mean, you know, there's more cunning expressed by Finn in that
Finn.
scene. He's the one that kind of
Yeah,
does the work.
I don't know why he'd. I don't know why he'd. I wonder what he was thinking when he wrote that. Well, he wasn't, but I mean,
Don't know.
I mean, he's just not in the movie much.
No. And there's not even with TLJ, which I'm guessing, yeah, it was said it was written. This was written in 2016, so it doesn't even
Must
have
have
that.
been written before TLJ. Yeah.
The Force Awakens also breathes. Oh wait, sorry. While it follows a similar formula laid out in previous films, that's pretty funny. The Force Awakens breathes new life into the franchise with its energy, its humor, its emotion, and above all, characters.
That's really funny. I feel like that statement has aged so terribly.
I think,
Characters.
honestly, though, this 100% matches what everyone was saying when Force Awakens came out. This was the take.
Mhm.
Especially,
It does feel like The Force Awakens was kind of the first of what a lot of films were trying to do at that time, which is grab as much of like the iconography that people recognize of whatever franchise you're trying to like reboot or retool or continue, but like in terms of the actual substance is vacuous. And that like this was kind of early on where when you see all of the visuals of all of like, oh wow, look at look at the TIE fighters and look at the X-Wings and look at like the droids and everything, isn't that cool? That now that doesn't really work as much anymore. People are like, oh well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do that. You can make things look like things I recognize. But it's almost like now you kind of sitting there worried, like, oh shit, are you actually is it gonna be written well? Is
Yeah.
it gonna do a service to the series that I like, or is it just gonna look like the thing that I like? You know, like it's fucking Halo, right? That's like that was what that was.
I mean, like,
Things
TTFA
look-
annoyed me coming out of the cinema for that reason, because I came out thinking, God, I really hope the next one isn't just Empire but bigger. But I could kind of understand that the rationalization was, well, you know, it's been a long time since Star Wars and the prequels weren't universally loved, so you can understand from the studio perspective, you're going to do something that's familiar to everyone, get bums back on seats, restore faith in franchise, and progress from that point. I didn't like the film, but I could kind of understand the decision-making process, I thought. And then, obviously, the rest happened, and it got much, much worse. But
saw
now also, like everyone else, as you say, everyone else is also playing so much on just member-berry iconography stuff that it ceases to like be a strategic thing, and it's more just laziness at that point.
I saw someone saying, I watched it in a video, and I was kind of convinced that Tron Legacy is The Force Awakens before The Force Awakens. And I saw them compare them, and I was like, oh shit, that's kind of true. Like in terms of the approach they made the film with.
Okay.
Yeah, because that
interesting.
film
Did Tron
leads-
Legacy sort of regurgitate what the first Tron did? Is that what they're kind of saying?
It was that was supposed to be, at least from the evidence they presented in the video. This is so long ago that I watched this. They tried to argue in the video that it was Disney's attempt at making what Force Awakens ended up being before that, as in like this was going to launch a big franchise, but it didn't do well, and they were like, "Oh fuck, abandon ship quickly so that we can move on to the next."
I think I understand what you mean
Right.
because like Tron Legacy led with a lot of like it led with the bikes. The bikes happened really early on because that's
Yeah.
like the thing that everybody remembers.
Yeah.
I'd say that Tron
Bike's-
Legacy
bike's
is a
cool,
more
I like it.
imaginative film than TFA. Tron Legacy took more risks conceptually.
I
from
remember
what I
liking
remember
it.
of it.
I don't remember
I
how
like
Yeah,
it stands
like,
up, but the style was really
it's an
cool.
interesting looking film. The style was definitely cool, but like they introduced a bunch of like new conceptual stuff into, I think you could call it the Tronverse or something. But you know, you have the ISO creatures, like sentient digital things, which they didn't do anything with because they were wiped out. But it took more imaginative leaps with its story than TFA did, certainly.
I would say so. Yeah. Daft Punk, man, that was a great soundtrack.
That was
Oh,
good.
the
It was
soundtrack
really
was
Very
cool.
good soundtrack.
Yeah.
So, yes, what I was getting at in terms of what he implies, this is the end of the paragraph. He says, "It was so refreshing to once again see a Star Wars movie with entertaining, likable characters." So, obviously...
Name one.
Well, he would probably fucking name the whole cast. What he's saying, of course, is that the prequels had no entertaining or likable characters. Which is just not
Oh,
true.
that's
Come on.
That's not true.
That's not
Fucking-
true. Obi-Wan is hilarious.
I think fucking Jar Jar was entertaining. He was
Palpatine's
stupid as
really
shit. Like,
Palpatine's funny.
absolutely
He's awesome.
Palpatine, yes. I mean, Count
Yoda's
Dooku.
cool. Count Dooku. Good old General Grievous was cool. Like, it's... Yeah, that's...
At least there were superficially cool
You know
things
what-
about it, even if you
Well,
drew the line
what
there.
the-
Yeah.
I'll go for it.
What the prequels had that the sequels absolutely do not is that almost everyone who saw them would be like,
Earnestness.
you know, it's kind of shitty, but I'd like to see more of Count Dooku. I'd like to see more of General Grievous. I'd like to see more of Darth Maul. I'd like to see more of the Clone Wars, but like good. Like, can you give me that? Because this looks interesting. Nobody says, I gotta see another Poe Dameron adventure. Give me that, please.
The prequels presented much more fertile ground for, like, in terms of world building. It's really fertile ground. There's like a lot of things that you can do in that world that they did do through video games and stuff that was really cool. Whereas the sequel era is like, it's salted. It's really hard to grow anything out of that era. You know?
They're almost like polar opposites for world building. If you think of the opening of Phantom Menace, which you don't ever expect the Star Wars opening crawl to start talking about tax disputes and trade reform laws and all the rest of that stuff, but it's laying groundwork that allows the rest of the expanded universe from that point to pick up and tell more interesting stories with the world that's being created. And then TFA comes along and TLJ after it. It's just like, yeah, there was a New Republic for a bit, and it's kind of gone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
and
say...
the First Order is just the Empire again now. They've been around, apparently.
Oh, absolutely. What happened when you really consider Force Awakens is it shrunk the universe hardcore. The problem with the prequels was like, look at all of this galaxy-wide conflict. Like, whoa! And then it's like, you can find out more in books, or maybe in, third-party elements or shows. But the movies themselves are not going to cover a huge amount of what's going on there. But you'll see it out the window, and it'll look cool. And you're like, oh, that does look cool. The sequels were like, everything mostly takes place like on a selection of, what was TLJ covered? Like 1-2 planets? Maybe?
I guess you'd have 3, right, with Kanto. Oh, 4. It was 4.
Well, so
wasn't
wait,
it?
let me be clear, right? So the chase happens from their original planet that we don't even get to, like, it's a whatever. It's like a port. It's barely anything. Then you have Counterbight in the side story that most people think should be cut. Then you have Crate, which is the most important planet, but it's mainly a battle scene, Crate. It's not like...
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm getting at? Like, it doesn't feel...
compared to, like, for instance, in Andor, where it's like, oh, Ferrix, you've got, like, a really, really comprehensive view of that place, you know? Even, like, Morlana 1, which you only see a couple of times, you get a real sense of place from that one, too.
Well, and to go back to the
and
OT,
then
right? Think of
Aldhani,
Bespin.
Same deal.
Bespin occupies what? Like the third act? A bit of the second act? But, like, you get to see life on Bespin, then it becomes very relevant plot-wise, and then like, an escape scene is in Bespin. Like, everyone knows Bespin. I mean, like, most people know Crate because it's like a meme planet in terms of all the shit that happened on there, like the love thing, kill what you, protect what you love, don't kill what you hate, whatever.
Star Wars has to keep going back to Tatooine.
Yeah.
Why does it keep going back? It's like, because you get a really good sense of place in A New Hope of what Tatooine is. And they don't know how to build worlds, or at least most of these projects don't seem to be able to build them. Like, how much do we know about that planet that they went to in Ahsoka for that episode? You know, the shipbuilding planet that they went
Which
to?
one?
Oh,
Corellia.
Was that Corellia? Yeah, we saw
like,
Corellia in
which-
the Solo movie as well.
And you can pick up a lot of stuff about Corellia,
yeah,
but you
that's
wouldn't
right,
get it
we did.
from
We
Ahsoka
did,
itself.
that's right, I forgot. What about the planet with the red trees? What do we learn about that place?
Yes.
The planet where the whales come
was.
or whatever.
Yeah, that's right, the Star Whales.
Nothing
That's
about
right,
the life there. Only it's a forest.
How much do we learn
Okie
about the planet that they went to get Sabine from? The one with the city there that had Mr. Krabs. How much do we know about that place?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean
she
that's
lives
probably the
very
most
far
we know
away
about
from
any
this-
planet.
She lives very far away from the city in a tower until the tower is closer.
Well, I don't know. It's just, Aldani in Andor. We got like a good sense of a very specific part of that planet, and like the interactions between the Empire and the local people there, as well as the strategic importance of that planet in the Empire. And that's like 3 episodes, and we'll probably never go there again. What were the planets in The Rise of Skywalker? What were they?
Mustafar, one of the earlier ones that nobody knew that was Mustafar.
Does it have trees on it somehow?
Oh,
It's
that
where
one
Kylo
he
was to
fighting
collect
people,
Darth
right?
Vader's waypoint finder or whatever the fuck it was.
Is that the scene when he moonwalks?
Yes, that is the moonwalking
It
scene.
is, yeah.
He does. I forgot about
And there's
that.
people to this day sharing that as an
You'd
awesome
think if he was
move.
going to moonwalk, it'd be
so
on
fucking stupid. Why would you moonwalk? Oh,
That's a different song. Let's beat it.
okay.
I just wanted to do a Michael Jackson reference.
He's had alcohol, Rags. Let him.
No,
let him
that's
be.
good. That's good. That's good.
I would have done the one sober as well. Fuck you.
No, Star Wars is good. I like Star Wars.
You're a Star Wars.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I
Else do
didn't
go
mean that,
in-
Rags.
in Truz, there's the desert planet with the happy aliens.
Oh yes, the one where they find Lando.
Orlando
Where they
finds
fly
that.
now.
Oh my god, yeah, the They Fly Now planet.
That's right.
I mean,
And then
I remember there
there's
was a time.
Exegol, which has a planet surface which is principally made up of Star Destroyers.
Yes, even under the foundations of the planet are constructed of Star Destroyers. Fuck it all. All right, we're getting
It's
through
Star
it.
Destroyers all the way down.
We got 1 paragraph left. It was
Okay.
wonderful seeing Han Solo grace the screen again, and the film wisely makes use of him and the rest of the original cast, teasing us in enticing ways.
By killing him.
Why
That's
did he,
enticing.
why did he
It's
put it this
enticing to
way?
him because he wanted to die.
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. The Force Awakens leaves us wanting more, which is exactly what it should do. Impressive, Abrams. Most impressive. I'm pretty sure J.J. Abrams will come out eventually and say that Star Wars was a huge mistake, that he shouldn't have taken that job. And it will
I
be
didn't
very
actually wanna
funny
do
and we
that.
will all laugh. Who's
That
next?
happens eventually. I'm just taking a look at the list here to see what does he say for. What does he say about No Country for Old Men?
No
Why
boy.
did you pick that?
I want to know.
I haven't
picked
seen
it
that one in
because
a long time, but I'm
I
scared.
All right,
really-
wait. What year did that come
Definitely.
out?
That was 2007.
Okie dokie.
I thought it would be much older, to be honest. I don't know why.
Such a fucking good movie. Let's see what
I
he
love
says.
that movie, so I want to see what he has to
Unfortunately
say.
for No Country for Old Men, it only earned 1 page from Mr. Stuckman, not 2.
He only So he had more to say about The Force Awakens than No Country for Old.
Dude, he loved The Force
I
Awakens.
think I can understand that. There's an element of No Country for Old Men that I would almost want to be kind of brief with it, so that you kind of go in with a sense of discovering what it's about and trying to say, if that makes
I
sense.
understand what you're saying, Rags. I do understand it, but I don't know if that was his motivation. I wonder if it's
Oh
because
yeah.
he
I'm
really-
not saying that this is what he did. No.
But yeah, as someone just pointed out, he only had 2 pages for TFA because otherwise he was bitching about people hating it, which, yeah, that's true.
That's true. That's true.
It is, in a meta sense, when you're writing a book of recommendations, really weird to spend most of your reviews saying, like, fucking people didn't understand this, like, science, or
Well,
with
it sounds
TFA
like
being
the
like...
movie. Yeah.
It's like, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be just like, this movie's awesome. Who cares whatever people were saying at the time I wrote this? I'm just saying it's awesome. Anyway, No Country for Old Men, 2007. Director Joel and Ethan Coen, starring Tommy Lee Jones, Javier Bardem, and Josh Brolin. Studio, Miramax Films. The Coen brothers have always been universally talented. Their understanding of screwball comedy and tense drama has impressed me for years. You may think I've included No Country for Old Men in this book simply out of obligation. Yes. As if that's just one of the movies that has to be discussed. You're not going to discuss it, but of course it's on here.
Discussing is a strong word.
The thing about it is, there's a lot of movies that I think should have been on this list that haven't made it. And I would recognize that just from the fact that I can see certain movies on here that I'm like, how did this even make it on here? Like, what were all the Fincher movies from 2000 to 2016?
The Social Network was 2010.
Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo would be included in this. Gone Girl would be eligible too, because if The Force Awakens is, and that includes Gone Girl was 2014.
He chose Zodiac out of all of them. It's like,
which,
okay.
out of all of them, I would not have chosen Zodiac. I would have chosen, if I had to pick one, it'd be like The Social Network or Gone Girl, if I had to include them from the 2000s.
Social Network's my favorite, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which is my favorite. I fucking love his work, though. It's shit.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway. But on the contrary, I had a very love-hate relationship with this film at first. Oh, is he going to say the thing that everyone who doesn't like this movie says?
I didn't like the ending.
Did he not like the
I don't
ending?
even know what people said about that, so I'm curious now.
Well, so, I mean, to explain what I'm trying to say before we read on, is that everyone who doesn't like No Country for Old Men, the first thing they'll say is, I don't know, that ending wasn't very good. The ending was bad. It was, you set up this whole plot of, like, hero versus villain, and then you have it all end off screen. I don't know about that. I don't know. I didn't like that. Really liked it up to then, but didn't like that. That's the thing. That's what everyone says. And, well, let's see this. We're done with first paragraph out of 3. We're on to the second one now.
It's like his reviews. It's like, so annoying.
I came close to hating No Country upon my first viewing. I'm sure the ending had something to do with that, but I also found the film painfully boring.
Oh,
is this another Blade Runner situation?
Blade Runner? Oh no, is it Blade Runner?
But then
I watched
when
it 17 more times.
16 times. Yeah.
But as weeks went on, I recall not being able to remove the film from my mind. To my surprise, I discovered a desire to watch it again, and eventually I did. You know where that desire came from? Look it online for people who hated it and being like, oh shit, everyone liked it. Fuck.
Damn it. I can't have my own opinion. What? No.
Oh god, it is Blade Runner. Third paragraph. Here we go. With that second viewing and the subsequent watches in future, I began to notice so much that I had missed the first time and grew to deeply respect the filmmaking and the gorgeous cinematography. No Country for
Normally you notice. Normally the gorgeous cinematography is something you notice the first time, even if you don't like it.
That's the most notable
Yeah,
part.
we're halfway through the paragraph. We're running out of time for him to tell us what's good about the movie.
Okay, let's go with that, and then I'll
here we go.
Get my thoughts.
No Country for Old Men is one of those rare films that seems to grow and change every time you watch it. For that reason alone, it deserves to be in this book.
Oh, he doesn't even
So, to summarize,
likes the movie.
His assessment of No Country for Old Men, just to be quick here, is that, I didn't like it at first, but then I did. It's good.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
No elaboration, yeah.
Like, this should be such an easy thing to fill pages with. So, you could go, and he's like, oh, I watched it for the first time, and I kind of already almost hated it. But then I just thought about it, and I don't know why. And then I watched it again. It's like, oh, now I liked it a bit better. Okay, now you tell me why you liked it better. You can just tell me what was your thought process. That's like an easy thing you can just write. That's like 5, 6, 7, 8 pages. You can easily write about that thought process alone. And then at the end, you can go like, okay, I started to appreciate what was going on there, and I actually understood what was going on. Like, why do you keep it so short? I don't understand.
And Metal, if you think about it too, right? On rewatches, what changed according to him, what he referenced specifically, was that he began to notice so much, and then he said the filmmaking and cinematography.
It's two
the
things.
things that you would almost
Well-
certainly appreciate a good deal of
It's
the
not even that.
first
It's
time around.
Yeah.
filmmaking is
it's
way
fair.
too broad. I don't even know what he's referring to exactly. Filmmaking, that's all of it. And
Yeah,
then
filmmaking is
cinematography, which I think most would argue has been mentioned. That's one of the things you'd pick up first time around compared to a lot of other things. No
Yeah, even if
mention
you
of
don't
the
like it, how
intentions,
do you
the
not-
writing, the themes, obviously, the subversive elements that the Coens are fucking is practically stitched into their artistic merit is that they subvert. That's like their whole thing. If you're going to watch them or Fincher, because we mentioned him recently, you should expect an ending that's going to throw you off. That's what always happens.
Yeah, I will say, like, maybe this is partially in Stuckman's defense, but like the first time I watched No Country for Old Men, I overall liked the movie, but I didn't like the ending. And then as I rewatched it, now it's one of my favorite movie endings of all time, because I understand now what it was doing. Sort of this illustration of a man who feels so out of place, and feels like the world is sort of evolving without him. He has no guiding marker. He has no mentor. And as a cop, it's like crime is evolving to this point where it's just like, I don't even know what to do, how to behave.
Yeah, he's used to
even more.
small
How do I
town stuff.
effectively...
But he's getting this hugely violent and intricate, like all kinds of insane shit happening. He's not ready for. It's not the world he belonged to. It's an amazing film. Honestly, we should praise it more when we get the chance on.
And of course,
on
the
EFAP.
subversion of you build up Anton as this unstoppable, like almost supernatural force that's pursuing Josh Brolin, and you're so focused on that it almost makes you forget about the other people who are also looking for the money, to where it's like, oh shit, yeah, like he's dead because there were other people who were trying to get him, and of course he is, because what chance did he really have of succeeding here when he had this many people gunning for him? Like that's a bold choice. It's very uncommon. It's very subversive.
Well, I love the POV of Tommy Lee Jones's character entering the final battle post-battle. And just being like, what the fuck has happened here? Jesus, this is insane. How is this even happening? I'm not ready for it. Like, all of it comes so into focus.
And then, of course,
it's changing.
The fact that Anton is defeated by bad luck, potentially defeated by it, because we don't know for sure. But that the person who's been this incredibly calculating operator throughout the whole film, incredibly precise, seemingly
the
unstoppable.
world's in his control almost, but then
car crash, because the world is not in your control. The world is
ran a
chaotic
stop
and
sign.
unpredictable. Yeah,
that's what happens when you run a stop sign in a suburb.
And it's just like all of that's really cool, and that's absolutely elements that rewatching films can be like illuminating. But the problem with it's like if you don't explain what it was that you noticed, why you maybe didn't notice it the first time around, without like the explanations, it just comes across as right, it's a movie that you were supposed to like, you didn't like it, and that was like untenable. So you had to keep rewatching it until you could justify to yourself that you liked it. Because in the absence of any arguments, what am I supposed to conclude about what you actually think about the film?
So that's our review of No Country for Old Men. I believe we have done myself, Metal, Rags and Fringy.
Rags and me. So,
oh boy. Jay Longbone, Little Platoon, and John. Any one of you three want to pick the next one?
Because EFAP hasn't spent enough time on this recently, and I want to find out how vapid he is on the subject, how about Return of the King?
Ooh. Okay.
Not a bad choice. Not a bad choice.
Will he say something like it brilliantly caps off a brilliant film trilogy and
a good film that is good?
Made me feel emotions.
Oh, only one page for Return of the King.
Oh, shit. Maybe just one of those things.
It's so long. How? It's about it. He's going to talk about the trilogy as well, probably, right? I don't know. All right. Here we go. Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, 2003.
Oh, you're going to say Gollum. Sometimes when you say that, and you say the Lord of the Rings,
that's what we call trauma.
Okay?
How are you traumatized by Gollum? You only had to watch
You didn't even have to play it, right?
Look, when my friend is suffering in the next room, and I hear the screams, that gives me trauma.
You know what? That's fair.
Fucking Gollum, dude.
Director Peter Jackson, starring Elijah Wood, Ian McKellen, and Liv Tyler. Oh, that's the three? Okay.
That's a strange... I mean, it's not a lie. It's just an odd choice.
The word epic, overused as the term may be, was invented to describe movies like The Return of the King. Oh, sorry, he put Return of the King here. He didn't put the there in there. Damn. And it's even in italics to represent its movie title. Whoops.
Italian.
Every shot in Peter Jackson's magnificent finale to his beloved Lord of the Rings trilogy reflects a perfect bond between filmmaker and source material. Somehow, a movie over 3 hours long. Is that tears by? Okay.
Tears by. That's a strength. Yeah.
I've not heard that.
I've heard it. I've heard it used in the context of going past something very quickly, like you're tearing past.
Fair enough.
Also, I wouldn't use that to describe the film. I don't think it feels like it goes by quickly. I think it feels like it goes by just right.
Effectively, yeah. Like you're a part. It makes it feel big is the fact that it moves with its runtime. I would say. I mean, we described it as we were watching it as kind of perfectly paced, but I know a lot of people don't feel that way, and that's okay. But yeah, he says somehow a movie over 3 hours long tears by with your sore ass being the only indication of time's passage.
What? What's wrong? Does he have bad chairs? What? You're sore. What a terrible Return of the King.
I think it was trying to
Don't worry,
make a
Rags, we're
joke
only a
because
third of
it's
the way
long
through.
run
Plenty
time.
more.
Condense into a
But
paragraph. My ass
that's
hurt, but
weird.
the film was okay.
I knew it was long because my butt hurt. I was like, "What? Are we describing your experimental college years, or are we talking about a movie?"
That's weird because when it was in the cinemas, there were still breaks in between movies. At least for me, I remember there was a break like after like two hours or something. And when you're in
I was
you can just get up.
I was
after
just
some
gonna
time
say,
and
like,
just
sore
go
butt
around.
jokes, I feel like only apply to theatrical releases. Like, if you're streaming something at home or playing it on, like, an extended version DVD or whatever, Blu-ray, you can pause it, right? You can get up, stretch if you want, and then play it again. So, like, I don't know what he's referring to here specifically.
It sounds like I missed something. I was just getting some coffee. What? Sounds like I missed a really funny line.
Well,
he made a sore butt joke, and I don't know if he's talking about the extended editions or the theatrical editions,
think
because I don't think the
theatrical.
theatrical edition of Return of the King was 3+ hours.
Yeah, because he said over 3 hours long tears by. You'd be saying 4 hours if it was the extended.
Okay, wait. So what is
So the sentence is: somehow a movie over 3 hours long tears by with your sore ass the only indication of time's passage.
Okay, that's a okay.
I think it's the use of ass that really doesn't help. It
Yeah.
feels like oddly crude.
Oddly, yes, that's the way of Fellowship.
Also,
Go ahead.
just a bit of a brief tangent, but I just realized it's like, oh, he's got no DreamWorks films on his list either. No Shrek or Kung Fu Panda.
Oh, you'd think
Interesting
Shrek would be on here. Yeah.
Omissions. You would think that
He's-
at least Shrek, if he was going to
No,
pick
he's
one, that
threw
at
in the
least
anime
Shrek would
ones
make it
though
there.
for his animated movies, which all right.
Well, I mean, I think Spirited Away is totally fair to be on the list too, but I'm surprised that there is no
Hmm.
Shrek on there. Anyway,
What context are we talking about here?
Shrek is
Long
too much of a
runtimes,
meme.
or-
He can't put that on his list.
oh, just like of 50 films from the 2000s to watch. It's like, well, Shrek is really
Oh, I
great
see.
and influential, so like that makes sense to me as one to throw on there.
I'd put it on
But,
my
oh
list,
well. Yeah, oh well.
but I'm not the film connoisseur craftsman
Yes.
that he is.
Well, we're learning to become one today from this book.
It's true. I have much to learn.
All right, so Fellowship and Towers are both wondrous achievements, but Return captured the looming sense of dread and finality, at last providing closure to the journey of J.R.R. Tolkien's famous heroes and villains. Wow. So I
I
guess
should watch
Tolkien
the
didn't
other
do
ones.
it, but the films did.
All right then.
Tolkien's
Okay.
like, what are you talking about? Why did you say it that way? Return. He keeps referring to them just by the. I guess that's fine. You know. Return harnessed a powerful emotional wallop, somehow making every scene feel grander than the last.
Is it possible to harness a wallop?
I don't know. Oh yeah, some countries have actually transitioned to a wallet-based economy. Yeah.
Have they?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can I harness a wallet?
Google would know. In hindsight, it's amazing that the trilogy turned out as well as it did. Jackson filmed his opus back to back, which in the past has proven to be a terrible idea. Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions, anyone? What the hell?
Past, that was after he did that. Actually.
Yeah, what?
Terrible example.
I think
That was
It's hardly
after
an
Matrix.
equivalent.
Lord of the
Wait,
Rings was filmed in 1999
Why
and
would you say?
2000. The Matrix was
Okay.
filmed afterward, so there's no
Uh-oh.
precedent. You can't cite that as a precedent. It happened after he did it.
It's a post-sident. A post-sident.
Wait, remind me, when did Matrix come out?
Matrix came
99?
out in 99, but
So then,
Revolutions and Reloaded was like 2003. They were done after Lord of the
Right,
Rings.
yeah,
Lord of the
yeah.
Rings was filmed in 1999 and 2000. So, you know what I mean? How are you
And-
citing like, yes, filming back to back is risky, as demonstrated by a film that came out after you did this.
It also
Yeah,
it doesn't even
pretty
match
sure
because Reloaded and Revolutions are both considered bad, while Matrix was filmed on its own, separated from them. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, like these
That
three
would
were
be his
filmed
point, right?
together, so like it doesn't. I
So
don't
I'm
think that
pretty sure
matches.
when the first Matrix was made, they had no intention at the time of making two
Of
other
course
ones.
not.
No, that
Then,
has a definitive
because of
ending.
the success of the first movie, the studio was just like,
Yeah.
let's turn this into a couple sequels at least, right?
I suppose the point would be that citing something that happened afterward as the precedent for why it was risky to shoot Lord of the Rings concurrently.
Oh, he
It's
explains.
funny.
There's one line here to explain what he's discovered through Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions, and that what he believes, I suppose, that Lord of the Rings as a trilogy avoided. Here it comes. This is the sentence. It's hard
All right.
to correct one movie's mistakes when you're already filming the next one.
I mean, in the same sense that it's apparently difficult to fix problems within a film while you're shooting that film.
Yeah, that would be the same
Does
thing.
that make a lot of sense? Not really, because you can just do reshoots.
Yeah, all the actual difference would be is that it's longer as a
Time.
process.
Yeah.
As much as you can admit, like, well, yeah, but you can't make changes in sort of a retcon way to film one with film two if film two's already been filmed. It's like, well,
Sure.
yeah, but
I guess the counter argument would be that if the film already exists, you can't change that film at all.
well, I
You
suppose
can
the
only
irony
respond
is
to
that
it.
you can go the opposite direction. If Lord of the Rings was filmed and then released and then filmed and then released, it might have been that fan reactions to the Fellowship might have damaged Two Towers and Return of the King. You never know. Precious can go in both directions.
Yeah, that's true. That's totally true. So, kind of a silly point. It kind of depends on the film.
Well, and it's like, wait, what are we doing again? It's like, oh, sorry, we're 3/4 of the way through a review of the Return of the King.
And it's talking about how it's not necessarily good to film multiple films in a trilogy or series
Yeah,
back to back.
He's almost suggesting that it's bad to do back-to-back filming, which is like, what?
Yeah,
So-
I'm a
so
little bit
he's
confused
talking
as to
about
what the point
Fellowship
is
there?
He's trying to make.
Sorry. Was he talking about Fellowship of the Ring there?
He was
I'm talking
talking
about the
about all of
trilogy.
them.
The trilogy.
Yeah, the whole trilogy. The fact that it was shot concurrently.
Yeah.
That was like that was maybe a potentially bad idea. That if anything, it transcended being shot back to back when that was obviously the intention to do it
Yeah.
that way, so that
Which
it would all
is-
be really
what's
as
funny
coherent as they could make it.
Is the trusted wisdom at this point. Most people say, like, we should encourage the filming of, like, a franchise concurrently somewhat. If you can, in the context
yeah.
of something like Lord of the Rings, yes, make them together. Because, obviously what happened with the sequels, right? That was horrendous.
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, like, on the one hand, he's talking about the perils of filming back to back, but the sequel trilogy, one of which at least he's praised, probably is all of the perils of not doing it that way. You've got too much time to try and take account of fan criticism, shift directors, shift writing direction.
I assume that he is not planning to rewatch The Force Awakens again his entire life, even though he praised it to hell and
What? He
back
watches
here.
it every year with his family.
Well,
one of the movies
this is
you
a
have to watch.
This is part of a phenomenon that we've commented on, and it both sucks and is awesome. The cultural community aspect, the social aspect of film watching, or rather even media enjoyment or consumption, where, I was saying this before, but it would have been really cool for some of our favorite stuff to have come out at a time more so like this, where we all get to talk about it and make videos on it and have back and forth with everybody and discuss it and stuff, versus, like, take Lord of the Rings, for example. How fucking cool would it have been? And also painful. You have to wait the whole year for the next one and then talk about it and wait the whole year. You know what I mean? Like, all of us talking about it, that would be really cool. But at the same time, that sort of engagement, I think this is most illustrated by Game of Thrones. I don't know if people saw the videos, but they would go viral a lot of people in a bar. There's a particular bar where everybody would be watching the episodes, and they would, like, there's this big reveal. Like, the Red Wedding, I think, is where it first started to get traction. the whole bar is like, oh my god, oh shit, and people are crying and going, oh, I can't believe this, blah, blah, blah. And then every season had at least one, but up to like 5 of those moments, and then that would be shared everywhere. We've seen it. I mean, my video with the Star Wars stuff covered it. This reaction meta, where like it goes from being a kind of cool thing that we're all sharing to a thing that everyone's pursuing, and a thing that a lot of people convert it into the enjoyment of the thing itself. The problem is, it doesn't age with the thing itself. The thing itself stays the same. You watch that again 10 years later, and it is what it is. But you now don't have the crowd, the culture, all of the atmosphere that you had when you first saw it. And so a lot of people go, wait a minute. This isn't as good as when I first saw it. Damn. It's like, yeah, because a lot of it was you enjoying it with other people, you celebrating it with other people. And I feel like that's what happened with The Force Awakens to a lot of an extent. Certainly happened to Game of Thrones. In retrospect, a lot of people don't have good things to say about anything past season 4 as a whole. Like there's highlights, but there's a lot of stuff where people are just like, oh, I remember fucking going nuts. I remember enjoying it a hell of a lot, which was fun. And I was going to say, it would have been cool to have this with films that like we adore, like Lord of the Rings. Also, hi, Az, how you doing?
Right.
Hey.
Yo,
We're
Az, what's up?
We're reading Chris
Hello.
Stuckman's reviews of movies. It's been very entertaining and insightful.
Apologies for the lateness of the join.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to choose from the list of 50 what you want me to read out, and don't worry if you pick one that we've read already. I'll just redirect
We're
you.
just gonna
Well, I
yell
can just
at
tell
you.
you, we've
Tell you
done
suck.
We've done Signs, The Force Awakens, No Country for Old Men. What did you choose, Mel?
Incredibles.
Incredibles, and we're currently on Return of the King.
What, do I just select anything?
Well, select one that you would like to hear his opinion on, something maybe that means something to you in some way.
There's an
plenty there.
IMDb link in the chatteroni you can click on.
But yeah,
Okay.
I stand by the nature that it's a really cool aspect to share everything with everybody, but at the same time it like completely skews one's view of a thing to the point where later on they're like, wait, why did I feel that way about it? It's like you forgot you were watching it with a whole bunch of people and that everyone loved it at the time. We saw this with Marvel over time. It just like every movie that came out, people were going nuts over it, and then like the half-life decreased and decreased and decreased to the point now where it's gone. Wasn't it Love and Thunder that was the first one we noticed? We were
Love
like,
and
whoa,
Thunder
the
felt
switch on
like,
that was quick.
Yeah, it took
Oh,
a few
yeah,
months. It took a few months for Moon Knight and
Yeah.
Multiverse of Madness. But Thor: Love and Thunder was like within the week, people already turned on it.
Because the
now
Marvel
it's
train, the Marvel momentum was going crazy and quick. But then it just died out. We saw it die out over time. But even like Black Widow was like, no, it was awesome. It was great. And it was really cool to see the backstory and that, you know, Scarlett Johansson did a great job and that everyone should check it out. And it's like, what the fuck?
No, it
No, it was
wasn't.
terrible. So,
It wasn't at all.
but it's all stopped now. Like the Marvels, fucking hell.
Before it even came out, it was
People
already
talked about
over.
that for 12 minutes.
People decided
Yeah.
that was over before it came out. Let's be honest. Even fucking Marvel decided that was over before it came out. That
Yeah,
quote
that's-
came out, right? The
that's
ice
now.
skate quickly over thin ice or whatever.
It's also
Like
it's
a
really
magic.
hard to do group react content when there's only 2 people in the cinema for it. So it's never going to be as.
Yeah, we made jokes about that. The 2 people enter, they're like, "Are you reviewing this for YouTube?" It's like, "Yeah, you, yeah, TikTok." You're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay."
Oh, so let's sit together. You want a beer?
Woo, Marvels. When we both know they're
The
planning on doing critical reviews anyway, so.
And one of them is like, that was awesome. It's like, you're dead to me.
So anyway, to continue, the final paragraph of his review of The Return of the King. Yet, by some miracle, Jackson barely missed a step. Return of the King won 11 Oscars, an unprecedented feat for a fantasy blockbuster. 2 words that Academy members seem to loathe. To this day, it's one of the highest ranked on IMDb, and it's
Good.
still visually
Wow.
spectacular 13 years after its release.
It is.
He didn't
Ranked
say
so
anything
high
about
on
why it's
IMDb.
good. He just said it's good.
No, he just said
You
it's
sound
really
surprised
good.
by that. Why?
Well, because there's 4 paragraphs, but he spent
Well, here's the
2
thing.
of them talking about how it shouldn't have been good. But it was.
I don't know. I mean, Chris needs to understand that when he makes these lists, that the fact that it's on the list is already the implication it's good and we should see it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to spend all that time in the little tiny blurb you
Ah.
give to just say that.
What was the one we read that implied that he was talking to someone who'd seen the film? Was it Incredibles? Where he was talking about it as though people had seen it?
I think
'Cause
it was.
Rags pointed out, he was like, he hasn't even told us what the movie is yet. And it's like, no. Oh, I couldn't remember which film it was, but it's just funny that he does this. Like, It's like a list of movies you know you should see. You're like, what's the point of that? Alrighty, I suppose next suggestion we can go with Jay Longbow or John first, I suppose.
Oh, I was gonna say The Winter Soldier.
Ooh.
Mm.
Sorry,
I'm
Az,
just
I've been
gonna
chosen
go.
now. You gotta find something else. I assume you were
I'm
choosing.
looking at the list right now.
Winter Soldier. Oh, I'm gonna have more beer.
The Soldier of the Winter.
I'm not gonna deny the soundtrack's pretty killer. Oh, this
That
one gets
beer
2
is
pages.
also
Well, a
pretty
page and a bit.
Whoa.
So, there you go.
That's like 2.5 paragraphs or something.
All right. Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Director Anthony and Joe Russo. Starring Chris Evans, Samuel Jackson, Scarlett Johansson. Studio Marvel Enterprises. Marvel Enterprises?
I think you mean Marvel Studios.
Enterprises.
I've never heard it said as
I've never
Marvel
heard of Enterprises
before, yeah.
I don't think that it's... Has it ever been called... I thought it was Marvel Entertainment was the company.
Marvel Enterprises.
Maybe he put the wrong word in his book.
But I mean, the studio is Marvel Studios.
Yeah.
And if he's talking about like the distributor, that's Disney. Okay.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Apparently. Okay. So formally, it was called Marvel Enterprises. That's what it used to be called.
Oh, I
But
just
it's
saw that
Marvel
while you-
Entertainment
while you said
LLC.
it, yeah.
That's yeah.
Oh, someone said that's when Paramount was still involved, but this is 2014, so...
2014 was when it was Disney. I'm pretty sure the Winter Soldier was distributed by Disney.
Whoops. Anyway, here we let us begin. Growing up, the idea of seeing my comic book heroes on the big screen seemed like a dream. Thanks to the success of films like Iron Man and The Avengers, that dream is a reality. As much as I loved the aforementioned films, though, it was Captain America the Winter Soldier. Oh no, it says Captain America the Winter Soldier.
No, this is your book. That's the shit that pops up with the little red squiggly.
Look, all right. That's
the
the
red
thing.
squiggly would have saved you, Chris.
That
red
that can
squiggly.
happen, all right.
Oh, the red
that can happen.
squiggly.
That can happen. Typos can
We
happen.
know it can
They
happen because I just highlighted that it happened.
Yes, we believe the reality.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
no.
Well, I'll just I'll post it to you
Metal
guys.
Gear Solider.
I love that movie. We Were Soliders. It was it was really good.
Solidar Snake.
Well, the reason it's called that is because Captain America had to take the super solidar serum. So.
The Winter Soldier.
It's okay though. It's fine. Captain America: The Winter Soldier has brought harsh, unforgiving realism to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. All right, that's the intro. Next
Iron Man was
paragraph.
pretty harsh.
Cool.
Harsh,
and
unforgiving realism to the MCU is what he said.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
I get why he said it, but I do agree that Iron Man already set that. Tony getting his heart blown out was pretty. You know the scene where he's like screaming and the surgery's happening. That's pretty raw.
Oh, and even just when the blood starts to
Raw.
sort of pool into his shirt, you know, like oh shit.
Well, and you know,
oh my.
I don't know if people talk about it that much, but it's a bit of body horror when he wakes up and he sees that there's like the car battery hooked up to his heart. It's like fucking hell.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, in 2012's The Avengers, Chris Evans played the powerful No fucking
Solid,
way.
Oh, I see.
You can see it in the image. You can see it.
Oh shit, you're right. Super Soldier.
No, he didn't just
Okay.
copy paste the
All
title,
right.
but he did it wrong the
Okay.
first time.
It's in the same screen cap.
That's.
I was about to say, I didn't realize I'd put it in the screen cap that you guys can see.
Funny to embarrassing. No.
Oh no.
Super solidar. Maybe he types in a certain way where his.
Oh no.
Oh no. You have to spell words correctly for your book, Chris.
But have you noticed the title is correct up the top? But
Yeah,
then
it
he
is.
spelled it wrong twice.
Leave him alone.
Okay.
He just wants to make films.
Okay, typos.
But he's writing a
typos
book.
can happen, all right? They can.
Listen, okay? The
No,
true
alright,
take
well,
is
he wants to
we
make
all
films.
do typos and we should all be made fun of when it happens.
Not
That's
for
how
my
it works.
book.
Rags, if you made a book and you made a typo, I'd laugh at
Rags,
you, but then I
Rags,
wouldn't consider you any
typos-
lesser of a person.
I would
I
be
will say-
fucking. I would commit seppuku. I would be so
Sudoku.
ashamed. I would commit
Typos make
Sudoku.
their way.
I would be so
Typos-
upset.
The thing is that typos do make their way in, but two of the same one is
For the title of the movie.
For the title of the film is a funny one.
I just think it's funny. I love that it made it into that image, even though I didn't intend for that at all.
He plays the super solid snake.
All right.
Liquider, solider, or gasser. What did he mean?
Chris Evans played the powerful super solider from the comics, shattering walls, doorways, and bones galore. Evans' portrayal.
It's kind of weird to like present. Oh yeah, Captain America breaking bones. It's like, well, I mean, he's not meant to be presented as like some vicious, like beating the shit out of people to a pulp. You know, it's Captain America.
Dude, with that guy who he kicks off the boat, that guy's spine. Oof.
Yeah, that one's brutal. His spine is not
fine.
Now it's two.
Not fine.
It's split in two.
Winter Solider understood that Cap's intense loyalty and unwillingness to betray his team, traits most said made him a boring character, were the qualities that made the event. I'm sorry, traits most said that made him a boring character. He was awesome in Avengers, okay? And in his own movie.
Yeah. And he said he was the most interesting. So he only became the most interesting in this, right?
Did most people think Captain America sucked? Was that a thing?
No, I don't remember it. I remember people quite liking the first Captain America movie.
Hawkeye was the one that people thought was lame. Hawkeye,
he got barely anything, and then they overcompensated. I remember that for sure, but I thought most people picked between Thor, Cap, and Iron Man, but the reality was it was really between Cap and Iron Man.
And what's doubly strange about him saying is that it implies that he thinks that Captain America wasn't interesting until Winter Soldier, because he said that he's the most interesting of the Avengers now, but now he's saying that he wasn't before. So
Well,
this is the movie that made him interesting?
The statements he's made here make it seem like he's the one, he's the separated from the herd that other people said that it made him boring.
Okay.
But you know, I don't know. Were the qualities that made the Avengers the best Marvel film to that point? Wait, I'm sorry, let me read this. Winter Soldier understood Cap's intense loyalty and unwillingness to betray his team. Traits the most said made him a boring character. Were the qualities that made the Avengers the best Marvel film to that point?
Oh, I see. That he's saying that other people are saying that made him boring, but that's not necessarily his perspective.
Well, there's also the other interesting comment that he's saying that what made the Avengers the best Marvel film at that point was Cap's loyalty and unwillingness to betray his team. When did that come up in Avengers?
Yeah,
it's not like he was ever going to side with. Technically speaking, you could argue he did betray his team, but in a good way when he didn't sign up to the Hydra weapons.
Yeah, that he betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. by looking into it when they obviously wanted to keep it secret.
And hang on a minute,
team, are they really?
He does betray S.H.I.E.L.D. because they're Hydra.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So this isn't even accurate.
And also, these weren't the qualities that made the Avengers the best film, as if they were like the defining reason why it was the best film. There were other reasons why the Avengers is the best Marvel film.
Way better reasons, like the writing, not.
Then Cap was loyal, you know. And
well, yes, and we covered a video that argued Cap was the worst thing about Avengers.
Oh yeah, that's true. We'll see, but Chris disagrees with them because they're saying that those traits made him boring, and that's not what that video said. But they did think that he was not good. So, I get in a sense he's on our team, but also not.
To continue. It turned these perfect American traits against Cap, forcing him to watch his once lauded stripes dragged through the mud. I don't know about that.
Well, no, because the whole thing with Cap in Winter Soldier is that the world has changed in a way that makes it difficult for him to recognize.
Yeah, and I would say the film,
were wrong.
When he gets the outfit at the end, that he's reinforcing that the values of America stand against Hydra, not that Hydra has put the traits into the mud. That's not quite how I would put it.
Well, that's really weird. It would be more so that he's forced to deal with questions that were not. Like, back in World War II, it was easier. It was like, well, yeah, I mean, Hydra, look at them. Like, they're super duper evil. So obviously you got to stop them compared to the enemies existing within. So yeah.
Right, yeah. The first movie was such a great setup for Winter Soldier because all of a sudden the enemies, the line between the good guys and the bad guys is all of a sudden not so clear cut.
I'll say I
you
absolutely
know?
adore the arc they put him on of making him like the government boy, and then he gradually becomes the rebel. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Iron
and while
Man
Cap
being the
becomes
pure
the
rebel.
in the other direction. Yeah,
Yeah, it was really cool. Though I have some appreciation for the fact that like Shield was not set up to be infected by Hydra until Winter Soldier. That's something they threw on.
They did that, and it caused problems and
Big problems
kind of
for Age of
ever
Ultron. Yeah.
I would say that there's problems forever because the MCU has not had like an important military apparatus.
Sword has not
since.
replaced Shield at all. Sword is so confusing.
Don't even know what they are, really,
No.
at all.
Isn't it Saber now as well?
Saber
Saber
is
is
a space station. Sword is the organization.
Oh.
You'd know that if
Not
you paid
confusing. It's
attention
not
to the
confusing at all.
Marvels, but clearly you're not a fan. The filmmakers famously approached the material as if they were helming a 1970s spy thriller rather than a big-budget superhero extravaganza. This unique angle elevated the material beyond a series of exciting set pieces. Oh. As if that's not good enough, I guess. It's a series of exciting side pieces. But that's it. Oh no, sorry. There's more. There's more.
Oh,
My goodness, for a second there I was worried. I was like, oh, Chris, give me more.
Give
It added
me
a
more.
layer of political and social depth unseen in previous MCU films. Unseen?
All right, calm down. Iron Man was
What do you
great.
think Iron Man was about?
Iron Man is a great movie.
Yeah.
Iron Man
it
is a
was.
great movie. I feel like that's the thing that needs to be consistently reinforced. Iron Man was great, and really, a lot of the other films in Phase 1, at the worst, they were like fine. Phase 1 is actually more consistent than any other phase that came since. Even
I would
Phase
agree
3,
with that,
for whatever highs it had a lot of fucking lows. And Phase 2 was bad in general, except for Guardians.
Just remember
But,
that,
like-
how low stakes things were back then. It was comprehensible.
Oh god, I miss it, right? I
Coherent.
miss it so much.
Yeah, like, because in Phase 1 you have
How much
Iron
of the
Man, which is a
universe is
great
at
movie.
stake? Oh, it's just like the city. It's like,
what
oh
again?
shit.
That's the
Yeah.
thing, instead of
Well, like-
reducing the stakes, they went further, like, multiverse, baby!
Multiverse, all of
Yeah,
them.
quantum verse, quantum multiverse.
If this
The
stone
stakes
doesn't
could
get
not get
retrieved,
larger,
it'll
yeah.
be the end of multiple levels. The god of stories
Time
needs to be
itself,
incorporated now.
The very concept of logic will be torn asunder.
The concept of souls will be destroyed. Like, oh
Never
no,
forget,
jeez.
there's a celestial or titan, whatever they call it, sticking out of the earth right now, and
That's
never
right, a
mentioned.
celestial
It's
poking
never
its
been
head.
mentioned
That's
again.
not true. It's mentioned once in
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk.
Yeah.
She-Hulk has
In
it
a-
as a
in
little
an
Easter egg
automated-
inside. Nobody else has noticed it.
You know what,
Mentioned
Lil
it's a
Platoon?
string
That's why
word.
they did that, to stop people from saying it's never been mentioned. Now people have to say it's never been addressed properly.
Oh,
If
boy.
one were to judge Marvel's films solely based on their action sequences, Winter Soldier is their best by far. The highway assault.
No.
The highway assault sequence is viscerally thrilling. Notice the real fear on our heroes' faces as they engage the bad guys. Never once do we feel these people are invincible.
Notice the bullets don't hit Cap's legs. when
Well,
he's
I was about to
running
say,
towards
didn't
them.
Black Widow as well? Did she get shot or stabbed through the stomach?
She got shot. She got,
Shot.
Oh, well,
Or
she got shot in the
shoulder?
remember?
Yeah. So the
shoulder,
issue there wasn't that she survived that hit. It was that it takes ages for her to get medical attention. Remember, she's just bleeding out as she's
Yeah.
been captured.
Oh, no.
The
And then they
action in that movie
lightsaber
does
through the-
not hold up at all. It's pretty
Yeah,
bad.
and that's the thing, right? I love it in concept, like the Nick Fury shit where they try to take him out, but he's a hell of a lot harder to beat than they thought. But man, what they not only what they do to him should be more than enough, but remember he gets flipped and then he takes his
Yeah, yeah.
lightsaber and escapes into the sewer?
the hole.
Question mark.
He digs the hole.
It digs the
He digs
hole through,
the
like,
hole.
yeah, and then Winter
Through
Soldier
the
doesn't just
crap.
go after him. It's
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He leaves him go.
And then also another one that I've always found really funny: when Winter Soldier catches the shield, what if he just took it?
Yep.
It's just like mine now, and then runs away.
Honestly, Cap would be
Back.
fucked.
Yeah.
Remember
He'd be screwed if
they explain to him all of the nature of the plan and then try to nuke him instead of just not explaining the plan and then nuking him.
And also, if you watch the elevator fight, you slow it down. There's a lot of people just like not really doing
Yeah, that's-
anything. There are bad guys. There are bad guys grappling each other. I don't know if the film knows whether everybody in the elevator is on Cap is
That's what we
against
call
Cap
it.
or
It's one of
people on
those-
this side.
It's one of those moments where it's like, listen, guys, like we can't have him addressing all of you at the same time. So you need to pretend as though he's hit you, and you're like,
You guys need to lose a little
Yeah.
bit. You need to shake and sort of be hunched over, like, oh, jeez. And then once he's
Yeah.
free, then he can start fighting you.
But
The shot's gonna move by so fast. We're gonna hope that nobody notices.
But I wouldn't deny it's the tone of the fights that I genuinely fucking miss from the MCU. Some of them are like, remember when Fury
rough.
gets shot, you feel as a viewer like, oh fuck, is Fury dead? And at this point, you wish that were true, but no.
Well, a lot of it comes down to they act like they're in danger, whereas now they're like making joke, like it's a fun meme as they're killing all of the bad guys, but none of them are ever going to get them. It's like, yeah, this is kind of like a fun meme that we're having right now. It's not like we're fighting for our lives or anything. And especially not taking it seriously when people are in danger, because it is one of the biggest problems with a lot of these new superhero films. And it's so funny because it's something that got figured out with the earliest superhero films that got made. Show the hero saving people. You got to show them saving people, regular people.
Yeah,
Dude,
not just constantly
Iron
fighting
Man
cool
1
things.
when he uses energy to save those people that are
the
running
car?
into him.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the car.
And then she runs him
Like,
over.
yeah.
She's panicked. Which
He's
is
on
probably gonna
limited
happen.
energy already, but he takes a little bit of energy, or probably a lot of energy.
There's a reason
to just
Iron
save
Man
them.
1 is like a masterclass, but it's not unique. There's a lot of films that follow its sort of formula.
Spider-Man saves a bunch of people. Superman saves people. Batman
There's probably a
saves people,
lot
but now
that is found in Spider-Man 1, Raimi Spider-Man, that matches Iron Man 1, that matches like even something like a lot of the
Back
origin
to
films.
Superman.
Yeah.
Even
It's
back to
such a-
Superman, who'd be saving people. You know, you
There's-
gotta
Not
save
Superman,
people.
not Man of Steel though.
Well,
Just,
me and Mel rewatching The Running Man. There's a very straightforward formula in film, and it's just like, fuck me, when are they gonna get back to that? Like
That's
running
what
a
it stopped the
formula.
movie. It's like, I'm not gonna kill all these unarmed civilians. What are you on about?
Yeah,
It's
when
like, oh,
when
okay.
a team of heroes enters the room with all the bad guys, the first thing they say is, "Get the people out! Get them out
Get the
now!"
people
It's like,
out,
oh,
yeah.
why'd you care? Just shoot them down, whatever.
It's such an easy way to endear you to characters when they're trying to help civilians in danger. I mean, it's even things like your more gruff characters, like John McClane, would be trying to help people. You know, like in a
Yeah.
situation, or trying to save them or get them out of harm's way. It's such a basic thing, and when you have stories that just like have wanton disregard for the lives of civilians, it's really uncomfortable. It's just weird and awkward, and it just makes it harder to. You got to show heroes saving.
Yeah,
people.
it's like, why don't you got
do it.
that casual, intermittent reminder of, oh yeah, that's why I really like this hero.
Exactly. And that's why they're doing it in the first place. They're not just here to kill people, they're here trying to save people. I mean, again, it's Avengers 2012, right? That'd be a good example of how
Hell
to
yeah.
point to your big action climax set in a city filled with civilians. Show Cap fighting with aliens to try and save civilians. Like, show Tony trying to save civilians. Show people saving civilians instead of having them fight in a big empty field where there's nobody around.
We talked about Helm's Deep being possibly the best sort of fight sequence in film, and part of it is the Drinker said when recording. A big part of it is understanding everything. It's very easy to follow what happens in Helm's Deep, and I would say the Avengers New York battle is very much one of those as well. That we have a character that relates to a particular sort of goal, and each of them are given very strict orders, and then we move from one to the other to the other to the other, and we're keeping it going. And they all follow a set of ups and downs. That to me is just like, once you've got that, you'll be fine. Like you can't score below a fucking 5 if you've nailed that formula. Anyway, we got 2 remaining, so
boy.
I'll let John go first.
I would like to hear Chris's input on American Psycho, which is a favorite of mine. And
A lot of memes that have a resurgence
say,
this year.
Yes.
Of Psycho, the American Psycho.
American Psycho is the
It's-
kind of movie that I would expect him to put on here and not say anything about. And you'd be like, well, this is all of them. And I'd be like, no, this one specifically, though.
This one extra nothing.
Yeah. Well, I'm very curious what Chris would say about this, because I think it's Christian Bale is playing a particularly complex character in this movie.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is the longest, I think, of all the ones so far.
Oh my god!
Really?
It's like 5 paragraphs.
So yeah,
Because like you could say he's somebody who's warped by his upbringing or corporatism or capitalism or whatever, but he's playing a very strange character in this movie. And also, for how deranged and sort of male-centric the movie is, it was directed by a woman, Mary Harron.
You mean Mary
I think this is
Sue?
her most.
Oh,
But I think most people think that this movie must have been directed by a man, but it wasn't. And I'm curious if Chris ever brings this up in his review.
All right.
So yeah, please let's hear it.
Here we go. American Psycho. Quick facts. Director, Mary Harron. Starring, Christian Bale, Jared Leto, Reese Witherspoon. Studio, Edward R. Pressman Productions. So this is how it begins.
Cool.
Serial killers. Hollywood seems obsessed with the subgenre. Films like 1995's Seven explore violent crimes through the eyes of the detectives attempting to solve them. American Psycho provides a refreshing change of pace by placing us in the expensive shoes of Patrick Bateman, a slick-haired, high-powered businessman played to sarcastic brilliance by Christian Bale. He's the type
Sarcastic brilliance.
Sarcastic brilliance.
Sarcastic brilliance.
Sarcastic
I mean, it speaks for itself,
brilliance.
really, doesn't it? Anyway.
Yeah, we don't even
know
need
what
to
that means.
explore that. That's true.
He's the type who arrogantly flies into a fit of envy at the sight of an associate's extravagant business card. Quote, "Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my God. It even has a watermark." End quote.
A watermark.
His business card may be lacking, but Bateman seems to have it all. Riches, status, women. Unfortunately, despite his money and position in life, he can't seem to stop murdering people.
He can't
All
seem
right.
to stop murdering people. Wah, wah.
It's so relatable.
This is pretty normal so far. I don't know what to say, really. It's just like,
It's a living.
the power of American Psycho lies in the mystery surrounding Bateman's horrific acts of violence. Are his crimes real? Or is the whole ordeal some terrifying lucid dream existing only in his mind? The film traverses his mental anguish in a way I find most remarkable. And it does so with an impressively wicked sense of humor. Few films can get a laugh out of a bloodied, naked man chasing a woman with a chainsaw. Or how about Bateman's compulsion for quoting 80s pop music? Quote, "Do you like Phil Collins?" End quote. We're almost at the end, but this is probably the
speaking of a
most
tasteful
normal
thickness.
review of a film he's ever written.
Yeah.
American Psycho is shot with meticulous attention to detail. Nearly every frame contains something visually arresting. In fact, I think many people overlook the immaculate cinematography when remembering this film. But I can't really blame anyone for that, since the dialogue and performances are both so infectiously endearing. Factor in the biting satire of 80s culture, along with two great supporting turns from Jared Leto and Reese Witherspoon, and you really have no excuse to miss it. Unless, of course, you have to return some videotapes. And that's it.
Wah, wah.
Okay.
Is that it? Fuck
That's it.
off.
I was gonna say,
Come
this
on,
feels like
man.
he
It's
saw it
sort
for
of
what
normal.
it presents itself as opposed to everything it's about.
I thought that was the McDonald's Happy Meal review of
The Happy
American
Meal
Psycho.
review is a great way to put it.
Because I haven't seen that movie in a long time. That's basically everything I remembered of it. And I'm just like, I want to rewatch it now to actually remember what it's actually
This
about.
is the review you give when you've got nothing to say about the film.
Yeah.
That leaves us with one more from Az, whatever he would like to hear.
I had a look. I was gonna say Casino Royale, but then I changed my mind.
Oh my.
And I would like to hear what Stuckman has to say about Enemy.
Ooh, the Villeneuve film.
Yes.
Well, we could do both, because I'm kind of curious what he'd have to say about the reinvention of James Bond. But why don't we do that last? We'll do Enemy
Okay.
first.
Yeah.
How many people here have seen Enemy?
I
I have
haven't.
not seen it.
No.
All right, well, Az, this will be all for you then. You got to tell us how insightful this is.
Okay.
You
So
can
we
tell us
begin.
now if you like, because you don't
I've
actually need
seen
to
it.
wait for the
You
review.
could give a good guess right now, yeah.
Enemy was a nice film, and
Nice
I thought
film.
it was nice.
That's
Calm
too
down
much
there,
information.
Chris.
Alex. Calm down.
Quite liked it actually.
Okay, here we go. Enemy, mystery thriller. Director Denis Villeneuve, starring Jake Gyllenhaal, Melanie, I assume, Laurent, and Sarah Gadon. There. Studio Mechanismo. Cool. All right, and here's the review. Here we go. That spider. That freaking spider. For a cinephile, there's nothing better than a confusing movie that begs them to hang around underneath the theater marquee. grasping at straws to decipher what they just saw. Is that
nothing
true?
better than that?
Is nothing better than that? I don't know about that. but
I
alright.
don't know.
Okay. Enemy is directed by the immensely gifted Denis Villeneuve, starring Jake Gyllenhaal in a daringly restrained performance. So confounding is Enemy that as of this writing, over 770,000 baffled people have watched my analysis video in which I attempt to explain its hidden meanings.
Wow,
Why
what a
is that in
fucking-
this book?
Why is that in your book, you fuck? Over 770,000 people have watched a YouTube video that I made on YouTube. Links in the description.
Oh my god. Anyway,
Fucker.
after initially
Better than I imagined.
After initially seeing Enemy, I sat in awe at the puzzle pieces the film left scattered across the floor. It was almost as if Villeneuve was taunting me to approach this puzzle, and doing so took 2 months. 2 months! This is me reading it, by the way. Even now, as I write this, I'm positive there are still things I've missed. So wait, has he put this in here because he thinks he's the person who cracked the film when no one else did or something?
I cracked the code.
Well, he said a whole load of nothing so far.
Yeah, he hasn't
so,
said anything yet. We'll get there. Next paragraph. I feel that with a film like this, you'd benefit to know little about the plot, so I won't say much besides the basics. What else do you ever say?
Okay, go ahead. I mean, you mostly fail about the basics too, so I'm very curious.
Gyllenhaal is convinced he has an identical twin he never knew about and is desperate to meet him. To assume this brief wait, that's it? That's the
Sorry, just the idea of him saying that he has an identical twin that he never knew about. It's like, duh, of course he never fucking knew about him. Then he wouldn't think he had an identical twin. You just know if he had an identical twin or not. What is the plot? Is that he lives with this creepy look-alike and he grew up with this weirdo in his house that shares his face? Like, what a bizarre way to say
I feel like I won't say too much is because I'm not actually convinced he's seen this film.
No.
What do you mean? He explained it to 770,000 baffled people. That is a quote, by the way.
Well, he can add 7 to the list. Baffled people he's talking to.
Okay, and is desperate to meet him. To assume this brief synopsis is all Enemy has to offer would be tantamount to observing one brick on the Great Wall of China and deciding you've seen enough.
What the fuck?
What are you talking about, Chris?
You know what? I'll reiterate what I've said before. Writing is really difficult, and most people can't do it worth a damn.
Okay.
Moving on.
So,
This movie
Enemy.
can actually be researched. Honestly, ask yourself, when's the last time you saw a new film that actually required serious thought?
Wait, serious thought, or do you need to research it? Make up your mind.
Sorry, that's like a perplexing.
The
thing
reason
to
I
say.
stopped there was I was like, surely everyone here takes issue with that statement.
That's stunning that he would say that.
That is stunning. He's basically just shat on all of the other films in this book.
When I say stunning, I mean stunned into silence. Like I am stunned that he would say
Same.
that.
I was like, where do you start with that? So he's basically just made the statement that this is the only film he has seen in recent memory that required serious thought.
Yeah, the other ones didn't require serious thought. They only required unserious thought.
There were little
Limited
baby
thought.
movies compared to Enemy.
I need to remind you of the films that entered this list that apparently did not require any kind of serious thought. American Psycho, Memento, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Spirited Away, Signs. He said the Signs was so important, but apparently not. Fucking hell. Old Boy,
No Country
Return
for
of the
Old Men.
King. No Country for Old Men, yeah. Incredible, Shaun of the Dead, History of Violence. I don't understand how none of these qualify. Zodiac, why doesn't that qualify?
Have you ever taken 2 months to think about a film or
Have I ever taken 2 months to explain to 770,000 baffled people what a film means?
That's the
Yeah,
thing,
like,
that-
it's just-
that he's a reviewer. This is his job. He's supposed to apply serious thought to
No.
everything he watches.
Only to
surely.
the films that earn it, which apparently is only Enemy 2013.
At least one made the Chris Stuckman grade.
One made the cut in the 2000s. Man.
I mean, the spider visual is the lowest hanging fruit that you can grab from that movie. I
So,
mean,
so
there are
an
more interesting
unintellectualism
aspects
would
about
say.
that movie than the spider
There's
thing.
I don't even
Yeah.
know this movie.
So-
all I know now is like there's a spider and some twin. It's like, oh,
Right, okay.
what?
Right.
To
the
explain
sold.
the twin thing a little bit better, Jake Gyllenhaal
A little bit better.
rent a little bit better than Cuckman or Stuckman or whatever money is.
Whoa, savage.
He watches a film, and when he's watching the film, he sees an actor in the film that looks identical to him.
Ah,
And
okay.
he's really kind of curious about this. He's been told to watch this film, you know, and then he gets to the point, and there's like a bell. I think it's a bellhop. It's been a little while since I've seen Enemy. I think it's a bellhop, and it's Jake Gyllenhaal, and he's sort of wondering how on earth he could have this actor which looks like him, and so he decides to go out and find the actor and sort of confront the actor if they are related, if they do know each other. And then when the actor realizes that he has a double like Jake Gyllenhaal, then it leads to a much more interesting path as he tries to exploit this. And I mean, then you do go off into massive spoiler territory because it involves the women in their lives and.
Yeah, but are you saying he was told to watch a movie where you find someone that looks exactly like him? That's already more interesting.
Yeah,
We're
that is
looking
a
at
very
people who want to
interesting
watch
hook
the
as
film
premise
now.
for a movie.
Yeah.
So why not just tell us how you feel about it instead?
Yeah.
I thought it's
No.
nice.
I thought it was
thought it was
nice
a
and
nice
cool
film.
and neat.
So to add to my point about the spider, the fact that Chris starts his review off of like with that fucking spider, it's just so cringe. It's like you're taking
This
the
is like
lowest
the-
fucking thing that this
John,
film has to offer.
It was what, a
And
paragraph?
this is your preface for the whole thing.
Before he quoted the fucking shit about the business card in American
Business
Psycho.
cards,
It's like,
yeah.
come on.
But, I mean, even that
That's true.
opening is. I think he's referencing the very end of the film, like the very end seconds of the film.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
And so to get to that point, you have a whole fucking film, Chris, before you even get to that point. Yes, there is major spider imagery all throughout the film, from the reveal of the tarantula with the woman to the group of people at the beginning, through to the crashed car and the spider web, which was imagery which was made out of the destroyed glass. So there is multiple images of spider references. Of course, you see the huge spider walking across the city. Obviously, that is metaphorical as opposed to literal. And so the end has, that's you have to get. Oh
I know you're balancing between spoiler and not spoiler.
Yeah,
I got you. It's okay.
I see what you're doing.
Well, it's hard to bring up the spider thing without spoilers. Yeah,
I get you.
It's a massive character. It's a huge character piece, and it's a huge delve into who you are. Who we are. Are we? As humans, as people,
As spiders,
as the Force Awakens.
Oh, you know what?
Sorry,
You weren't here.
As Solidars.
Too late. You've referenced it.
Solidars.
I'd like to quote a comment from Chris. One sec. About, because you brought up Force Awakens. This helps you as contextualize the kind of caliber we're in for. This is directly from his assessment of why you should see The Force Awakens.
Okay.
So here we go. Everyone here has heard this except for you, Az. Get ready. I love this film and honestly feel that in years to come, and especially with future releases, it will garner great respect. That might be my favorite quote, other than the It's so dumb.
It's like, how far off the mark could you possibly fire
I
that
know,
arrow?
Narrator, he was wrong. There's not much else to say about that one. But I mean, either that quote or the one where he says he had a serious thought. Like,
I had a serious thought, but after some Tylenol, I was okay.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Just
Anyway,
for-
we got
just for
one
what-
paragraph
I hope.
left.
Okay, let's go.
Enemy is part of a dying breed of films, and Villeneuve is clearly content with this. He actually had his cast sign an agreement to avoid discussing the meaning of the spiders that are ever present throughout the film. His intense dedication to his projects, especially Enemy, is remarkably refreshing in today's day and age of movies. Here's a movie that begs its audience to lean closer, wondering what exactly they just saw. A film that utilizes every space of the frame to populate the screen with clues and information. If that sounds intriguing to you, then seek out
And it
this
does.
underrated gem. Just be prepared to take notes, then watch it again and take more notes. Then maybe lay in the fetal position, taking more notes.
Oh,
That would be tricky
There's
to
not
do.
going to be as revolutionary of a spider movie until Madam Web releases.
Oh, It will replace the
I
spider
fear in years
film.
to come,
hierarchy.
Madam Web will be the starting point of a wonderful. Oh, never mind.
You guys want to hear what he has to say about Casino Royale, 2006 action-adventure thriller. Director Martin Campbell, starring Daniel Craig, Ava Green, Mads Mikkelsen, studio Eon Productions. The reinvention of a popular franchise, a timeless classic, or in this case, a character, has spread through Hollywood like a disease. Why would you say that?
Why would you say disease?
Okay. I'm thoroughly convinced that we'll receive at least one Friday the 13th incarnation every 5 years, but hear me, studio executives, don't you dare touch Jaws. That's sacred ground.
What is happening?
What?
I have no idea.
Am I on the wrong page?
Yeah, can you read the right review, please, Molly?
Why would you describe James Bond as a disease? Like, you need someone to be like, Chris, people don't like diseases. Like, that's
Solider 3 times.
Also, like, Chris,
Like
if
the
you're going to be
Solider
reviewing this
disease.
entire film inside of one page, maybe get on with it. You don't need to be talking about Jaws.
Fuck me.
He's setting the groundwork, okay? The majority of these reboots and remakes aren't made with care. Easily recognized as the blatant cash grabs they are. And of course, remember, he said
would you
that...
say this now?
Well, and remember, he had nothing but praise for The Force Awakens. I know that's not a strict reboot. Well, no, it is.
It is a reboot, essentially.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't say this anymore, would he?
Oh, who
'Cause
knows?
This is too harsh.
Oh, yeah, this is mean. This is mean.
This is too
He
mean.
doesn't do mean anymore. Gratefully, that wasn't the case with Casino Royale. Daniel Craig...
Really?
Hmm?
The disease.
I think he meant that positively. I think he doesn't understand what disease evokes.
Like a
he doesn't-
robot.
I don't
disease,
like having
something
a
that
disease.
spreads, you know? Daniel Craig's first outing as the iconic spy, James
I wish it
Bond.
said Nutella instead. Spreads like Nutella on toast.
Imagine his
Oh,
review
delicious.
of Nutella. It's nice. I like it. It subverts your
Jockey.
expectations. But not really. Casino Royale perfectly embodies, and more importantly, understands the term reboot. Less experienced filmmakers assume their reboot will be interesting simply because it contains beloved characters from previous films. Oh, like fucking Force Awakens? Hello? But Casino Royale does for Bond what Batman Begins did for the Caped Crusader. Ooh. Bond becomes a vulnerable human being, not just a gun-toting ladies' man with a license to kill. What do you mean just? Boo. He's a vulnerable physically and emotionally. Wait, he's vulnerable physically and emotionally. Okay, that's fine. It's not
I can
the
say
first...
the things that other people say about things.
Well, I was going to say, I haven't heard any of this from... No, I've not heard this before, but that's fine. It's not the first attempt at humanizing Bond. He got married in he got married in another film. So,
Ooh.
on his
Nothing says
Majesty's
human like
Secret
marriage.
Service.
Mola, did he put in another film?
No, he says on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Okay,
I'm just saying that's a funny
hell,
statement. He was made human before because he got married in that other one. It's like, oh, okay. See, humans get married.
What about when Della was murdered in License to Kill?
Oh, is it? I've never liked the idea because I love Casino Royale as much as the next person, but I don't like the idea that it's the first one that made him human. It's like, fuck off.
That's ridiculous. Fuck off.
No, well, it is sort of an echo of what on your Her Majesty's Secret Service did, where Bond got married and ended tragically.
Well, but there's many ways to explore him as a character that goes beyond a love interest.
Where he's incarcerated and the British government basically just leave him.
Yeah. But it's the first time everything has truly clicked. Sean Connery's original achievement as the titular spy has had few real competitors until Craig. I don't know. Pierce Brosnan's my favorite, but alright.
That's a lot of fucking horseshit.
His Bond is foolhardy, naive, and needlessly reckless. Yet he's also fully committed to his job. In the past, Bond would allow his libido to jeopardize his assignments. In Casino Royale, Bond is getting frisky with a gorgeous lady, yet leaves the instant she tells him what he needs to know. This is a cold, calculating assassin, and it's the closest we've gotten to Ian Fleming's original vision.
Doesn't a guy who continues who keeps going with it and has sex with a beautiful woman even after he has the information, that's more humanizing than the cold calculating assassin who once he has what he wants, he leaves.
I also don't buy that he's read
Wasn't the
any
same
of
thing
Ian
happening in a
Fleming's
much cheesier way in
books.
one of the Roger Moore films when he's sleeping with someone up on a ski lodge, and then he gets a call and he gets up to leave, and she says, "But James, I
Like
need
when
you."
he
And he
asked her if
says,
she wanted to ride the slopes.
and he says, "So does England." And then he skis down a slope and then has a Union Jack parachute.
Hell yes.
Thing, right?
Like to what Rags was saying, the 2000s Casino Royale does one and the other. Like when he's like tracking down the terrorist that like is trying to blow up the plane. Like when he's interrogating his girlfriend, all he wants is like the information, and then he sort of leaves her. But then when it comes to Vesper, he's actually interested in establishing a long-term relationship.
Isn't that what the movie's about? It's the big split between how, you know, a lot of where your feelings would take you, but a lot of where the job takes you, sort of thing. And good foundation for a James Bond-like character. That's why, again...
he had to set up that you know, Bond was company Bond. He was doing the things that he needed to do, get the information, kill the people, get his status and all that. Then he meets Vesper. He tries to play the same game with Vesper, you know, says all the things that he believes he needs to say to her, you know, says that, "Oh, I'm not interested in you. Why? Because I'm smart, this, that, and the other." No, because you're single. You know, he's trying to paint himself to her as the sort of, you know, I'm the spy guy that comes in, does this, and fucks off, lady. But no, he falls in love with her, and that changes the whole kind of mission in places. So it's that's, you needed to have the setup to get the payoff of falling in love.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You need that contrast. Like, have a woman where he's just trying to extract information out of her, but then a particular woman comes along, and it's like, oh, I've fallen for this one.
Yes.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's called storytelling.
To continue. Simply from an action standpoint, this is the best 007 by far. Director Martin Campbell's mastery of set pieces is evident with the visceral, jaw-dropping parkour sequence. Legitimately one of the greatest action scenes ever created.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wow. The film also contains brilliant work from Eva Green, the best female character a Bond film has had in decades, with Mads Mikkelsen, the best Bond villain ever. Ever.
Oh.
No.
We're making some heavy statements here.
Yeah, he's I mean, this is the most bold he's been in a while. And it's like the most basic nerd statements where it's just like, this was the best one. Mikkelsen's Le Chiffre is no cat stroking a caricature of evil. He's just a person, crippled by debt, scared of his enemies. I think that's why the film succeeds so well. It understands the characters inhabiting the screen, allowing their journey to propel the story instead of explosions and skimpy outfits. Remember, though, no serious thought would come from this film.
No.
It's
Nope.
not allowed.
That's only
No
for
enemy.
No,
enemy.
no. Nothing is enemy, Rags. Nothing at all. It's just enemies. It's on an island. Well, there you go. That's a strong grasp of what it feels like to have Chris Stuckman be your influential figure into the world of film.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I was gonna say pain, but it's like, well, it's almost a lack of anything, isn't it? It's
So empty.
Mhm.
It's just
Yeah,
nothing.
fucking Happy Meal.
The way I've constructed this compilation is that we have all the context in it, so I don't really need to do anything other than saying it's Chris Stuckman related, and he's got some opinions that have caused just a ripple effect, and we're going to go through it all. We're going to ask each other what maybe we think about all the different things that get brought up, but it has sparked conversation that, broadly speaking, could be identified as: please never criticize writers or directors for the state of film, because they are trying, damn it.
It's hard.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's hard.
Not a statement, but maybe
You know,
with
they put on their helmets and they get their lunch pails and they go down in the make believe mines.
I've got
and
your
the
tweet in
evil
here, by the way.
corporation.
I've got that in here.
the ideas factory.
I'll say a prayer for them all.
I do have some
Slave
memes in
away.
here as well because it's fun.
Down in the mines. I was making movies in the film mines for 14 hours today.
Now, is everybody in the watch together who wishes to be?
I am there, and I do wish to be there.
Wonderful.
Gore,
All's
unmute
right with
yourself.
Willow.
I don't know if Chris is Gore is supposed to be. Does he? I assume he knows how to use Discord. It's just he's muted. I don't know if he knows. That's all. I'm just highlighting.
Yeah, Chris. If
you're speaking, we
yeah.
can't hear you.
Chris, you are muted. There is a red icon. You got to take charge. You got to be the master of your own destiny, like Christopher Stuckman.
Anyway, yes. All right. Well, we're gonna get started. Get ready, chat.
Yeah, let's do it.
For a
I'm ready.
Chris Stuckman video.
Ready for a
A
Stuckmanizing.
classic.
Oh, strap on.
Stuckman
in.
time.
Strap in, everyone.
Let's go.
So I just saw Madam Web.
I'm sorry. Actually,
I
no, I'm
just saw
not. I
Madam
hope you had
Web.
fun.
No, yeah, Madam Web brought us joy.
I have seen some people
He's
say
really
they're kind
sad
of.
right here.
He does, yeah. I've seen some people say they're kind of glad Madam Web came along in terms of just it's nice to get that kind of a bad movie every once in a while, the one that doesn't piss you off, the one that doesn't, slaughter
Kind
beloved
of,
characters,
yeah.
and that is made so incompetently. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, they made their own stuff to poop all over. They didn't take someone else's toys
Well,
and ruin those.
Madam Web isn't there.
Well,
you know what I
they
mean?
did.
Like,
I mean, all
I
of
guess
the
that's
characters were
true,
created
yeah.
by other people.
That is
but
technically true. You're right.
at least,
It
yeah,
feels so self-contained and compartmentalized.
it is technically, as they promote it in the marketing, a new continuity. This is not or at least that's what Dakota Johnson said. It's not a part of any other spidery.
That's what they said as
yeah.
part of the marketing. Yes.
There was no
And
screening
now it
for
is part of a standalone continuity in the sense that it will be alone forever. There will be no more films.
It is a
We'll be
standalone
alone
film.
forever.
So I just saw Madam Web. There was no screening for it in my area. There were no late night showings before the day, so I had to go see
Don't
it on
care.
Valentine's
Don't
Day.
No,
care.
this is
I don't-
really important.
Why is
This
this
is
in
really
here?
important.
I get
had to see it with the
invited to see
plebs.
Yeah, like I get to go to press screenings typically. I get to go see the film early, but this time I didn't get to, so I just had
Can
to
you
go to
believe-
the theater like everybody else.
They made me stand in line. No, there wasn't a line from Madam Web. They made me go to the theater and purchase. They made me purchase a ticket and
Unbelievable.
my own popcorn.
Mm.
Well played.
And I thought to myself, probably not going to do a video for this one based off of what I've heard, since I do try to keep it mostly about film celebration on this channel. Having seen
Oh, what does that
What
mean?
what a statement.
Wait,
What does that mean?
I'm
know
gonna
there's-
celebrate.
did you know that you could say a lot of things by the things you do not say? It is a very
This
interesting
is-
quirk of the human condition that I've discovered
love
in
that-
my
that-
years on this planet.
That is absolutely the thing we need to set as the foundation for this whole stream is how much can be said by not saying certain things. It's just
I've been trying to keep the vibe at the Stuckman household positive and non-alcoholic, so Tiffany will not be joining us for New Year's. Just wanted to say, I'm not saying anything about anything.
Yeah, so this we will get to the portion with Twitter eventually, but we're gonna watch the video first, and that's what this is. And so, yes, when someone says to you, "I'm not going to talk about Madam Web because from what I've heard, and because this is about film celebration," you're like, "Wow, how bad was it? Jesus!"
What are you implying? What are you implying, man?
The funny thing is, it's like even in a parody sense, I feel like I could come up with a 5-minute video, maybe even 10 minutes praising Madam Web.
You could do it. You could give it a try, yeah.
In the film, I'm going to tell you that this is not a movie review of Madam Web. I am not about bashing filmmakers, artists. I know how...
What are you implying?
So this is where I feel like a lot of people are not even listening to not only his video, but the clip that Lauren provided on Twitter. He's either a very bad speaker, or he just said something that's pretty blatant. I will not review the film because I am not into bashing filmmakers or creatives.
That's just bashing it. That's just with more words.
Yeah, you're just saying if I did a review, it would be full of all the terrible negative things that I would say.
It's on top of that, it's the implication that movie criticism as a practice in general is film bashing.
Exactly. Review equals bashing, which is interesting because if I was to rewrite his script for him, knowing what I know about him, I would have said, what you should say is, I know a lot of you might have expected some kind of hilariosity review, but as you know, for several years I've retired those, and I'm more about trying to find the films in the world that sort of inspire, and that Madam Web didn't inspire me in any particular way. So instead of talking about the film, I wanted to talk about something that's happening in like the industry. That's what you could have said, but no, you said, I'm not going to review it because I don't want to bash it.
And
what
also,
I think he's saying,
yeah.
What I think he's saying without saying it is, I'm better than you. Better than you. No, I'm serious. It's like I'm better than you because
I'm not going to fall into what the lesser people would want to do.
Yes.
Those hedonists.
Yeah, he's being, in my opinion, kind of an elitist prick, but like also it stirred a whole. And Mahler, I think I sent you a link to a story which I thought was awful about can movie critics be filmmakers.
Right.
There are a lot of critics who are filmmakers. I'm one of them. John Campea made a documentary about movie trailers. Stuckman's made a movie. I think there's clips in one of the videos I sent you. Like, so what he's saying is like, I'm better than you. I'm better than you because I'm not going to do this. Also, I might end up working for a studio, so I don't want to say these things, which is sort of, I don't know. I think he's making his intentions pretty plain.
It makes me feel like he's it's just I'm good and I'm better than you in a way that we would consider him lesser than us,
I've matured, I've grown.
I was like, I'm going to temper my opinions and decide what I am and am not going to cover because of my aspirations and who might be upset by that in terms of who I want to work for, which is like, we all know it. Like that's what the game is.
Yeah,
we all know. He's going, no, I'm good because of it.
It's like, no, it's not. It's not the kind of person I want to be. And it's like, no, it's just you don't want to step on the wrong. You don't want to step on anybody's toes, basically.
Yeah, if the wizard visited him and told him, well, no one. If you made a video on Madam Web giving your honest opinions, it will not affect any career aspirations that you have. And if he knew that and believed it, then he might do it. It might just be about.
The reason you wouldn't there is because you got to keep it consistent, right?
That's probably the only reason why not.
So yeah, that is the assumed motivation for many people. And by the way, before anyone assumes like, oh, you're just taking the worst route ever, this is the overwhelming majority of the opinion from his audience, is that he's trying to be careful so he can ingratiate himself into the industry of film related mainly to Hollywood.
And that in a sense he's failed because it's pretty obvious he thinks the film sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could just not talk about it.
How hard it is to make a movie. I do not know how hard it is to make a movie under the studio system. I was able to make an indie film without a giant corporation breathing down my neck, which is
true, and even that sucked. So
you haven't seen
it. We haven't seen it. We can blame Kickstarter
film.
We can blame Kickstarter interference on that one.
Oh,
yeah, he's
okay.
got a
Kickstarter backer interference.
Oh, he's got a
But
feature
also,
film. I haven't seen the
this is
feature
kind of
film.
the nature of like I don't really get the angle because it's like, Chris, do you think you're gonna work for Sony ever
No.
because of this video? Do you think that's all? And it'll be like, well, yeah, I don't want to work for Sony. It's like, okay, sure, but I'm just saying, you know, that's like a bridge that's incinerated at this point.
Because
I mean, I don't know. Does he think you just get to pick who your producers are? Like I did.
What do you mean?
And also, isn't this when he said he can't imagine what it's like to do that, you know, inside of the studio system? But isn't that what he's wanting to do?
I'm sure he wants that,
here?
yeah, eventually. So that would be I guess, because he almost implies that's a bridge to be crossed when you come to it. But because he can't know the pressures of it, he would never want to bash someone underneath something like that. In the same vein that someone makes you a shitty house, but then you find out they didn't have any limbs, you're like, oh wow, that's horrible. The equivalent being that they didn't get any choices under the studio they were part of, so how can you truly make fun of them? But we'll get to those arguments,
system,
of course.
Yeah, the studio system that made Madam Web terrible, which is what he's saying without saying it, is part of the system that I'm trying to get into.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Alright.
somewhat, yeah.
Well, again, hence
So,
why
like,
I find
okay.
it so strange. Like, I don't really see what the goal is, you know? Like, I'm not going to bash filmmakers, but I'm going to bash the people who are responsible for financing the films. I don't know.
And I
if
hope
that's
they
a
finance
particularly
my
good
films in
idea,
the
but-
future.
Is not the privilege that S.J. Clarkson had when she directed Madam Web.
Did you catch that he says he has no idea what she would have gone through, but then he does say definitively she did not have the experience of like having full control like I did.
Well, and it's weird.
Really?
It's like,
That's
so
interesting.
You're telling me that she didn't say anything about working on the film, anything about her experience
Well, so-
working on the film, or the decisions that she made while making it.
If you're going to do a
we've got
video
no
like
clue.
this, where you're opening up insight and discussion with your knowledge of the film industry, however limited or expanded it is, then maybe it's worthwhile just looking into what she said. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a little shot, give it a little look.
Maybe you should also acknowledge that she's an executive producer on the film.
What? Uh-oh. And,
Well,
and a
then-
co-screenwriter.
Not
No,
even being executive producer gets you anything these days. Oh my goodness.
Well, not being...
Did she interfere
not,
with herself?
Not signing the contract and agreeing to be a part of this for money gives you any kind of responsibility now as well. It seems that we were all just ignoring that. Like, that feels weird. Like, you sign on, you put your name to the paper and to the credits, but that doesn't mean that you should have any responsibility as to the quality of it. It's like, I feel like already that's kind of the point of the contract, isn't it? You are selling your talent. And if you're like, yeah, but what if they don't use it? It's like, okay, but you're still a part of the project at that point, and you still got paid for it. And I'm sure
We're
if the
part
film
of
were
the talent
great,
in the
you
scope
would be
comes in.
claiming it's your talent that helped create it, you know? It's just interesting how that works.
Breathing down my neck, which is not the privilege
You
that
don't have a
S.J.
neck.
Clarkson had when she directed.
Like, he has no idea if they breathed down her neck, or if they were like, you know how to make movies, right, Clarkson? Yeah, go ahead. You do you. He has no idea. He even said he has no idea.
This could be the movie she
Assuming it,
wanted
yeah.
to make. It happens all the time. All the time.
That's
all the
the-
time people make the movies they want to make, and they're just terrible.
That's the funny time, I think, where if there was a studio filled with suits and none of them came to set throughout the whole thing, they just trusted the director, and then at the end, everyone's like, wow, the studio ruined it. The studio's just like, what the fuck?
We know
Well,
it's happened with
we-
games.
that was,
We know it's
that
happened
was-
with games.
I guess it's funny because wasn't what they said with the Marvels was that there wasn't enough oversight on that film?
Yep.
Like, because the producers were stretched too
Which
thin
is
that there
so
wasn't enough
funny.
oversight. That is really funny.
I mean, that was
I
the
love-
issue with BioWare and Anthem, is they just like showed up.
yeah.
They was
That's
like,
right,
oh,
they
it's been
showed
all
up
of
and they're
these
like-
years and millions of dollars. What the fuck is this? What have you been doing this whole time?
That's like
Well, no,
JJ,
that's
where they
like-
gave him all that money. They're like, what have you made? It's like, nothing yet. Like, you know, give me
But I'm
time.
working.
Oh
I'm
boy, it's
working every
coming.
day.
I love how backhanded of a comment it is. Like, this movie's so bad, I'm just going to assume that you had no say in it. Executive producer, writer,
This is what I
director,
mean.
lady.
You're so fucking right. If she was here with him in this like call or whatever, and he's like, man, that movie had none of your input, huh? And she's like, what the? Yes, of
I'm
course
the
it did. What do you
executive
mean?
producer, you fuck. My name is on the credits and everything.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to come
Or I
up
guess it'd
later,
be
but
interesting if she just asked, "Oh, so you've seen my work?"
yeah.
Look, right, I'm a very busy man. I got
Very-
a lot of
I'm a
I got a
very
lot of
busy man.
under my belt. I got a lot of work
Like, yeah, I
to
love
do.
love
I
your
don't
work
get to
in
see everything.
in film and TV, and it's like, which episodes? And you're like, oh fuck,
Yeah.
come on,
God damn it.
leave me alone.
How'd you get in here? How'd you get in my house?
And then you just start hearing typing. It's like, what are you doing? Wait, hold
Listen,
on.
this is
hold on.
this is my blue
Hold on.
cred room. How did you get in here?
Hell yeah.
Madam Web under Sony, which I can only imagine was monumentally difficult. This is not.
What if she said it was great?
Well, yeah, you have no idea, and in the lack of information, you could say I don't know, and you can actually act like you mean that you.
Well,
don't know.
imagine she
Well,
said something like, "We set out to make a great film, and that they feel that their voices were heard," sort of thing. Like, imagine she said something like that.
Wow, that'd be weird.
It would be weird, and it would be the kind of thing that makes you think, like, "Oh shit, maybe films can just be bad because of the people making them aren't very good." That
I
could
mean,
be.
if we are
Whoa.
going to accept the idea that not everyone can be a good filmmaker and making films is difficult, it only logically follows that
Yeah,
a
but-
lot of films are going to be bad.
What if that discourages them from continuing, Rex?
Well, maybe some people should be discouraged from certain behavior.
Wow, look at Fletcher over here.
Maybe. I'm not committing to anything.
Oh, I figured
make,
Rag was
I
maybe
make
going to
no
say
claims.
the Fletcher line. I thought he was going to say.
I thought he was building to it.
that
Yeah.
They wouldn't be
Oh,
discouraged.
Ooh, what Fletcher line?
It was that it was the conversation about whether or not Fletcher's methods that they would discourage somebody, and he said someone like Charlie Parker would never be discouraged. That was his logic. Is that the person who would become the greatest of the great could never be discouraged from doing it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Which
yeah.
obviously there's plenty to talk about there, but
Yeah.
it's just an interesting line. It makes you think.
Not going to be a video about Madam
Dude,
Web. and
Whiplash
telling
is
you
such
what-
a
I love
great
Whiplash.
film. Oh, it's one of my favorite films.
This is not going to be a video about Madam Web and telling you whether or not you should see Madam Web. There are plenty of people on this platform.
You just said you can't even bring yourself to review it. Why would you have recommended it? Like,
Yeah.
like, do you think that's a mystery?
Padding
Chris?
time.
No, well, you're not wrong about that.
As well as a website dedicated to aggregating reviews and giving it a number that's going to inform you of that, and you can choose to listen to the
Chris, when you have
Thank you
films-
for explaining aggregates
know.
to us, Chris.
he would tell you his channel's all about trying to highlight and recommend films. When you say you're not going to do that for Madam Web because people can decide from all the other stuff that's out there, it's like, you mean you're not recommending it?
That's just
Yeah,
a no, Chris.
And because you don't think it's good, that's why.
Absolutely nuts that he can try and convince you even for a second that he's like, hey, maybe I recommend it, maybe I don't, but I can't review this because it's just that bad. But I might recommend it. The funny thing is, I had a partial recommendation on the idea of just don't pay for it, but have fun with it. But even then, that's not really a recommendation. You know what I mean? It's just kind of. I don't think SJ Clarkson would appreciate me saying it's funny.
What? That it's a good meme.
Yeah, the film
watch
is a
Madam
good
Web for
meme.
the memes.
those voices if you want. The
By
information
the way,
is out there.
Chris Stuckman is he is a tomato meter approved critic on Rotten Tomatoes.
I do remember.
that is-
I think he even made a video, or at least it was a part of one of his videos, saying he was ecstatic the day that he got approved for Rotten Tomatoes. He
Oh
saw
my
it as
goodness.
he saw it as major affirmation that he was a critic.
Yeah, wasn't
officially.
there was that, and then there was getting to go to the critics. What was it? The Critics' Choice Awards. He got to go to that as well.
Yeah,
Chris
well.
gets to go to that too.
You're in
Chris
good
Gore.
company with Movie Bob.
Ooh.
Wait, is Movie Bob? Oh, right.
Movie
he's
Bob
on,
is a
he's
tomato
on-
approved
Mhm.
critic. Yeah.
Anyway,
There. What I am compelled to make a video about is something that I heard pretty much every writer, some directors, and most actors bashing last year, and that is movie studios. But before we go any further,
Oh.
No.
Now, chat, you've heard us make fun of BetterHelp several times. I've decided in the edit for this to put in context so that you can see. You may be aware of the context from, what is it, a fucking decade ago now? The controversy that BetterHelp got into?
It was. I feel like it was one of those early controversies regarding
Couldn't have been that long ago.
sponsorships.
Oh, well, my
It was
timeline in my
5-6
head's all
years
fucked
ago,
up.
something like that.
It feels like it was
something
ages
like
ago,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Eight years ago, I think.
In any
Oh,
case,
yeah, that's a while ago.
that controversy alone means
That's a while ago.
That controversy alone means that the company itself has been built on lies before. If they've corrected them, fine, but it's still something I'd be like, yeah, I'm not supporting you. As in, I'm not taking sponsorships from you. He has, and you'd be like, okay, maybe the company is pure and clean. But I was streaming I think it was, funny enough, it was Suicide Squad or something like that. It might have been Arkham game. And someone in the Discord had linked a controversy they got into just a year ago. And I decided, fuck it. Instead of having the ad play, we'll play that over it instead. We got a little robot to help us to read out give you guys context of what BetterHelp got up to about a year ago.
I do want to give a special thank you to the sponsor for this video, BetterHelp. The past few years have been so life-changing for me, becoming a father, dealing with the
BetterHelp
Hollywood
shared
strikes.
customer data while promising it was private, says
Oh,
FTC.
no.
Online counseling company BetterHelp has agreed to pay $7.8 million to settle charges from the Federal Trade Commission that it improperly shared customers' sensitive data with companies like Facebook and Snapchat, even after promising to keep it private. The proposed order, announced by the FTC on Thursday, would ban the same behavior in the future and require BetterHelp to make some changes to how it handles customer data. According to the regulator, the sign-up process for the company's service promised consumers that it would not use or disclose their personal health data except for limited purposes. However, the FTC alleges that the company instead used and revealed consumers' email addresses, IP addresses, and health questionnaire information to Facebook, Snapchat, Criteo, and Pinterest for advertising purposes. The FTC also says that the company gave customer service agents false scripts to try and reassure users that it wasn't sharing personally identifiable or personal health information after a February 2nd, 2020 report from
The robot
Oh my
read
God,
2020
everyone-
as second 020 report.
Oh my god,
And
everyone
you know what?
wants to-
They're coming for our job.
Wait, the robot voice has more personality than Chris. So.
First off, it's true. Yeah, thank God. Thank God we have something less monotonous.
Right.
But I was thinking you log into BetterHelp thinking that you're going to get a therapist, but instead you don't even know you're getting Stuckmanized.
Oof. There are so many sponsorships you can take. Don't take BetterHelp. Find someone else.
You can just Google. You can just
Well,
Google them and be
yeah,
like
this
BetterHelp
is in
reviews.
the very
BetterHelp.
short Wikipedia article, like the briefly discussing this as
Yeah.
a topic. You can read it in like 10 minutes and then decide, I guess, whether or not you want to. I don't know, man. It's
10
just,
minutes.
like,
Wait,
I just-
Fringy. 10 minutes. That's like 2.5 Hill House reviews.
Well, yeah.
But Rags, that's like a
I
whole
don't know,
season
man.
TV.
It's
That's
just-
effective and efficient, okay?
Oh yeah. It's I love him because he's so concise.
Mm-hmm. This is bad, by the way.
Yeah,
This
they,
is very
they
bad.
emailed me too. They're like, "Hey, you want to sponsor?" It's like, no.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
because that's how they
money.
fucking increase their user base. They use the credibility of creators. That's how it works. And I want to move past controversies like this. It's like, oh, we did a little data sharing. That's all. Like, yeah, no, just
You know, we kind of lied to people and sold their data to people.
kind of
and
told
it's
our
like, yeah.
representatives to tell people that was not the case. You know, just a little
We-
bit of that.
We told
Jezebel.
Facebook about your relationship with your dad. Sorry. Whoops.
I'll expose
What-
some of its
these ads
practices.
for hot
The
dad
Commission's
boys.
complaint accuses the company of misleading customers by putting an HIPAA seal on its website, despite the fact that no government agency or other third party reviewed BetterHelp's information practices for compliance with HIPAA, let alone determined that the practices met the requirements of HIPAA. BetterHelp.
That's really fucking bad. HIPAA. That is
HIPAA.
the HIPAA. All right, yeah, it enforces federal civil rights laws that protect the rights of individuals and entities from unlawful discrimination on the basis of
Yeah,
race,
according to
color,
this,
nationality, and
they put the
Yeah,
seal.
only the government's allowed to do that, guys. Okay,
They
Just wanna
put, they
let you
put
know.
the seal on their website, even though they had not met the requirements or determined that they meet the practices. Like,
Jeez, that's pretty fucked up.
that's pretty bold, I would say.
That's
Like,
that
damn.
is bold. That's like wearing a that's like impersonating a police officer.
Betrayed consumers' most personal health information for profit, said Samuel Levine, FTC Bureau of Consumer Protection Director, according to the agency's press release. The Commission says that used consumers' email addresses and the fact that they had previously been in therapy to instruct Facebook to identify similar consumers and target them with advertisement, helping it bring in tens of thousands of new paying users and millions of dollars in revenue.
So, if anyone's unclear, they would gather data, send it to Facebook, and using that, we can then figure out from other profiles who's best to target ads at to get them to sign up to BetterHelp.
Allegedly,
More
FTC
batshit
issued where they what was it, the $7.8 million?
Yeah, so for the record, the FTC investigated them for this, and they said, okay, fine, here's $8 million, leave us alone. It's like, oh, wow, jeez.
And we totally won't do it again.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro.
If the FTC's order ends up going through, the $7.8 million would go to customers who signed up for the service between August 1st, 2017 and December 31st, 2020.
Stuckman. Clicking on that link helps support this channel, but it also gives you 10% off your first
my
month.
goodness.
Good timing there. Ooh, that's good at it.
It's
Yeah,
just
I like
it's
it.
just a bit awkward, isn't it? And I don't know. Just get Audible. Audible.com. They're good. What about Manscaped?
They're neat.
Skillshare or
Oh, I
Dollar
can
Shave
personally
Club.
vouch for Manscaped. Manscaped, I got a Manscaped razor,
Meta
and
PC.
that thing works fucking good, above and below. I'll fucking guarantee you.
Look, it's just, even at the best of times, just doing like broad blanket recommendations for a mental health service, even in the best of times, seems like, oh, careful.
I feel like I'm not
Like,
personally
you know,
qualified
but-
to recommend therapists to people.
I don't know. There's just something about it where it's just like, oh, all right, come on, like, careful now.
With a therapist and see if it helps you. Once again, that link is betterhelp.com/Chris Stuckman. Thank you so much to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video.
Yeah, lol, I hope you don't commit suicide because BetterHelp gave you a bad therapist. Lol. Anyway, Madam Web, which we're not talking about.
Yes, back to not talking about Madam Web.
In the case of Madam Web, this movie was put out by Sony in association with Marvel. Probably not to the level of association that Tom Holland's 3 Spider-Man movies were.
What gave that away?
Yeah. Why did he say 3 Spider-Man at the same time it showed the 3 random lady chicks that were their own? It is interesting. Like,
Rags, he's just put on the trailer. Okay. Oh, we will be gaining someone else very soon. In any moment from now, it'll be very exciting.
This video is inspired by essentially every live-action film that Sony has had some involvement in since Spider-Man 3 in the Spider-Man verse. That being Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, Venom.
Sorry, can anyone... What did you just say? Like, the...
He's saying that this is inspired by all of those movies. This video is inspired by all those
In the
movies.
Spider-Verse.
But why didn't he start with Spider-Man 1 and 2?
And he also...
Because
He said
those were
Spider-Man
good.
verse, which feels... you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Spider-Man verse.
Well,
Because
and
it's
also,
safe to
it's
shit on
something that
Spider-Man
is-
3.
is worth adding as well. Columbia Pictures are like primarily responsible for the MCU Spider-Man films. It's like a joint production, but they pay most of the bills and they make most of the money. So, like, you know what I mean? It's like it has to count as part of that package as well. It's different, sure, but they are primarily responsible for those films.
Also,
He's just he's. Go ahead. I was just going to say he's tailoring it for his argument, right? He's only picking the bad ones because if he
Correct.
includes the good movies that Sony has made in that time period, then that kind of
Well-
are we meant to assume that there was just no studio interference on any of the other movies they made?
I was about to say, you're almost there. It's going to be that Spider-Man 1 and 2 are so good that we know the studio didn't ruin those. But all the other ones, being Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 1, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and I guess Madam Web, and Morbius, and probably
Well, if
Craven.
they're so terrible, why did they ruin those?
Well, but isn't that funny again, though? Like, 1 and 2 weren't ruined by the studio. The others, though... By the way, I'm not bashing
And
films.
also
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Let
That
there
one's
be
safe. Pioneers
Oh, yeah, the
cleared the
Venom
mines
films
for
too,
Spider-Man
yeah.
3
Yep.
before, so we're good.
3 in the Spider-Man verse. That being Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, Venom.
Sorry, just describing that collection of films as the Spider-Man verse is funny to me. It's just like, what a strange,
What a strange
way
collection of
yeah.
movies, yeah.
It is, and it's not correct.
No.
I guess they're spider related, I
Yeah.
sort of.
I mean, they're related movie-wise, but not within the universe at all.
Yeah, and then you can't select them and not and keep out Spider-Man 1 and 2. Like, I'll include 3 because I didn't like it as much as 1 and 2, so it must have been the studio.
Do you think because you've paused here in the middle? Is he going to say the Spider-Verse films?
Oh, he's gonna mention them.
Oh,
but
okay, yeah.
Let us welcome the critical drinker.
Hello.
He's
Hello,
here.
sir.
He made it.
I think I'm mentally and physically prepared to get Stuckmanized this evening.
Yeah.
You're
All
never
you've
mentally
missed-
and physically prepared to get Stuckmanized.
All you've really missed is him saying, "I will not bash Madam Web because it's too awful to do that to."
Okay. We're at that point, are we?
And BetterHelp promotion, which we don't need to go over that again. But yeah, there's a watch
If you need
together
therapy
link.
after seeing Madam Web, yeah,
I've got it.
BetterHelp.
Yeah, so I think I'm at the same point as you guys. 412.
That's the one. We're getting stuck into his opinion on the Spider-Man verse, as he described it.
Stuck in to his opinion.
Stuckman
in.
3
I don't get it.
in the Spider-Man verse, that being Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, Venom, Let There Be Carnage.
If someone selected all those movies and said, what would you group them as? And if someone said bad movies, I'd be like, yeah, I guess you could say that. And someone else said the Spider-Man verse.
Spider-Man movies.
What are you
I
talking
just
about?
like the Spider movies.
You know when he began with that, I just thought he's going to list every single movie, isn't he?
He is. Yes.
Yep, he did.
He's bashing them all. Stop him.
Morbius and Madam Web. Since it got pushed.
See the way
Was Morbius
did
a
you get
Spider
that?
movie?
Like, well,
Yeah.
it's in, technically it's in there's even Spider-Man references in Morbius, but the way that he said that though, and Madam Web, it's just like, yeah, we have to
What are you
we
implying?
have to wonder whether or not you'd recommend Madam Web, huh?
Oh, so he is not saying the Spider-Verse movies. Okay.
Well, it's just funny because they are, again, they're Sony films. They're like the awkward ones that make it really difficult for people to just say that they all suck and that and that Sony should sell the rights back, which they're never going to do. Why would they do that?
So-
But
Well,
So
to be,
is he
to be
going-
clear, he's created a category that doesn't exist in order to make his point.
pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, because the actual category is all of them, or you split them up into their respective series.
Yeah, or you go by director, you go by like current, like whoever produced it individually. Like you could go by company, but I get like again, it doesn't fit the point he's making. Like there's nothing he can do to fit the point he's making.
Nope.
And for the record, Disney Marvel hates all these movies, but there's nothing they can do about it, right? So they I guess because Sony owns the rights outright, and Disney Marvel needs Sony more than Sony needs them right now. They need Spider-Man. So they just have to put up with this shit, but they freaking hate it. Problem is
they must so regret that 1980s deal that they made.
absolutely.
Sell
And
the rights away.
the only problem is now Disney Marvel doesn't have a leg to stand on because the lines have blurred between Disney Marvel and Sony Marvel movies. At least Sony Marvel movies are funny, right? But
yeah,
there's no difference between the Marvels and Madam Web with quality. None at all.
Oh yeah, I mean, Madam Web like brought joy to my face. I laughed out loud.
Yeah.
The Marvels was just
Your
like, dear
face
God, let it be
specifically.
done.
Yeah, but they're both written with about as much care.
It didn't give me an erection. Yeah.
They're both terrible. Like, the idea that Madam Web is distinctly worse than all of these other superhero films that are coming out. No, it's just that Sony Marvel movies actually get rated accurately, but Marvel movies
Marvel
don't.
slop passes
they
by
don't get
somehow.
rated well.
Pushed
It's a
back
weird
due to the
image.
strikes last year. None of us got to see what Sony did with Kraven the Hunter, but we will this year, so I can't.
Can you see how he kind of wants to include it because he knows as well as we do Craven's probably going to be terrible. Unfortunately, that's just kind of what the winds
Sony
are
does
saying.
with it, not what the director does with it. I don't know who's
Mhm.
directing Kraven, but still, say again.
Really comment on whether or not Sony treated that property with respect. And of course, I know that
When he says treated that
Oh, are we
property with
into that?
respect, is he talking about the source
into that
material? Or is he talking about the process of making a film?
I was about to say that seems like a strange thing for him to say because like, oh, now we care about respecting source material or the characters. Has that been a thing that he actually ever has
I
given
don't
a
feel like
shit
I've
about?
ever heard him talk about that outside of I think Dragon Ball Z, like the what's that film called? I've never seen it, but it's like known as one of the worst films of all time.
Evolution.
Dragon
That's
Ball
the one,
Evolution, yeah.
And so I think he cared about the source there, but like I've never known him to say like whether or not these films are good based on his familiarity with the source material, but it sounded like that's what he was saying.
so I can't really comment on whether or not Sony treated that property with respect.
So he's got a Spider-Man
And of
shirt on, but he can't comment that it's disrespecting Craven by not having fucking Spider-Man in the movie.
I genuinely don't believe that's what he's referring
That's
to.
pretty-
Well, I mean, it's
No,
fine.
but
Like,
it's
he can't. I guess he's just
stupid.
saying he can't pass judgment on the film before he's even seen it. So
yeah,
fine.
Of course.
It's a pretty obvious point from Chris. But okay.
Yes, he's very obvious.
course,
I'm
I
gonna-
know.
I Madam Web is a film directed by a director named S.J. Clarkson, who was also an executive producer. That's his fucking reviews.
Yeah, but we're
It's
getting way more this time,
mind-boggling.
Gary. We can
Oh,
got clips
yeah.
of Spider-Man. Look at him go.
That Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man films don't necessarily relate to the Sony Spider-Man universe that they're trying to set up right now, nor do Andrew Garfield's movies.
But neither does Spider-Man 3, but you mentioned that one.
Yeah.
True.
But this is not about that.
Also, what is
Also,
this?
that's distinctly worst footage.
Yeah.
Where'd you get this
Yeah,
from?
that looks like the color grading. That is not the color grading. That is something is
No.
wrong.
By the way,
These are
Like,
by the way,
weird, 'cause these are
self-proclaimed
older films, so
filmmaker. Just saying. Yeah.
I'm surprised I don't see the word slot lights on it on the screen right now.
Hey, some of us blur those out, okay, Rags?
Yeah.
Hey, nothing against. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You got to take what you can get.
That's right. So is he telling? Wait, is he telling? Did I just maybe I misunderstood this? Is he telling us something else? This video is not about.
So
Is that what you just said?
what I think is happening here is he wants to talk about how the studio has ruined many films in the Spider-Man universe. Obviously, it didn't
Okay.
ruin 1 and 2 because everyone says 1 and 2 are really good. It ruined 3. It ruined Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. It ruined Morbius. It
Which, again,
ruined
he needs to be careful
Venom
on
1 and
that,
2.
because some people like the
Oh.
TASM movies.
You know, have we gotten? Obviously, I'm coming into this a bit late. Have you guys already discussed the sort of faulty premise at work here that like anytime something bad happens or anytime a movie turns out to be garbage, it's clearly because the studio had to meddle in it and not because like the filmmakers are just bad.
It definitely has
Well,
that
that's-
flavor sort of coding the video.
That's going to be the consistent
direction
theme.
that we're heading.
Yeah,
yeah.
I wasn't sure if you'd discussed that yet, or if you're going to wait until he gets further into his video, or what.
We sort of I think
building
we
up
may
to
have
it.
mentioned it, but yeah, we'll
Yeah.
we're tackling it as he goes.
Relate to the Sony.
Okay.
Yeah, like when he watches the Spider-Verse movies, does he say, and maybe he did, I don't know, because I don't fucking watch Chris Stuckman, but would he say, Sony Animation Studios or whatever, they really knocked it out of the park with this movie?
Well,
The
he would
same way
have
that
to
he's-
because they're the production company.
He
would
does
have to.
mention it in a
He
sec.
would have to, so.
Yeah.
Sony Spider-Man universe that they're
Well, because yeah, and by the way, this is not criticism. He is trying to create a narrative, and it's like, okay,
Yes.
so that's fine. Does the information match the narrative? And I think already it's falling apart.
I mean, the
'cause-
information doesn't match the narrative in that you really can't talk about the Raimi Spider-Man films as being part of this, like, broader plan of cinematic universes because they predate that. We're talking about
Yeah.
films that came out 20 years ago. They just don't fit into the equation. There's different conversations to be had about those films. Obviously, Venom, Spider-Man 3, that's, like, the main one.
Well, that's what he meant, though, was
But-
just spider-related films from Sony that are
Yeah.
connected to this IP broadly, but are different continuities, though technically they're not now, because the MCU fucking dragged them all together. But I was just going to say that, like, his point of view is talking about the studios ruining stuff, but he's, he just has to conveniently leave out examples that would obviously
Yeah.
ruin the narrative, is what I want to get at.
they're trying to set up right
And besides, none of us, I don't think, here agree that it's entirely Sony's fault that Morbius, Venom, Venom 2, Madam Web, Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 2, all of them varying degrees of quality, that it's all the studio's fault. It's like, no.
Well, it just doesn't follow. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, so Sony said you gotta have Venom. Did they tell him to do the dance scene? Was that did like Sony tell him he had to do that?
Well,
or was that his idea?
I've seen it
I
discussed.
think you summed it up
in-
more on Twitter, where you basically said his narrative seems to be like if a movie turns out well, then the filmmakers are fantastic, and if it turns out bad, then it's the studio's fault. And so there's this like defaulting
can't
of
win.
blame, where like the creatives can't do anything wrong, essentially, which is just such a faulty premise to go on. There's plenty of creatives out there who've not had any studio interference who turned out absolute garbage movies. I mean, like look at Taika Waititi with Love and Thunder. He had very little studio oversight on that one.
Exactly.
And he got to do anything he wanted and indulge his every whim. And look at the movie we got.
Well, it's
Look
just
at
the studios are at fault for not, keeping
Stopping
him in
him.
check, really. So, yeah, so it's
Well,
really it still is their
You know,
fault.
I would even posit the idea that sometimes studio interference might actually be to the benefit of a film, or at least like salvage a film. Like
Crazy.
Josh
You can't
Trank
just
with
say
Fan
that.
Four Stick. That man was an absolute disaster with that movie, and clearly was completely out of his depth. And so the studio stepped in. Like sometimes it has to be done. Like not every creative is up to the task that's been handed to them.
It's genuinely something that people just don't like to talk about. It's like a narrative that's too awkward, even though we know it's theoretically possible and it must have happened. We just don't have many concrete examples.
I mean, yeah, I'm certainly not sitting here defending like studio executives and saying, yes, they clearly have loads of great ideas on improving movies, because most of the time they don't. I just don't think it's an absolute thing where you can just say, yeah, any studio interference must be bad, and creatives like are always good at what they do, and if you just leave them alone, they'll turn out pure gold every time. They
Someone in
won't.
chat has pointed out an example that is pretty recent. Wonder Woman 1984. That was massive creative freedom from Patty
Yes.
Jenkins.
Yes.
Yes.
And Bob Iger himself said Nia DaCosta didn't have enough supervision. She had total creative freedom over the Marvels, even though she left.
Didn't Zack Snyder have a lot of creative freedom when he did Army of the Dead and
Rebel Moon?
Yeah,
Rebel Moon. Oh my goodness.
Oh dear.
And I think someone in chat also mentioned Ghostbusters 2016.
Yes.
True.
That was a different regime, but yes, that's Sony, and there was
Regime.
total. Well, yeah, it's guy. I always forget her name. What's her name? Was the CEO? Tom Rothman's the CEO now. The woman is on crack.
Pascal, was it?
Amy Pascal.
Amy Pascal, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was going to say that the way I think they were trying to account for that, if they were posited that point of view, is that the films would have become worse had the studios have been involved anyway, or that they were involved in such a way that maybe it's lies, or maybe that the creatives were under a lot of pressure. You know, like there's just going to be like trying to find excuses because we really shouldn't be critical of the directors and writers. That's mean, and it's like principally we shouldn't. But I would rather them drag us to like a.
I'd have a lot to like to say about that, but I guess we should wait until the.
Well, yeah, we're gonna get there. I'm also gonna.
I was gonna stir the pot just a little bit and mention the Star Wars prequels.
Yeah,
creative freedom.
So, yeah,
I'm just saying.
I'm right there with you, Rags.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? When you have someone, everyone says, like, this is a very common narrative that George was too free. And it's like, oh, yeah, but he would have had other creatives pulling him back. And it's like, what if some of those creatives were producers? What if
what if they
why
were
is it
writing some
impossible?
checks? That's why they were in the room.
Why is it impossible for Mr. Producer Man to just walk in and be like, no on Jar Jar? No.
Someone should have. Someone who is writing
really
checks should have said, I will
Gary
literally
Kurtz would have
rip
said
this
no.
check in half if that orange monstrosity takes another step. Why does he sound like that, George? Why do you make him sound like that?
Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man films don't necessarily relate to the Sony Spider-Man universe that they're trying to set up right now.
They don't.
Looping the footage.
Thank you for that, Chris.
Well,
thanks, Chris.
This is what I mean. This information is like, you wouldn't say this information is old. This information's not information. We're like,
No, he makes videos like the first person watching this is completely new to the world. You know, it's like it's like an ostrich. You know, they have the
cinemas are
memory of
large buildings where people
20
congregate
seconds.
in front of a
Yes,
big screen
exactly.
to watch a film.
A hospital. What is it? A building full of patients, but that's not important right now.
Movie reviewers, developers toolkit. What was it? Movie reviewers toolkit is what this would be.
Oh yeah.
Andrew Garfield's movies, but this is not about that. This is about how Sony treats their characters and their properties, and more importantly, how they treat their filmmakers and what exactly is going on. Because I have so many questions. When you look at the films I mentioned that Sony has made, there's, of course, division from people about whether or not
I find this example interesting because a guy who directed Venom decided, you know what, I'm going to work with Sony again for Uncharted. So I guess he felt that he was fine enough with the way that it worked to make another movie with them. So I guess that doesn't matter, though.
Well, what are his comments about the production of Venom, I wonder?
Is that a Sony film as well? Because that's a guy who did it. I can't remember, but like, yeah. And has he said anything about his experience making these films and whether he got to make any choices at all?
Are good, and some people like more than others. There's plenty of people who like the first Venom movie, but I think there are more people who are a little disappointed by it, and especially the
Oh my god, he verged on criticism there.
Whoa,
but you get
a little
calm down.
People are saying
Do you get how
They're
this
not even
narrative is
disappointed,
fucking
but they might be.
falling apart because he's like, I'm including Venom, even though plenty of people liked it. So, you know, he already knows, like, this is awkward. But anyway.
Sequel. But plenty of people enjoy Spider-Man 3 well enough. I'm one of them. There's a lot of things in Spider-Man 3 that I have fun with, although it's clearly not as good as 1 or 2. And there are people who enjoyed the Amazing Spider-Man 1.
How can you say that?
That
How
sounds
could
like
you
you
say that?
Did you just bash
It's
that movie?
worse?
Did you just bash it?
Did
How
you
could you
say
say
it's-
such a thing?
It is
Wow.
the inferior of the three. It's worse than its predecessors. Chris,
I thought you
what
were
are
about
doing?
celebrating
I
film.
think
Doesn't
yeah,
sound
I
very
think you might have
celebratory
hurt-
there, Chris.
You might
Yeah.
have hurt Sam Raimi's
Way to
feelings now.
Drag the mood of the room down,
I know.
Chris. Jesus
Crazy.
Christ, we're trying to have a good time here.
1 and 2 quite a bit. But I think that if you were to look at a consensus, the consensus is that the live action Sony-based Spider-Man.
Yeah, see, live action, you have to make that caveat because
This-
it means that you can ignore
Yeah.
the other Sony films people like.
The category is getting more and more hilarious the more he adds like
I know.
reality to it. It's like it's very
Also,
obvious that
we are-
this is the problem.
Of the Sony films that had a 6-day opening weekend.
I suppose something that is a little bit more complicated because the situation now can someone are the Sony Spider-Man games, are they the product of a license that they have with Marvel, or does that have anything to do with them and the film stuff that they've got, like that they can make those games? Does anybody know? Because I actually don't know. But if you were to throw that into the equation, people really liked Spider-Man PS4. People don't feel quite the same way about the new one, but like that's is that part of the equation as well? Because that's Sony. It is Sony. Sure, it's PlayStation, but it's still Sony.
And also now he's appealing to this consensus that's out there. He is shrugging off any responsibility that might go to him, Chris Stuckman, speaker of the words, and onto, well, this is what the consensus is. I don't have to approve of it or anything. I'm just the messenger telling you what the consensus would say about these movies.
Well, what's
I make
nuts
no claims.
is that one could, I'm not saying you should do this, like this is a lot of effort. But one could Google the names of the people and the films and then look at articles where they've talked about making the films and then see which ones talk about how, they had a vision and it was destroyed, or that they had a vision and it was realized. That could be something you could do. That might help you find out which ones the studios kind of messed with or didn't, instead of what he is obviously admitted to doing, which is, I have 10 films, 7 of them are seen as bad, 3 of them are seen as good, 7 of them have been messed with the studio.
Yeah.
It's like, how did you do that? What? How did you know that? What the hell? And then people are
Maybe
like,
he's
what
got
about the
some
animated ones? He's like,
absolute-
wait, I'm talking about live action, okay?
I don't know. Well, maybe he's got some killer evidence that he's going to present to us. That'll
Yeah, looking forward to
blow
it.
our
Killer
theories out of
evidence
the
like
water.
aggregate
That's just
reviews, scores.
Pie charts, bullet points. Yeah.
That's part of what being Stuckmanized is all about,
I want to see his conspiracy board.
I want to be numberized.
Is that the live action Sony-based Spider-Man universe movies have not exactly all been home runs. I haven't mentioned the
What a fucking
exactly
statement.
all
What a
been home
statement,
runs.
man.
I know.
They
What
That is,
But
I
cool,
thought I was a
here's-
harsh reviewer, but this guy's fucking brutal.
Why can't he just say that they
Calm down,
mostly
Chris.
suck? They're mostly bad movies.
No, they haven't all necessarily been home
They've
runs.
This is about
not
celebration,
necessarily
Friggy.
been home runs.
Please.
Yes.
This is
but
a
now he has
celebration
to
of
address
filmmaking.
the elephant in the room, which is what about the Spider-Verse movies?
Well, yeah, just for anybody who's not understanding, if I was to tell you I'm going to be criticizing these 7 films or however many he's listed, and I say they're not exactly home runs, like, are you saying they're bad? Like,
So
what
they're triples. They're really, really good. Is that
Tell
what
us-
you mean?
Yeah,
tell us what you mean.
No.
The
animated
euphemism I
Spider-Verse.
hear him use quite a bit is, well, it's not a perfect movie.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not a
okay.
perfect movie. It's
Okay.
like, could you name one, Chris? The perfect movie?
Oh, he'd say Blade Runner. He'd say,
Ah,
I
yes,
knew it was
I've watched
perfect
it
from the moment I
5
watched
times.
it.
Yeah, after 5
Give a lot
times,
of lists, though.
after 6 times, what is it?
I think it was 5 times, and then he
5
like,
times.
I think so, or 4, something
And
like
he
that.
finally was able to take everyone's opinions and absorb them.
You know, the thing is, he might be lying, and he still doesn't get it or anything. He's just finally said, you know what? Yeah, I get
He
it.
gave
Well,
up
that
after
was
the
that
5th
one
try. He
in
was like,
the-
fuck this,
Well,
I'm
The
out.
book, No Country for Old Men, that he felt the same way. It's like, oh, damn.
I think
Really?
you can
Jeez.
make a good argument that Chris Stuckman is a replicant, like in its beta phase, trying to figure out, just emotions.
He's a Nexus 3.
I'm gonna find him and be like, "There's a turtle in front of you that's turned on his back. It's baking in the hot sun. And
Yeah.
You're not
Just-
helping it, Chris."
It was slowly
Why
zooms
aren't
into
you
him and he's
helping it?
sweating like, oh god.
Films, both of them being terrific. The way I view the two Spider-Verse movies is kind of the same way I view The Invisible Man and Split and Get Out and other films that Blumhouse has produced. Because Blumhouse has produced a lot of other movies as well.
That's
but
right,
those
Chris, they
three really do
Very
seem
good.
like, damn, where'd those come from?
You get what he's saying?
implying?
You get what he's saying?
You're babbling.
Did you
So
pick it
the
up?
other ones, you would not say, "Damn, where did those come from?"
It's
in
that thing
surprise,
again.
implying
You have
that there's
this
a certain kind of
huge library of
quality
films.
to expect.
3 of them. Wow, they're great. The others, well,
They're not exactly home run.
What
Yeah,
others?
moving on.
What others?
And also, again, it is just an interesting way of squaring it away because now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Avi Arad and Amy Pascal, they're both producers on the Spider-Verse films, right?
Oh,
Am
so
I
it's not too
totally
bad.
mistaken?
No, Amy Pascal, when she was taken, she used to be CEO of Sony. Then there's the Sony hack. But on her way out the door, as she's being replaced, she put herself in charge of Spider-Man and her
Yeah,
production
she's
company.
okay,
Yeah.
and so she is. Yeah, so there's that, and also
With
aren't Phil
Avi
Lord and
Arad.
Christopher Miller, aren't they producers on them as well? They were the directors of the first movie. They didn't direct the second one, but they're producers, right?
Yes, they are. Of the
They are,
How
yeah.
does that get squared away in the world of Chris Stuckman?
Those fucking producers, man. Not creatives at all. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Some studios have really good instincts, and they can pick filmmakers and stories across the board that, for the most part, are going to be at least decent. I look at a studio like A24.
Which meaning that there are films that are bad and studios that more consistently choose worse filmmakers to make bad films.
And the creators that are at least decent, they'll pick.
Yeah, what do
It's
you
like-
mean at least decent? It's like, so there are creators who are not decent.
Yeah.
Good old Chris.
And
That's
Chris,
not
is there a,
celebratory.
Chris, is there a way to identify a non-decent creative? Can we do that? Is it
Yeah,
possible?
Muller.
There's
In-
no
it was
such thing as
instinct.
Chris Stuckman's mind.
It's instincts. We've already covered this. Gotta
So
be instinct.
instinctually, we can discover whether or not someone is shit at their job.
No, instincts. Moving on.
Oh.
Also,
Pretty
A24
much-
has quite a few stinkers.
Oh, they got
Alright.
some real shit films.
Yeah, they do.
Well,
I mean,
it's
they have
sheer
some great
volume
ones,
of
don't
stuff
get me
that they
wrong,
produce,
but, like-
isn't it? It's like, okay, inevitably some of it's going to be shit. It's just that's their MO. That's how they do things.
At a
Yeah, they
studio
take more
like
chances.
Yeah.
A24. Pretty much most of their movies, if you see a trailer for an A24 film, you can probably bet
gods
that it's
flip a
not
coin?
going to be terrible. That it's at least going to be.
I don't know about that.
I don't even-
honestly.
I don't know.
But there's so many
especially as
questions
time
to
goes
ask him.
on.
What
Definitely
like
disagree.
because he went with consensus before, but now we're on to like his own sort of rating system, and then it's like, so how are you determining this? And then like trailers. Can you be more specific? Give me examples. Why are you just saying this so broadly? And it's because he doesn't want to step on any toes.
Be decent and maybe even really good. And I don't feel that way with every single studio. It's like a flip of a coin. You could get one of their best efforts, or you could get another one.
You say that as though
Wow.
that only applies to studios or producers, as opposed to also applying
Another
to
one.
directors and writers, which to an
Yeah, like
extent it
sometimes
is.
you can see. Well, I mean, you can be like, "Oh, Christopher Nolan, Interstellar is going to be great," and
Or
then you can
Tenet.
watch it.
You know,
Oh,
Tenet.
and then you can watch Oppenheimer and be like, "Oh, yay, cool!" You know, like that's how it
fucking
works with individual
The same
creators.
guy with very likely hyper creative freedom made Prometheus.
Ridley Scott. Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
Because like, in my head for a second, I was like, "Yeah, that one bad alien film," and I was like, "Oh, that's two of them."
Oh,
Wait
Mama,
a
you sweet
second.
summer child, you.
Oh,
Because-
hey, we were reminded today of Dark Fate for some reason, and James Cameron wrote the story for that. Co-wrote the story
That's
for
true.
that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
it was
I mean,
because
I mean, again, James
Linda
Cameron
Hamilton
changing
said
what-
she's not
Yeah,
going to come
yeah.
back.
What happened to you, James? What happened? Why do you want to make Avatar films?
because it's a
Why?
fetish. It's literally that's it.
Oh yeah, he wanted to see a pregnant
You're
woman going to war.
scientifically, genetically engineered to be sexualized.
And I do think it comes down to the filmmaker they're working with and whether or not they back off and give that filmmaker the freedom they need to tell a
To make a shitty
cohesive,
movie.
coherent story.
What if they
Chris,
can't
what happens if
tell a
their- what
coherent,
happens if their
cohesive
creative
story?
vision isn't coherent or cohesive?
You know what his fundamental problem is? He sees all creatives through the lens of how he views himself. And
Yes,
presumably
I am creative.
Yeah,
I'm
and
team
presumably
creative.
he views himself in high regard, and so he takes his experience of making his own film and assumes that it's always like that. Everyone has a great creative vision that they're going to bring to life, and it's awesome, and the only thing that can ever get in the way is a studio meddling in it. That's his fundamental problem.
It's very idealist,
everyone.
isn't it?
I mean, we see how
It's-
that plays out. You know, A24
Very
gave
naive.
$30 million to Ari Aster, and we got Beau is Afraid. That movie's a fucking mess. There's nothing coherent and cohesive about that movie. The movie's a giant pile of spaghetti on the floor. That's what happens when you
It's,
put the
it's a
thing in whatever you
wonderfully
want.
it's a wonderfully naive and idealistic view of how films get made. That anyone creative is just this beautiful shining light, and the studio is like this
Meanie
gigantic.
producers.
Yeah, the producers are like
holding
this
them back.
horrible dark cloud that just
Getting
descends
their
on any
claws
production.
into everything.
Well, can we just almost reset a bit with how it's like, how does this work? You go, well, there's a guy who has a little camera and he's like, woo, look at me go, I can make things that entertain people. And there's another guy who's like, I kind of like I like the cut of your jib. I've got money. I can get you technology and people, and you can make a movie for me that'll make me money and you money, and we'll create something pretty neat. How's that? And they shake hands. And then the guy starts filming, and then the guy with the money says, ooh, I don't want dinosaurs in this. And then the guy's like, but I love dinosaurs. And it's like, we're gonna have to sort this out because I'm paying, and you're the guy who thinks he can tell the story best. We're gonna have to settle this. And it can go both ways, and it can be a good thing and a bad thing. That's what I mean. Like in theory, like I said, it was an idealistic point of view. It actually, in a sense, isn't, because in his worldview, studios just can't add anything worthwhile, nor can producers. It's just
Which
not
is,
a thing.
it's just bizarre. Like, there's never a point where a producer could look at a film and go, maybe like the character should say this instead, and it's like it must necessarily make the film. I mean, you know, like to get more to like I guess a more fundamental thing. There are some producers who like movies.
Yeah,
like
there are.
There
There
are
are.
some of them who like movies. And
I mean, they
enjoy
all-
storytelling.
Yeah, they all don't want to take you spirit cooking and have your children play Twister at Tom Hanks' house.
No.
Sorry, did that get too dark?
What?
What?
Always with the Tom Hanks, Gary.
Mean that every writer is going to be great. Two of the writers of Madam Web worked on another film in the Sony universe that has been heavily criticized called Morbius.
Did you catch how that's the harshest you'll ever catch him by him saying,
Yeah.
I'm not saying every writer is great. Someone made Morbius.
Well,
Well,
but then it's not
funny
like
because even
I
the way
thought
he said
Morbius
it-
was shit. It's
Yeah,
like some
everybody
other people
criticized it.
criticized it.
Exactly. He's so. Why can't you just own a position? Why can't you just say you think that they wrote a bad film?
Yeah, just in case anyone thought it's such a weird way of speaking, because like I think a lot of people will be like, yeah, he did just criticize the Morbin movie, but at the same time he's already said he won't be bashing movies, but he also criticized it in a way that was more so everyone else did. You know, like, so if it's an aggregately, in a sense, like if it's aggregate bad, does that mean that the film is bad? Or are you having your own opinion here?
No, he just has to bow to reality at certain points and say, like, other people thought that this was bad. The general consensus seems to be that this was a terrible movie, but I'm not saying anything about it.
Yeah,
He's having his cake and eating it too, in the sense of I will
Because
present
I'm a
reality.
celebrator.
I will present reality, but I will not implicate myself in the negativity.
And then you
even
shake
though,
him,
you know,
and you're like, Chris, say something bad about Morbius, and he goes, well, it wasn't a home run.
Yeah.
I honestly,
It's just
like,
like,
if filmmaking doesn't work out for him, I think there's a great career in politics ahead for him.
Yes.
I
like-
mean, maybe, honestly, because like this shit seems to work. It's I remember it really is like kind of the black pill where you realize that you can say something incredibly mean, but if you say it in a nice, polite tone of voice, you can get away with it. Like, you can just slip away. You can get away with saying something harsh. Meanwhile, if you speak in a harsh way, but you're saying something that's pretty tame or even positive, just because of the tone of voice, it can be read in a certain way.
Yeah, the British have been getting away with it for years, centuries.
Story. That doesn't mean that every
Oh, and so, yeah, the way I've edited it now is he said you don't always have great writers, but he will not be bashing Madam Web because it's the studio that fucked him up. But he's just admitted that Morbius, I probably had some bad writers. And you're like, does he know who wrote
Does he
Morbius?
know?
Does he know?
Wow, because this seems like one of the few cases where people have actually looked into who wrote Madam Web.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time people just don't know who write films. But with this one, it feels like a lot of people are really aware of that.
If he
It's
knows,
really important. It's really, really important. There's that news of Marvel retooling, and if it's a very long article in the Hollywood Reporter, but they tell you who's rewriting Fantastic Four, and it's people who wrote Black Widow.
Yes.
Superb.
Well, because the guy who's directing Fantastic Four was one of the directors on WandaVision.
Yes.
It is a little it's a little crazy when you start to see it's like, oh, and what did you have before this that you wrote? Oh, one episode of television or like one short film. Here you go. You're writing a feature film for Marvel that's going to cost $200 million to produce. And then once you do that, it's like, oh, you can get your own TV show. You can get your own, you get to direct the next Avengers film. I don't get it. I don't understand how that is the way that it works. Like, it seems to me that the normal way is you have to direct a bunch of films before they're confident enough to give you that much money to make a film for them. Or confident in, that you're going to deliver something that either people are going to find super entertaining or that's going to be critically acclaimed.
I don't know if they bring these people in on like multi-project contracts. So they say like, we're going to start you on this one, but you've got like 3 more things scheduled in, and it'll be something. It'll either be TV episodes or it'll be a movie, whatever.
I think there's been a few overall deals.
Most of it's like they're casting directors now. That's all they're doing. It's something they can virtue signal about, and it's their approach because it's a producer-driven market now, and that's not what film used to be. Producers had a big part in it, but the director still was in the driver's seat. Much less so for television. For television, it was the producer, head writer, writer's room. Director just kind of did what the head writers told him to do. That's what's happening in film now. So that's why, in the beginning of the MCU, they had some pretty decent directors, Kenneth Branagh, but then they got away from them, Joss Whedon, because they were becoming a pain in the ass because they wanted to be creatively in charge.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Right,
Like,
famous case.
Remember how he said that the MCU, he didn't include the MCU, and he said it was Sony-based, which is really weird, when we've got many examples of creative people leaving the MCU because they can't stand how it works. And we've not just in Phase 5 or Phase 4, it's like we're going all the way back to fucking Phase 2, man. Like,
like all the way back to the Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, and then, Scott Derrickson, but nobody cared because he got replaced by Sam Raimi, so who cares about what he wanted to make for Doctor Strange 2? That one I'll never get over. Like, that's crazy to me. That was a guy who left because he felt like his creative vision couldn't be realized and nobody gave a fuck. Like, nobody cared.
Because people like Sam Raimi more than him, that's why. It's, simple as. Yeah, because that's what I mean. This process that he's highlighting is so inept in terms of the actual information we have. Fucking Edgar Wright, that's like one of the most famous ones.
Well, it's just weird. It's like, oh yeah, this is a problem with Sony. It's like, yeah, it's not a problem with Disney though, huh? Like,
no, I know, right? It's a problem everywhere, and it's how you work with it. James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Some people here didn't like it. Some people did, but it did okay. Then he effed off,
It was his movie. I wouldn't deny that. That's the thing. I wouldn't have expected anyone would. He would probably say, "No, the studio didn't get to touch that one." You'd be like, because people liked it. Is that how we, how do we figure this out? And
how do we work this?
I think the reason he said the Sony-based one is to imply the Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home don't have
even
this
though they're
same.
Sony films.
This is what I'm
They're Sony
saying. Like
films.
but why? Because in terms of aggregate scores, those do well. Like people on the whole like score them high. So he can't include that with Morbius, can he?
Right now, it's safe to shit on Sony. Everybody's up for shitting on Sony. Meanwhile, ignoring, first of all, that they make other films, but also that there are the films that some of these, some of the liked films, the generally liked films, the MCU Spider-Man films are Sony. They are like joint Marvel Studios, sure, but Columbia Pictures distributes them. They pay most of the bills and they make most of the money. That's why they don't want to give up Spider-Man, because they want to keep making money from Spider-Man films.
Yep.
But like, you have to take those as part of the equation. If you liked Homecoming or Far From Home or No Way Home, or you like the Spider-Verse films, like Sony financed those films. There's no getting around it. They financed those movies.
And so, this section is just, if only there were a way we could discover the, let's say, aptitude of the writers that are attached to Madam Web. If only there were interviews maybe available, or comments from them that could tell us their insights and their points of view. Maybe if you just this is what I mean. I'm like memeing, but it's like it is so easy, man. You just type their name in and you've got it.
You just do a little Google search.
Do a little research before you make a video. Sounds strange, I know.
The writer is going to
remember. He's the one with the insight. He's the filmmaker. We're just the plebes that make fun of everything, get mad at everything all the time.
That'd be great. 2 of the writers of Madam Web worked on.
Like I legit don't know that he knows that the people who've worked on Morbius had any connection to Madam Web. I don't know if he knows that for sure.
Isn't that what he's saying right there? Though?
No, I mean, like, in the sense of how the studio is entwined with them. As in, so he's saying, right, that they're not responsible, but the writer for Morbius is proof that not all writers are great. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, again, having you, and also, I don't know if he knows, but the writers for Morbius have written shit for always. That they've only written garbage.
Only
Gods of Egypt, Dracula Untold.
Goddamn
they only
studios
write
every
shit
time.
Movies. They write shit movies that fail, which is why I don't understand how they have a job.
They just have really bad luck. They just have really bad luck with the studios meddling with all their films.
Yes, every single time. Yeah, with Dracula Untold and Gods of Egypt and the story.
Yeah, some of you guys are laughing, but it's a great tragedy of creativity.
Yeah, who
This
knows
man-
what we would have
this
gotten
man
from
has
the writers
written-
of Morbius if they had creative freedom.
This man has written flop after flop, and you're laughing. How could you?
Another film in the Sony universe.
Yeah, so what we're about to see is 2 of the writers of Madam Web having an interview.
That has been heavily criticized, called Morbius.
How excited are you to have people finally see the movie?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, it's been years that we've been working on this thing, and the time has finally come to unveil it to the public. So, yeah.
Okay. So I'm a diehard Spider-Man fan. Been reading the comics since I was 6. I think it was Amazing Spider-Man as a 216.
Yes.
Okay, 216. So I'm like, how are they gonna? I've seen
I was curious about that because
210.
the film. How are they going to get around the whole Spider-Man of it all, having Madam Web and not Spider-Man? And you figured it out. How did you crack that?
Well, I always wanted to tell a story about a woman who was seeing the future, thought she was seeing the future.
Oh yeah, so I put on the question was how are you going to get around the Spider-Man of it all, and this is his answer.
And I'd be like, if you thought you were seeing if you saw visions of the future, you would probably think that you were losing your mind. And so telling that story and then finding the character within the Spider-Verse, that we told that story, and in searching through everybody, Madam Web has no backstory. And so that really
outta
gave
here.
us-
What answer is this?
Answering the
She has
question
no
without
backstory.
answering it at all.
Is he
Great.
saying there is no Madam Web in this universe? So she basically doesn't exist. So she doesn't have a backstory
That's how they
established
treat
in this universe.
most of the source.
It's like
so we can do whatever we want to do with it.
It's like they think she's a blank canvas that they can do whatever they want with. That's what it
Pretty
seems
much.
to me.
Not
which
that
is how
she's
they
a
treat all the
character.
characters anyway.
Yep.
Mhm.
But also, just that doesn't answer the question at all.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I mean, of course. I mean, they really
He's not done
respected the
yet.
lore.
No,
he's not done. Oh, it
He's
gets
not
it gets
done yet.
worse. It gets worse.
The character within the Spider-Verse, that we told that story, and in searching through everybody, Madam Web has no backstory. And so that really gave us a lot of freedom and all the SJ, everybody, the freedom to tell the story that they felt would be, right now, but still set in 2003 so that you could have the song.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Right now, but also 20 years ago.
It's
So
just
really-
nonsense.
He doesn't
It's
call it even,
nonsense.
make it in 2013.
It is
You know what?
actual
Hey,
nonsense.
that was just a word salad. It's
Yeah,
pretty
it
much
is.
like he had that stock answer for any question. It's like, fine, I'll just
And
bend
yet it was
slightly
still very
to it.
poorly rehearsed.
Yeah.
Well, it makes me wonder, don't you guys do rehearsals? Don't you?
You're
do you
writers.
think about what am I
You're the
going to
writers.
ask?
This is
what
your
am I going to
script.
be asked?
This is your film. How is this the best you could muster?
I feel like we could make
It's
up
like
better
you had
reasons.
to learn about. It's like he's taking a test on somebody else's story.
Yeah.
Not that he is the source of all knowledge that the story is from.
It is making a lot of sense to me, the dialogue quality in
Yes.
Madam Web. listening
Yes,
to
this is exactly what I'm getting at. Like, you go look into the people who created it, you're like, wait a minute, how the fuck are you guys creating this? Who gave you this? Like, what's going on? You check their histories, you're like, oh my god.
That they felt would be, right now, but
I love
still
that
set
cut.
in 2003 so that you could have the song Toxic.
Nothing he
I
said
feel
made
like
any
he's,
fucking sense.
I feel like this is one of those stories where you have someone who's sneaking into an event, like an assassin or something, and they're trying to steal like diamonds off a lady or something, and so
he gets cornered on the red carpet.
Yeah,
He's
he
just gonna
gets
walk
cornered,
through
and he's
it.
not actually the writer. He just has to come up with bullshit on the fly, so his cover isn't blown, so he could go through with the mission and steal the diamonds.
Or this guy like an alternate reality version of the guy on the Game Awards, the Bill Clinton kid, who got up on
Yeah.
stage.
Yeah,
exactly.
Pretending like he belongs there.
The man had a plan, all right? Say what you will, but he had a plan.
And to be absolutely clear, he was asked, how did you get around the fact that, Spider-Man, you got to get around that. And he says, I wanted to tell a story of a woman who could have premonitions, and Madam Web's perfect because she doesn't have a backstory.
Yeah, so they had this. They had the story before Madam Web.
Like, you didn't even
So they
mention
had this
Spider-Man,
story.
but okay. Like,
Yeah.
Spider-Verse.
I feel like an easy answer to that would be, why would I have to work around the Spider-Man of it all? This is Madam Web.
Yeah,
You know,
you
this is a
say it was
prequel.
easy.
Yeah,
We
it's a
just
prequel
focused on a
story.
different
Yeah.
character story. Yeah.
My take on, well, first of all, I agree with Karam. Just so you know, Karam started the entire process, and then
So he's in on the robbery, by the way. So
Yeah.
they're both in
Oh,
on
yeah.
the robbery, and they're being caught. I'm totally in with Karem. I'm gonna make up his name.
Yeah, like
who's
he's-
in here?
Krem's a name. Krem.
Krem,
Yeah, Krem, my friend.
Krem.
Krem, that's a name.
Call him Cream.
I love
I'm
that.
looking over his shoulder, like, can I get a production person here and to, like,
I know.
pull me away?
Oh,
He's
dude,
scoping out an
it's
exit so he could run away.
Drigger's honestly
other-
funnier than that. Listen to who he was looking for that he couldn't find.
with
Yes.
Karam. Just so you know, Karam started the entire process, and then
He's my pitch man.
my writing partner vanished.
My writing partner.
Smart lad.
It's so
Dude,
funny.
I love
'Cause he
that-
was,
I
he was
love
looking
that.
for a lifeline and he couldn't get it.
I couldn't get it. I love that bottom line, the Spider-Man of it all. That's a good title for a video someday.
Yeah.
The Spider-Man of it all.
And then one of the things that we added to it was the three Spider Women, who we meet them in a place where they haven't become yet. So really,
We meet them in a place where they haven't
And
become yet.
ironically, we leave them in a place where they still haven't become them yet.
Yeah. Yes. But maybe
we figured we'd introduce them to the story, traumatize them deeply, and then the film ends. So we're having lots of fun.
Yeah.
one of the reasons we set it back in time is so that, first of all, Dakota Johnson could be in the movie.
What does that even mean? We set it back in time so that Dakota Johnson could be in it. Nothing about that statement makes any sense.
Dakota
to me.
Johnson can only exist in
in a film
2003.
that was set in 2003.
We even said all the interviews to be in 2003 as well.
What is that?
She's actually 50 years old.
Did anybody
There is no Dakota Johnson. She died in a car crash 3 years ago.
in the Amazon while she was researching
In the Amazon while
spiders?
she was researching spiders.
But most importantly, to see three young women who, are destined, maybe, hopefully, if things go right, to become great
Don't bet on it,
heroes.
buddy.
Was he-
As
'cause
long
he-
as Ben dies, yeah.
He was almost about to say to see three women become heroes. It's like, oh right, that didn't happen in the movie. Whoops.
To see a woman set up three other
yeah.
women to become
Yeah.
heroes maybe one day, perhaps.
Absolutely not that where we start, which is the essence of the Spider-Man character, I think.
That's the essence of the Spider-Man character, is it?
Is
the
becoming a
essence of
hero.
Spider-Man. Yeah.
Spider-Man is three young women who haven't become heroes yet, okay? Don't question it.
That's
They
Spider-Man.
haven't become yet.
Spider-Man is, I think the reason why people love Spider-Man, or I do, is that he just seemed the closest to me.
I don't believe
Right.
you. I don't
He
believe
seems
you.
the closest to you, so that's why you
No,
love
it's
him.
just, I love Spider-Man. Do you?
I don't.
I don't know about
I don't
that.
even. I don't love Spider-Man. I think he's really cool and he's neat, but I wouldn't say like, no, I don't love Spider-Man. There's not a long list. Of,
Well, no, I'm just asking if they do.
No.
Like, really?
No,
When they say,
no,
I
no.
love Spider-Man. Do you really? Really? Who do you think you're convincing? Like, no, you don't.
they just want to be. They just want to leave. They're in fight or flight mode right now, and they just want to go elsewhere. They just
they're
want to
not
skirt
eager
through
to
this
answer
night.
Any questions about their own movie? Like, I don't know. Jeez.
Spider-Man character,
It's
I
the
think.
essence of Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man is. I think the reason why people love Spider-Man, or I do, is that he just seemed the closest to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Ugh.
16-year-old.
It was grounded.
Grounded.
Yeah, I'm very
trying to
grounded.
get
Are you a
girls, that kind of
16-year-old?
I'm a Hollywood writer. I'm very grounded.
I just. He's got
It should
nothing.
have
He actually has
been
nothing to
grounded.
say. He's got nothing to
They
say.
can't say anything about their own movie that they got paid a lot of money to write.
Well, think about all the people out there who would kill to be in a position where they're wearing a nice tux, they're on the black carpet, and they're being interviewed by somebody about the film that they wrote and the characters that they made. People would kill to have this kind of opportunity, to have that be their job. And he's just like, I don't know.
And we all love Spider-Man
For
because he's
a
grounded.
second, Rags, I thought you were going to say people would kill to write Madam Web, and I just thought, nah, not really.
Probably is someone out there who would have been like, I would have fucking done
There's
it.
someone out there who's really disappointed with it as an adaptation of the Madam Web story and
Yeah.
character.
Yeah, they might have said I would kill just to make sure it never happened. I would get in a time machine and Hitler gets a pass, but I got to make sure that Madam Web does not get made.
You could do it like in Futurama, where they keep going back in time to sort things out, and then they they want to stop at Hitler to kill him, but eventually they're doing it so fast that Farnsworth's like, I'll just shoot him out the window as we travel. The little sniper.
Stuff like he was grounded, and so then in telling another Spider-Man story, or in the Spider-Verse, we'll say, it was like we wanted to just take a woman who didn't have any special powers and didn't know what was in store
Didn't
for
have
her.
any special
Well,
powers.
you know,
What do you mean?
God
Madam
willing.
Web is clairvoyant.
Excuse
Or
me?
does he mean
She
he's
is a
ahead of
paramedic?
He means
But
before.
if ahead of, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but Peter Parker didn't have any powers.
Well, yeah, but
before he
that's
got bit by the
everyone
spider either.
almost. There's hardly any
Actually,
of the heroes
that's
overall.
Madam Web's
majority.
a mutant, so she did have the power.
Ah, yes, that's right. But not in this
Not in
interpretation.
this
They
No.
wouldn't know
one.
that because they probably didn't pick up a single
Well-
comic book.
Well, to be fair, Frank, she had no backstory, so.
That's true. She had no,
No
backstory.
backstory.
You know,
Well,
it's
that's
like Madam Web never, ever, ever been written about before, ever. It's a totally original new idea.
You know, the movie opens this weekend. Big box office, big success. Sony says, let's do it.
I love that you chose to cut in on his face there.
That guy,
expression,
that guy's thinking, man,
he knows.
I'm so glad I didn't choose royalties
Yeah,
over
this-
salary.
He fucking
yeah,
knows.
This dude, he doesn't need to be Madam Web to know where this movie was going to go box office wise.
Also, cameraman, what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing,
Yeah.
cameraman? What's
Yeah.
this? I don't want to look at the back of Screen Rant Man's balding
I think
head.
it's the interviewer's fault. He's moved around and the camera's static.
You think so, yeah.
Movie opens this weekend. Big box office, big success. Sony says, let's
Look
do
more
a sequel.
uncomfortable
Have you
quick.
thought about where the story will go?
I mean, I've got plenty of ideas, and after the movie,
Why
I'm
are you
going to
laughing?
track down the executive in charge of this and tell them all of them.
Was that you?
Wow.
Oh, sure. We have
Sure you will.
Oh,
I got so many
cringe is
ideas, man.
palpable.
The ideas, they're just pouring out of me. So many ideas.
So many,
Yeah.
I just can't even say a single one. It's like,
Oh.
I'm telling you, maybe 5% of them are approaching quality.
Well, one of the wonderful things about this movie is that not only Miss Madam Web, becoming a hero, but you have these three incredible women who also are on their own journeys, both together and apart. So,
Sure,
there are a
definitely.
lot of possibilities.
There's a lot of
yeah,
character- I mean,
they
and-
become
and
real
say
heroes
nothing
by
of-
the end.
The guy asked
Yeah.
him,
Do they
like, where
just
does
let
Madam Web
people walk
go
behind there?
in the future? The first answer was, I got ideas. The second answer was, lots of possibilities.
Yeah. So
I mean,
it's just
she's blind and
non-answers.
paralyzed, so I don't think she's going to go too
Yeah,
many places. To be
Well,
fair,
that can't be undersold. That the origin story of this movie is she loses her ability to walk and see. That's it. She has the
those
powers.
are the
at
powers
beginning.
she gains.
Yes. And she takes three women on various journeys that are basically porn scenarios, and we don't get the money shots.
This
Yeah.
interview really is like two aliens
Yeah.
who have
A
been
little bit, yeah.
transported onto Earth, and they don't know they just don't know what to do, and they're trying to seem human.
Yes.
So weird.
Who's a villain who maybe won't be quite so villainous at some point in the future. We'll see.
But sometimes what I've
I mean,
learned
he's dead.
and what I've experienced
He's dead.
myself.
Yeah, he got
He is
crushed by the
dead.
Pepsi
No,
What are
Cell.
you
hey,
referring to?
no one's ever really gone, and he's multiverse, so yeah.
Okay.
Ah, true. Yeah.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Everybody's
Ezekiel.
dying to see more of Ezekiel Sims.
Sims,
Well,
yeah, he was really good.
I honestly am. I loved every line he said.
He was.
I like the beginning where he shot that pregnant woman to death. That was really,
My
really
favorite part was
endearing.
my favorite part was when his lines didn't match what he was saying on the screen.
Ooh, the ADR was brutal.
It
in
was
that film.
bad.
Yeah, it was
everyone
rough.
everyone has noticed the ADR on that. It seems it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
oof,
it's terrible.
not great.
Um,
You had the
And,
actor.
Anyway, the fact that he's like, got this position of don't be bashing the creatives. It's like, what if they're dumb as fuck and they say insane things and they talk, their justifications for making this horrible shit is like almost to the point we can't even understand what they're saying.
It's
What about
nonsense. What they just said was nonsense through and through.
I do like the idea of maybe the Screen Rant interviewer guy asks them a legitimately tough or critical question, and Stuckman shows up in like a superhero outfit, and he stands between them and he says, "Get away from those artists, fiend. Go and interview someone else."
Did the studio send you? He's like, no.
Fundamentally, this might be something that you guys have discussed as well before I got here, but fundamentally, like, criticism isn't about being mean. Like, you don't have to be a nasty person to criticize something. If it's constructive, well-meaning criticism, like if you really care that much about being polite and not hurting the feelings of the creatives, you can provide constructive criticism of where their movie went wrong and suggestions for how they might have done it better. That's not a bad thing, but that would involve you having to actually like put some effort in, and you'd have to make more than a 5-minute long video listing all the production information about the film.
Furthermore, you don't even need to attribute the bad writing to anyone. You can just leave it open. You can just say the writing is bad because it is. You don't even need to say the writers are stupid.
You have a platform to, while you are criticizing movies and praising them, you also are in a position where you can show your chops and how good you are at making stories. See, here's what I would have done if I was a writer for a creator, a director for one of these movies. Not saying that I ever will be, of course. But if I was, I would do this and this and that, and here are the issues.
Yeah, and it's not about tearing them down. It's about showing them a different way that they might have done things and they might have approached it. And it's giving them feedback that will probably stand them in good stead going forward. It's like criticism is a vital tool for a creative to get better at what they do. Because if you just tell them that everything that they make is amazing when it's absolute dog shit, they're never going to have any incentive to improve.
It's a vital tool for life. Not just art.
Yeah.
We all have to deal with it in our own way.
It's not negative. That's the point.
Yeah.
On my film, but on scripts that I've optioned to some studios, and it went nowhere, is that when people have power over you as a creative, when they're paying your bills and they're paying you well, they can tell you to do anything.
No, they tell you to do anything because that's what you signed.
These are very like the contracts to these must be insanely thorough.
When they pay you, they're like, so this money is what's in this series of papers, and you go, what's in these papers? And it says I get final say on basically everything, and you're like, you want to sign? You get the money, but you also don't get to be 100% free to do whatever you want. Some people would say that's kind of normal.
Yeah, I mean, would you take a job getting a whole bunch of money to be able to make a big Hollywood movie that everyone will know about if you know going in that this movie is going to be 80% my vision?
When I see it from the studio's point as well, it's like, okay, we're going to invest $100 million of our cash into this movie, and we're hiring you, we're paying you a good old whack of money as well, and the stipulation is that we have to have final say over what you make, because, it's our money.
$100 million.
I think that's something that needs to be, it's like people need to be reminded. It's their money. They're the ones who are incurring the big financial risk potentially on a film. Now, does that mean that they should be able to, what's the point of hiring a director if you're just going to make every single decision and they don't get to say anything at all? Like, why would you pick any given director unless you thought that their ideas would be more worthwhile, more interesting, or in a more cynical sense, more likely to make money? But I mean, they're probably going to have an opinion on what's happening in the film, given that they're the ones who are financing it.
And this is the annoying thing, like, because it puts us in this uncomfortable position of having to defend these giant studios who often fuck things up. But like at the same time, the reality of the world that they live in and the way that they finance these movies, you can't just ignore it and say, oh, it's so unfair. This is how it's done, and it's done because they're the ones who pay for it ultimately.
It's
which
very
sucks,
easy.
but that's...
If you don't go in with a mindset of realizing that it's very easy to be critical of other people's money,
But imagine that was your money that you were spending on a movie, and you're
Mhm.
taking out a huge. I mean, again, $100 million is not possible to conceive of. Really, it's just a number.
Yeah, that's
We
an
have to
immense
come up
amount of
with.
money.
We have to come up with these like abstract ways to try and understand how much money that actually is, because our ape/dog brains just cannot fathom a number that
Well, I
is
mean, I
actually
guess
that
one
high.
way to put it into perspective, $100 million, that'll buy you, what, 30 houses in San Francisco? Like 30 houses, that'd be about as how much it is. So, you know, you can put it into perspective a little bit. It's a lot of, look, it's a lot of houses.
It is an
a lot of
insane amount
money.
of money. Yeah, and when somebody else is putting all this money forwards in a world where the reality is companies can die, companies can go bankrupt, companies can end, and that's a real thing, especially when you're dealing in these big chunks of change. So
That used to happen in old Hollywood a lot. Like one single flop would destroy a studio. So,
Yeah. And we just don't know to the extent at which studios save films. There's just no records of it, really.
Well, it's because it's not the story that people like of a producer maybe said, don't do that, and then it turns out that was the right decision. And, you know, it could be that the rationale behind the producers, you know, making that decision, it could be a really stupid one. It could be something stupid and cynical, but it could have ended up being the right decision anyway, creatively. That's possible. Or it could just be that the producer actually had a creative thought there that was more in line with what the film needed to be. That's possible. It's possible. That would be the thing that would have to be conceded. It is at least possible. It is feasible.
Not if you're Chris Stuckman.
No,
not in his world.
And you have to do it. No matter what. It's like that scene in Vampire's Kiss where Nicolas Cage is threatening to fire his secretary and he says, "You're the lowest on the totem pole."
He plays the entire scene as well.
I've chopped it, don't worry.
There you go.
Do you understand?
That face.
Well, but in essence, though, it's so funny to be like, this is so unfair. The fact that the people who gave you the money to sign a contract in which you had to perform certain actions in the work that they have offered you can actually make it so that you have to do certain things.
Imagine
You're an
if,
employee. They're paying for it.
I mean, what
They're
if you
your
paid
boss.
someone like what if you paid someone to put carpet in your house and then they were like, you know what? I'm thinking pink carpet, pink and green stripes with purple spots. And that's my creative decision for the carpet in this house. You would go, no. I'm paying you to install beige carpet. What are you doing? Like, no, listen, you can't infringe on my creative freedom here, right? I'm the carpenter, right?
Well,
People don't act this way to things that aren't movies, it seems.
we're verging on what you're supposed to do in that scenario if you don't want your creative vision destroyed. There's an option right there. You can take it if you want. That you didn't
All
sign
it
to begin
requires
with.
is you to put one foot in front of the other foot and then do that over and over again in a specific direction.
The door
It's
says
called
exit.
walking.
Yeah, you could lose your job, quit the
You can
project,
walk.
cancel out. There's so many. What do you even call it when someone says, "Woe is me, I've been given millions to not complete the story the way I want it"? It's like, man, that sucks.
I mean, and if your attitude is, but I need other people's money to make my vision a reality, it's like, well, tough shit. Welcome to that's us. That's me. I require millions of other people's dollars to make my creative visions come true on the big screen. That's everyone, Chris. Welcome to the club.
The
That's
regret,
life.
funnily enough, is not even, at least the way I understood it this whole time, was not that the studio has prevented the creative from making the creative decision. The tragedy is usually they ruined what sounded like a better story. That's not necessary. Like, that doesn't mean that happens every time a studio encroaches on a creative. That's not how that works. That is just when we have all the detail and we know that, oh, wow, that was there? That seemed out of place. And you go, yeah, it turns out the studio pushed that. And you're like, oh, I wish they hadn't. Vice versa, where Iron Man getting pushed into Civil War, right? The third Captain America film. In retrospect, that seems like it was a good choice, because they managed to bring in like a huge cast to make the film feel much more like it lives in the MCU actively, as opposed to if it was just a Cap film where he's a rogue Avenger and that Tony just doesn't show up. Like, that'd have been strange. And so if we are going to say that was a studio decision, like, oh, I mean, I guess they made it work, right? And that's kind of a symbiosis that doesn't get commented on. When the studios say, I want you to do thing, Don't know how you're going to do it, but do it. And then the creative actually manages to make something from it. They're like, damn, I didn't want to have to do this. But if I do have to, I think we could do this, 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 this. And then it's like, oh, wow, look at you both go.
There is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we've talked about it before on EFAP. That's just being able to communicate and compromise with people. They're giving something, you want something, you got to meet in the middle. This is just a part of life. It's just life. That's reality.
It's a quote that I remember from one of the Bungie vidocs for Halo 3, where they were talking about the fight, the battle between art and design. And to paraphrase, the concluding statement was along the lines of, if either art is really happy or design is really happy, then something's wrong. But if we're both kind of unhappy, then it means that we probably got the right balance. That there's that push and pull, that tug between what the artists want and what the designers want. And that the push and pull and the fighting and occasionally giving up and occasionally fighting for the thing that you want kind of synthesizes into the right balance.
Yeah.
That the idea that you're not going to ever compromise ever, it's like, well, that is just not conducive to working in a team. If you're working in a team, there's going to be compromises.
Also, a big part of being a director, being a good director, means being able to convince people of your ideas. Like, if you can't convince the studio exec who has a stupid idea, let's just agree his idea is stupid, and you're like, no, I really think it ought to be this way. If you can't convince him, then you failed a little bit too. I mean, maybe they're just the worst. Maybe they're a little tyrant who just wants whatever they want and they don't care about you at all. But a big part of being a director is being like, no, this is why I want it to be this way. It's important. All these pieces fit together. This is why. Like, that's what your job is.
Why have we made the director the person who's at the very top of the totem pole in terms of who has their creative vision, sacrosanct over everyone else? You have costume designers, you have visual effects artists, you have the script writers, you have all of these people.
Well, the reason why would be, I guess, the conclusion is that the director is the head of creative, basically.
Well,
That's the job.
Yeah, but in terms of
Yeah.
but in terms of like why, like, if you were to ask Chris Stuckman, would Chris Stuckman say, no, it's okay if the director tells the person who does the costumes that it needs to be done this way, not the way that you want it to be done, or no, this set needs to be this way, this props need to be this way, not the way you want it done, and that's okay for me to do.
Yeah, because
when ultimately what you're doing is you're telling them to do something when they're not being paid by you.
Well, right,
they're being paid by the producers just like the director is.
Formula is so clear because of the Scott Derrickson versus Sam Raimi thing. It's when two creatives clash, everyone sides with the one we think is better. So when a director, like a Peter Jackson, has conflict with, Jimbo Bajuba, who's sorting out the chainmail, and Peter says, nah, that's not good enough, you need to make it like this. We're not going to be like, trust Jimbo Bajumba, he knows what he's doing. We're going to be like, go with Peter. Peter's got like the... he knows what he's doing, and we got that sort of thing. It's like, yeah, and to an extent, that is probably the way you would need to do it, because we can't settle every single disagreement at every level of filmmaking with the budget and time we have. We just can't. We opt to go with, well, the director's going to get the final say probably, but ultimately the final say is follow the money. Like who's fucking spending on this shit? And yeah, you'll get different people saying go nuts or not. That is a simple reality. But the thing is, with how much money is bleeding out these days, I'm surprised studios aren't taking even more control. Because, like, do you think Phase 4 and 5 in the MCU is a result of the studios getting the films they wanted?
I think it's a result of Kevin Feige getting the films that he wanted.
Yep.
Yeah, like, I would say he's got to be on the hook for that. Like, he's got to be responsible. And
if the man is going to soak up the fame,
I think
if he gets to call him a Kevin Feige production.
Promoter was out. That was him, basically.
Oh, also, by the way, I've just been made aware. I had no idea this was happening. He's lost 10,000 subs for Stuckman from this
because of this video. Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Really?
What? And that's an at least. Because it's Social Blade, which is all rounded now. But yeah.
Oh no.
I guess because we will get there, but his comment section is angry.
Has he responded to any of this?
Not yet, no. I don't think so anyway.
You're creative dealing with a larger entity that has control over your creation, or at least your script or your story or your characters. When they can tell you what to do and you got to do it, it doesn't matter if you think it's insane. You have to find a way to make it work.
You don't
have always to. There's always a choice. You can always
You don't have to. Well,
Yep.
it's
This is
not
what
even
happened
just
with
that you...
the Jurassic World movie that just came out. Like they lost a director because of creative differences. He left.
Yeah.
He left.
You
He
can't-
walked. He turned
Well,
around
I mean,
and left.
even beyond the scope of you can leave, which is obviously the like that's the big old choice. You can just like you can fight with producers. You can get into arguments with them about what you think is right, and sometimes you might win and convince them, and sometimes you might lose. That's also part of the equation of making anything when there's like a
Yeah.
producer involved. It's not
Yeah,
like
with
they
someone
can't
else's
be
money,
convinced out of a perspective that they have. You can fight for your film.
It's this crazy world where you have to collaborate with lots of different people in order to get a big project like this done.
Yeah, and everyone's beholden to everybody all over the place. There's a huge chain of command, essentially, right? Like, he's saying, you just have to do what the studio says. And it's like, yeah, and the director gets to decide what the actors do, and the actors have to get to decide what their personal assistants do.
Oh, and also, like, you know, entities decide whether or not your film is rated PG-13 or if it's R-rated, depending on what parameters your film, like, whatever criteria your film satisfies.
And you
that'll
gotta work
change
with
how many
them.
people can watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go to them and say, what do we need to change? There's a reason that blood doesn't squirt out alerts once his arm and head get plopped off. I mean, you got to make some changes. You got to play in the system
Do
a
some
little bit.
sacrificing.
Because it's Yep.
And, you know, we hear about the, I think some of the famous examples would be Chevy Chase and Dan Harmon on Community. Huge breakdown of communication between an actor and a director because of creative differences. Sean Connery, and I forget the name of the director of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but that was a famous one as well. Like,
Wesley Snipes on Blade 3, he refused to fucking come out of his trailer. He wouldn't even talk to the director. He had to do it via written notes.
Oh, and that was the rumors for World War Z as well, that Brad Pitt stopped talking to the director because he was so mad about all the reshoots.
Yeah. So this happens all the time, and you can push and pull with the power that you have. You can quit, you can try to compromise, you can try to explain. What he's talking about is one tiny aspect of a very narrow operation that happens throughout all of filmmaking and all of industry, basically. But he's making it sound like...
It's so bizarre that he would say this,
Well,
as
this is
though
what I
he's
mean,
got any
he's-
position of authority.
If anything, he's damaging the conversation because he's making it seem like studios and producers are just fucking people that ruin everything.
Well, it's like, if you want to make a film that's like a $200 million blockbuster, unless you have $200 million just laying around that you can invest in that project, like, what do you believe that because you have the idea, you have an idea in your head for a $200 million blockbuster, that you're like entitled to have the means to create that, and that once you get it, nobody can say anything to you? Never mind just producers, but what about the actors? What if they disagree with you on your creative
I am
vision?
the king.
And
I
then it's
can
like,
do
well,
what
no,
I
I'm in charge. I
I'm
mean,
the
if you're
captain
paying all the
now.
bills, if you're paying all the bills, maybe you will be the one in charge. But
Well,
if not,
okay, so
like-
he's highlighted the nature of the money and the creative, like, power. When they were making notes for Melanie, don't you think you had insane money and power levels over your actors?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they knew they couldn't push back too much. They want to have the job. Because that's how it works at all levels. I don't know why we're
That's how it
highlighting
works.
this.
Unless again, you're like a Martin Scorsese who's built up enough of a reputation that you get to basically say, I want to do whatever I want, and you're allowed to
And in the
because
same-
you have the reputation.
In the same vein, the rapport that he has with someone like Robert De Niro, there's probably nothing they don't understand from each other at this point in terms of, like,
Yep, exactly.
you know, I think the character should do this. Why? This reason. Yeah, that could work. Okay. You know, like, or whatever.
Him
Like
or
the,
Leonardo DiCaprio, or you know,
Yeah.
but if it was someone new, he might not give as much of a fuck about what they have to say.
I'm not saying that's what happened on Madam Web and Morbius and all these movies, but I would not be...
yeah, because you have no idea, because you didn't look into it at all.
No, you've even
He did
admitted that you
assume it
don't know,
earlier,
but
though,
you've
so he
still
is
decided.
saying that.
He did assume it earlier, that's correct.
Surprised. Because when I look at Sony's involvement with the Spider-Verse films, I see Lord and Miller
Completely
that have had
different films.
massive success on the big screen in the past that have made...
Have you looked into what they've said? What if they said, it's a bit grueling because a lot of your choices get slapped down by the studio, but ultimately you still get to make something that people are inspired by? Like, what if they said something like that? Uh-oh.
I wonder what his opinion is on the reported crunch on Across the Spider-Verse. Good old Chris Stuckman. I wonder if he has an opinion on it.
Made
And
a
whether or
lot-
not they have any amount of responsibility for anything that would have been brought up relating to that.
of money for a lot of people and have proven themselves to be very smart at what they do. And I can totally see a company like Sony saying, why don't you guys give us your best shot and then we'll give you some notes. Now, for a filmmaker like S.J. Clarkson, who made Madam Web, she's had a long and respectable career directing television, but she's directing her first movie and it's a Sony superhero movie. When I saw Madam Web earlier today, there wasn't a single part of me that thought, wow, this is just a terrible filmmaker. I could not help.
They're really, really, really.
Wait. You gotta see how he finishes the sentence for that to make sense.
Okay.
Okay.
A terrible filmmaker. I could not help but see the myriad of evidence that has been laid at all of our feet that this is a studio that is simply retaining the rights to their characters, that does not care about the quality of this experience they're giving us.
Sure.
So
Okay.
there's nothing she could have done. Nothing she could have done.
Present us with this myriad of evidence that's been
Please.
laid at our feet.
Also, yes, help us to see what you see, Chris.
Yes.
Help us.
Because also, they didn't set out to make a shit movie.
Nope.
Sony obviously wanted this movie to make $1 billion. They wanted it to be
Obviously.
good. So they clearly did care about providing a good experience for the end user, the audience. They just weren't able to deliver it. Whose fault is that? Is it theirs or is it the creatives?
Or is it both? Or
Why
is it
would they
neither?
have meddled so much if they didn't care?
They promoted the hell out of it. Yeah, as we
They
learned.
burned
Well,
counters,
I
tap,
see,
doing
I
all the money.
see something
73.
fading in. I see something fading in here. What is
No context for
Let's
that.
look at
Yet.
some
I want to
evidence.
talk more about what he said. So this assertion that he saw the film, and by the way, this is another bashing the film. He said, like, I'm not going to call them terrible filmmakers. You're like, why would you say that in the first place? It's like, oh, because it's bad. Right, okay. But he's saying, no, there's not evidence of that. There's evidence that the studio didn't care. What if he was faced with a studio member right now, a producer who said, I worked my fucking ass off for this. I care about Madam Web. I tried to make it work. The fucking director was an inept idiot. And, like, she fucked everything up. But no, I don't care, according to you, because I'm not creative, but she is, right? Because she's got a history in TV, which automatically means I should just let her do anything she wants. Which I did, by the way. Like, if he said all this to him, I wonder if Chris would be like, oh, fuck. Like,
Well, yeah, like, not to mention her priors. You know, she did the Blood Moon prequel for Game of Thrones. They spent $30 million on that, and it will never see the light of
Canceled, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
That's
Never gonna
wild.
see it.
Oh, someone
But
make it do it. Find a way.
he's trying. He's like his whole thing is
know,
trying to
I'd wanna see
protect directors and writers from the torrent of hate that they can often get from people who don't understand that studios ruin things by expelling a torrent of hate at all the people in the studio.
Yeah.
Like, how does this make any
Studios
sense?
have
And
only
in the
gained
process-
from
I love
this.
the idea of like studio executives watching Chris Stuckman's video and being like, "Oh."
But also, in
They
the
don't do
process
that.
as well,
Why is he so mean to me?
stripping the director of any of her autonomy or capacity
Yep.
to make any choices whatsoever.
Yeah, you're saying there's nothing she could have done. Nothing. That she
No,
was just
nothing she
a
could have done.
slave to the
This is-
producer.
She was helpless.
Well, Rags.
She
Why
was
did
a
they hire her?
producer.
He said there was a myriad
Remember,
of evidence
she
that that's
is a
the case.
producer.
Yeah, this is a
Okay.
golden tablet situation. He's not going to share this divine knowledge with the rest of us. We're just going to have to
No, he's not.
take it on. We're just going to have to take it on faith from Chris of all of these things. That would be a neat thing to point out, but I guess you don't want to be mean.
Two things.
So much
really
for being
quick.
a reviewer.
Worth remembering that she is also an executive producer. The other thing is
Yes.
that he just got finished saying, "No, I don't know that this happened," and now he's like, "There's a myriad of evidence that this definitely happened."
What's the
Part of it
evidence?
is that he's come away with a really. He's done something really stupid. He's like made the apt observation that Sony is making these films so that they can retain the rights to Spider-Man, which is true. But then he's like run away with it to this weird world where it's like, oh, well, they don't, you know, if they make a piece of shit that doesn't make any money, who cares? You know, they don't care. It's like, you think they don't care? You think Sony doesn't care that this film is not going to make its money back and that everybody thinks it sucks? You don't think
They
that they
only have to gain. They have more than anyone else to gain. They not only literally get to make more money, they have now created a character and an IP that they can use to hopefully make money into the future. Now is the time. Like, if you're Sony, if you're not Disney and you're interested in superhero stuff, now is the time to fucking strike as hard as you can and make the best shit that you can, because Disney's dominance over superhero stuff, it's basically done.
Now is when you need to be cashing in all of the chips that you can on making a great movie to pry away that, you know, that Disney clout, that Disney dominance. They're fading. The king is weak. It's time to strike.
When he says he has there's a myriad of evidence, what he is referring to is when you watch the film, it's evident that the studios destroyed it, which is, as was just mentioned, incredibly condescending. Because if he had the Clarkson in the call with him, and she said, "Bro, that's my movie. That it is the way that I want it to be." What the hell? I honestly imagine he would fucking crumble.
No, wait. Look, I'm not saying. Look, okay. I'm just saying. I love movies. I love movies. Okay. I love filmmaking. You know, it'd just be like it would just completely crumble. I imagine that this position isn't held with that much conviction at all.
Yeah, and I guess on top
he's
of that,
caught himself in a terrible position where he can't admit that. Yeah, creatives, and like people who make movies and writers and stuff. Yeah, they could be shit. They can be bad. They can do bad jobs.
It was revealed to be in a dream.
That's the way he talks about it.
Yeah. Well, so this is all under the context of him saying he's on his filmmaker's journey and he's done several videos on that, and a lot of people are defending him, saying he knows better than all of us because he's a filmmaker now. And I wonder if maybe in 10 years, kind of like we were talking about earlier, if he goes on his producer journey and then gives us the producer's point of view, and then a studio journey where he's just got his own studio and gives us that. And he's like, you know what? I've done some growing. And it's just, producers actually have it a lot harder than you'd realize. Because who the fuck has ever advocated for the producer for the studio? Nobody. Because it's just not a thing you do. Yeah. It doesn't match anyone's fun narratives to say there is that producer who cares about the art and is trying to make things work, but also doesn't want to go bankrupt.
They just catch all the flack and never get any of the credit.
Yeah.
Madam Web, which lands in theaters on Wednesday, February 14, 2024, is set in 2003. It's a time Clarkson felt she knew well and embraces, with period props and a soundtrack that includes tracks from the time, including Britney Spears' Toxic, very apt for a spider bite movie. God. I remember the noughties, and I remember the 90s. That was my time, so in some ways, it was pure nostalgia, a joy to go back there. And a little hilarious, she explained. The young spiders were on set and saying things like, "Look at that phone. Oh my god, we remember that." 2003 doesn't feel like that long ago, but it was 20 years ago. That's considered a period drama now. You don't realize that.
By the way, the fact that all of the young actresses on the film were being amazed by the technology of the period accurate props is probably the most interesting thing about Madam Web that exists.
That when you're thinking the visual effects budget is going on changing cars and LED screens that are flashing, but it was a time that was fun and exciting. It is certainly how I remember it, which was my youth. There was a vibrancy and fun, and the music in Madam Web did so much of that for us as well. There also wasn't the surveillance capitalism that there is today. That was a conscious effort on our part to make sure that it was only the villain that had any of this technology, and that for everyone else, it was like, well, we know you can track things, and there are cameras around, but not to the extent that it is today. You couldn't tap into it as that option didn't exist. It was quite liberating because it meant you could tell the story without everybody getting on their smartphones. Getting Madam Web.
I don't know, man. Like the newspapers back then were pretty fucking on the ball.
That's
like,
true.
She goes on the run with these girls, and like within a matter of hours, there's like front page news about it. That people are reading about.
Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah, that's how it was back then. Newspapers were amazing things. We lost we lost something valuable.
Sure. And right after 9/11, she was able to just get on a plane, go to Peru like that
in like an afternoon.
In like an afternoon.
It was weird. It was.
I love that.
It was kind of like what like a whiplash moment in the movie where he's like, oh shit, is she going to Peru, to the Amazon right now? Oh, this is happening in the movie. Yep. She's in the Amazon. Okay.
The fuck is surveillance capitalism?
Capitalizing on surveillance. I
think she just had to throw the word capitalism in there.
She did.
The fucking Soviets. Hollywood people will be like, oh yeah, get that fucking dig in against capitalism.
Look, it's better than surveillance communism, okay?
Yeah, the communists and Soviets, they would never just like spy on you all the time and encourage you to, rat on your neighbors. No.
Yeah, they were famous for being so laid back about
it's
their
very
freedom
free
of
and open
information.
society.
Yeah.
It's very libertarian society, the communists. Yeah.
was a race against time, with the picture only being locked days before the film's theatrical release. Let me be clear, I could have worked on this for longer, but every director will say that the clock was ticking. I'm never ready, but we had exhibitors scrambling for it. It was all to do with visual effects, as those were the last things to come in. It's a very grounded film. Most of the visual effects, in terms of the clairvoyance, were done in camera with me and a diopter, making a lot of noise and smashing glass against glass and a flashlight. However, we did have a big finale sequence with many visual effects, and that took a bit of time to do. When it comes to the army of people that make me and everybody in the movie look good by bringing the visual effects to life, you want to give them as much time as possible. We also had some late additional photography, which was always needed because of the strikes. We had to wait, so we were turning those things around at the last minute. The very last shot was a computer screenshot that I did in a with 9 screens, so that took a long time to complete. That was the shot that I was biting my nails, waiting for to make sure that we could drop it in before midnight to deliver it. It was right up to the wire.
There's been too many examples of movies that all feel kind of the same. Like
interesting. It sounds like that's a director explaining her rationale for the creative decisions that she was making in the film.
No,
it was her movie.
We don't really agree that what she described had the effect she clearly hoped it and felt it did.
Nope.
But I mean, that's her film.
That just sounds like a director talking about their film that was bad, but they were talking about it like that sounds like a thought process was going into some of these decisions. A thought process that seems divorced from a producer just saying, do it. Because we own you. Like, it sounds more like, oh, well, I made these choices because they afforded me these opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Were theaters clamoring for this film, though? I question that one a little bit.
I was.
I mean, in February, there's not a whole lot going on.
Yeah.
Especially on Valentine's Day.
Oh, tell me about it.
It's just funny that Stuckman has assumed that she had, it's like, oh, well, this isn't her film, and then you just have her saying that it is. So, is she lying, Chris?
Do I believe her or you?
Is she making stuff up? Is she covering for the producers?
And for the reference,
Chris
article,
will never have read this. He will not have bothered doing any of that research.
That was the first article I found with her talking about the movie.
That's probably a lot of work, though.
Yeah, it took like 13 seconds, I would say, maybe, to find it.
No, Chris doesn't have that
took a break after that.
He doesn't have that kind of time to waste. He's a busy man.
It's unbelievable to me because of how confidently he believes he knows what's going on because of his insight as a filmmaker when he's admitted he has no idea what it feels like to work under a studio, and then he's just so provably wrong. And he doesn't respect this very strong, independent female filmmaker who is now being crushed under his low expectations of how she could deal with a studio. As if he has any fucking clue, right? He already established it, but it's true. She's been working in TV for ages. She knows how this works.
Yeah, she should know the landscape. Exactly. She knows how the game's played.
Like, yeah, sure, it's her first feature, but hasn't she directed dozens and dozens of television episodes?
Yes.
Yep. It's just like I actually feel annoyed on behalf of her, even though I thought her movie was fucking piss. That is like, yeah, let her own it. Let her be like, this is my movie, fuck you. But no, it's like, no.
Had all of the crazy stuff say, yeah, that was our script.
Well, it's just funny, right? Because if Chris was to point out things that are dumb as fuck, and then he's like, God, look at the studio's mess with that. And the studio guy is sitting there like, you know that meme with like the puppet with the eyes? It's like, that was us, yeah, sure. But then the fucking director is like, what didn't you like about that decision? And he's like, well, obviously that it wasn't yours. And she's like, right. Okay.
Mishmashed early 2000s superhero movie. They can't seem to get out of that. No.
Interesting comment, because I completely disagree. I feel like it's been forever since we've been in the early 2000s mishmash of bad superhero movies. I kind of miss that era.
I mean, it's been 20 years now. Yeah.
We've had a brand new era of abysmal films. Yeah.
The reality is that there are people listening to us right now in the audience who did not exist when those things happened.
Well, and they're a different breed, man. You go watch like what are considered really bad superhero movies of the 2000 era. It's like
Fantastic Four, Rise
Spider-Man,
of the
Daredevil,
X3, Daredevil, Catwoman,
Elektra.
Like, this is an interesting thing. It's like, how many people in chat, I wonder, is this news to? Ben Affleck played Daredevil in a movie with a pretty high budget, and he had to fight Colin Farrell's Bullseye. Do you know about this? That's
It was a wild time. It was a wild time.
Oh, hey, and it's got a director's cut that makes the movie actually a little better.
Well, that's kind of what my point is.
And I'd watch that movie.
I remember
1,000
that
times
film
over
being
this
way
shit.
more entertaining than the slop we get these
Yes.
days.
Yeah,
Because-
that
so-
Barry going meow is way more entertaining than a lot of
that movie's
stuff. Yeah,
hilarious.
it is. It's funny.
And then, if you were to actually get a little bit more serious, some of these films are better than these new Marvel films that are coming out in terms of the integrity of their scripts. Like, genuinely, some of these films are better than, like, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
I freaking love the Ghost Rider movies.
Yeah, that film's probably
Unapologetically.
better than Quantumania. It's probably better than Multiverse of Madness in
Yep.
terms of its script for its,
Yeah, and
for as bad as it is.
This is what I mean about his lack of insight. He's arguing to us that we're still in that era. It's like, no, we're not.
No, we're
Well,
not.
it's- no,
We're in a
the reason
worse
why I'm saying-
era.
The reason why I'm saying that is because that's an observation people have been making about Madam Web. And for some reason, he's broadly applied it to all the films when I don't know that anybody was saying this about Venom. That Venom
Yeah.
feels like
No
a film
one,
that
yeah.
came out
But
in the
people were saying
2000s.
that about Madam Web, at least I was, in a more positive sense. I was saying, like,
but
oh, it's
a lot of people
refreshing.
saying it-
It's
a
a
lot of
fun,
people
bad
saying it in
movie.
a negative sense. There were
Mhm.
plenty of people saying it in a negative sense. Because these are people who still think that the new Marvel films coming out now, for as bad as they were, aren't as bad as like X-Men: The Last Stand or Daredevil or Catwoman. When let's be real, again, X-Men 3, if you were to look at the writing, for as bad as it is, it's probably better than Quantumania. It's
I would
probably
say,
better
yeah.
than
I just,
Oh,
just-
yes.
yeah, just accept that it was. I mean, like movies as a process, the way that they're made, the styles that develop over time, it takes decades for these things to. When we landed on the moon in 1969, allegedly, it was Apollo 11. Apollo 11, right? It took a lot of tries, a lot of different things had to get done, Gemini and Mercury and all this stuff for us to land on the moon and actually get there. So, if you want to compare that to like the heart or the peak of Disney or of superhero cinema, which is like the MCU at its peak, a lot of stuff had to crawl out of the mud and evolve and die and try to get to what most people sort of identify with now as the apex superhero movie. So to be able to look at Madam Web and be like, oh, this feels like something that's out of time. It feels like something that's just different. It's legitimately a neat feeling to have. And oddly enough, something I kind of wish that we'd go back to in a way.
More experimental for sure. Because what's funny is like that one line from Magneto where he says Charles Xavier did more for mutants than you'll ever know. My only regret is that he had to die for our dream to live. That's better than anything in Quantumania.
Yeah, exactly. Or just
Pretty
the
smart
look
ants.
that he gives him right before he dies. And then it's funny. It feels like back then, for all of the problems that they had, they still had some general understanding of, oh yeah, the character should probably go on an arc, or there should be dramatic moments of consequence. Even these most basic sort of building blocks of storytelling that are gone now.
No matter how many times we've said to this studio, we would prefer it if you went a different way.
Well, that's not true.
Even-
Venom made $800 million, so you told them more Venom. That's what they were told. More
I'm
Venom.
still baffled
And then-
by that, if I'm honest.
I'm not
Jesus,
baffled.
how did that make
It's-
$800
it's-
million?
I know.
It's Venom. It's Venom. People like Venom. That's it.
It's true. You know, like the principal photography for Venom was just over a month. So they
No
did the
way.
principal. Yes,
Wait,
they did
really?
the principal in San
Jesus.
Francisco, and they shot it right near my wife's salon at the time when they did that big jump. You know, that jump is right near her old salon. Yeah, the
Oh,
principal
interesting.
photography was just over a month. They
Holy
turned that thing around so effing fast, man. It was crazy.
I
Well,
think
it's-
it's genuinely one of the most forgettable movies I think I've ever
Yes.
seen. Same with like Venom 2 as well. Like they just I would struggle to tell you a single thing that happened in either of those films.
And with the excellent examples of their two Spider-Verse films. And I can't help but think, who is this for? Who wins here?
The director, she won. She's very happy with
And
it.
also, remember, Chris doesn't know, as far as we know, Chris doesn't know if those two Spider-Verse films had incredible studio interference.
No.
And Lord Miller didn't actually have a lot of what they originally wanted to be in the movie. He doesn't know that.
Or at least I've been given no reason to think that.
Or
he does not. He doesn't seem to
alternatively,
know anything else.
Sony gets no props for letting them have a lot of freedom. That doesn't like go on the scorecard for good decisions that they've made.
Yeah,
It's
all
just
the-
neutral.
Yeah, they can't get a break. They get all the flack and none of the praise, regardless.
And as for who won, like, I do take some level of gratitude that we had this, in the sense that I absolutely love seeing someone genuinely try to do something and do it so horribly wrong. Like, it's just, The Room would be the go-to example, where you're just like, look at that.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking
Yeah,
hilarious?
Neil Breen
and so
is,
much
the reason we
Neil
all know-
Breen, yes.
so much
The
entertainment
reason we
comes
all
from
know
it.
that name.
Yeah, and so, like, be like, who won? It's like, well, we got to have some fun. She got to make the movie she wanted to make. The studio lost, obviously. You know, they're the biggest losers in all of this.
True. They should have had better instincts.
Kinda, yeah. Like, if only the studio had involved themselves further, or gotten the right people to make this movie, or cancelled it before
who
it ever
should we-
fucking got going.
Who should we hire to write our movie?
Is it the,
The
audience?
Morbius writers, they did a
Get the
Dr.
Gods of Egypt
Morbius,
guy.
yes.
Yeah.
It seems like it isn't, guys. Is it the creatives? Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Whoa!
Definitely.
I sense
Whoa.
this coming.
Now, creatives
Jesus.
involves director, writers, and actors. Actors are creatives too.
Is that Sydney Sweeney? I will not
Is she just
blame her
wearing-
tits.
Reporter asked Sydney
wearing a
Sweeney
pea coat?
what's the most exciting thing about joining the hashtag MCU with Madam Web. That I can't talk about it. It's so hard because I talk so much. It was amazing. It was incredible. I'm so excited. I'm just really honored to be a part of this.
Well, shut up, you lost. Chris Stuckman told
I
me.
love it, Gary. Wasn't it you that told me that, like, her and Dakota were like fucking tagging like Marvel and
We're
stuff
fucking?
in the
MCU,
Yeah, no,
yeah, well, I hope that as well. But yeah,
That
they
would've
were
made the
tagging-
movie-
They were like hashtagging like MCU and stuff when they
No,
were
they-
talking about
on-
this.
Yeah, so on their Instagram they tagged Marvel Studios because they
Yeah,
thought
'cause
this
they
was
thought
a
this
Marvel
was some-
Studios production.
Well, I mean,
Well-
look at the picture. Even the Marvel Studios is
Yeah.
in the tweet.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing I'm obviously looking to highlight here is that he's just gonna have to call her a liar, and I don't even mean that in a. We've done that before. We say like they're lying for the sake of whatever, but it's just like I just want to hear Chris say it. Tell me that Sydney Sweeney's lying. She did not enjoy her time with it. She did not have an incredible, exciting time or anything. It wasn't amazing. Bullshit.
I
It
love
was
that
not
he,
incredible. She was not excited, and she was not really honored to be a part of this.
He definitely knows that it was not the creative's fault at all. At nowhere in the process of making this movie did a creative ever make a bad decision.
No.
Ever. He knows
Madam
that.
Web to Sydney Sweeney is
Inconceivable.
Halle Berry's Catwoman.
We got some extra director quotes now.
People look at your filmography.
The black is the interviewer, and then she's the bold is interviewer. She's the not.
They might think that it's a big leap to go straight from television to a big budget film like this, but you did direct a massive pilot, Game of Thrones prequel, Blood Moon, a few years ago. Even though it didn't work out, are you glad that you shot something on a large scale before jumping into Madam Web? Every experience I've had to date has led me to this moment. I've done over 100 episodes of television.
Seriously, Chris, like, just read up what she has to say. Like, seriously. Like,
This is public knowledge. It's in for the point of these interviews is to be read by people.
Yeah,
that's why they're there.
And
My
I've
previous
helmed-
massive failure led to this massive failure. I'm so proud of
it's
it.
it all leads in, you know.
Well, out of curiosity, why did the Blood Moon prequel not work out? Was it
Studio
did they just
decided
not-
it was not worthwhile, like it wouldn't make it, you know. Just as
Okay.
the kind of thing
I
that
wonder
probably
what
happens a
the
hell of a lot
specifics
more
would
than
be.
we'd ever realize, but that it was crazy because how much did it cost, Gary? Was it 30 million?
$30 million.
Insane.
I
And
guess
they-
you gotta measure a lot.
Well, imagine thinking
apparently
like
it
you
was
spend the
just
30
really bad.
and then you're like, we ain't wasting more than 30. Okay, we're cutting it off there. Like, you guys have fucked up too much already.
is as well, doing all 4, 5, and 6 parts, which in themselves feel like you're making 2 or 3 massive features. That's as many as 6 hours of filmmaking that I was helming, and I would say that everything I've done has led to this moment. Really, it has all given me the foundation from which to leap. So how complicated was it to shoot all these different variations of scenes in order to account for Cassie's visions and then the reality that actually plays out? Yeah, it was a challenge. I was like, we're going to have to shoot these scenes 3 times, right? We're going to need 3 times the amount of time. To which I got a no laugh. So I had to be quite meticulous in the planning. Most of the clairvoyance was done in camera, in terms of me creating that effect with the diopter.
It was often shooting with Dakota and explaining what was happening. She, at times, wasn't seeing what was happening in the direction, so we'd have to do that separately, especially when there was stunt. So it was quite challenging. I've never had call sheets and sides with more notes on them in my entire career. I want to thank you for not including a mid-credit scene. In general, I've grown so weary of post-credit scenes that often lead to nowhere, at least in recent memory. Was it important to you to just tell a satisfying, close-ended story on its own terms? Yeah, it was about telling a great story. My father always used to say, if you have to say something, stand up, speak up, and then shut up. So when I got to the end credits, I felt that we'd said everything we needed to say in the film. It's up to whatever is next to take on the baton.
It was about telling a great story, and we'd said everything we needed to say.
Yep.
But Chris,
If
she
only
failed.
she knew.
lost.
If only she knew. If only she knew that she was actually a slave, that she had no input, she had no.
Or is she lying? Does
How did
Chris
the producers
believe that
pull the
she's
wool over her
lying?
eyes?
Does he believe that she is a liar?
He must do. Because this all sounds like she not only loved making it, but she had loads of control. And she described in detail that she did everything she wanted to do, and she wanted to tell a great story, and by gum, she got to say what she wanted to say.
It sounds like the only interference she really had from the studio was that she wanted a longer shooting schedule, and they say, "Now you only have this much time, not what you have to shoot and what you have to write."
I've already noticing that.
According to somebody, Drinker and I know, when it comes to making a movie at Sony, the only time the studio will really interfere, it's not creatively at all. It's just budget. It's just budget. That's it. So you
Maybe
can
they
try
should
the thing.
interfere more in the story.
Maybe, but the approach is
Don't say that.
You're free to do creatively what you want, but it better be within this amount of money. That's all.
Oh, and
money is
for the notion that if he did say she was actually lying, like he had the balls to actually say that, which I don't think he ever would, I would be like, don't you think it's a bit of a strange lie? Like the amount of detail she's putting into these lies, like all this stuff about everything
Ultimately,
she did.
for what? To ingratiate herself to Sony again, or to say that she's willing to fall on the proverbial sword for a failure of a movie? Like what's the goal here? Instead of coming out and saying, "Yeah, I had all of these ideas and they were all cut down by Sony. I wasn't given what I was needed. They wouldn't work with me, and that's why Madam Web failed. It's not my movie. I don't take credit for it. It was all on them to do this, and I was stifled."
And yeah, he could have found all this out
She could have
himself.
said that.
Because I
She
feel
could've.
like this would change his whole
a little-
perspective if he read all this.
If he, what was it, 12 seconds? 13 seconds.
13, yeah, I was going to say, don't under-exaggerate by saying 12, Gary. Jesus.
I'm sorry. 13-second Google search.
Yeah, which, it takes a lot.
That's like 1/16 of a Hill House review.
I think you might have invented a new word as well, More. Don't under-exaggerate.
Don't under-exaggerate.
Double plus good.
I could not help but see the myriad of evidence that has been laid at all of our feet that this is a studio that is simply retaining the rights to their characters, that does not care about the
Can I
quality.
just stop that there? They had plans to launch an entire franchise out of this. This wasn't.
They were setting
right
up three
entertainer.
superheroes with this movie.
But do you
Three. They were
understand,
setting
though,
up a
This
trio.
was like big plans.
Everyone's
business
claiming
they
that
we're doing here.
he's a big grown-up boy for not being mean to the film because ultimately people are trying hard to work on them. He had no idea that she worked hard on it. He thinks that she barely got to work on it at all and the studio ruined it, even though the evidence is as clear as fucking day that you can find it. And the fact is, you could make the video on Madam Web saying, look at the diopter that they used to create the special effects with the clairvoyance. This is all done in camera. This is really fucking cool. You could have said that. But oh well. All you're going to say is that she hadn't, there was evidence, there was no way that it was her film. No way.
Of this experience they're giving us. And I can't help but think, who is this for? Who wins here? Is it the creatives?
That was a weird.
Definitely not.
I love that he says definitely not when she would have described this. You saw how she described it. I don't need to fucking repeat those clips.
Well, yeah.
Wait, so are you repeating certain clips of his?
Yes,
or am
on
I,
purpose.
okay, I understand.
Yeah,
Is it the studio?
The director seemed more eager to talk about the movie than both of the writers were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had nothing to say compared to her.
Making a lot of money because they keep doing this over and over again. Sometimes it makes sense to make a Venom movie. It makes sense to make a Spider-Man movie. Those are characters that are going to generate money no matter what. Morbius and Madam Web, Kraven the Hunter remains to be seen. That is not the same level of reward that a studio might receive.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, exactly. I was literally... The year that Guardians of the Galaxy came out is the year that The Amazing Spider-Man 2 came out. Guardians made more money than The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Made about $100 million more money.
And it's a damn good movie.
This is just a stupid point. If you make a film that's really, really, really good, even if it's based on obscure characters, you can end up making more money than the shit film based on the much more popular character. This is just like not true.
I mean, not even to say that, not to say that he was a fictional character, but like Oppenheimer, we have a recent biopic movie that's like 17 hours long, and it's really good about a guy that people just never really think about in common parlance. That's basically dredging up a superhero no one's ever heard of.
Yeah,
and then make $1 billion. Like, I understand where the thinking comes from, but if it was a really, really, really good movie, Madam Web, it probably would be making more money than it is right now. I would guess that it would be not to say that because a film is good that it necessarily will make money. Good films have failed, bad films have succeeded. But it can't hurt to make a good film, you know? Surely it can't hurt.
But that it looked good, at least, you know?
Well,
Yeah,
how
but
did the creative decision come about for a studio to say, you know what, we need to make a sequel to that Puss in Boots movie? That was really mid and no one ever talks about or really probably even really remembers, but we're gonna make a sequel to that. How do we make it stick and have cultural impact and get, make a lot of money, and how can we do this?
From producing a Spider-Man or a Venom movie. So why are they making them? Is it to retain the rights? Is it to get some kind of financial break? Potentially. And in that case, they probably don't care that much about each and every one of us.
You just made an assumption on an assumption on an assumption. You have no idea.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they probably don't care. Why? Because they're probably doing this just to retain rights. Why? It's like because they probably wouldn't do it with Madam Web like a Spider-Man because she doesn't have as much pull. That's great, man.
Well, she does have a lot of pull. Her web connects all.
That's right.
That's true. She connects the whole world.
Who forks over our hard-earned money to sit in a theater on Valentine's Day when they could have been doing anything else.
He's so mad. Stop taking her agency away. The director made her movie.
It's very
all right?
misogynist of him to...
Yes, it is. You should be stopped. Chris Misogynist.
Cancel Chris. Stuckman.
Let the woman film the pee scene if they want to, Chris. You're stifling creativity.
Give me the piss.
Do it.
So much about the filmmaker experience.
Wait a minute. Wait, sorry.
Wait, rewind that.
What? What was that? What?
Oh, it'll make sense.
Is it to retain the rights? Is it to get some kind of financial break? Potentially. And in that case, they probably don't care that much about each and every one of us who forks over our hard-earned money to sit in a theater on Valentine's Day when they could have been doing anything else. I care so much about the filmmaker experience.
Any man who must say I am the
filmmaker
is no true
filmmaker. I
like it.
This is, the reason that this is here specifically is because I'm fucking annoyed at this point that he's said so. Like, I care so much about the film experience, the filmmaker experience. He hasn't looked into what she said about her own film at all. He's made so many claims about her position in the film. Doesn't care about her. He's a liar. He's a phony.
And yet, he will say this line over and over and over again. I care about films. I care so much about filmmaking. I care. He just keeps saying it over and over and over again.
He's insecure about it. He has to constantly remind us.
It should be apparent in the way that you talk about these things that you care. You don't need to keep telling everybody that you care.
I believe Jeremy Johns cares a shit ton about it, and I've never heard him say, "Boy, I sure do love movies."
Again, it's like Tywin said. It's like you said.
Anything else? I care so much about the filmmaker experience.
Any man who must say I am the
filmmaker
is no true
filmmaker. I care so much about the filmmaker experience, and I am so aware of how crushingly difficult it can be to make a film.
Yeah, it was about telling a great story. I felt that we'd said everything we needed to say in the film.
I care so much about the filmmaker experience.
Hey, you know who lives in this house? A great big phony! That's right, a phony lives here! A big fat phony!
But I also care a lot about the.
I'm real happy with that one.
Classic Family
I'm real
Guy.
happy
yeah.
with that one.
That's taking it back before the show was not just.
I want to know
non
this. This is a very scuffed set of editing that I did over 2 days, and I wasn't a call with Friggy where he was like, you know, some,
You should
some
put in the
suggestions.
phony one. You
Put
should
in the
put
phony
in the
guy.
phony.
Audience, and I want people like myself who go to these movies to have a good time and to feel like they invested some of their.
Dude, I had a good time watching Madam Web. I said this.
I
think.
had a good time.
It was funny as fuck.
Yes.
Absolutely worth the price of admission.
Oh God, yes.
Something that gave something back to them, that inspired them in some way, or made them just happy for.
What were the people that were inspired by Madam Web? There's probably like one guy out there. Who's like,
Oh yeah, that like for that guy, like Madam Web will be the defining film of his life.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, what
And
about
I'm
the
very happy
negative
for him.
inspiration? What about where someone says, "Fucking hell, that was so bad, I could do better," and then they do it, and then they make
you
it
know,
better.
you know what this feels like though? I feel like he's trying to work himself into a rage about this. Like it's like he's trying to get himself psyched up to have a really passionate rant, but I'm not quite feeling it.
And he also
I
he just doesn't.
hurt myself to feel.
He doesn't have the information to be as pointed as he wants to be because
Well,
there's so many
it-
assumptions.
Well, it reminded me of that review of the year video that you showed me of his, where it was like, "Wow, what a crazy year it's been, everyone." And it's just like I don't really feel the craziness coming from you, Chris. Like,
Oh God, you know,
Gee whiz, guys.
do you remember when in Whiplash where he's like Fletcher's getting more and more on board in the finale with like because he's trying to sabotage him and then he's sort of getting into it. Do you remember that part where he has his hand and he like lifts it up and he looks so fucking into it, like the passion of let's get this fucking drumming going. That is something Chris Stuckman I don't think has ever experienced. That sense of passion, that like yeah, let's fucking talk about this. Like maybe before
because I think people would have less of an issue with him if your premise is I'm not going to criticize movies that I hate, I'm just going to praise the films that I really enjoy. I mean, okay, fine, it's your choice, but like, okay, do that in a way that actually shows us why you're passionate about these films. If there's films that really moved you and you think are fantastic, really dig down into why they work. And
the
show us
was great, and the story.
Exactly.
Great.
Show us how much you care and why you like them. You claim to be like such a fan of the art of cinema. Demonstrate that, because if all you're producing is like 5-minute videos of you in front of a webcam, just reeling off production information and then giving the most milquetoast surface level analysis of the film, what are you demonstrating there? You don't seem like a person who's passionate about filmmaking.
Yeah.
He
I
does
think
this is just the low. Well, look at the effort that goes into the videos. This is more effort goes into him getting in his car and driving to the theater and back than goes into making the video because he just sits
I
there.
recall it was
in his
that quote
blue
where
room.
he what was it? He said it was something along the lines of, our task as critics isn't as hard. We just have to, turn on the camera for like 30 minutes or, like it only takes us 30 minutes. It's like, it only
it's
takes
very
you 30
revealing
minutes.
about your process.
It takes
Yeah,
you 30
30
minutes.
minutes gives me 30 minutes to just get started.
Well, the funny thing is, nobody knows if he meant 30 minutes spent recording
30
or
minutes.
30 minutes spent on the entire thing, as in 10 minutes recording, 10 minutes editing, 10 minutes uploading.
I mean, at this point, I'd guess that he doesn't edit his videos. That'd be my guess at this point.
You can see cuts. Oh, but you mean like edits as in someone else?
I mean that someone else does it. Yeah, maybe that's
Maybe.
not the case. Maybe he still does it, but
who knows?
A couple hours. And Sony and their treatment of these characters seems to be doing the exact opposite. Currently in the industry, it's the Wild West when it comes to spec scripts especially. From what I understand, a lot of spec scripts are not even being read, very rarely in fact, unless you're a very specific kind of movie or a studio is looking for something so particular that you just so happen to be that perfect thing. From what I understand, lower budget horror is still being looked at, especially haunted house things or things that are very marketable, but in
That's the opposite of Wild West.
You know what things are being looked at? Things that are very marketable.
Curious.
That's
But damn,
that's
these
a new
insights are
phenomenon right
mind-blowing.
there. Oh boy.
I just want to make
That's
sure
never
everyone
been the case
understands
until now.
the incredible insight of this man who's been inside the industry. That what stuff they're interested is in stuff that's marketable.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yes, it was more of yeah. He just said it's the Wild West, but nobody's reading spec scripts. What?
Haunted houses. They're in.
So there,
I'm not sure the Wild West metaphor really works.
yeah, that I'm a little confused on that one. Because there was a time like in Artist's Alley at Comic-Con around 2011, 2012, where Hollywood producers were optioning just comic books and throwing out, $5,000 or $10,000, which is a lot to a, up and coming artist, and buying properties left and right. That was the Wild West. That was the Wild
it's
West.
slowing
Yeah,
down.
like a
if anything.
scramble for
Mhm.
stuff because everyone's just excited and they're taking every opportunity that comes their way.
In general, the industry has no idea what it's doing right now post strikes. They have no clue. Movies are selling for almost $20 million at festivals from first-time filmmakers, and other movies that seem like they should be selling really big because of the names that are attached aren't. Nobody knows exactly what's happening right now because
I could tell that nobody knows exactly what's happening, Chris. I feel like we've gotten a lot of that from you today, but that's, you know what? There are things you can still find out pretty easily. Just saying.
everyone is so
Yep.
beholden to this algorithm or whatever Netflix is telling them
Oh,
people want
okay.
to see.
Stop.
This is
What?
Stop. People do know what's going on. It's called contraction. Old Hollywood is dying. There's talks of Warner Brothers possibly being sold off again. It's merged, three times in the last 4 years? Paramount's going under. So those are two of the oldest studios in Hollywood.
Peacock.
Yeah, and they're all going to fall apart. And Silicon Valley runs Hollywood now. Yes, that algorithm, that Netflix algorithm, rules you now. That is your boss. That is your daddy. And that people saw this coming a long time ago, and they just couldn't fight it. So they have less money. You have a lot less money. You had an opportunity over the last 3 years when there was some creative freedom, when people were just throwing shit at the wall. And you know what the writers did? They sucked. Everything sucked. It's been the worst era of Hollywood ever. Worse than the 50s, worse than arguably the early 80s. I like the early 80s, but Quentin Tarantino might argue with me on that. It's been the worst era of Hollywood ever. Plus, they have competition now. They have real competition, which is you and I, and themselves. A lot of people can now just have this endless library to go back and watch good shit.
Yeah.
So they're kind of fucking done.
And
this is an old model that needs to change and didn't.
The amount of sort of like, old legend directors and industry people that are commenting on how bad things are right now too.
Yeah. It'll change and it'll be around, but there's going to be just new bosses. That's all. And fewer studios. And keep in mind that the three entities that'll probably rule Hollywood, two of them don't even care. They're vanity projects. Amazon's a mail-in service. Apple makes phones. And if they get tired of that, they're out.
Is so beholden to this algorithm or whatever Netflix is telling them people want to see. This is creating an almost robotic-like dystopian conveyor belt of movies that we are essentially supposed to kneel at the very end of, open our mouth really wide, and just consume.
Where have you been?
I mean,
where
have this is fascinating. Guys, I just realized there's been a lot of bad movies lately, and the studios just kind of expect us to accept it. I've just noticed this.
But I won't make fun of Madam Web.
I want to celebrate.
It's ironic because guys like him are partially responsible for this conveyor belt of absolute garbage because they sit there and blandly praise it. Like, you, sir, are one of the biggest and most, well, maybe not the most influential, but one of the biggest movie critics on YouTube, and you praise movies that are garbage and you refuse to criticize them, and you contribute to their success and you contribute to that conveyor belt that you claim to hate so much.
And then ask, when do we get the next conveyor belt thing that you have generated for us from your algorithm robotic AI thing, whatever that is? Because
that was really funny.
Because when I watch
why not just watch the really good stuff and then praise that? And then if something's bad in the first episode or so, or you hear bad things, you don't have to watch the bad stuff. There's still good stuff being made by creatives. I mean, we watched Silo recently, the first season of that. That's really neat. I'm excited to see the second season. We got stuff
Yeah.
like House of the Dragon coming out. There's all
Yeah.
sorts of things out there that are full
Arcane.
of, creative, decisions that are interesting and cool. And if you just want to focus on the bad, I guess if you want to focus on the bad, you can. But there's more good stuff that I could ever possibly watch, even today. And Chris, you could be helping that if you tried a lot harder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if
Madam
you
Web.
celebrated harder.
There wasn't a single part of me that thought,
And and also like by making decisions to say I am not going to criticize Madam Web. You're not doing your part to steer people away from the bad content and towards the good stuff on the conveyor belts. So like you literally are part of the problem, and this video is part of the reason why.
your algorithm robotic AI thing, whatever that is. Because when I watched Madam Web, there wasn't a single part of me that thought a writer sat down and came up with the idea of the final fight happening underneath a giant neon Pepsi Cola sign. I just don't.
That's not why it's bad, just to be
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah, it
that
could have
isn't
been
the
really
reason
good.
why it's bad. It could have been
Well,
cool. It could have been.
Before we make the point anyway, he's about to undermine his own point.
I don't think a writer
Oh.
sat in their apartment in LA and thought, that's a good idea. I'm pretty sure Sony said, we have to incorporate Pepsi in some way and deal with it. And
That's it. That's the only limitation they had.
that not-
Is that they had to incorporate Pepsi in so.
Doesn't that
That's like
completely
7 billion
undermine
ideas.
At this point, the fault lies with the writer. If they said incorporate Pepsi and that's what you came up with, that was your fault. Had you not said the second bit, we would have said like, well, I mean, if the studio had said something like involve Pepsi, you didn't have to crush the bad guy with the Pepsi sign. That's
And why the P?
well, I did
Give
say
me the
that a lot of
P.
creatives are interested in
Oh,
getting
so you
their
can see
P.
his head through the little loop. Oh,
I guess you could do that.
Oh, you know what? I thought
That's
it was
why.
just P for Peter Parker. I don't know. That's what I was
oh,
thinking.
I thought
but
it was P
I-
for piss. This
Yeah,
movie is
man,
piss.
no, that's it. No, so you can see his head through the little hole is probably it, dude. Oh my god,
really
I didn't
is.
think about that. Oh no.
So the little loop.
It's just
See,
so weird.
that was
when
a creative decision to have the P fall on him, so
Oh.
that you could see his little head in the loop.
He'd killed by the pee-pee.
Oh, dude, could you
It's so
imagine if it said
strange
that in
that
the
he's-
script? If it said the P falls on him in the script, but that you can see his head through the little hole in the P. That would be so funny.
The little P hole.
It's a strange thing for him to fixate on, like, because the product placement is like the least of this movie's concerns.
At this point, I don't like if it happens every once in a while. Like, yeah, sometimes people will
I
drink
think
drinks, and
it would-
sometimes the logos of those drinks will face me. That just happens when it's conspicuous. Is like,
I think more conspicuous would have been funnier at this point with how bad the movie is. Like if she had said,
I
"We
know.
can't defeat him, but by God, we can have the great taste of Pepsi," like along the way. Or something.
It's the
Damn
choice of a
too.
new generation. Yeah.
And well, because Madam Web's blind as well, she can take the Pepsi challenge at the end. It's like-
Yeah.
I'm Madam Web, and even I can see why kids prefer the taste of cinnamon.
And that's what it's like for a lot of these creatives. I just heard a story today about someone who's working with a massive entity studio, I won't say what it is, who has hired that person to write a story based off of a very interesting hook. He wrote the whole script, came back to them, and they said, you know what, we don't really like that hook anymore, but we still like your story. Can you make it work without the hook? And this poor writer is trying to...
This poor writer, he can say no.
Poor
He can quit.
writer.
He'd be like, nope.
He could say no,
Yeah.
or he could say, you know what, that's an interesting challenge.
You know-
I'll see what I can do.
That writer has a studio on the hook who wants to, turn his idea into a movie. That's a lot more than most writers get.
Yep.
That poor writer who was chained to a table being paid 2 shekels a day.
Well, like, what if you said, so my movie is a buddy cop, but with an alien and a demon, and the alien crashes lands on like a world filled with demons, and they're going to be going on a buddy cop adventure. You write the full script; it's really funny, really engaging, full of great action, and then they go, "Can we drop the alien and the demon thing? Is there a way you can make this work with like, because the budget for this is going to fucking skyrocket if we go to do the CG and the makeup and the world changes and stuff." And then just go, fuck you, you've ruined my whole thing. It's
Yeah,
like,
just make it a social commentary about like maybe upper class white people and the way that the police engage with minorities in the inner city and da 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 da. You know,
Talking
it's
about
really
Bright?
make it, something. No,
Well, in any
No,
case,
I'm
my
not.
point is, if their request destroys your whole movie, then yeah, okay, back it out then, I guess. Or can you actually maintain the spirit and the heart of the whole thing you were making by altering the thing they want you to alter? You don't have to make it so the villain was crushed by the Pepsi sign. You don't have to do that.
To figure out how in the world they got hired to write a story based off of an idea and are now told to write the exact same story, but without the idea.
That's
Well, write whatever story you want. Just no one's going to pay you for it. They want something specific. So either do it or don't.
With
It's
how he
fine.
described it, there's so many reasonable ways it could have happened. If your hook was actually kind of sounded interesting, but your story was way better than the hook.
I could say, yeah, as someone who's written novels and screenplays, yeah, ideas go through all kinds of evolutions over time. Stories change, things get added, things get taken away. This is just the nature of the business. This is how it works.
You know what's funny? If someone said, here's my hook, alien crash lands into like a big old jungle where an operation is happening with a bunch of like army dudes who are going to be saving blah, blah, blah. And then someone says like, that does sound interesting. And then you see the completed film and you're like, maybe we should lose the spaceship landing part, even though that was kind of the hook. I feel like now, because I'm of course describing Predator, a lot of people seem to agree, and I do, that we don't need that part at the beginning, even though it's obviously there to make people go, ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that in The Thing, the one thing that I would change about the movie is to not have the opening scene be an alien ship going to Earth.
Agreed.
Even and like I said, you could describe both of those scenes as hooks to keep people like, oh man, I remember that alien scene, so when's that going to happen? That's going to come up at some point, right? Even though this movie's been much more normal for the next half an hour. Point being, there are many reasonable ways this could happen. He's described it as like insane. He's like, wow, how could this possibly have happened? It's like, I don't know. All kinds.
Except the fact that the writers said that they had this idea before Madam Web. So much for your hook.
And that's exactly the type of situation that so many writers find themselves in. And I would not be surprised if a lot of these Sony Spider-Man universe movies have had very similar conversations bouncing around their meetings.
You mean just different people who are deciding different things at different times? Yeah, that'd be crazy if those things happened. Imagine paying hundreds of millions and then wanting to have some input in the movie. That's just so nuts, man. Fucking hell.
It's maddening, and it does good for no one. So what are my solutions for this? It's the same solution I've said for a couple years now.
Just let creatives do whatever they want. That'll always work. That's the best the industry can be.
Sure.
Because I've started to make more discussion-based videos about the industry and how we can communicate with them and get better films and start to enjoy the theater-going
by criticizing them,
more,
Chris,
and not just hope that a great film.
I
like
thought, according to
Godzilla
you, Chris,
-1
like pretty much every film is great. You're just about celebrating films.
No, they're at the point now where just if you're creative, you're fine. There is no like good creators and bad creators, even though he's already said, certainly implied that there are in this video alone. But obviously we know that he thinks that because he's had a whole career talking about that, but only recently has decided he's not allowed to say that anymore.
Comes out
and
of
also,
Japan.
since you mentioned it, I just want to give a big rest in peace to Carl Weathers here, talking about Predator and everything. So,
yeah,
salute
that's really
to you, my good
sad
man.
news.
Rest in peace. R.I.P.
So that we can enjoy that here. And it's the same thing I've always said. They hear us through our wallets. If a movie comes out that is genuinely great.
They also hear us through our speech where we shout about how bad they are.
Yeah.
I don't find it funny. They hear us through our wallet, a much clunkier version of vote with your wallet. But
Yeah. Hear us through our wallet.
You know how you can influence the bottom line on movies is by telling people not to go see them because they're bad.
That's right.
You're a
Avoiding
famous
the bad
reviewer.
ones is
using your
exactly
influencer.
If I do not go to see a movie because it's bad, that is similar to going to a good movie and spending money because it is good. Right? But how will I know what movies to avoid, Chris Stuckman, popular-ish internet film reviewer man, if you do not tell me which ones to avoid? You should tell me where the mines are in this field so that I do not step upon them.
And we happen to see it in the theater. That's fantastic. But then buy it to own on digital or buy the Blu-ray of it. Let them know.
Don't own it on digital.
I was about to say, do not. Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah, and what if not everyone can afford to buy every movie they think is good on physical? Sorry, that's just a reality. And then a lot of people, like Chris, you got to address why people buy Netflix. Why do they do it? Is it offering something that they can't get other places? Maybe. It feels like that's a much more complicated discussion than we can save the industry by buying the films that we like. And what if we like films that are shitty, Chris? What if I like Madam Web? What if I buy it to show my family because I think it's so fucking funny?
Yeah.
Is more
What if I want to
like
break up with my girlfriend and getting her a sealed copy of Madam Web is exactly how I plan on doing that.
Well, The Room became hyper successful from. I guarantee you wouldn't push back on that. It's like, am I allowed to support that? It's like, yeah, but that wasn't studio interfered. It's like, wait. So can creatives be criticized? Can they be bad, Chris? Tell me.
And that's what we're getting with Oppenheimer. It's what we're getting with Barbie. When you see a movie where it's like, okay, that creator, Greta Gerwig, took an IP, Barbie,
What about
and
Oppenheimer?
made a completely original movie out of it, and it became.
Yeah, the studio didn't mess with Barbie at all. Definitely, you know that
It
because
was all Greta Gerwig.
The studio was present in the film as characters,
No,
just to be clear. They were in the movie.
You can find it online. She's talked about it in interviews. The studio basically made her like justify every aspect of the movie to them. You know, they're like, do we need Ken singing a song? And she had to like explain why she thought it was necessary. So like they're there putting the pressure on, like explain to us why all this is necessary, why all that, why we have to spend this extra money on these giant sets for the dance sequence, stuff like that. So they interfered, if you want to call it that. You know, they were there the whole time going like, oh, we need to make sure all of this is necessary and important. Whether they did a good job is another thing. But they were involved. They didn't just say, do whatever you want. Here's a blank check.
Counterpoint. He watched the movie and liked it. So the studio didn't ruin it.
Oh, damn.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha.
Well,
Okay.
fair enough.
Nailed it.
Became the highest
We
grossing
have been
film of the year,
served.
and it's nominated for
Oh, and also it made a lot of money, which is also evidence of something. I'm not sure.
multiple Oscars, even
And
though
it was
she
nominated
totally
for
should have
Oscars.
Yeah, that means also that the studio didn't touch it.
nominated for director. They hear that. They understand. All right, so IP is.
They hear that her justifying all those decisions to them is something that's important when filmmaking, and therefore in future they will make sure to do that with other creatives. All right. I mean, he doesn't even know what we're supporting. He has no idea. He's just like, I like Barbie. Get that movie money. Go on. Okay, Chris.
Ish, but original. Got it. And that's okay. Like, there's so many openings for filmmakers to take very original ideas into things. In an ideal, perfect industry, the filmmaker-studio relationship would be more of an understanding, loving relationship. But the problem right
This is
now
a
is
business,
that
man. This is a business where millions,
Well,
hundreds
I guess
of millions
would
of
be-
dollars are at stake.
His view is that the loving, understanding one is I get to do whatever I want with your money.
Basically, yeah. Here, it's the trade meme. Like, you offer me $80 million, you receive question mark, question mark, question mark.
so many studio executives, people who are making the decisions, did not come from a place of creativity.
Look, we saw what the Madam Web writers said, okay? That was that was crazy. All right, that was just nonsense.
Does he think that Lord of the Rings had no studio interference at all? It's like, no, that was just Peter Jackson. That's all he did. He didn't
Well,
have to...
New Line Cinema, like what, a couple years before that, was responsible for making Dungeons and Dragons, right? So they probably were like, holy shit, we gotta be careful.
Well, and you know, how much does studio interference come down to? It has to come out at this date, and then the director says, "I want more time," and they say, "Nah, comes out at this date." And of course, that can vary as the answer to that question of whether that's reasonable or not.
I mean,
You know,
wasn't it
moving up the
ZeniMax that
release
said that? Wasn't it ZeniMax who was like, you see this with games? They said, Skyrim needs to be out November 11th, 2011. 11/11/11. So and then that game had some.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It
things
varies,
were,
it's not
impacting
unreasonable. It's not unreasonable for a company to say we would like it done, around about this time. But when it gets to the level of unreasonableness, is something like with Modern Warfare 3, where we need a new Call of Duty. Yeah, but this is like DLC. It's not. We can't and if you want us to turn it into something that's even close to like a full game, well, that's all well and good. But it's coming out this year. Fucking figure it out. Like at that point, you could start going, that's probably not great. But I imagine that he wouldn't disagree with the idea that a studio can have a reasonable expectation of when a film is going to come out, or a TV show, or a game. Like, is it studio interference if the studio says, we want to have the new season of television out by September, because that's, when the new season starts? Is that
Again,
fair?
I think Chris is extrapolating his experiences as an independent filmmaker and thinking that's how it should just be for everyone, because he essentially provided the finance for that movie himself through crowdfunding, and he didn't have a studio on top of him. He was able to take as long as he wanted over it, and he had complete creative freedom, presumably.
And I wonder,
so he just sees, like, he'll see that and think, well, this is a great way of making movies because I get to do whatever I want. I can take as long as I want, and nobody's really here to question me because I'm the one that holds the purse strings for it. So every movie should be like this. It's like,
well, in the
no,
example
because
of,
what you're doing isn't a business. It's not a vanity project, but it is just something that you were able to make happen yourself.
well,
That's
it might
different.
be a vanity project, especially if it is like if you're using like Chris Stuckman as an example, he sort of is in a way kind of in an unfair handicap where he already has this following of people who are going to, like, whenever a YouTuber releases something, there needs to be part of that person who understands I'm going to have a lot of people who already are very predisposed to liking the things I do and say and create. So I have to take that into account, and I can't make that experience that I have as a result of that. You know, I can't project that into other people's experiences like I do with Madam Web or something like that, who don't have that advantage.
They were potentially managers or agents or people outside of the creative space in Hollywood who worked their way into a place where they're now telling creatives what to do.
Yeah, they're
That's
not
the-
creatives themselves, you see. They are distinctly different and outside of that wonderful circle. And besides, even if they were in the circle, they would still be like shitty creatives, probably.
He seems to think that a loving, understanding relationship means the producers understand that they know absolutely nothing about storytelling and they should just let the filmmakers do whatever they want.
That's how that works. Especially, you know, if Spielberg is producing and he's a part of a studio, he automatically now has become the person who doesn't know anything and should leave the creative alone.
There's so many producers that were filmmakers. There's so many of them.
Yeah, and there's producers that became filmmakers, right?
Actors who became directors, and I mean, you guys
Actors who
covered
became directors and
Star Trek.
producers.
You guys covered Star Trek 4. You know, Leonard
Yes.
Nimoy directed that. So, there you
Case
go.
for all of them. The case for
William
many of them.
Shatner directed 5.
Well, we won't talk about that right now.
We won't talk about that.
Next month. Drinking next month.
Yeah.
And they don't have ideas. They just have...
They don't have ideas.
They don't have ideas.
They
They
don't
have
ideas.
What?
Even
And
that
yet
one,
somehow they have access to these hundreds of millions of dollars, yet they have no ideas. How did this occur?
How is this
even that
like,
one
how is this
infamous,
insight?
that one I was just gonna say that one infamous producer who kept trying to insert like a giant mechanical spider into every movie, and then
John
finally
Peters.
got a chance to do it with Wild Wild West. He had ideas.
That man
That-
had
that-
ideas.
One
yeah.
very specific
That's what
idea.
killed Superman Lives.
He was Barbara Streisand's hairdresser, and then became a film producer.
Even he
John
had
Peters.
ideas, Chris.
Even he had ideas.
Yeah, you mean a non-creative?
Everyone's
That's what that is.
everyone's got ideas.
Hey, being a hairdresser is creative.
No,
okay?
non-creative. I heard the only creatives that exist are the ones that make films, all right?
what to
Especially
do.
Barbara
That's not the case
Streisand.
for all of them, but it is the case for many of them. And they don't have
there you go.
ideas. They just have like...
I don't get the angle. Does he seriously think that he can get any job from like any major studio when he says things like this?
He says it in a nice way, and he's insightful according to everyone else.
I mean, he's like, yeah. I just find
He
it
is
funny,
he is
that's
a
all.
tomato meter approved critic on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's true. He is.
Tomato?
Tomato.
Tomato.
Tomato approved critic on Rotten Tomatoes.
Have you heard of Shelby Oaks?
inklings of what the market might want. What's selling big? What's not selling big? Well, we need to go towards this path because that movie sold really big. People are looking for this. Our Netflix algorithm is suggesting that we need to make a movie about kung fu pirates who also cook.
Yes.
That sounds awesome.
You mean One Piece
Yeah.
that was
So,
extremely successful?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What is
Pirate,
he doing?
what was it? We
He
watched
says it.
Pirates and an Adventure with Scientists.
I loved
Do
it.
that.
Yeah, that's right. And they wanted
Yeah.
to do more. They wanted to do more Adventures of Pirates in an adventure with crazy, bizarre, like you would never think it. I love how he says this like it's an inherently stupid idea. I love it. It's so.
If you-
it's so.
Like
It's just like
businesses providing their customers with things that they want. ultimately.
Well, isn't this one of the most old? It's one of the oldest meme templates that we have. Is taking a film, not telling you what the name is, and describing it in an accurate yet amusing way to where it sounds ridiculous, and then everyone's like, "Oh shit, he just described Jurassic Park or Lord of the Rings or something like
Mhm.
that." It's one of the oldest
Yeah,
memes that we've got. It's an excellent
There's
template.
that. And then there's just the flip side of this. You remember in that notes from Melanie that one of the things that was kind of bizarre about it was that like part of the story premise was the idea that this Melanie character was very correct for just dismissing ideas on the basis of the idea itself rather than the execution of the idea. It's a really weird attitude to have when it comes to writing because yeah, like if you could just do, it's funny, right? The Family Guy joke in South Park of just get the manatees to get a bunch of different ideas and put it in there. And it's like, there's a joke there, but there's also like, what happens if you just throw to a guy, here's one thing, here's another thing, and we're going to put them together and figure out if you can turn that into something. That's how a lot of ideas come up is like, well, here's something I like. But then I can just combine it with this other thing that I also like to create something new. Or, I don't know what the book series is called. Someone in chat will definitely know, but it's a book series that is predicated on the premise being a silly idea. Like that it was a bad idea for a book, and that the author took it on as a challenge to write a good book on the basis of an apparently bad idea. Codex Alira is what people are saying. It's just, yeah, like, I don't know. It's funny that this is One Piece. Like, this is that character from One Piece.
Yeah, it's like, what it would be like a bunch of people fucking go traveling across the world to drop a rig into a volcano. It was insane.
Stupid.
Like, oh, okay. Really weird that he chose something that recently did exceptionally well. I just don't really know.
Yes.
Also, I'm afraid Drink is going to have to leave us. For
Boo!
Okay.
Sorry, I was hoping to get through the whole video, but I just can't go that extra 6 hours. So
what's funny is
you abandoned our combination of Stuckman and Madam Web.
I know,
You're
it's at the
leaving
critical Stuckman moment.
We've almost gotten through the Stuckman part. We're almost to the drama part where
Ooh.
the world explodes.
Ooh.
Damn
Well,
it.
I'll be sure to watch the rest of this
Yeah,
tomorrow.
the drama mongress herself is here, so
She
we
is
have to check
the
it
one
out.
who fucking ruined everything.
It's all her fault. She ruined film criticism with one tweet.
Oh, heck yeah.
But yes, appreciate you, sir. Thanks so much for joining us. And I was about to say, like, you could talk about your channel, but I mean, who in the EFAP audience doesn't know who you are right now? I don't know. Maybe one guy. Talk to that guy.
Yeah, I do criticism of movies and stuff. It's on my channel, Critical Drinker. There you go.
He mainly targets the
Good video today.
studios because
Thank you.
creatives are immune to criticism, okay?
Yeah.
Be nice.
But yeah, thank you for having me on for this. It's been a true pleasure, and I will catch up with some of you on Open Bar tomorrow night.
Yes, sir.
Catch you later, dude.
Alrighty.
Bye. We will see you later.
Bye-bye.
Toodaloo. He
That's
doesn't even
what's
know that her web connects.
God, thank God he's gone.
I know, right?
Oh, jeez.
happening, and it sounds like a joke, but I'm swear to you, it's not. It's not a joke.
We know it's not a joke.
people
We
think-
watched that show. It was a
You
big
know,
deal.
I mean, and also it's funny he says like that sounds like a joke. It's like, yeah, it sounds like a pretty old joke. It sounds like Osimo from the episode of South Park that came out like 20 years ago. Of just, what about Adam Sandler?
Well, I mean,
like,
you know, with the success of One Piece, there would be conversations like, do people like pirates? Do people like kung fu shit? Do people like extravagant, over the top stuff? Like, what is it? Was it the sets, the acting? Was it the writing? Was it the source material? And they're going to have all these conversations because, yeah, they want to make money. They're in the business.
They want to make money, and like, what is chasing trends really? It's like trying to find what people want so they can give it to them. Like, what's wrong with that exactly?
He's like, wow, how ridiculous. Like, okay.
Put in positions of power who want to be creative but aren't creative. But they're
stop saying that. Just
who want to be creative but aren't creative.
we shit on studios more than most, but we don't say this.
Isn't that a crazy thing to say? Like, surely everybody is creative in some way. Surely we would have to believe that that's the case. That everybody in some way, shape, or form, in some discipline, in some way is creative. And it's like, oh, well, there are people who want to be creative, but they're not. As says Chris Stuckman. You know?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm definitely not comfortable with calling a whole class or profession of people uncreative. That seems a little rude.
What I probably... Oh, man, there's got to be some, right?
All of them as a whole, you know what I mean? Like that there isn't a creative person in a whole industry or a whole profession.
I mean, I don't know. None
It's just funny that he can ordain that they are not creative. He can just ordain that they are incapable.
Yeah.
They do not have the capacity for creativity. Not even that their ideas are just kind of lame, or that
Yeah.
they're not very good at realizing their creative vision, but that they are incapable of one. It's
They
just
don't
so
even
funny
have
that you can
ideas.
say that,
Because
but you say it like
producers are
this in a
people.
really boring, monotone voice, and then people don't notice that what you said was really mean because
They
that's
are
fucking.
not creative
It is.
people.
That's
my Din
incredibly harsh.
Djarin action figure behind me. He's very creative.
Put in a position where they now have to tell creatives what to do. And that's why you're seeing a lot of these things that you're seeing in film lately. And the hopes are that
House
more
of the Dragon. Oh, he talks about the bad things. Sorry, I thought he was referring to the bad. Okay.
filmmakers are able to break through with like an indie film. Look at Nolan. He was able to kind of prove himself. He took those steps. You know what I mean? In the case of a lot of these filmmakers who make their first movie as a giant studio film, the studio does not look at that filmmaker as if they are an equal.
Did the Spider-Verse guys make some indie film first, or like how did they?
They did Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Oh, I like that movie.
That's not like an indie movie, though, is it?
Yeah.
It was
Didn't
funny.
they do? And then the Lego
I like that
movie,
movie.
right?
Yes.
So they got a background. But I guess it's funny to say this about S.J. Clarkson, since maybe.
Are
this
you
is
talking
their
about
first
Lord Miller,
feature.
21 Jump Street too?
Oh yeah, that's right. They did that as
Yeah.
well. So they had a big. I guess it's interesting that he's saying this about S.J. Clarkson when she's been directing for a long time, like for television, sure, but that's a portfolio. That's a background. That's a resume.
Oh, Phil, the chat saying Phil Lord did Clone High. I loved Clone High. That was great.
I've not
He
seen
seemed-
Flown High, but I've heard it's really good.
Cartoon, I think on MTV. Yeah, it was good.
Chris Stuckman seems to be saying that the only way to get like respect is to start indie and then do big like studio movies. That like he seems to think that if your first movie is a studio film, you can never get the respect. You can't even earn the respect. Which I
With
just
all the
don't
movies
think.
and stuff,
I
that have
think
been out,
it's-
there's
I think
got to
it's-
be examples to the contrary. There must
I
be.
think what he's saying is that they pick these people so that they can control them. Which maybe there's some amount of truth to the idea of just, oh, you made one indie film, here you go, you're on a Marvel film, you're probably going to listen to the things that we tell you, compared to someone like Steven Spielberg, where you drop him into a Marvel movie, and they're like, do this, and be like, I'm Steven Spielberg, I'm not doing that,
Also,
I'll do whatever I want.
A lot of the time they hire some of these people, you know, like when Joss Whedon gets brought on for like Snyder Cut or something, presumably they hire a lot of people because they're like, can you fix this? You know how things work. We don't have to explain to you like how to get the right people in the right places to complete it on time. That's what we want. Basically a bunch of horrible things, like I want it this length, I want it out by now, and I want it to be complete. Go, can you do that? And then it's almost like a contractor. They're like, oof, this house is falling apart, paint job needs to be done, you're missing all the plumbing,
I imagine,
but yeah, we could
I
probably
imagine
get it
the
done.
contracts regarding this stuff are Lovecraftian monstrosities.
Mm-hmm. So like, yeah, they almost want. We want to go back to that time where you'd hire someone because you think they can complete the job, as opposed to you hire someone and just hope for the best.
And you don't just hope for the best when you are investing tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in something. Or at least that certainly would not be my attitude, is to just hope for the best and hope my instincts picked the good ones.
They look at them as if they're someone they can boss around and tell them what to do because they're paying the bills. And what have you done exactly? And that's a lot.
I mean,
Hey,
to
yeah,
be fair, they
hashtag
are your
Clarkson, what
boss.
have
They
you
are
done
paying the bills.
exactly? What have you done?
Why does
And
paying
they
the
are,
bills
that's
not
true.
matter at all? I don't understand. I want to have a big
You need money.
explosion. I'm going to get all these people to animate it. It's like, how are you going to pay us? It's like, pay you?
No, producers, you're here to make my vision happen. That's what you're here for. I'm the director. That's me. I'm in charge.
It is a
This is my
risk to
film.
take a director who hasn't proven themselves yet, at least in terms of box office success, and just let them do whatever they want. It makes total sense to like have oversight over them and make sure they're not doing anything stupid. And you are their boss. You can boss them around. That's fine.
Yeah, you literally are their boss. That's correct. Yes.
A lot of what we're seeing now. So pay for movies that are good. Keep paying for movies that are good. That's the only way.
What if we disagree on what makes a good movie good? And what if good movies have studio interference?
Well, that's the big conversation, is getting into Chris Stuckman about what makes a movie good or bad, but he's not even willing to have that discussion now. So it's
Nope.
almost like, well, we can't even engage with this part of the conversation.
Yeah, how am I supposed to fucking support movies that are good if I want to? What if I want to support Madam Web? Seems like you're saying I shouldn't.
Yeah, what if I say Madam Web is a really good movie? Prove me wrong, Chris. Well, I'm not going to bash films. Oh, I win. It's a good movie. Go watch Madam Web.
Yes,
Go.
they're
It feels like,
encouraging more
though,
Madam Webs.
if you went strictly by his word as opposed to his reasoning, it's like, should I support Madam Web? And he's like, I'm not making a review of that. You're like, oh, so I shouldn't. Right, okay, gotcha.
So I shouldn't. And he's like, no, Chris doesn't like Madam Web. No, wait, no,
I do, I swear.
No, I look. People have their opinions on Madam Web. I don't. That's me. I don't have an opinion on it. I feel not strongly one way or the other.
Yeah.
A lot of normal people are only going to see so many movies, so it really does matter that you steer them away from bad ones. I was talking to some friends, and they're like, "Oh, we haven't been to a movie since maybe before the pandemic. We should go see one." I'm like, "Well, there's nothing good out right now, so maybe just wait a little longer."
Yeah.
Don't go see Madam Web.
Yeah,
for a lot of
wait
people,
for Dune.
movies are a thing that they watch occasionally in between a bunch of other activities that they enjoy doing. Just like with video games, not everybody is going to watch every movie. Sometimes people can't even afford to see that many movies because going to the theater, especially if you're like a family going to the theater, that can be
Not cheap.
expensive.
Yeah.
No,
That's a lot of what we're seeing now. So pay for movies that are good. Keep paying for movies that are good. That's the only way that we can turn the dial to where it
Well,
needs to
shit,
be.
he fixed the problem.
I mean,
Stop
there
right
we
there.
go. All right,
There we go.
EFAP is done.
We saved
It's over.
cinema.
We did it.
Thanks
Look at his smile. Look at his smile.
It needs to be
Guys.
summarized. This whole video's point is support good movies, and we'll make it.
Dang,
Okay.
this is the kind of insight that I expect from an industry veteran like Christopher Stuckman. Oh,
Guys, thank you so
man.
much as always for watching. I really do
Oh,
like
that's it,
making
okay.
these discussion videos. I do think
don't.
that
Yeah, could have
as I
fooled
learned-
me.
So much
Yeah,
discussion.
he's-
Well, that's the thing, right?
Dude,
It didn't look like he was
wait,
passionate.
wait.
It didn't discuss shit.
Okay.
I learned nothing other than to support
Mahler?
good things.
Yes.
I had not watched this video because I wanted to wait to watch it for this. That was it? He just
That's
said
it.
make good movies?
That would support good movies. It's even worse because we don't know what the fuck good movies
Support
are.
good movies?
How do I identify them, Chris? You have to tell me what the golden tablets say.
Well, it's not Madam Web, Rags. We know that.
What?
I know it's
Are you
crazy.
saying he implied
No,
Madam Web
no.
is bad?
No. People
Tell me
subscribe
the
to this.
secrets, Jimmy.
Yes. People. Not only people have been defending the shit out of him as being an insightful, like one of the best YouTube critics that remain because he's so honest, he has integrity, and now he has insight because he is a filmmaker. Unlike you lot, anyone can shit on a film. Not everyone can be a filmmaker with no insight. Okay, that takes fucking challenge.
Look, I could go buy an iPhone and shoot a movie that looks pretty damn good. It's really accessible. I just don't wanna.
Yeah, but if you do, you can then claim you're a filmmaker. So go.
Ah, well then I'm a filmmaker. I've made a shitty film.
Yeah,
Damn
let's
it.
make
I
that.
have.
I'll gather up
Should
some
we
some
filmmakers
boys. We'll make a
I just like-
Jackass movie.
Just pull like Cap into my house with my phone. I'm like, just hit record and go. Say you go into the market to buy some cheese, and then you do, and then we walk over there and I like fall
And then roll
over,
the
and then I
end
say the end. I'm a filmmaker now.
Produced by A24.
That's right, chat. I'm the same as Stanley Kubrick because I've made a shitty film. That's right.
Well, it would just be so funny from that to be like, I have a lot of insight from being a filmmaker, and I care about the filmmaker's experience. And then you show that as your
I'm
short
on your
film, The Man Who Fell Over Going for Cheese.
It's a working title, okay?
Yeah, I haven't decided yet.
What do you mean you're criticizing the president? Have you ever led the free world? I didn't
I was
think
thinking
so.
of calling it
Exactly.
Prometheus.
Exactly.
Prometheus.
Have you ever died in the Amazon while researching spiders? I didn't think so.
I did.
So.
Learn more about the industry. I have a unique position to be able to discuss ways that we can make it better.
Oh yeah, you have.
Filmmaker. Filmmaker. ways that
I have unique ways of knowing how to make it better, you see. For I am a
I will use my
filmmaker.
special filmmaker powers.
Here I go.
and hopefully in the end do what we all want is to see good movies and have fun watching them. And
I did have fun watching Madam Web. Your system is
I
broken.
did.
It brought me joy, Chris. I laughed out loud, unironically. I laughed out loud.
Yes. We were cracking up in the theater. It was echoey because we were the only ones there, but yeah, and I had a ton of fun making my review. God, every second of that was joy.
Triumph.
What we all want is to see good movies and have fun watching them. And
there you go, guys. Support good movies and see them and have fun.
We just want to see good movies and have fun watching them. I mean, who could disagree with that?
Yeah.
Who would ever be mean to Christopher Stuckman? He's so likable and reasonable.
Feel inspired. That's what we all want, right? We want to see good movies. So thank you as always for watching, guys. Look forward to more videos very soon.
The poignant insight has changed my life.
Yes. Do
feature
good.
Presentation
People
video coming
want
out this
good.
Sunday. I'm very excited about it.
Good.
It's definitely not a fun movie, but it is an excellent movie called Grave of the Fireflies. If you've never seen it, it's a really tough watch, but it's an absolutely monumental achievement that I have been wanting to talk about for many years. Guys, thank you so much. As always, look forward to more
You
videos
could do
very
it at
soon.
any time you want.
And if you like this,
Yeah.
you can click.
Your videos are 10 minutes and you just sit in front of a webcam.
He said
You could
that.
have done that
He
any
said
time.
it takes like half an hour to make his videos, and then he says to us, "Oh, it's been years that I've wanted to talk about this film." What do you mean? What are you talking about? Just
do
talk
it.
about it. Why'd you say it like that, Chris? Why'd you say that like you're being hampered by some studio?
but he
What have they
loves
done
it.
to you? Are they not letting you have your PC, Chris? Don't let them do that.
Click right here and get Stuckmanized.
Yes.
Yes! We said the thing.
By the way, in case you guys wanted to know, Grave of the Fireflies movie review from Chris Stuckman, 10 minutes.
Oh, I nailed it! Nailed it with the 10 minutes.
Like I said, probably
he
took him
probably has
a
some
whole...
trailer footage in that bad boy too. Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit much. But
yeah.
Yeah, it probably took him like half an hour to make that video. Maybe. Damn.
I don't think it fucking works. The script is fucking dumb. That's fucking why.
He takes a book and he's like,
Oh my god! His backgrounds used to be so much better. They used to have a lot of character. And
This
were full of all
looks
sorts
like
of
this looks like a real place to me.
full of
Yeah.
life.
It's a
The
real
other one is
place.
just like
actually-
staged and fake.
The blue lighting.
Yeah, look at my blue lights. Yeah. Look, it's a Mandalorian. I sure do love Mandalorian. This has Batman and Robin, not only posters but action figures.
Mhm.
There's Lara Croft Tomb Raider.
That's true love
The
right there.
Happening
That frame
poster.
photo
I
of
love it. The
Nicolas
Happening
Cage, too.
poster. Yes.
There's Goku and Iron Man and Hulk and Toon Link.
Zoe completely miscast.
Oh yeah, look at this. Look at all of these wonderful things. Look at all
Wait,
this
was he
stuff. It
about
looks so
to
much
say-
more real.
Was he about to say that
He
someone
was. Rags is
miscast?
distracted by looking at his stuff. You're missing the compilation,
am.
Rags. You fuck.
Script is fucking dumb. That's fucking why.
He takes a book and he's like, Zoe completely miscast Deschanel.
You can't see a damn fucking thing.
And it's
Oh my god!
I know.
You can't emote. What's happened?
Who is this
The
man?
life force got sucked out of this man.
Oh my god.
And it's just fucking weird. I didn't like it. It was uncomfortable. I fucking hated it. I really, really, really didn't like this movie, and I expected it to be at least kind of not good. But holy fucking shit, it's so boring.
So they meet up with John Legua, I ruin every movie I'm in, Zamo.
Wait a second.
Hey, no,
Alright, that was too harsh.
Jesus
That was too harsh
I
right
feel
there.
that way.
That's where I
But
draw
at
the
least
fucking
it's-
line.
but at least it's an opinion.
I was gonna
I
say.
know, but that's still. Don't go after Johnny Legs.
I way prefer the fact that like this is the Chris. I'd be like, yeah,
He
that
made me think of Ice Age.
exactly.
Second. That doesn't make any sense.
There's barely a semblance of a narrative. It really just comes down to the unintentionally hilarious motion capture work and how horrific everyone looks.
Is M. Night Shyamalan a genius or a hack?
You see, the major issue with George Clooney's portrayal as Batman, which could have been in the writing or his direction as well.
Instructing the cinematographer, okay, now slowly dolly in on the butt fucking dog.
Her acting in this movie is so bad, and I am a fan of hers. I mean, she is just downright awful in this movie.
The way John Travolta's dressed, the hairpiece choices, his acting,
You see, this is his transitionary period. He's starting to this draining out of him now. It's like it's still there, the criticism. But
I
it's
see
like,
the background. Yeah,
Mhm.
we've got the blue idea. We got the N64. We got the SNES. We've got the
That's an NES.
statues.
Casual.
Hey, you fucking idiot!
Oh, is it? Yeah, I legit.
That's an
I
God.
know. Yeah.
Get out of here with
What's
you.
the?
You
yeah,
ruined film
I
discussion.
legitimately didn't know.
That's NES.
All right. Neat.
Plot and the fact that Limp
thought it was
Bizkit
an
fucking directed it.
SNES.
It's just it's a novelty item, this movie. This movie is pre-packaged and gift wrapped for the Hilariosity segment. The casting choices are odd. James Corden and Rebel Wilson seem extremely out of place, and the comedy that they're going for was so terribly unfunny that I locked up. Do you know what I mean?
It was like, yeah, it's a B movie. You know, you're supposed to be entertained by it. It's like a movie where it's like, yeah, we're cheesy, we're being that way on purpose. That's where that's right? Yes, cheesy B movie. Because that's what everyone's gonna think when they see it.
This is where I fully checked out from Fred Durst as a filmmaker. I haven't seen a moment in film that on the nose in years. The director having a character in the movie specifically like vocalize that he loves the director's band. I've never seen a moment so in your face as that. Oh my god, wait a second, I don't care anymore. What were my problems with this movie again? I forgot about everything. I love this movie. I'm not going to criticize the music, and I'm also not going to praise this film for its music, because for the most part, this movie didn't invent any of this music. I really don't have anything else to say. Cats gets an F. This is a short review, I know, but there is nothing redeeming about this movie. I found it hilarious in all of the wrong ways, insanely boring. The
Despite
story's
how
not
hard everybody worked on it, there is nothing redeeming about this.
Motion
Did you
capture is
get, like-
expensive, and it takes a lot of work and effort, and think
Yeah,
of all
what
the
if the
design
studio
elements,
metal?
and
No?
yeah,
Do you get how he used to be a normal human, though? Can you see it? It's all there.
Yeah.
In pieces.
But he's not a human anymore. He's just like he's more vegetable than animal.
I hated the CG. The music was fine, but it's taken from something else. This is just an embarrassing movie that never should have been made, and I honestly am just baffled that it
And if
exists.
it was today, he'd be like, I'm not going to talk about cats. I'm not going to talk
Yeah,
about it.
I'm not going to talk about cats. People work hard on cats.
Oftentimes, the first decision or the first idea that you have when you're writing, or in the case of an actor, performing, is probably the worst idea. Usually when you're crafting, say, a screenplay, and it's your first draft, usually the first idea is good enough to get you from page to page and craft a good first draft that you can then go back and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite. And usually you come up with second, third...
He's giving advice to creatives. He's being
That's why
critical
his scripts are so good.
of the creative process.
third, fourth, and fifth ideas that are way better than that first one, because probably the first one was the most obvious. In the case of Travolta's performance in this movie, and the way he's directed, it's always the most obvious first choice. Exactly what you would think he'd do with a character such as Moose.
So X-Men Origins, this was an attempt at a big franchise. I think it failed. On every level possible. Directing, style, CG, acting, script.
Yes, I mean, when a studio makes a film and that film has specific points that reference and make fun of this one, Deadpool.
Yeah.
When another studio's like, let's just make a movie and make fun of the last thing we tried to do. Like, that's just... It baffles me that this film and The Wolverine have the same IMDb score.
It says something about our culture and the blind love for bad things. And the blind love for bad things.
Oh,
Now we're on to this is going to be the final section, but
okay.
All I would ask of Chris is, does he disavow all of what he said in those clips?
That's an interesting question.
He would write it on a resume. He'd be like, I disavow anything I said
think-
before 2022 or whatever.
It is curious that not only do we have him saying that he will never do what he's done before again, and that also people saying this is exactly how a critic should act and this is good going forward, he's left up all of his most clicked and influential videos that criticize creatives. Should he not take them down? Should he continue to benefit financially from something that he condemns in the future? I think that they can be fun, they can be interesting, they can be helpful, and they can be an exploration of expression. And I don't think
Cathartic.
they should be taken down. And I think that he has completely lost his way. I think Chris Stuckman has been assassinated by the new Chris Stuckman, the cowardly Chris Stuckman. See, there you go. That's the title. We can go home now.